In the realm of Dolua continent, legends of the malevolent dragon have long been passed down through generations. It is said that these creatures hail from another world, possessing an extraordinary intellect, yet consumed by a singular desire for destruction, embodying the pinnacle of power and malevolence. The malevolent dragon preys upon blossoming maidens and boisterous children. As dusk descends, they venture forth to hunt, abducting women and infants, laying waste to villages and cities alike. Previously, Hulaina, like the majority, regarded the tale of the malevolent dragon as merely a fable concocted by the elders to deter infants from crying incessantly at night and to keep young maidens from wandering home late. However, doubt now gnawed at her mind. The figure suspended in the air bore an uncanny resemblance to the descriptions of the malevolent dragon in the tales. Its body, akin to that of a lion, was adorned with scales, and it possessed a pair of wings reminiscent of a bat for legs and horns atop its head. Perhaps this was merely a creature resembling a malevolent dragon, an unrecorded soul beast? Hulaina held onto a flicker of hope. According to legend, such beings are embodiments of demons, manifestations of evil, their power far surpassing that of a tidal Dolua. They wreak havoc, relishing the destruction of all they behold. Yet, the malevolent dragon before her exuded no malevolent pressure. Hulaina felt no trace of threat. This was not an adult dragon, but a young one. Suddenly, he spoke softly, noting that an adult malevolent dragon and its juvenile counterpart were entirely different entities. Upon hearing this, Hulaina's eyes, filled with confusion, suddenly cleared. The legends indicated that the malevolent thoughts and strength of these dragons intensify with age. In their youth, malevolent dragons are not the epitome of evil. If a brave soul could tame a young dragon and guide its upbringing, the juvenile's character, filled with malevolence and destructiveness in adulthood, could be transformed, allowing it to become a loyal and formidable giant dragon. An adult giant dragon could effortlessly contend with 100 tidal Dolua as if to validate their conjectures. The dragon-like creature with wings unleashed a torrent of flames upon the dense trees below. A fierce inferno erupted, yet its dragon eyes shimmered with a peculiar light, joyfully swirling in the air, seemingly reveling in the destruction of nature. Wicked, yet not malevolent. The intense heat of the flames caused the moisture within the pine trees to rapidly evaporate, the wood fibers contorting and cracking. Once the moisture was consumed, the trees ignited, releasing a thick plume of smoke and a uniquely sharp and refreshing aroma. Ao Xing could hardly believe that upon awakening, he had traversed into another realm. A torrent of complex and vast memories surged forth, causing his head to throb painfully. After some time, he emerged from his daze. One piece of good news and one piece of bad news awaited him. The good news: it was a 100 success rate dungeon, Dolua continent. The bad news: he had been reincarnated as a malevolent dragon, no longer human. But wait, was this truly such a bad piece of news? Ao Xing smacked his head and suddenly burst into laughter, revealing 2 rows of sharp, triangular teeth. Before his transmigration, he endured a meager salary of 3,000. Awakened daily by a 5-year-old Redmi 7 alarm clock, voluntarily toiling for 12 hours a day, solely to settle his monthly Huabei debts, allowing him a fleeting indulgence of a modest meal in a Western restaurant. However, before he could fully repay his installments, he tragically succumbed to exhaustion after a grueling 12 consecutive days of work. Once a mere cog in the machine, living a life inferior to the pets of the affluent, he has now transformed into a formidable dragon at the pinnacle of the food chain in the Dolua continent. Could this possibly be deemed unfortunate? Even the worst of circumstances now seems preferable to his previous existence as a mere wage slave. A fresh start beckons. The good news: he has crossed into the Dolua continent. The better news: he's been reborn as the malevolent dragon Ao Xing. He firmly believes that in this life, he shall reach the other shore. Exhilarated, he bellows, "Oh, when never has he experienced such a magnificent beginning." The dragon's roar sends tremors through the beasts within 1,000 meters, causing them to tremble in fear and lose control. Even the hidden golden generation shudders at the sound. A young dragon is still a dragon. The power embedded in his roar is no less than that of a soul sage or a soul dolaw. The companions exchange glances, holding their breath, silently praying not to be discovered. In the sky, Ao Xing begins to assess his new form. Still in his juvenile stage, he measures only about 2.5 meters in length. When fully spread, his wings are just slightly shorter than his body. The scales adorning his body are surprisingly resilient. Why do I only have 4 fingers? Is 5 not permissible? 4 claws signify a python, while 5 denote a dragon. Ao Xing quickly recalls the lore of Blue Star. The dragon he has become is evidently reminiscent of the malevolent dragons in Western tales, an oversized flying lizard, if one were to speak bluntly. Yet, this aligns perfectly with the backdrop and power structure of Dolaw. Azao Shikbondius. A mechanical voice abruptly resonates in his mind. Time-stopping evil dragon growth system activated. Host detected as juvenile. World detected as Doluwa continent. Commencing growth planning. 43. 96. 100. Time-stopping evil dragon growth system. Planning complete. The mechanical voice fades. Before Ao Xing, a virtual panel materializes, displaying text that only he can comprehend. To seize the princess, one must start from a young dragon. As a noble, time-stopping evil dragon, how could one not have a human princess by their side? Growth task I. Raising a young bride. As a transmigrator, ao Xig feels no choque. This is merely the standard fare of a novel's protagonist. Calmly, he clicks to explore the details of the task. As anticipated, the task description emerged. Locate and abduct the human princess. Based on the identity of the abducted princess, one may select a path for growth and evolution. Chapter 2. 3 Evolutionary Paths. Target, Qianren Xue. Based on the identity of the captured princess, one may select a growth trajectory. Capturing and taming any of the following characters unlocks the Elemental Evolution module. 1. Princess of the Heaven Do Empire, Xue Ketu. Second Princess of the Alpha Kingdom of the Star Luo Empire, Zhu Zhuqing. Capturing and taming any of the following characters unlocks the Mechanical Evolution module. 1. Little Princess of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning Rongrong 2. Eldest Princess of the Alpha Kingdom of the Star Luo Empire, Zhu Zhuyun. Capturing and taming any of the following characters unlocks the Gem Evolution module. 1. Heir of the Spirit Hall, Qianren Xue Elemental Path, Initial Form. In addition to the initial fire-breathing ability, one gains the powers of wind summoning, water calling, and earth gathering. However, only one elemental ability may be utilized per attack. Second advancement. The body enlarges, strength increases, and one acquires the powers of lightning control, ice solidification, and wood abundance. Yet again, only one elemental ability may be employed per attack. Third advancement. The ability to merge elements is attained, and one can briefly evolve into a specific elemental subdragon, achieving mastery over the corresponding ability. Mechanical Path, Initial Form. The body becomes fully mechanized, covered in alloy scales capable of withstanding the full force of a low-ranking tidal Deloaz attack, with a retractable tail ending in a lightning orb. Second advancement. The physique enlarges. Scales upgrade to amalgamated metal, capable of resisting the full force of a limit Doloaz attack, capable of generating a magnetic field for self-acceleration or restricting enemy movement. And the lightning orb's power is enhanced to detach. Third advancement. The physique increases further. Scales upgrade to the hardest super-limited alloy, granting immunity to electrical attacks, capable of accumulating nuclear energy to unleash a formidable electromagnetic strike. Gem Path, Initial Form. The surface crystallizes, exhibiting extraordinary defensive capabilities, covered in detachable cobalt diamond scales, gaining the ability to cause all gems to explode. Second advancement. The body becomes resplendent. Scales transition from singular cobalt diamond to various attribute gem scales, ignoring attacks from those below the limit Dolua rank. Third advancement. The entire body transforms into colorful crystal with mesmerizing crystalline dragon eyes capable of enchanting the heart, comprehending the laws of gravity, achieving immortality. Having carefully read through the panel's introduction, a strange light flickered in Ao Xing's vertical pupils. The three distinct evolutionary modules each possess unique characteristics. The mechanical path could even grant him the ability to unleash a colossal mushroom cloud, a dream fervently sought after by countless hydrogen researchers of the Blue Star. However, upon encountering the phrase immortal and indestructible, the inner turmoil dissipated entirely. Why ponder further? The choice is undoubtedly the gem path. Immortality is, after all, the ultimate pursuit for the vast majority in the realm of fantasy. Even if Doloa is merely a fantasy undercurrent, as a transmigrator, Ao Xing could find no justification to decline the promise of immortality. His gaze firmly fixed upon the name Qianrenxue. According to his recollections, Ao Xing could roughly ascertain that the timeline of Doloa continent was at the critical juncture of the 5-year agreement among the Shrek 7 monsters. Therefore, Qianrenxue should still be in Heaven Do City, masquerading as Shueqinghe. Ao Xing was overjoyed, although he had traversed into the form of a time-stopping evil dragon. His combat prowess remained comparable to that of a peak-souled Doloa due to his juvenile stage. If Qianrenxue had already returned to Spirit City, not to mention the assistance of her grandfather, the limit Da Qiandaolu, who could facilitate her Angel's 9 trials, he would be utterly incapable of dealing with those elders. Capturing Qianrenxue right under their noses? That was nothing short of a daydream. However, at present, Qianrenxue was still engaged in the infiltration plan of the Spirit Hall, even though she might have the protection of either Snake Lance Doll or Doll nearby. Ao Xing remained confident in his ability to abduct her from beneath the gaze of these two titled Duluos of disgrace. After all, he was the time-stopping evil dragon, possessing the extraordinary ability to halt time. Even in his juvenile phase, he could pause time within a radius of 100 meters centered around himself. As long as he refrained from attacking any beings within the time-stop range, the effect could persist indefinitely. What was even more astonishing was that this time-stopping ability, as a racial talent of the time-stopping evil dragon, had no cooldown. A wicked grin spread across Ao Xing's face. The crown prince of the Heaven Do Empire and the young master of the Spirit Hall, abducted by an evil dragon. Doluo continent was surely on the brink of chaos. How delightful! With a flap of his wings, the evil dragon swiftly vanished into the sky. The trees swayed, and the once silent forest finally stirred with life, sending flocks of birds into a startled flight. In the woods, the soul beasts also grew restless. After repeatedly confirming that the evil dragon had departed, the three from the Golden Generation collectively exhaled in relief and cautiously emerged from their hiding place. In Spirit City, dark clouds swirled ominously, pressing down upon the city. With a thunderous roar, torrential raindrops cascaded down like sifted grains, swift and fierce. Inside the resplendent hall of the Pope, Bibi Dong was not clad in her usual regal garb, but wore loose, simple attire. She reclined against a gem-encrusted golden chair, her hair cascading like a waterfall. Despite the absence of any visible emotion in her expression, she exuded an air of elegance and grace. Outside the hall, the sound of the rain grew increasingly chaotic. The Pope, disturbed by the relentless downpour, sighed softly and rose slowly. Why was her mind so restless today? Bibi Dong gently massaged her temples, her eyes betraying a hint of concern. The Spirit Hall was about to initiate the soul-hunting operation, launching a surprise assault on the 7-treasure Glazetile sect and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, with the aim of annihilating the top 3 sections. This operation was a pivotal step toward the Spirit Hall gaining complete control over the Soul Master realm and establishing a Soul Master empire. After years of meticulous planning, as the moment drew near, the pressure on Bibi Dong, in her role as Pope, was palpable. Now, with everything in place for the soul-hunting operation, it was merely a matter of time. Once Hulina and her companions completed their mission and uncovered the whereabouts of Xiao Wu, Bibi Dong would lead the formidable forces of the Spirit Hall into the hunt. At that time, her second martial soul, the Soul Eater Spider Queen, would acquire the 7th and 8th spirit rings, which would be the 10,000-year soft-boned Enchantress Rabbit Mother and Daughter duo. After absorbing the 10,000-year soul bone from Xiao Wu, her power would experience a tremendous surge, Suddenly, a flying-type soul saint descended amidst the pouring rain, landing outside the hall. Bibi Dong appeared to have a realization, a flicker of joy dancing in the corner of her eyes. However, as the esteemed Pope, she maintained her composure and aloof demeanor, responding with measured calmness. "Speak. Your Highness the Saintess and Xiaoyu Yin have arrived outside the Spirit City and are on their way here, stating they have urgent matters to discuss," prompting me to come ahead to report. "Thank you for your efforts." Bibi Dong's exterior remained unfazed, yet her heart swelled with delight. Once the soul saint departed, she summoned someone to notify the two Deluos of the chrysanthemum ghost to come to the Pope's hall, while she retreated to her chamber to don her regal papal attire. Upon returning to the hall, Hulaina and the others happened to arrive just in time. Before they could speak, Bibi Dong urgently inquired, "What news? Have you found any trace of the rabbit?" "Your Holiness, after a thorough investigation lasting over a month, we have successfully located Xiao Wu in the Stardow Forest," Xiaoyu exclaimed excitedly. "Moreover, we have even more astonishing discoveries to share." Chapter 3. A menacing arrival from the heavens, the evil dragon's sudden assault on Yuxian. In the northwestern outskirts of the starry forest, a malevolent dragon lurks. A dragon? Bibi Dong's deep violet eyes, once composed, now brimmed with astonishment. The dragon, a legendary embodiment of evil, due to its depiction as overwhelmingly powerful and terrifying, coupled with a century devoid of sightings. The vast majority of people deemed the dragon a mere figment of imagination. Yet, as the Pope, Bibi Dong was acutely aware of the dragon's existence. Years prior, in her quest for clues regarding the divine heritage, she had perused an ancient tome within the Elder Hall's library, a repository of countless secrets of the Dolua continent. The text, weathered and faded, chronicled the arrival of a dragon that descended upon the Dolua continent, feasting upon innocent infants and enslaving soul beasts, while ravaging villages and cities for treasures. The dragon's brutal nature and unrestrained destruction became a common enemy for both humanity and soul beasts. The native beings of the Dolua continent briefly united in resistance, countless soul beasts and soul masters bravely facing the foe, yet all efforts culminated in failure. Fortunately, even the divine realm could not tolerate the dragon's savagery. The celestial angel, a first-tier deity, chose a human champion and bestowed a legacy. Ultimately, the dragon was vanquished by this valiant human. Should the dragon once again manifest in the Dolua continent, catastrophe would inevitably ensue. At that juncture, the prospect of unifying the Soul Master realm would be uncertain, and the very existence of the Spirit Hall would hang in the balance. "Are you certain you did not mistake it?" Bibi Dong's tone was grave. "We are certain. It is indeed a dragon. Its appearance and abilities align perfectly with the legends." The three spoke in unison, causing Bibi Dong's countenance to pale, an ominous premonition gnawing at her heart. She sensed that this dragon's sudden emergence could thwart decades of meticulous planning by the Spirit Hall. Noticing the Pope's furrowed brow and solemn expression, Xiaoyu hastily offered a silver lining. "However, this dragon is still in its juvenile phase. It measures less than 3 meters in length." A juvenile dragon. Bibi Dong's pupils dilated, contemplating. The ancient texts noted that if one could tame a young dragon, it was possible to guide it towards the eradication of its inherent malevolence. Once matured, it could become a formidable ally, surpassing even the limit Dolua in strength. With the dragon's assistance, dominion over the Dolua continent would be effortlessly attainable. A wave of elation washed over her. Yet, upon noticing the smirk at the corner of Xiaoyu's mouth, she quickly realized that this cunning individual had artfully transformed a monumental piece of good news into a blend of ominous and favorable tidings for his own acclaim. Truly a clever trickster. You perform in the atmosphere, while I gaze upon it from outer space. Perceiving Xiaoyu's subtle machinations, Bibi Dong felt a tinge of displeasure. However, acknowledging the significance of uncovering Xiao Wu's whereabouts and discovering the juvenile dragon, she softened her tone. "Xiaoyu, Yin, you have both worked tirelessly these past months. You may return and rest. As a reward, I shall personally select a suitable everlasting soul bone for you from the warehouse, and have someone deliver it to you tomorrow. Furthermore, regarding the young dragon, remember to keep it confidential. Nar, you shall remain here for the time being. Xiaoyu and Yin, filled with joy, expressed their gratitude and then departed from the Pope's hall. Hardly had they left when the two Do, Zhuge, and Heir Do Luo appeared within the hall. You want to address the Pope, Your Holiness? Could it be that there is news of a fish that slipped through the net? Hui Mai interjected. Are we to hunt rabbits again? He, observing her two formidable aides poised for action, Bibi Dong calmly stated, the plan has changed. Let the fish that slipped through the net be set aside. We have more pressing matters to attend to. Gather the red-cloaked bishops from Wuhuan City and its vicinity swiftly. We must depart tonight. Outside the city of Tiando, the night sky resembled a pool of unyielding ink, dark and profound. The guards at the city gate, clad in heavy armor, stood tall, yet beneath their helmets, they were already drowsy. A captain of the Seoul Saint-Level Gate Guard also sensed the situation. His martial spirit was quite unique, capable of capturing all information within a certain radius. Thus, even a soldat would find it difficult to stealthily enter Tiando City under his watchful gaze. As for title Doluo, not even the Tiando Imperial Palace could restrict their entrance or exit, akin to boarding a public carriage. Such powerful beings were beyond his surveillance duties. The night was exceptionally dark, devoid of any moonlight. Brothers, we have but 1 hour until the shift change. Stay alert. The Moon Pavilion is hosting a banquet, and half of the nobility of Tiando City is present. We must not allow even a hint of negligence that might permit villains to infiltrate the city. The captain's voice resonated like thunder. The drowsy soldiers instantly roused, instinctively straightening their chests and gazing forward. Such a commonplace scene appeared somewhat peculiar to the soldiers stationed farther from the city wall, as the captain's voice unexpectedly fell silent for a second or two before continuing. Nonetheless, no soldier harbored any suspicion. As for the Moon Pavilion, in the skies above, A.O. Xing, utilizing his race's ability of time stop, stealthily infiltrated Tiando City, concealed beneath the dark clouds. Through the layers of clouds, his gaze swiftly locked onto a brightly lit, elegant structure in the noble district to the north of the city. If all went as expected, that must be the Moon Pavilion. A glimmer of excitement flashed in A.O. Xing's eyes. The Moon Pavilion is the Tiando Empire's court etiquette school, dedicated to imparting various noble customs. According to the timeline, the individual known as Tang Yin, a rather unfortunate fellow, should still be at the Moon Pavilion, learning various etiquette and music under his aunt, Tang Yuehua. Coincidentally, Princess Xueku of the Tiando Empire was in the same cohort. If his sister were to be abducted by an evil dragon, as her brother, he would certainly need to make an appearance, wouldn't he? With a powerful flap of his wings, A.O. Xing descended swiftly. In the blink of an eye, he dispelled the temporal stasis centered around himself, revealing the scene within the Moon Pavilion through the glass. Men and women adorned in splendid attire gracefully danced in pairs, seemingly entranced by fine wine, beautiful companions, and the intoxicating melodies that filled the air. Little did they know, a malevolent dragon lurked, observing their revelry. Time slipped away unnoticed as the music gradually softened, prompting guests to return to their seats. A golden-haired woman in a swan gown held her wine glass delicately, swirling it gently. The crimson liquid formed a small vortex, while the flickering flame atop a nearby candle danced in reflection within the glass, pulsating at the vortex's center. Xueku, however, remained oblivious to this charming detail. Her gaze was drawn, intentionally or not, to a nearby blue-haired youth, Tang Yin, the most outstanding student of this term. Tomorrow marks the graduation ceremony at the Moon Pavilion. Xueku instinctively furrowed her brow. Despite employing various methods, she had been unable to ascertain Tang Yin's true identity, leaving her uncertain about their potential reunion after graduation. To this end, she had playfully persuaded Xue Qinghe, her brother, the crown prince of the Tiando Empire, to agree to attend tomorrow's ceremony. Xueku hoped to seize this opportunity for her brother to recognize Tang Yin's extraordinary talents, envisioning him becoming a part of their ranks. Surely, success was within reach, wasn't it? Yet, in the next moment, a piercing scream shattered the idyllic reverie. There's a monster outside the window. Chapter 4. Despite the evil dragon, quite charming the hall of Yuexian was suddenly engulfed in chaos. People anxiously gazed out the windows, where a bizarre, purplish-black creature with a pair of horns was flapping its wings, revealing 2 rows of sharp, serrated teeth that glistened menacingly. A dragon, someone exclaimed loudly. This is not an ordinary spirit beast. This is a malevolent dragon. Immediately, the women present shrieked in terror and scattered in panic. No one paused to ponder why a dragon had suddenly appeared in the city of Tiando, for they had all heard the tales of such a savage creature that feasted on young maidens during their bloom. The male students, instead of exhibiting noble composure, either stood frozen in place or ran about like their female counterparts. Only a few, possessing higher spirit power, rushed towards the most esteemed figure present, Princess Shueka of the Tiando Empire, while shouting hoarsely, "Protect the princess. The dragon wouldn't appear without reason. It is likely here to abduct her." Amidst the disorder, no one noticed the faint curve of a smile forming at the corner of the dragon's mouth. "Indeed, you are Shueka?" At the outset, Ao Xing had recognized this young woman as the center of attention and suspected her royal lineage. The reactions of those around her only reinforced his assumption. Time halt. In the midst of the turmoil, Tang Yuehua, the master of Yuexian, calmly activated her domain, noble circle, emanating a gentle and serene energy that spread outward, dispelling the inner turmoil of the crowd. Nearby, the Soul Emperor, Chief Auditor Ode, upon receiving Tang Yuehua's directive, also dashed toward Shueka. Yet in the next instant, his pupils dilated in shock. The dragon had seemingly materialized within the hall, its wicked claws grasping Shueka as slender waist. How swift! What has transpired? Before Chief Auditor Ode could react, the dragon smashed through half of a wall, carrying Yuexian with it as it soared into the night sky. Damn beast! Chief Auditor Ode cried out in despair, watching as the dragon and the princess began to vanish. The princess will surely blame us for her abduction. Master Tang Yuehua may escape censure due to her special status, but as the steward of Yuexian and the strongest here, I will certainly. No. Chief Auditor Ode suddenly recalled an incident from a year prior when he had nearly suffered a broken arm while trying to deter a brazen father and son from causing havoc in Yuexian. The strength of that young man had surpassed his own. His father was an unfathomably formidable presence. Grasping at a sliver of hope, Chief Auditor Ode frantically scanned the surroundings. Tang Yin's striking blue hair caught his eye. Even as he executed an elusive stride towards the ballroom's exit, he was directly spotted by Chief Auditor Ode. "Help me. Please, I beg you." He uttered a plea filled with hope, yet Tang Yin seemed oblivious, opening the ballroom door without a backward glance. "Do not behave this way." The steward's heart sank in despair, failing to notice that the students, who had only just regained their composure, erupted into screams once more as the malevolent dragon departed. Behind him, a torrent of searing flames surged forth. "Cursing me as a beast?" Fortunately, the initial speed had not yet reached supersonic. Otherwise, your insults would have been all too justified. Ao Xing reappeared within the moon pavilion without heeding the steward, who was on the verge of becoming charred flesh. His slit pupils scanned the surroundings. However, after a thorough glance, his expression turned somewhat dejected. The fabled child of destiny from the Doluor realm, the little rascal, had long since vanished. He certainly fled with remarkable speed. Ao Xing felt a twinge of regret. In his juvenile state, his strength barely matched that of a peak soul Doluo. And here, in the imperial capital of the Heaven Do City, no one could assure him that the likes of Dugubo or Ning Fengji, the master of the 7 treasures glazed tile school, would not be lurking within the city. Thus, he had sought to strike swiftly and decisively, activating Time Stop to break through the walls and reach Shui Ke's side, ensuring her abduction to lure out the true target, Shui Qinghe, disguised as Qianren Shui. This was the reason he refrained from targeting the feeble Tang San. Earlier, as he soared into the sky, hoping to escape, he discovered that no title de law exuded their aura within Heaven Do City. This prompted his return to the Moon Pavilion. The imminent demise of the steward was merely incidental. His primary objective was to eliminate the potential greatest threat in the future, the little rascal. After all, the young dragon cub embodies the delightful yet sinister essence of love and authenticity, a charming and beguiling villain. Do you speak human language? Ao Xing turned to leave, but a calm yet resonant voice, tinged with magnetism, reached his ears. It was a youthful maternal tone. Ao Xing glanced back to behold a stunning woman with gray-blue hair elegantly styled, skin as white as snow, clad in regal attire that exuded grace and grandeur. Tang Yuehua spoke nonchalantly. Shall we strike a bargain? If you release Her Highness, the treasures of the Moon Pavilion are yours to take. And I could even request His Majesty to send forth jewels that could form a small mountain to the outskirts of the city. Al-Sheikh scoffed, disregarding the astonishment of those present, retorting mockingly, do I appear to be one who values riches over love? Vile woman, do not presume. I am unaware that you seek to buy time for reinforcements to arrive. I, Ao Xing, could seize wealth with utmost ease. Were it not for my juvenile phase, needing both hands to capture a single person, I would have claimed you, one in each hand, sealing your fate as my possession. However, I must admit, I am pleasantly surprised that you are not a woman of long hair, but short insight, aware that dragons are fond of gold and jewels. Until we meet again, Laozi understands that your status pales in comparison to that of the princess of the Tiando Empire, holding only a semblance of respect. Ao Xing brazenly surveyed Tang Yuehua's pristine and ample figure. Before taking flight with his wings, he deliberately swung his half-foot-long, illusionary dragon brother, still unexcited, eliciting a hearty laugh. The malevolent dragon soared into the sky, leaving behind an audacious proclamation. Inform the young lad of the snowy night that to reclaim his daughter, he must ensure the crown prince of the Tiando Empire personally escorts 10 carriages brimming with exquisite jewels to the Holy Doe village in the northwest of the Star Doe forest before sunset tomorrow. Otherwise, if he wishes to see his daughter again, he shall have to toil alongside the queen to conceive another. In the blink of an eye, the wicked dragon and the princess vanished into the night sky. Within the Moon Pavilion, Tang Yuehua furrowed her brow in deep concern. Meanwhile, the other students engaged in hushed whispers. They could hardly believe the legend was true. Thankfully, they could exchange jewels for the princess. This was no mere dragon. It was clearly a greedy and lustful beast. Such a formidable creature. Could Princess Xueka withstand it? Initially terrified, they now realized this was merely a young dragon, surprisingly rather charming. Yet, charm aside, its temperament was dreadfully brutal. Chief Ode had only dared to call a beast before being incinerated to ashes. Wait, Chief Ode! Several students turned to the other side, where the ground lay charred black, and the air was thick with an eerie scent of roasted meat that even the sandalwood and various perfumes of the Moon Pavilion could not mask. Chapter 5. Your Grace Still Shines successfully captured the princess of the Tiando Empire, Xueku. Elemental Dragon Evolution Route unlocked. Does the host choose to activate the Elemental Evolution module? In Ao Xing's mind, the system's voice resonated abruptly. Without hesitation, he opted for no. In the world of Dolaw, dragons are predominantly Western pseudo-dragons, slightly more formidable than mixed-breed dragons, yet inferior to sub-dragons. Even the time-stopping evil dragon he had become is, in essence, a pseudo-dragon, albeit the highest tier among them. The elemental route could unlock various abilities, granting him a broader array of offensive and defensive strategies. Nevertheless, the ultimate growth ceiling remains that of a sub-dragon. Perhaps, the missions dispatched by the system later could aid in transcending from sub-dragon to a true dragon. But the journey would undoubtedly be fraught with challenges. The mechanical and gemstone routes, based on their textual descriptions, possess a power system entirely distinct from the trajectory of mixed-breed dragon, pseudo-dragon, sub-dragon, true dragon. After the second and third advancements, both routes would maximize attack and defense capabilities. Especially the gemstone route's final form of immortality is nothing short of extraordinary. Choosing the elemental route seems illogical. Ao Xing's capture of Xueku was merely a spur-of-the-moment decision, aimed at locating the disguised Xue Qinghe, who was actually Qianren Xue. After all, the Tiando royal palace is heavily guarded, and as an ancient empire that has stood for centuries on the Dolawa continent, it undoubtedly possesses a well-established response protocol. Presently, he remains but a young dragon, with limited time-stop capabilities. Sneaking into the palace to abduct the crown prince would be excessively perilous. Shueqinghe, you surely do not wish for your sister to be forever consorted with an evil dragon, do you? In the deep of night, soaring through the sky at great speed, Ao Xing caused the already fainted Shui Ku to awaken, chilled by the biting wind. She had never imagined that one day she would be abducted by an evil dragon. What to do? Is this life destined to be spent in the depths of a mountain cave, raised by a dragon? Father, brother, please come my rescue. I do not wish to become the dragon's captive. Its size is terrifying, it might end my life. As Shui Ku caught sight of Ao Xing's illusory dragon form, she was instantly petrified with fear. Desperately, she turned her head, wishing to make that sight disappear. Yet in the next moment, she was struck by the realization that the houses below appeared no larger than fingernails, and the dark river resembled a winding rope. This is dreadful. Shui Ku felt the world spin around her, her vision blurring once again. She is acrophobic. Tiando Royal Palace, clad in a nightgown. The Emperor Shui Yi, upon learning that his beloved daughter Shui Ku had been suddenly abducted by an evil dragon during the moonlight banquet, was initially incredulous. However, upon realizing that no one within the palace would dare deceive him, panic ensued, draining the color from his face. As the ruler of a nation, although his cultivation was modest, Shui Yi, being the sovereign of the Swan dynasty, was acutely aware that the evil dragon once ruled the Doloa continent in ancient times. Even a titled Doloa would struggle to contend with such a formidable foe. Summon the commander of the city gate guards. How could the malevolent dragon appear above Heaven Do City without any soldiers noticing beforehand? After decades of reigning as emperor, Snow Knight had honed his composure remarkably well. Even though his beloved daughter had been abducted by the dragon, he maintained his regal demeanor in front of the numerous eunuchs and maidens. Your Majesty, I have grasped the situation. The crown prince, Snow Qinghe, entered the palace with a serious expression and reported, I immediately went to Yu Xian to inquire about the circumstances. According to the accounts of those present, it is undeniably the dragon, who introduced himself as Ao Xing. In addition to abducting my sister, the dragon Ao Xing effortlessly incinerated the Moon Pavilion's steward, Ode, who possessed the strength of a Soul Emperor. Before departing, he left a message stating that if I personally delivered 10 carts filled with precious jewels to the Holy Do village in the northwest of the Star Do forest before sunset tomorrow, he would return my sister. Silent, Snow Knight listened intently to the crown princess account, and his anxieties began to ease. The dragon was lustful, tyrannical, and avaricious. Demanding 10 carts of jewels in exchange for Snow Ku was, in fact, quite reasonable. Simultaneously, observing the crown prince's prompt understanding of the situation, the emperor felt a sense of relief. Perhaps there was hope for succession, after all. Once it was confirmed that jewels could indeed secure Snow Ku's return, the emperor refrained from issuing immediate orders and instead inquired, what of that rascal, Shuebian? Snow Qinghe hesitated slightly. Fourth brother is not residing within the imperial city tonight. He may yet be unaware of our sister's abduction, as I too was awakened by the guards to learn of this matter. Do not speak on his behalf. The emperor's expression darkened with anger. After a moment's contemplation, he commanded, you shall go to my private treasury and select 10 carts of jewels. I will send someone to inform the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, requesting Sect Master Ning, along with Sword Doa and Bone Doa, to discuss matters concerning the dragon. Father, upon hearing the mention of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, Snow Qinghe's expression turned peculiar, and he softly remarked, it is said that the dragon Ao Xing is less than 3 meters long, seemingly still in its juvenile stage. I have heard that if one can tame a young dragon, it will become the most loyal steed as it matures, surpassing the strength of an ordinary title de law. If the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School learns of this, perhaps, it would be prudent to inform the guest elder, Poison Doloa. A young dragon, you say? The emperor's expression was one of astonishment. He was aware that young dragons could indeed be tamed. Furthermore, he knew that an adult dragon's strength was not merely superior to that of an ordinary title dog, but could easily withstand the assaults of dozens of them. If the Heaven Do Empire could possess such a formidable guardian beast, It would not only stand a chance against the rival star Luo Empire, but could also hold its own against the Spirit Hall. The emperor was lost in thought. After a long pause, he slowly began to speak. Even if we do not inform the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, their connections and spies in Heaven Do City will undoubtedly learn of the evil dragon's whereabouts at the earliest opportunity. Perhaps at this very moment, the esteemed Master Ning has just been roused from his slumber. Qinghe, please go to my private treasury and retrieve one of the twin azure pearls, discreetly mixing it among the other jewels. Shueike remains in the clutches of the evil dragon Ao Xing, and the timeline given is far too short. Our plan for taming must be carefully considered over time. Xue Qinghe felt a twinge of astonishment. Indeed, experience prevails. The twin azure pearls are a pair of naturally formed gems, originating from Soul Beast Clam that has existed for over 22,000 years. These pearls possess a remarkable enchantment. Regardless of the distance between them, the end nearest to each other will always shimmer with an azure glow. By concealing one among the jewels, the Heaven Do royal family could utilize the other to locate the lair of the evil dragon Ao Xing. The growth cycle of the evil dragon is quite protracted. The Heaven Do royal family could easily dedicate a year, 2, or even 3 to 5 years to prepare the taming plan, subsequently using the azure pearl to find the evil dragon Ao Xing. Your humble son obeys. Xue Qinghe exited the royal chamber, discreetly relaying information to the city's assassin, the Porcupine Daw, on his way to the private treasury of the Snow Knight Emperor. At the same moment, within the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, as anticipated by the Snow Knight Emperor, the sect leader Ning Fengji was also awoken from his dreams by urgent news delivered by a sensitive attack type, Soul Law, affiliated with the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Could you kindly inform Uncle Gu as well? Ning Fengji, upon regaining consciousness, felt a surge of elation. The young dragon. If we can tame this young dragon, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School shall fear no force for centuries to come, and could even ascend to become the most powerful sect on the entire Doluo continent. Fengji, what matter could be so urgent that you disturb this old man in the dead of night? Oh dear, my old bones can scarcely withstand such tribulations. The Bone Dao Gu Rong yawned repeatedly as he calmly entered the room. His pace was unhurried, yet he appeared before Ning Fengji in the blink of an eye. Uncle Gu, Ning Fengji recounted the entire situation. Why not summon Chen Xian for such a significant matter? Gu Rong's eyes widened, his sparse white hair swaying like willow branches in a gentle breeze. The evil dragon is cunning. Although our Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School is merely a sect and not a nation, how different is it from a princess? Keeping Jianshu here is to prevent our secrets from being stolen. Ning Fengji replied with pride. Moreover, Uncle Gu, your martial soul is a bone dragon. It may possess unique efficacy against the young, evil dragon. Fengji, I truly did not misjudge you. You have an eye for talent. Gu Rong laughed heartily, revealing his few remaining teeth. According to the intelligence, the young dragon measures less than 3 meters in length. Based on ancient texts, the evil dragon Ao Xing's strength typically lies between the pinnacle of Soul Doluo and levels 91 to 92. I have no doubt that I can tame it alone. When shall we set out? Time was of the essence, and the task at hand was formidable. Ning Fengji declared, we must depart immediately, striving to subdue or capture the young dragon before the denizens of the Tiando Empire reclaim Shueike. Even the young dragon, despite its diminutive stature, soared through the skies with remarkable speed, traversing the distance from Tiando City to the vicinity of Shengdo Village in a mere 2 hours. However, it did not linger, but instead ventured deeper into the Stardo Forest. If you wish to avoid being devoured by soul beasts, remain here and refrain from making any sudden movements, Ao Xing said, placing the groggy Shueike on the ground with an air of menace. Although this is not the very heart of the Stardo Forest, the soul beasts in the vicinity are predominantly over 5,000 years old, with many nearing 10,000. With that, he circled low to leave his scent and, with a roar, soared further into the depths of the forest. Shueike stood bewildered. Was she to be abandoned here? After all the toil that had gone into securing her? I am a princess, not an ordinary person. Is the evil dragon's abduction merely a thrill-seeking endeavor? Confusion enveloped her heart. Yet soon, the isolation and fear of being alone in the soul beast forest overshadowed her thoughts, leaving her yearning for the presence of the dragon. Soft-boned charm rabbit. Such a common soul beast, how could it possibly suffice as sustenance for me? The mighty Ao Xing? He mused. The fiery eagle tiger. Now, that is a rarity, yet its strength falls short at merely 2,000 years. The 5,000-year wind chasing fox? Its overpowering scent makes it unpalatable. Suddenly, Ao Xing's eyes sparkled with delight as he spotted a 6,000-year-old hand-spreading demon bear. Having flown such a distance this evening, hunger gnawed at him. The notion of the bear's paw, often touted as a delicacy, ignited his appetite. Despite never having tasted it in his previous life, fate had presented him with this opportunity. With a sinister chuckle, Ao Xing unleashed a concentrated breath of dragon fire upon the coiled, hand-spreading demon bear below. In no time, an enticing aroma wafted through the forest, rousing many slumbering soul beasts, who fled in terror upon realizing a dragon was feasting. The fur on the bear's paw was reduced to ash by the searing flames. Ao Xing savored a morsel, relishing the rich, fatty texture reminiscent of a pork knuckle. Yet firmer. Perhaps it was the absence of seasoning that introduced a hint of gaminess, yet he found no distaste in it, owing to his transformation into a dragon. What are you staring at? Have you never seen anyone feast upon a bear's paw? Ao Xing discovered the handless bear's spirit, which remained motionless before him. Unable to restrain his disdain, he remarked, I do not consume your bear paw without reason. In the future, should you find yourself in peril, simply invoke the name of Ao Xing the evil dragon, and I shall protect you. One bear paw in exchange for a lifetime of safety is indeed a worthy bargain. Now be gone. Nature's law dictates that the strong shall prevail over the weak. As a malevolent dragon, Ao Xing demonstrated remarkable compassion by refraining from roasting the entire bear. The trembling bear spirit, upon hearing Ao Xing's words, promptly turned and fled, all the while internally grumbling. It is indeed a bargain. However, dear evil dragon, if you desire roasted bear paw, I could easily prepare it for you. Why await its cooking to sever it? It is exceedingly painful. Before long, Ao Xing had devoured the bear paw entirely. After satiating his hunger, he did not immediately seek out Xueka, but rather continued to wander deeper into the starry forest. Even with the darkness and the shadowy silhouettes of the trees, Ao Xing relied on his keen hearing, acute sense of smell, and a pair of vertical pupils that could detect the slightest movements, capturing every detail of the surrounding forest. Soon, his attention was drawn to a shimmering pool approximately 300 meters ahead, where a horse-like creature with a sharp, half-meter horn atop its head lay resting. It was a mare. Ao Xing inhaled deeply, discerning the essence of the air to ascertain the creature's gender. He narrowed his eyes and began to observe intently. The mare's long, pinkish-white mane cascaded lazily, her elegantly arched ears stood erect, and her body, entirely white, showcased beautifully defined muscles beneath a taut coat. Her pert hindquarters sported a tail favored by the most discerning of young maidens. How captivating you are! Ao Xing swallowed hard, yet he reined in any improper thoughts. It was not merely the fact that this 40,000-year-old crystalline unicorn stood 6 meters tall and 3 meters wide, while he remained but a juvenile dragon. His aim in roaming was to locate the soul beast that could assist him in acquiring jewels by the morrow. He desired both Qianren Shui and the treasures. After all, lacking a spatial storage device, he could not possibly transport 10 carts of jewels all at once. Chapter 6. The Clown Ning Fengji. How many masters do you have? As dawn's gentle light began to break, Ning Fengji and Gu Rong, though never having witnessed the early hours of 4 in Los Angeles, found themselves fortunate enough to behold the serene atmosphere of St. Do village at this hour. The two had traveled tirelessly through the night, driven by the urgency to tame the malevolent dragon Ao Xing before redeeming Princess Xueka from the Tiando royal family. St. Do village, long abandoned, stood as a relic of the past. The wooden houses lay in decay, reduced to mere remnants of their former selves, with only a weathered plaque bearing the village's name barely clinging to its position. Building a village near the Stardo forest was evidently an unwise decision. Gu Rong shook his head as he observed the humanoid bones scattered on the ground, a grim testament to the villagers' fates, now mere sustenance for soul beasts. Uncle Gu, do you have confidence in this endeavor? It pertains to the century-long aspirations of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. The ambitions displayed by the Spirit Hall have become increasingly evident. I sense that Pope Bibi Dong has been orchestrating a grand conspiracy. Ning Fengji expressed with a furrowed brow. If you alone cannot tame the young dragon, I shall send word to summon Sword Uncle as well. After all, the malevolent dragon Aoxing has set a deadline for the Tiando royal family before sunset tomorrow, and we still have time. Me incapable? How could that be? Gu Rong, upon hearing Ning Fengji mention his longtime rival, couldn't help but protest. Little Ning, you, the strongest auxiliary soul master in the world, paired with my esteemed self, a title de law of level 95, could easily contend with a soul beast of 10,000 years. How could we possibly struggle against a mere young dragon? It hasn't even reached its rapid growth phase yet. How formidable could it be? Gu Rong's tone was that of a mischievous old man. Yet, Ning Fengji recognized the truth in his words, thus refraining from mentioning Sword Doloa again. Time is of the essence. Let us search for the dragon's trail nearby. Ning Fengji proposed. Given its flight speed, if it diverted on its return to the Stardow forest, it should have already arrived at another location. No need to search. It comes. Gu Rong's expression turned serious as he gazed toward the forest ahead. There, at the intersection of the treetops and the horizon, a dark silhouette raced towards them, stirring up a tumult of dust beneath, reminiscent of a stampede. In the blink of an eye, Aoxing appeared before the two. Did that old man Shui send you to? Did I not specify that I wanted the crown prince, Shui Qinghe? Aoxing exclaimed, visibly agitated. However, upon closer inspection of the refined middle-aged gentleman and the frail elder who seemed to be held together merely by his clothing, Aoxing began to deduce their identities. The second strongest sect in the world, the leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning Fengji, alongside him, the revered pillar of the sect, the Bon Doloa Gu Rong. With his extraordinary vision, Aoxing effortlessly discerned the expressions on their faces. A fleeting glimmer in Ning Fengji's eyes made Aoxing realize that the situation might not align with his assumptions. As expected, in the next moment, the man lost his earlier grace, sporting a beaming smile as he said, Aoxing, my dear brother, I, from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, am the wealthiest sect in the entirety of Dolua continent, possessing an immeasurable treasure trove of gold and gems. If you accompany me to our sect, you can indulge in slumber amidst mountains of gold and jewels. Upon waking, you will be served exquisite dishes prepared by top chefs. You will savor the most luxurious lifestyle in all of Dolua continent. Ning Fengji eloquently lured with promises of wealth, yet the evil dragon remained silent, observing his performance without any reaction. Only when Ning Fengji felt parched and paused did the evil dragon slowly speak. Are you finished? Yes. Ning Fengji felt a touch of embarrassment, as his enticing offer seemed to have no effect on the other party. Actually, I am not as greedy as you might think. Aoxing replied with a grin. If you wish for me to accompany you, the conditions are quite simple. What conditions? I, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, can agree to anything. Really? Indeed. Aoxing noticed Ning Fengji's elation, but decided not to tease him further, speaking in a rather lascivious tone. I want your little princess from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect. You are aware that I ventured into the palace, risking great danger, precisely to seize the princess of the Heaven Do Empire. I have heard that your little princess, having been pampered since childhood, would surely wail heart-wrenchingly if prodded just a little, wouldn't she? I truly look forward to it. Dragons are inherently lecherous, and the evil dragon was particularly fond of princesses. Upon hearing this, Ning Fengji's expression darkened. While acquiring wealth would be effortless for him, given the extensive reach of his Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect's enterprises, his wife had died early, leaving him with only one child, Ning Rongrong. This precious daughter was cherished not only by him, but by the entire sect as well. For both Ning Fengji and Gu Rong, Ning Rongrong was a forbidden topic. The behavior of Aoxing made it clear to them that this evil dragon was merely toying with them. having no intention of discussing terms. Aoshing, you are but a young dragon. Is it not a bit too presumptuous? Gu Rong, unable to contain his anger, summoned his martial soul, the bone dragon, and activated his martial soul's true form. If you will not engage in conversation, do not blame me for resorting to force. A massive white skeleton, with a texture as hard as iron, seemingly emerged from nowhere, enveloping Gu Rong's vital areas. In a heartbeat, the frail old man transformed into a knight seemingly risen from the depths of hell. An eerie black energy swirled around him, emanating spatial fluctuations. Although I am advanced in years, I'm still a rank 95 title de law, with the enhancement of Fengji's 7 treasure glazed tile tower. Subduing a young dragon like you by force shall not be a daunting task. Aoshing, if you wish to avoid the torment of flesh and bone, it would be wise to submit to the 7 treasures glazed sect. At your current strength, you might barely match the prowess of a level 91 or 92 title de law, wouldn't you? You dare to threaten me? Aoshing narrowed his eyes, a chilling glare flashing across his face as he gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "You are utterly audacious. Do not forget, we are in the Stardow Forest, not the territory of the 7 treasures glazed sect." Ning Fengji and Bone Delaw exchanged a grave glance, both understanding the gravity of the situation. Just then, the forest behind the malevolent dragon Aoshing stirred with a tumultuous roar, clouds of dust swirling chaotically. Gu Rong's expression shifted, and he whispered to Ning Fengji, 10 soul beasts. One is 80,000 years old, another 75,000, and the rest are all over 50,000 years. Upon hearing this, Ning Fengji was struck with alarm. Initially, when he saw the malevolent dragon Aoshing approaching, he noticed the forest below was in disarray, but he assumed it was merely the chaos caused by the dragon's arrival. He never anticipated that such commotion would be due to 10 formidable soul beasts, the tyrants of the forest. Even though he could enhance Gu Rong's abilities by 70%, facing so many high-ranking soul beasts would be a daunting challenge. Gu Uncle, retreat. Ning Fengji commanded without hesitation. Gu Rong also tapped into the spatial power of his martial soul, seizing his sect leader to make a hasty escape. Aoshing observed their actions without interference, instead taunting, "Do not think for a moment that I am unaware of your intentions. This matter will not conclude so easily. Prepare yourselves for the loss of Ning Rongrong. I shall ensure that your precious darling experiences the wrath of the malevolent dragon." Chapter 7. Retrieving the Princess. Losing the crown prince, seeing Ning Fengji flee in panic like a jester, Aoshing could not help but chuckle. He had not anticipated that summoning Ming Tian to bolster the scene and transport the 10 soul beasts, each over 50,000 years old, would inadvertently frighten away both Ning Fengji and Gu Rong. It seemed the 7 treasure glazed tile school had arrived here even before the Heaven Do Empire. Apparently, Ning Fengji was not as gentle and benevolent as portrayed in the original narrative. Indeed, this seemingly virtuous man was willing to sacrifice Ning Rongrong's marriage for the sake of attracting talented youth, revealing himself to be a hypocrite whose actions belied his words. He professed profound love for his precious daughter, yet without hesitation would compromise her happiness for the benefit of the sect. What a truly nauseating hypocrisy. Nonetheless, as a fearsome dragon, how could my potential for growth possibly be compared to that of mere human prodigies? The very thought of Ning Fengji and Gu Rong as predatory expressions when I mentioned wanting Ning Rongrong filled Aoshing with indignation. If Oscar, the slovenly soul master of the sausage martial soul, could do it, why couldn't I? Of course, I am not human. I am a fearsome dragon. In the midst of these reflections, the 10 soul beasts had made their way out of the Stardow Forest, arriving at a clearing beside the Holy Fight Village. Aoshing's gaze fell upon a pinkish-white unicorn mare, stirring a hint of equestrian excitement within him. However, his memories from his past life instilled in him a slight resistance to the dragon's instinctive nature of unrestrained conquest. After all, should not the first encounter be with a princess? Time flew by, and on the following afternoon, a grand procession from the Heaven Do Empire appeared on the expansive plains outside the Holy Fight Village. Report to His Highness the Crown Prince. The fearsome dragon Ao Xing is at the forest's edge. A scout halted beside a carriage to deliver the message. What the princess? Princess Shui, she is surrounded by 10 soul beasts. The scout's voice trembled with fear. Upon hearing this, Shui Qinghe drew back the curtain of the carriage, incredulous. 10 soul beasts? What level of power do they possess? All were over 50,000 years old, with one even reaching 80,000 years. The worried expression on Shui Qinghe's face grew more solemn. The expedition consisted of a formidable force, comprising 3,000 soul master soldiers and 7,000 elite royal guards. Moreover, the only titled Do-level guest elder of the Heaven Do Empire, Dugobo, was concealed within the ranks. Faced with 10 soul beasts over 50,000 years old, they were more than sufficient. Yet, the display of power from the fearsome dragon Ao Xing instilled a sense of unease within him. The procession halted 5 miles away, demanding that the crown prince come personally. He could bring a guard contingent of no more than 200. The fearsome dragon Ao Xing. Keep my word. Money for the exchange of individuals. Suddenly, a booming voice echoed from a distance. The 10,000 soldiers of the Heaven Do looked at one another in disbelief. The fearsome dragon could speak human language. Meanwhile, an elderly man with a beard and hair of deep green hue mysteriously appeared beside Shui Qinghe. It remains uncertain what the poisoned Doluo might think of this. The old man assured that he could guarantee the safety of the crown prince. However, reclaiming the princess from the clutches of the evil dragon seemed beyond his capabilities. Dugobo remarked, "The crown prince should be aware that my expertise lies in the art of poison, rather than in combat." After a brief moment of contemplation, Shui Qinghe replied, "Then I must trouble the poison Dao to exert his efforts from the shadows." Simultaneously, he commanded the messenger beside him, "Have the crown prince's guard assemble 200 men to accompany me." With that, Shui Qinghe dismounted from the carriage and mounted a tamed windrider horse, setting forth towards the location designated by the evil dragon. From a distance, Ao Xing observed this unfolding scene, a flicker of delight gracing his lips. He then seized Shui Ku and soared forward. "What the 10 carriages filled with treasures?" Ao Xing inquired, his tone tinged with discontent, as he gazed at the golden-haired man adorned in lavish attire. "Release my sister first." Shui Qinghe's gaze fell upon Shui Ku, who was firmly grasped by the dragon's claw around her slender waist, a flicker of compassion crossing his eyes. To his surprise, the evil dragon complied without hesitation. Trembling, Shui Ku rose from the grass, casting a fearful glance at the dragon, then turning her tear-streaked face towards her brother, Shui Qinghe. After being abducted by the evil dragon, she had been cast deep within the Star-Do Great Forest for a whole day and night. The roars of soul beasts and the darkness surrounding her had kept her on high alert. At that moment, parched and exhausted, tears streamed down her face upon seeing her elder brother. "Where are the 10 carriages of treasures?" The evil dragon queried, irritation evident in its voice. Shui Qinghe removed a ring the size of a pigeon egg from his hand and infused it with his soul power. In the next moment, a mountain of gems, sufficient to fill half a house, materialized between him and the dragon. Radiant rubies, mysterious amethysts, and deep blue sapphires that contained the tranquil depths of the ocean sparkled brilliantly under the setting sun, dazzling all who beheld them. Even soul beasts several miles away and the thousands of soldiers from the Tindo Empire stood in awe at this spectacle, many unwittingly taking steps forward, entranced by the mesmerizing brilliance of the gems. It was clear why the evil dragon had an affinity for such treasures. The sincerity was abundant, if not excessive. Ao Xing beamed with joy. Meanwhile, Shui Qinghe once again infused soul power into the ring's storage, causing the mountain of gems to vanish in an instant. To facilitate your acquisition of the gems, I specifically requested a precious storage soul tool from my father. However, I did not anticipate that you would orchestrate such a grand display. Shui Qinghe cast a wary glance at the 10 soul beasts in the distance. The reason for storing the jewels was not merely for the dragon's convenience, but to ensure that the precious Lien pearl would not be lost during transport, enabling him to locate the dragon. At Ao Xing's gesture, Shui cautiously approached her brother, the distance between them steadily diminishing. Upon clearly perceiving the familiar features of her elder brother, Shweka could no longer contain the tumultuous emotions within her heart. Every fleeting moment spent in the clutches of the malevolent dragon was a torment to her. Tears instantaneously blurred her vision, and the once distinct visage of Shwe Qinghe grew hazy once more. She quickened her pace, dashing into her brother's embrace. As Shwe Qinghe opened his arms to envelop his sister, he remained vigilant, his gaze fixed on the dragon, only preparing to remove his ring once she had safely leaped into his arms. Witnessing this scene, Ao Xing wore a peculiar smile. "Tom, halt," he commanded. Hidden within the prince's guard, Dugubo suddenly sensed the urgency as he observed the prince and princess locked in an embrace, while the dragon unfurled its wings. Signaling un pending danger, he immediately surged forward. However, as he approached within a mere 100 meters of the prince, the dragon abruptly appeared above him. What is happening? Why the sudden swiftness? Dugubo's pupils constricted in confusion. Yet, before he could grasp the situation, the dragon seized Prince Shwe Qinghe and soared into the sky. Payment in hand, and the exchange is made, Ao Xing declared, steadfast in his words. May fate allow us to meet again. Chapter 8. The Malevolent Dragon's Unusual Preference? A new mission, the Crown Prince, has been abducted by the malevolent dragon. Such an absurd occurrence transpired right before the eyes of countless soldiers of the Tiando Empire and under the vigilant gaze of the titled Dugubo. None were able to perceive the nuances of how the malevolent dragon snatched away Prince Shwe Qinghe. It happened far too swiftly. The dragon, Ao Xing, soared to the prince's side and seized him, ascending into the heavens in a mere instant. No, it would be more accurate to describe it as a fraction of a second. Not a single soul could wholly recall the sequence of events surrounding the prince's abduction. Even Dugubo, possessing the cultivation level of a titled Delois, failed to react in time. The slow to realize poisoned Delois, witnessing the performance of the malevolent dragon Ao Xing, was seized by an overwhelming sense of dismay. Enraged, he took to the skies, pursuing the direction in which the dragon had fled. Yet, could his non-flying spirit and barely level 90 soul power possibly contend with the speed of the dragon? Ao Xing darted away like a phantom meteor, racing deep into the Stardow forest. Dugubo could only watch as the creature vanished into the distance, returning with a pale visage 2 minutes later. Under the scrutiny of thousands of soldiers, he had exerted himself, but could not keep pace. Even if he had managed to catch up, a dozen soul beasts, each over 50,000 years old, lay in wait behind him. As a solitary old man, how could he possibly rescue the crown prince? He was merely a retiree. His granddaughter, Duguyen, had also graduated from the Tiando Royal Academy. As an esteemed elder of the Tiando Empire, there is no need for him to endanger himself so recklessly. After all, Emperor Shui had only requested his assistance to safely retrieve the princess. As for the crown prince, "Oh, Emperor, I know you will surely be furious, but can you truly fault me? You wouldn't wish for me to retreat into the sunset forest, losing a titled law elder in the process, would you?" Dugubo returned to the Holy Fight Village. Upon seeing the poisoned Doa return alone, his face concealed beneath a dark robe and ashen, Shweka began to formulate a dreadful hypothesis. The princess. I failed to bring back the crown prince from the clutches of the malevolent dragon, Ao Xing. Dugubo's voice was hoarse. Upon hearing this, Shweka was momentarily stunned. Observing the sorrowful demeanor of this girl, who was of a similar age to his granddaughter, Dugubo felt a twinge of compassion. Just as he was about to offer words of comfort, Shweka spoke with a vacant gaze. The malevolent dragon Ao Xing. It does not have a penchant for handsome men, does it? After abducting me, it did not lay a hand on my person. Moreover, it specifically appointed my brother to lead a team to exchange me for jewels. Dugubo noted the girl's speech quickening, her focus intensifying, and his aged face contorted in astonishment, resembling the creased surface of molten lava. Indeed, the malevolent dragon was notorious for its greed and cunning. The mere fact that it would trade the princess for jewels was extraordinary in itself. According to Shweka's words, the dragon's taste might indeed be peculiar. The crown prince surely would not be subjected to such indignities? In the sky, disguised as the Prince Xue Qinghe. Qianren Xue felt a surge of despair upon realizing that Dugu Bo had been left far behind. She attempted to break free from Ao Xing's dragon claws, but found herself powerless. In an instant, feelings of helplessness and despair surged from the depths of her heart, welling up to her nose. A wave of bitterness washed over her. At the tender age of 9, she had infiltrated the Tiando Imperial Palace using a deceptive soul skill derived from a fragment of an angel's soul bone, commencing her treacherous plan to usurp the throne. For over a decade, she had not experienced the joys of a carefree childhood, living instead in a world of deception and fear. Thus, even after having personally slain 2 brothers, she viewed Xue Ku, who could not compete for the throne, with genuine sisterly affection. It was precisely for this reason that the malevolent dragon demanded she personally bring jewels to exchange for Xue Ku. Qianren Xue felt no inclination to refuse. Yet, who could have anticipated that just as the plans of the Spirit Hall to usurp the nation and hunt souls were nearing completion, she would be abducted by the very dragon itself? What is happening? Qianren Xue had only heard of dragons favoring the abduction of human princesses. Never had she heard of a dragon seizing a prince. Could it be? Does it know I am a woman? A sudden shock coursed through Qianren Xue, followed by a tremor throughout her body. What would the dragon do after abducting a princess? Fatten her up for consumption? Or force her to bear a brood of dragon offspring? Surely not, despite her long years of subterfuge. Her boldness and composure faltered at the sight of the colossal illusion dragon and the dragon's razor-sharp teeth. Grandfather, please come and save your granddaughter. Success. Qianren Xue has been successfully captured. The evolutionary path of the gem dragon has been unlocked. Will the host choose to activate the gem evolution module? The familiar mechanical voice resonated in Ao Xing's ears. This time, he did not hesitate. He chose yes. Gem Dragon Evolution Path activated. Initial Form Evolution unlocked. Surface Crystallization Level 1. 5. The dragon scales on Ao Xing's surface began to transform at an exceedingly slow pace. Yet it was noticeable upon close inspection, gradually becoming translucent. Surface crystallization. Once completed, Ao Xing's defensive capabilities would be immensely enhanced, rendering him impervious to lethal damage even from the full force of a limit Doloa-S strike. Moreover, after crystallization, the scales would transform into cobalt diamonds, which could be detached. The gem dragon possessed the ability to cause explosive reactions with all types of gems. The more precious the gem, the greater the explosive power. This also meant that Ao Xing could separate his cobalt diamond scales for use in attacks. Additionally, his claws, after crystallization, would become extraordinarily sharp, serving as his most formidable weapon in battle. Surface crystallization level 25. Surface crystallization level 30. Surface crystallization level 39. As the sun gradually dipped below the horizon, a dazzling and resplendent light suddenly appeared before Qianren Xue. She suddenly realized that the body of the malevolent dragon, Ao Xing, had transformed into a crystalline brilliance. Even his sharp claws resembled diamonds. What could this possibly mean? For a moment, Qianren Xue forgot the fear that dwelled within her heart. She gazed curiously at Ao Xing's form, unable to resist the allure of anything that sparkled. It came as no surprise to her. The crystallization of Ao Xing's body deepened continuously. Under the dusky glow of the setting sun, his dazzling, diamond-like scales and sharply defined muscles appeared to dance with golden flames as they interacted with the light, resembling a masterpiece of art in harmonious splendor. She was utterly captivated. Was this truly a malevolent dragon? Shouldn't a dragon possess hues akin to those of a sinister lizard or snake, grotesque and terrifying? Why had Ao Xing transformed into a spectacle as if meticulously carved from amethyst crystal? Confusion enveloped her mind. Meanwhile, Ao Xing was gradually experiencing the transformation brought forth by the crystallization of his exterior. Crystallization level 80. Crystallization level 90. Crystallization complete. Unlocking Growth Task 2. Tame the Princess, Chapter 9. Taming the Princess and the Wrath of BB Dong. Unlocking Growth Task 2. Taming the Princess, the system has unlocked the taming value section. By elevating Qian Rengshu's taming value to 100, one can acquire the ability to transform, enabling a seamless transition between dragon and human forms. Transformation. Upon hearing the mechanical voice's key phrase, Ao Xing was overwhelmed with excitement. Being a ferocious dragon in the Doluo continent was undeniably thrilling. However, due to preconceived notions from his past life, he couldn't shake off a sense of discomfort, despite the dragon's physique being infinitely superior to that of a human. It was akin to gazing at a stunning mare. If Ao Xing had been born a dragon, he would have eagerly embraced the pleasures of Maki, the majestic horse. Yet, the essence of humanity instilled in him a certain reluctance towards such notions. Now, with the completion of the Taming the Princess task, he could attain the ability to transform. At that moment, the prospect of bestowing the essence of the dragon upon the female characters of Doluo filled him with exhilaration. Ao Xing's phantom dragon instinctively swelled with anticipation. Meanwhile, Qian Rengshu, who was mesmerized by the crystalline form of the dragon, suddenly felt a foreign object pressing against her back, causing her discomfort. Curiously, she turned to look back, only to be startled by the immense figure. Her expression was one of alarm, yet upon closer inspection, a faint blush adorned her cheeks. No, Qian Rengshu, in such dire straits, how could you entertain such thoughts? Mortified, as she opened her mouth, the cold air of the heights rushed into her lungs, momentarily clearing her mind to consider her safety. Surely, the Blood Poison Emperor must be aware of my abduction by the dragon by now. I hope grandfather arrives soon. If the Snow Knight Emperor learns of my capture, he would be more anxious than anyone else. And that woman, after Crown Prince Xue Qinghe was taken by the dragon, Dugoubo immediately brought Xue Ku back to the Tiando Palace, abandoning thousands of soldiers. The Snow Knight Emperor, neglecting food and drink, was overjoyed to see his precious daughter and the poisoned Dua appear before him, mistakenly believing that they had returned early to alleviate his worries. His heart soared with joy. Had it not been for Dugoubo already being at the palace entrance, he might have even discarded his shoes to rush out, a testament to his inner jubilation. Xiaoku, are you all right? Did the dragon harm you? Poisoned Doluo, you have truly endured much. Upon seeing Xue Ku unharmed, the Snow Knight Emperor was nearly moved to tears. He had 4 sons, 2 of whom had perished, leaving only 2, yet he cherished this one daughter above all. Besides Crown Prince Xue Qinghe, Xue Ku was his greatest treasure. However, as he embraced his daughter, the Snow Knight Emperor sensed something amiss. Xue Ku's expression was peculiar, fraught with conflict, devoid of any joy or excitement. Father, brother, Xue Ku choked, her emotions visibly escalating, the faint whiteness on her chest rising and falling slightly. The Snow Knight Emperor felt an ominous foreboding. He has been abducted by the evil dragon. What? You mean the evil dragon has taken Qinghe? Xueye's complexion turned pale, standing in a daze, unable to regain his senses for an extended period. His daughter would not deceive him. Meanwhile, the silent Dugoubo nearby could easily discern that Xue Ku spoke the truth. This is utterly absurd. I have only heard of evil dragons abducting human princesses, never of them seizing princes. Could it be that the evil dragon Ao Xing is female? No, that doesn't match either. What on earth is happening? The Snow Knight Emperor felt the world spin around him and collapsed, overwhelmed by a tumult of emotions. He fainted from the excessive joy and sorrow. There was no cause for alarm. Dugoubo examined him briefly and seized the opportunity to say, as long as he rests for a while and takes some calming medicine prescribed by the imperial physician, he will be fine. Alas, the evil dragon has taken the crown prince. Although I'm a titled Doluo, I find myself powerless in this situation. Only the sect Master Ning and the 2 supreme Doluo of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School can rescue the prince from the clutches of the evil dragon Ao Xing. Once his majesty awakens, we shall deliberate further. I shall take my leave now. Without waiting for Xue Ku's response, Dugoubo vanished from the Heavenly Do Palace. Earlier, due to the escort accompanying Qian Rengshu, with Dugoubo, a titled Daw, in their midst, the hidden, who had been silently protecting the young master, did not conceal himself near the Heavenly Do Guard to avoid detection. when he belatedly realized that Qian Renshue had been taken by the evil dragon Ao Xing. It was already too late. Immediately, he utilized special means to contact Qian Renshue's grandfather, the Grand Elder of the Elder Hall, Qin Daolu. Initially shocked, the latter soon became worried, but then calmed down, a hint of anger in his demeanor. The Pope was currently leading the second Delaw, Zhuge, into the Stardow Forest in search of this young dragon. You must contact them quickly. As her mother, she is bound to be more anxious than anyone else. Following Qian Daoliu's instructions, they headed towards the northwest direction of the Stardow Forest. His spirit rings lit up, revealing his presence without reservation. Numerous teams hunting soul beasts looked up in astonishment at the sky. Yellow, purple, black, 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 black. 1, 2, 3, 7, 8, 9. My heavens! Is that a tidal Doluo? What kind of person or treasure lies within the Stardow Forest to provoke such a powerful being into action? Moreover, who is this tidal Doluo? Why does his appearance and aura not match any tidal Doluo I have heard of? Somewhere in the Stardow Forest, Bibi Dong was conducting a meticulous search alongside the holy maiden Hulaina, the formidable Zhuge, and 35 archbishops, each possessing soul power exceeding the 70th rank. Suddenly, her gaze drifted toward the distance. The presence from the Elder Hall. Wait. It appeared to be that old man, the Serpent Doloa. A sudden jolt of alarm surged through Bibi Dong, for she was acutely aware that ever since Qian Renshue infiltrated the Tiando Imperial Palace, the Serpent Doloa had been covertly shadowing her, safeguarding the heiress of the Elder Hall. Why, then, had he unexpectedly materialized here? Was it that old wretch, Qin Daolu, who had learned of the young dragon's situation and sought to meddle? Or perhaps something had befallen Schwer? An ominous premonition coursed through Bibi Dong's mind. The Serpent Doloa's frantic demeanor upon his arrival only intensified her unease. The soul hunting plan and the national theft scheme were on the brink of execution. Yet, the serpent had hastily appeared. Had something indeed gone awry with Schwer? Your Holiness, he uttered, though his tone lacked reverence, coming forth in a hurried manner that made it difficult to discern. The young mistress has been abducted by an evil dragon. What? Bibi Dong exclaimed, her disbelief palpable. You mean Schwer has been taken by an evil dragon? But she was in the Tiando Imperial Palace. How could she have been seized by such a creature? Chapter 10 reveals the extent to which one might willingly kneel and sing conquer. Angelic servants abound, and the generations of angelic heirs are all regarded as noble and just individuals. Yet, it is surprising that only Qiang Sunji stands out as a variant. In the original narrative, the actions of the Hidden Room Daw not only darkened Bibi Dong's character and doomed the Spirit Hall, but also rewrote the future history of Doluo continent for millennia, transforming the entire continent into Tang San's private garden. This also perplexed Bibi Dong in her treatment of Qian Rengshu, solely because Qian Rengshu is the offspring of Qiang Sunji. It is precisely for this reason that Bibi Dong, who harbored a complex mix of love and hatred towards Qian Rengshu, ultimately succumbed to the psychological torment 3 years after Qian Rengshu awakened her angelic martial soul, as she could no longer bear the mental anguish of being an angelic soul heir. Under the pretext of a state theft plan, Bibi Dong urged Qian Rengshu to distance herself, wishing to avoid triggering painful memories from Qiang Sunji. Nevertheless, the bond of blood and kinship remains undeniable. Thus, upon learning that Qian Rengshu had been abducted by the malevolent dragon, Bibi Dong was consumed by urgency, fear, and anxiety. After all, even though Qian Rengshu was an unworthy spawn, she was still her daughter. Before the Porcupine Doloa could elucidate the circumstances surrounding Qian Rengshu's abduction, Bibi Dong impatiently interjected, "Enough with the idle chatter. Lead the way." Although the Porcupine Doloa belonged to the Elder Hall, the justification for Qian Rengshu's abduction was lacking, and given that he required Bibi Dong's assistance, he could only swallow his pride and fly towards the direction where the malevolent dragon Aoxing had vanished. To avoid encounters with soul beasts or crossing paths with those lacking discernment, aside from Bibi Dong, the Jew ghost Daw and dozens of cardinal bishops had their spirit rings fully illuminated, trailing closely behind the esteemed Pope and the Porcupine Daw. Such a formidable display inevitably attracted the attention of numerous soul beasts and hunting soul masters. Upon witnessing the multitude of spirit rings, they were left utterly astonished. This power, within Doa continent, could effortlessly obliterate any sect, excluding the Haotian sect and the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, and could even annihilate the armies of several vassal states of the Tiendo Empire with relative ease. Many learned soul masters recognized the Jew ghost Doloa. Could it be that the individual without an illuminated spirit ring in their midst was indeed the Pope? And who was the leading title Doloa? What calamity could have unfolded to incite such a massive mobilization from the spirit hall? Speculations ran rampant. Countless soul masters abandoned their hunts, hastily retreating. With the core strength of the spirit hall in full force, it was evident that something significant was transpiring in Doloa continent. The tense and hurried atmosphere surrounding them indicated the gravity of the situation. Even soul saints and soul level experts remaining in the Star Doe Forest might find themselves in peril. In the heart of the Star Doe Forest, titanic apes and azure bull serpents coexisted, and beneath them lurked even more terrifying entities. The malevolent dragon, though a beast, was evidently of a different ilk than the soul beasts. The 10 spirit beasts previously discovered by A.O. Xing were all willingly driven by fear of him. However, with the 200,000-year-old spirit beasts, A.O. Xing had yet to encounter them, leaving him uncertain of their disposition towards him. Thus, for the sake of safety, he refrained from venturing into the heart of the Star Doe Forest, instead gently placing Qian Rinxue atop a rocky summit that jutted from the ground. Gazing upon the endless expanse of forest and the setting sun casting a golden hue, despair welled up within Qian Rinxue. From a young age, she had been a resilient girl. Following the accidental death of her father and her mother's indifference, she resolutely agreed to enter the fray at the tender age of 9, embarking on a treasonous scheme. Henceforth, by day, she was known as the wise and cultured crown prince Xue Qinghe of the Tiendo Empire, while by night, in the solitude of her chamber, she embodied the lonely and stubborn young master Qian Rinxue of the Spirit Hall. This dual existence continued for over a decade. As her plans approached fruition, she was unexpectedly abducted by a malevolent dragon, no matter how strong she was. As a woman in her 20s who had devoted most of her life to the ambitions of the Spirit Hall and her mother, Bibi Dong, being captured by dragon left her feeling utterly helpless. Tears flowed unbidden from her eyes. Why was her fate so cruel? If only she could wait a little longer, until the soul-hunting plan commenced and the Tiendo Empire was overthrown, she could return to Spirit City to see her beloved grandfather, and embark on the angel divine examination to swiftly regain the strength she had neglected over the years. Yet now, she found herself ensnared in the deep woods by a dragon. Timidly, Qian Rinxue glanced at A.O. Xing. As she met the dragon's gaze, it too scrutinized her. The waves of her eyes collided with its intimidating slitted pupils, and a flicker of discomfort crossed her countenance. A.O. Xing, with a roguish grin, reflected on the meaning of tame as defined in the encyclopedia. The system had not informed A.O. Xing how to increase Qian Rinxue's taming value. Thus, he could only interpret, explore, and experiment from his perspective. From his recent observations, he discerned the myriad emotions in Qian Rinxue's eyes: unwillingness, fear, resistance, animosity, stubbornness, and grievance. Coupled with his understanding of the term tame, he surmised that complete submission would require her to willingly kneel and sing of her conquest. A.O. Xing recognized that compared to the growth task, the challenge of taming the princess was evidently far more arduous. He could no longer rely solely on the dragon's might and time-stopping abilities to accomplish his mission. Taming Qian Rinxue would necessitate various methods to conquer her spirit. It was a matter of skill, not strength. This would undoubtedly be a lengthy endeavor. Upon this realization, A.O. Xing turned his gaze towards Qian Rinxue and spoke with a voice imbued with magnetic allure. "I am aware that you are the esteemed Qian Rinxue of the Spirit Hall in disguise. Do shed your pretense." Xue Qinghe, displaying remarkable insight, refrained from stubbornness or resistance, instead silently channeling his soul power. Gradually, his features became indistinct. Before long, he was replaced by the visage of a woman, strikingly beautiful yet bearing a hint of resemblance. Ao Xing instinctively narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing her with keen interest. Dragons possess eyes that perceive the beauty of myriad races. Similarly, the malevolent dragon can discern beauty from varied perspectives, tailored to the subject observed. With a mere glance, Ao Xing was captivated by the ethereal beauty of Qian Renxue. Her countenance seemed a masterpiece, meticulously sculpted by a master artist, with soft yet distinct lines. Her eyes sparkled like stars in the night sky, radiating a mysterious and profound luminescence. Her eyelashes fluttered like delicate butterfly wings, their mere blinking causing subtle ripples in the surrounding air. The high bridge of her nose, her cherry-red lips, skin as pure as snow, and cascading hair reminiscent of a waterfall, all combined to create a breathtaking spectacle. Chapter 11. A mild punishment for Qian Renxue. Before her stood a fearsome dragon, seemingly constructed from fragments of amethyst, its scales glimmering like the brilliant stars embedded in the vast cosmos, with a majestic and imposing silhouette. The dragon's mysterious, iridescent eyes appeared capable of reflecting the sun, moon, and stars, perceiving and unraveling the secrets of the world. Qian Renxue was entranced. The visage of this malevolent beast was not terrifying. She found it difficult to associate the creature before her with the legendary man-eating monsters of lore. "Why have you captured me?" Qian Renxue mustered her courage to inquire, her voice barely above a whisper. "Are you foolish?" Ao Xing responded, bemused by Qian Renxue's seemingly naive question. "Do I not resemble a dragon? You do not seem like a dragon to me. Am I not a dragon? Surely you cannot possess a clearer understanding than I do." Ao Xing retorted, "Do not entertain any thoughts of escape. Your strength is utterly insufficient." Confronted by the dragon's intimidation, Qian Renxue fell silent, acutely aware that, despite her peak soul emperor prowess, defeating Ao Xing was out of the question. Moreover, she had been brought to the very heart of the Star Doe forest, rendering any escape an insurmountable challenge. However, a flicker of relief washed over her, for it appeared that Ao Xing harbored no intentions of harming her. "Is it because of my identity?" Qian Renxue inquired. "Indeed," Ao Xing affirmed. "You humans label us dragons as embodiments of evil, weaving various tales that emphasize our penchant for gold, silver, and jewels, our assaults on quaint villages and castles, and our abductions of human princesses. Admittedly, these are indeed our favored pursuits." Ao Xing did not shy away from acknowledging the notorious deeds attributed to dragons. Upon hearing this, Qian Renxue's delicate brows furrowed in distaste, a flicker of revulsion crossing her eyes as she instinctively recoiled, attempting to distance herself from the malevolent dragon before her. Ao Xing astutely noted this subtle reaction and scoffed, his tone dripping with mockery. "What is it? Do you find these actions disgraceful or merely repugnant?" "Both disgraceful and repugnant," Qian Renxue replied. "Uh-huh. I seldom laugh, unless I cannot contain myself. Uh-huh." Ao Xing chuckled, one claw pressed to his belly. Dragons have a penchant for collecting treasures, often residing in caves brimming with vast riches, for we are fond of wealth. We raid villages or castles because their existence threatens the safety of our lairs. We abduct human princesses because they are typically raised in luxury, rarely without beauty, possessing an ethereal grace that ordinary women cannot match. Jewels symbolize affluence. Attacking human settlements serves to safeguard our own security while showcasing our might. And seizing princesses stems from an appreciation for beauty and a desire for power. Wealth, power, strength, and love. Aren't these pursuits that you human spirit masters have always chased after? Why, then, does it evoke distaste when it pertains to a dragon? This is sophistry. Qian Renxue realized that Ao Xing did not seem to harbor any intention of harming her, and her anxious heart calmed somewhat. Yet, she could not help but retort, "You cannot generalize. Not all human spirit masters are like that. At least, my grandfather is not." The kind visage of Qian Daolu emerged in Qian Renxue's mind, simultaneously recalling the dragon's earlier words about seizing human princesses out of a yearning for love. Her heart surged with intense resistance. "The dragon has brought me here. Is it to court me? Certainly not. Who would engage in romance with a dragon? Wouldn't having a child with a dragon spell disaster? Even if it didn't end in pain. What would the offspring be, human or dragon? No, I refuse to bear a dragon. Ao Xing observed Qian Rinchua's expression and spoke leisurely. Perhaps, as you say, not all humans are like that. However, from my standpoint as a dragon, pillaging treasures and abducting human princesses does not seem unjust, does it? After all, you human spirit masters also hunt soul beasts to enhance your strength. Humans have no right to condemn dragons. Yet, your actions are not righteous. Qian Rinchua stubbornly replied. Humans hunt soul beasts to gain strength, but soul beasts also prey on humans. Humans and soul beasts are inherently adversarial. Oh, if we follow your reasoning, then your masquerade as the crown prince Xue Qinghe of the Tiando Empire, attempting to subvert the Swan dynasty. Is that justice? Ao Xing chuckled. As a representative of justice and order, the angelic servant of the Qian family, how could you engage in such sordid and sinister deeds? Well, I must punish you. Ao Xing mercilessly revealed the reason behind Qian Rinchua's masquerade, causing the stunning woman to momentarily freeze. As if she belatedly recognized that her coup was not a noble endeavor, and her actions were far from honorable. Before Qian Rinchua could recover, Ao Xing seized her, gently striking her lower back with his tail. Slap, slap, slap. Ao Xing showed no pity. Each contact with Qian Rinchua was palpable, delivering a sharp sensation without causing her injury. To his surprise, after 10 strikes, Qian Rinchua remained silent, enduring the punishment. Clearly, her disdain for the dragon persisted. Indeed, the truth is what people fear and resist hearing the most. As a dragon, my greed and lust are of no consequence. However, as the inheritor of the celestial angel, you are gravely mistaken. This time, the punishment is tenfold, and next time, it shall not be so lenient. Ao Xing set down Qian Rinchua and noticed the stubborn woman's eyes were brimming with tears born of pain. Yet, she remained silent just moments ago. This made Ao Xing realize that the journey to tame Qian Rinchua remained arduous and far from over. After all, according to the portrayals in those cinematic tales, the subdued little M should revel in the experience. Out of curiosity, Ao Xing opened the panel for Qian Rinchua in the system for the first time. Name: Qian Rinchua. Age: 27 years. Mood: afraid, aggrieved. Helpless thoughts: it hurts so much. Damn dragon. Taming level: 3100. Note: this will fluctuate based on mood and thoughts. It appears that her mood and thoughts might assist me in appropriately enhancing Qian Rinchua's taming level. Ao Xing felt as if he had discovered a new world. He could tailor his approach to Qian Rinchua based on the attributes displayed in the system panel. However, just as he reveled in this realization, a furious roar echoed from afar. Ao Xing, release Schwerer at once. Chapter 12. How does the realm of stillness compare to my own domain of time halt? Damn it. Why has Bibi Dong appeared here so swiftly? Ao Xing's dark purple eyes scrutinized the woman who was approaching him at an astonishing speed. Her voluminous papal robe clung to her form, accentuating the curves reminiscent of ripe autumn fruits. With his exceptional dynamic vision, Ao Xing could keenly discern every subtle detail that might easily elude others. The woman's visage was nearly flawless, devoid of any marks of age. Her pale purple eyes were dreamlike and alluring, while her lips remained naturally moist and smooth without the need for gloss. Her fair neck, the most exposed skin, resembled a piece of intricately carved jade. It was hard to fathom that this was the mother of a woman in her 20s. The identity of the Pope and the title of a title de law endowed Bibi Dong with an innate air of authority, elegance, and nobility. However, the way her robe clung tightly, revealing her slender waist and the weight of her snow-white attire, created a striking visual tension. Merely gazing at her left, Ao Xing parched and breathless. Yet, in Bibi Dong's eyes flickered a flame of hatred, as if she wished to devour him whole. This murderous gaze jolted Ao Xing back to awareness. Without time to ponder why Bibi Dong, who should have been in Wuhuan City, appeared here so rapidly, he grasped the waist of Qian Rinchua, which he had just released. although Ao Xing had recently completed the initial evolution of the gem route, significantly enhancing his combat and defensive capabilities. He had yet to test his new powers, such as stripping cobalt diamond scales and then using his ability to cause an explosion of gems to inflict damage. Ao Xing understood that Bibi Dong was no benevolent figure. Having abducted Qian Rinxue and being caught in the act by Bibi Dong, she would undoubtedly seek retribution. Ao Xing, release her, and I shall spare your life. Bibi Dong's furious shout rang out, accompanied by a hint of surprise. The visage of the malevolent dragon before her did not align with her preconceived notions of grotesqueness and ferocity. Instead, he appeared as if sculpted from dark purple crystal, mysterious and resplendent. He resembled more of a work of art than a malevolent creature. Nevertheless, at that moment, nothing was more paramount than rescuing her daughter. Before Ao Xing could respond, Bibi Dong revealed her spirit rings. Yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 red. 9 spirit rings. The dazzling red was particularly blinding. Ao Xing felt an unprecedented sense of oppression, causing him to tighten his grip on Qian Rinxue's waist. She squirmed uncomfortably, letting out soft whimpers. Seeing her daughter's fate resting precariously in the hands of the dragon, Bibi Dong suppressed her fury and declared, "You are merely a young dragon. Your power inferior to a 95th level title do law. Release Schwerer, and I promise not to kill you." Huh, do you think I would believe your words? Ao Xing squinted, fixated on Bibi Dong. The woman before him had long since succumbed to darkness. In her heart, apart from her thirst for power, strength, and ambition for her disciples, there remained only her daughter, Qian Rinxue, who provided her with a modicum of emotional tether. As she had articulated, Ao Xing, upon achieving crystallization, had reached the formidable rank of a level 95 title de law. Although Bibi Dong, constrained by the limitations of the 9 tests of the Rakshasa, could not fully unleash her peak soul power of level 99, her strength was nonetheless comparable to that of a level 98 title de law. In a one-on-one duel within the Imperial City, Ao Xing stood no chance. He began to rapidly strategize his escape with Qian Rinxue. Bibi Dong, though sensing his intent, refrained from obstructing him. Instead, she unexpectedly adopted a calm demeanor and casually remarked, "Ao Xing, there is no way for you to escape today. I do not fear to disclose that my presence in the Stardow Forest is solely due to you. Your whereabouts have long been meticulously tracked by the Spirit Hall. It is not because you have taken my daughter. If you were to pledge allegiance to the Spirit Hall, I, in the name of the Pope, guarantee that any woman in the world, be it the princess of the Tiando Empire, the sisters from the Xinghua Empire, or the illustrious daughters from various Soul Master Academies, can be delivered to your bed by tomorrow night, should you desire them. As for gold and jewels, if you wish, I could even obliterate the 7-treasure glazed tile school and transfer the entire Ning family castle to you, allowing you to slumber amidst the mountains of wealth contained within their treasury. What do you say? Align yourself with the Spirit Hall. On the day I ascend to godhood, the entire Dua continent shall become your private garden, the lair of the evil dragon, Ao Xing." Bibi Dong's voice was chilling, yet her words were laced with seduction, leaving Ao Xing momentarily dazed. The conditions she proposed seemed devoid of grounds for rejection. Meanwhile, Qian Rinxue, held firmly in Ao Xing's grasp, exhibited signs of agitation, not because of the notion of being delivered to Ao Xing's bed, but due to the mention of the evil dragon's garden. Her brows furrowed with anger, disappointment, and fervor as she intensely scrutinized the woman before her, her mother, Bibi Dong. "Your Excellency, you are the Pope of the Spirit Hall. How could you betray soul masters, betray humanity in service to an evil dragon?" Qian Rinxue's tone was frigid. Recently chastised by Ao Xing under the pretense of her being the inheritor of the angel martial soul, she was now acutely sensitive to notions of justice and light. Bibi Dong, initially fierce in her intent to rescue her, abruptly shifted her approach to wooing the evil dragon Ao Xing, leaving Qian Rinxue deeply disillusioned. Why must this avaricious woman be her mother? Ao Xing, too, was taken aback by Qian Rinxue's sudden interjection. With a mischievous glint in his eye, he smirked and said, "Esteemed Pope, I am willing to serve you, even to sign a master-servant contract." Oh, upon hearing this, Bibi Dong felt a surge of joy. However, Aoshing elongated his tone. Aoshing, stop being coy. What is it that you desire? A malevolent dragon, after all, is not wise to play tricks before humanity. I want her. Aoshing suddenly directed his gaze towards Qian Ringshu in his grasp. If you agree to grant me Qian Ringshu as my concubine, I shall serve you loyally. Aoshing was puzzled as to why both Ning Fengji and Bibi Dong would make similar requests, seeking the dragon's allegiance. Yet he understood that for these two bereaved sovereigns, a daughter was an untouchable taboo. As an evil dragon, one of his greatest pleasures lay in watching humanity grapple with the choice between familial affection and their own power. Qian Ringshu, ensnared by Aoshing, recognized that the dragon's inquiry was a malicious scheme to sow discord. Nevertheless, she gazed at Bibi Dong with hopeful anticipation, yearning to discern what choice this seemingly indifferent, if not disdainful, mother would make. At that moment, Bibi Dong's expression darkened, as if a storm were brewing. She realized that Aoshing was toying with emotions, aiming to incite a rift between her and Qian Ringshu. Yet, how much genuine affection existed between them, aside from their blood ties? After nearly 20 years of separation since Qian Ringshu infiltrated the Tiando Imperial Palace, could Aoshing truly forge a master-servant contract with her? She would not mind relinquishing Qian Ringshu to Aoshing. After all, Qian Ringshu was the offspring of Qian Sunji. She was never meant to exist in this world, the only condition being that Qian Daolu, that old fool, must remain oblivious. Otherwise, matters would become exceedingly complicated. Noticing the expressions of the mother and daughter, Aoshing couldn't help but smirk with delight. Since becoming an evil dragon, engaging in such villainous theatrics was a source of great joy. Your Holiness, you surely do not wish to forfeit the singular opportunity to secure the loyalty of a dragon, do you? Aoshing added fuel to the fire. As his words echoed, Bibi Dong gradually lifted her head, her gaze turning icy. Meanwhile, Qian Ringshu, her eyes filled with a tumultuous mix of emotions, anxiously focused on her biological mother, awaiting her decision. As the Pope of the Wuhuan Temple, I demand everything. Bibi Dong suddenly bellowed. What are you two waiting for? Aoshing was taken aback and quickly glanced around, only to see a flurry of golden chrysanthemums cascading down. As a ghostly figure approached him with haste. Chrysanthemum Doloa, Ghost Doloa, Bibi Dong's right and left arms. Almost forgotten were these two individuals. A pang of regret hit Aoshing Bibi Dong. You wretched woman, you shall come to regret this. Simultaneously, two distinct voices, one hoarse and the other enchanting, began to chant. Two extremes. Silence. Halt. In the realm of the dual polar stasis, the fusion technique of Ju Doloa and Gue Doloa can render their enemies immobilized. With a coordinated attack, a single strike can prove fatal. Bibi Dong observed the flustered Aoshing, her beautiful eyes brimming with triumph. Unless one forges a sole master-servant contract with a malevolent dragon, not a single word from such a wicked creature could be trusted. She had long since discerned Aoshing's ulterior motives. Thus, when she proposed terms to placate the malevolent dragon Aoshing, her intent was not only to probe his thoughts, but also to await the arrival of her subordinates, the twin generals, whom she had intentionally left behind. As the Pope of the Spirit Hall, she was privy to secrets unbeknownst to others. For instance, the method to tame a young dragon involved riding on its back while grasping its horns with both hands, engaging in a contest of strength until the dragon was too exhausted to resist. Under normal circumstances, it would be impossible to seize the horns. Yet the fusion technique of Ju Doloa and Gue Doloa could compel the target into a state of immobility. Bibi Dong's smile widened, reminiscent of glaciers melting upon radiant snow lotus. However, just as Ju Doloa and Gue Doloa were about to utter the words domain, Aoshing subtly smiled. Do you think you possess a domain? I have one too. Time stop, activate. In an instant, within a 500-meter radius centered around Aoshing, upgraded with his strength, everything but himself was frozen in time. The dual polar stasis domain? Aoshing scoffed in disdain. Truly a clumsy display. Within this suspended realm, Aoshing set down Qian Ringshu. He did not strike at Zhu and Gui, nor did he intend to stealthily maneuver behind Bibi Dong for a surprise attack when the time stop concluded. Instead, he retrieved the ring that Qian Renxue had given him while masquerading as the Prince Xueqinghe. Curse be it! Ao Xing attempted to access the gemstones within the storage device, but found that due to the dragon's lack of soul power, he could not retrieve them. Thus, he resorted to physical means. Crack! The storage ring, filled with sparkling gems, shattered under the gentle grip of the dragon's sharp claws. In the next moment, a subtle fluctuation rippled through the space, and countless gemstones hung suspended in midair around Ao Xing, dazzling and dense like stars in the cosmic galaxy. Any one of these, if placed on Blue Star, would surely fetch an exorbitant price at auction. Ao Xing marveled at the myriad of gemstones whose names he could scarcely recall. After admiring them thoroughly, he selected a few that appeared most precious and tucked them into Qian Renxue's garment. Consider it a dowry for the princess. He then sifted through the collection for spherical pearls and oval-shaped jade, holding them in his hands. Having accomplished this, Ao Xing soared towards Bibi Dong. As long as he refrained from attacking or preparing a lethal blow, the effect of the time stop would not dissipate. He mused that a gentle touch should not break the stasis effect, though he was uncertain. Yet, he gently commenced his exploration of Bibi Dong. After all, the time-stopping ability bore no cooldown. If he inadvertently dispelled it, he could simply employ it once more. After spending a few moments savoring the warmth and softness, Ao Xing's craving for tactile pleasure was somewhat satisfied. He began to scrutinize Bibi Dong closely. Firstly, the sensitive dragon nose detected an alluring scent, one only a mature woman could possess, a fragrance that was both refreshing and captivating. It was immensely comforting, almost irresistible, as if he yearned to take a bite of her. As time stood still, the pride and confidence radiating from Bibi Dong were undeniably etched upon her visage, frozen in that moment. Dear Pope, you surely did not anticipate that the fearsome dragon before you would be a time-stopping dragon, did you? Ao Xing lifted his dragon claw, gently resting his fingertip beneath Bibi Dong's chin, a smirk of pride gracing his face as well. Blind confidence, however, often comes with a price, particularly when one is still yet to conquer the fearsome dragon and begins to indulge in arrogance. With a body nearly twice the length of a human, Ao Xing found that loosening garments became a meticulous endeavor. Successfully undressing and then redressing was nearly an impossible task. Hence, he refrained from futile attempts and instead retrieved the carefully selected jewels from earlier. After placing them within Bibi Dong's form, he returned to Qian Renxue's side. With a sweeping motion of his hand, he grasped yet another handful of gemstones. The laborious task of transporting began. Given the sheer quantity of gems, he dedicated approximately a quarter of an hour to meticulously stack them beside the Jewel de l'Oie and the Ghost de l'Oie. This should ensure absolute success, he mused. Observing the Jewel de l'Oie and the Ghost de l'Oie buried beneath a mound of small gemstones, Ao Xing nodded in satisfaction. It was time to release the time. Stop Chapter 13. Something within the body is about to fall. In the realm of polar stillness, where nothing seemed to transpire, Yueguan and Gui may successfully unleash their martial soul fusion technique. A gentle, milky white radiance swiftly enveloped Ao Xing. Despite his prior mental preparation, the moment he was ensnared by the realm, an overwhelming sense of oppression gripped him. This seemingly gentle domain tightly constrained all his power, rendering him immobile at first. After a brief moment, he could move slowly, yet his ability to harness strength was severely restricted. Seeing that Zhu de l'Oie and Gui de l'Oie had successfully locked the evil dragon in midair, Bibi Dong swiftly appeared behind it. With unwavering resolve, she grasped a pair of dragon horns and mounted Ao Xing, initiating the taming process. The instant her fingers latched onto the horns, the tumultuous, restless, and bloodthirsty emotions of the evil dragon erupted violently within Ao Xing. He thrashed wildly, attempting to dislodge Bibi Dong. However, her slender fingers, as delicate as jade, firmly held onto the dragon's horns, showing no signs of loosening despite the dragon's ferocious struggles. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. Not far away, Qian Renxue remained perplexed, unable to comprehend the situation, staring blankly ahead. The imposing and dignified Pope of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong, was rudely astride the back of the evil dragon, devoid of her usual elegance and grace. The dragon's form surged like a tumultuous wave, rising and falling in an attempt to shake her off. Just as she pondered the bizarre scene unfolding before her, the evil dragon Ao Xing roared, "Explode for me!" In an instant, two blinding flashes of light erupted, dazzling to behold. In the previous moment, she had been bewildered by the sudden appearance of countless jewels slowly descending in midair before her. Now, her pupils contracted in disbelief as she stood frozen in place. Those gems shone with a brilliant white light, emanating a vague yet immense energy wave. This is bad. Both Zhu Doluo and Gue Doluo seemed to realize the impending calamity. However, being caught in the polar stillness realm, they were unable to move, forced to watch helplessly as the jewels abruptly radiated an even more blinding brilliance. Accompanied by cracks spreading across the surfaces of these precious gems, the boundless power contained within them erupted uncontrollably in the next moment. Boom! The air was filled with a cacophony of explosive sounds, akin to the wild brilliance of stars perishing in the heavens, instantly engulfing Zhu Doluo and Gue Doluo. Bibi Dong, caught in the throes of her ride atop the dragon, suddenly jolted. She witnessed the black and white figures plummeting toward the forest below, destined for a close encounter with the scorched earth littered with shards of gemstones. Qian Rinxue gasped in disbelief, covering her eyes. She knew that both Zhu Dao and Gue Dao were at the pinnacle of their power, each hovering around the 95 rank, having already entered the realm of Super Dao. The recent explosion has rendered both individuals powerless, plummeting them into the abyss, their fates uncertain. What could possibly be happening? Gazing at the sky, Bibi Dong is embroiled in a fierce battle with the malevolent dragon, while Qian Rinxue, after a brief moment of hesitation, summons her martial soul and soars towards the forest below. Yue Guan and Gue Mei, once loyal to Qian Xuanji, had shown kindness to her in her childhood. What have you done? Witnessing her trusted subordinates gravely injured by the sudden explosion, Bibi Dong immediately deduces that it is the malevolent dragon beneath her that is responsible. She channels her rage into a force directed at the dragon. Ao Xing, sensing the increased pressure from the hands gripping his dragon horns, feels an upward force compelling his head to tilt back. Bibi Dong's long legs, which previously encircled his body, now constrict around his waist like a chain. However, due to the grievous injuries inflicted upon Zhu Dao and Gue Dao by the tremendous explosion set off by Ao Xing, the polar stillness of the area has dissipated. Even though Bibi Dong intensifies her efforts to tame the dragon, Ao Xing now feels considerably more at ease compared to his earlier state of immobility. He finally has the strength to resist Bibi Dong, rather than merely submitting to her grip on his horns. What have I done? Ao Xing's I merely detonated a few trinkets. Can you not see that I am a noble gemstone dragon? A gemstone dragon. Bibi Dong, initially perplexed, feels her pupils constrict slightly as a flicker of panic ignites within her eyes. Suddenly, she becomes aware of something unusual within her own body. It seems that some cold, round objects are rolling up and down within her, responding to the dragon's rebellious movements. In that moment of distraction, Ao Xing taunts, "Keep gripping my horns, and continue to constrict me. Let us see how long you can endure." As soon as he finishes speaking, the dragon's wings begin to flap with increased intensity, causing him to dart around chaotically in the air like a headless fly, sometimes accelerating abruptly and at other times coming to an abrupt halt. Bibi Dong's once serene and beautiful eyes now shimmer with confusion. Simultaneously, the strength in her hands gripping the dragon diminishes significantly, while the power in her legs amplifies exponentially. Her foot arch, initially perpendicular to her calf, gradually aligns parallel to it. Ao Xing keenly perceives a damp sensation on his back. Thus, he propels himself higher into the sky with renewed vigor. Meanwhile, the Pope, attempting to tame the dragon, finds her composure shattered, her face betraying a mix of bewilderment, alarm, and a hint of intoxication for reasons she cannot articulate. Woohoo! Here we go. Ao Xing suddenly increases his strength, flinging the disoriented Bibi Dong from his body. Seizing this opportunity, he dives towards the forest below. When he reappears in the sky, he is clutching a golden-haired maiden in his dragon claws. Upon regaining her senses, Bibi Dong found that the malevolent dragon had already whisked away Qian Rinxue to a distance of half a mile. She activated her martial spirit's true form in an attempt to pursue the dragon. Yet regardless of her efforts, she could not close the gap to within 500 meters. After a quarter of an hour, she relinquished her chase and returned to the location where the battle had erupted. There, she beheld the tardy porcupine Dolaw, who was bearing the weight of two gravely injured Doluos, one on each shoulder. "Your Holiness," the young master, "has been abducted by the dragon." Bibi Dong's expression turned peculiar. After uttering those words, she transformed into a fleeting shadow, hastening towards the forest's edge. Simultaneously, she instructed the porcupine Doloa in an unusual tone. "Kindly take them back to the Spear Hall, Elder. I shall return to Spirit City to seek a healing support Spirit Master." Each word Bibi Dong spoke was laced with profound discomfort, as if something was on the verge of falling. Chapter 14. The malevolent dragon in the Spirit Hall City. Within the resplendent expanse of the Elder Hall in Spirit Hall City, Qian Daolu paced with an air of gravity, his countenance tinged with urgency. Ever since he learned of his beloved granddaughter Qian Rinxue's abduction by a wicked dragon, his heart had been akin to a flickering candle in the tempest, precarious and fraught with unease. The desire to see Qian Rinxue again surged within him like an uncontrollable tide, overwhelming his every thought. As one of the most formidable figures on the Doloa continent, he could scarcely recall the last time he felt such frantic anxiety. How could his precious Shui have been seized so suddenly by a malevolent dragon? The detestable black dragon, eradicated by the ancestors alongside human soul masters, had not been seen on the continent for many years. Where could this dragon pup have originated? If it was indeed a pup, did it imply the existence of fully grown dragons lurking somewhere on the continent? Approaching a nearby desk laden with tomes detailing information about dragons, Qian Daolu could not recollect how many times he had perused these ancient texts, once gathered in dust. The strength of a young dragon did not exceed that of a super Dalaw, while a youthful dragon could rival a limit Dalaw. An adult dragon, however, could contend with divine beings. Bibi Dong, accompanied by the formidable Dalaw and Ghost Dalaw, alongside numerous cardinal bishops, would surely possess the strength to face a young dragon. She ought to be capable of safely returning with Shui. Since the untimely demise of his son, Qian Xuanji, Qian Daolu had been bereft of heirs, leaving Qian Rinxue as the sole successor to the Qian family legacy. Her six-winged angel martial soul illuminated her potential as the most promising candidate in generations to inherit the angel god's throne through the Angel 9 trials. Thus, once Qian Rinxue awakened her martial soul, he devoted his every effort to nurturing her, despite the peril posed by Bibi Dong's machinations, which led Qian Rinxue to undertake a treacherous endeavor in the Heaven Do Imperial Palace. Qian Daolu had arranged for the elders of the Elder Hall to take turns safeguarding her. The Stingray Doloa had even remained covertly stationed in Heaven Do City as Qian Rinxue's messenger. All these precautions were taken solely to ensure Qian Rinxue's safety. Yet, who could have anticipated the emergence of a dragon along the way? Suddenly, Qian Daolu perceived a familiar chill emanating from beyond the Spear Hall City. Racing toward the Papal Hall, a flicker of excitement coursed through him, though he sensed an undercurrent of turmoil in her emotions. By employing his spiritual energy, he endeavored to gauge Bibi Dong's flight patterns and the fluctuations of her soul power, attempting to discern her emotional state and ascertain whether she had successfully rescued Qian Rinxue from the clutches of the dragon Ao Xing. However, he noted that Bibi Dong's emotions appeared to be rather intricate. This feeling was one he had not sensed in Bibi Dong for decades. It was neither anger nor unadulterated joy. Therefore, Shui must be safe, right? Qian Daolu speculated within his heart. He understood that although Bibi Dong possessed a heart as cold as ice, she still harbored feelings for Qian Rinxue. If Qian Rinxue were truly abducted by the malevolent dragon, Bibi Dong would undoubtedly be consumed by rage. That repugnant old relic, Truly perverse. How many times has it been? Bibi Dong detected the prying eyes from the Elder Hall. A fleeting blush crossed her face before she summoned her soul power to shield the papal hall from any external scrutiny. With no time to spare, she dashed into her bedroom. Those items were on the verge of slipping away. Stripping herself of all external adornments, Bibi Dong half squatted on the bed and began to fidget. Before long, several jewels, their surfaces glistening with a viscous, translucent liquid, were neatly arranged on the bed. When did the malevolent dragon Ao Xing manage to insert these objects within her? Bibi Dong collapsed, her mind racing through the details of her attempts to tame the dragon in the Stardew forest. Yet she could not fathom how Ao Xing had silently placed these gems, some as small as plump grapes and others as large as pigeon eggs, within her body. Peculiar. Bibi Dong picked up a pearl, pristine and radiating a faint azure glow, approximately 3.5 centimeters in diameter, her heart filled with perplexity. What does the gem dragon signify? Such records are absent from ancient texts. Could it be that Ao Xing possesses the ability to control gems? Recalling her two subordinates, who had been grievously injured by an unexpected explosion of gems, Bibi Dong felt a jolt of alarm. The previously delightful sensation in a certain mysterious place abruptly chilled. The tingling pleasure dissipated swiftly. If Ao Xing were to detonate these gems, would she not be such a malevolent power? It is no wonder he is referred to as the evil dragon. Yet, what abilities did the dragon slain by the ancestors of the Qian family possess? Sighing, Bibi Dong pressed her forehead, her expression turning grave. With Schwerer captured by the dragon, should she personally inform that old Ku Qian Daolu, or wait for Cishue's return to report to him? Patience. It seems Cixue has a method to directly communicate with Qian Daolu. A glimmer of an unusual light flickered in Bibi Dong's eyes as she swiftly donned her clothing, lifted the blockade on the papal hall, and utilized her mental energy to probe into the nearby Elder Hall. Before long, she detected a faint mental wave connecting from afar to the Elder Hall. Mere seconds later, Qian Daolu's emotions surged violently. Following this, a fierce roar erupted within the Elder Hall. Humph, that old fellow must be on the brink of madness. Bibi Dong let out a cold chuckle before reassuring herself. Due to the trials imposed by the Rakshasa god, I am unable to exhibit my full prowess. It is hardly surprising that I cannot catch up with the evil dragon, which is inherently swift. That fellow, Qian Daolu, as a servant of the angel god, should possess the means to ascertain Shui Er's whereabouts. The evil dragon, Ao Xing, does not seem to harbor any intentions of harming Shui Er. Humph. Let that old fool fret over it. Bibi Dong recalled the ancient texts, which documented that the evil dragon would not harm the captured human princess. Instead, it would treat her as one would a beloved wife, providing her with abundant sustenance. Therefore, Shui Er's safety should be momentarily assured. Of course, as the bond between them deepens, the evil dragon would eventually contemplate matters of lineage, reflecting on the process of taming the evil dragon Ao Xing. The memory of that resplendent, substantial, illusory dragon sent a shiver down her spine. As a mother who has given birth, the mere thought of a few jewels was almost overwhelming. If it were to be that creature, it would surely spell doom. In the Tiando Imperial Palace, the Snow Knight Emperor, with the aid of the imperial physician, emerged from his unconscious state. He summoned the Bai Lian Pearl and dispatched someone to seek out the lair of the evil dragon. Indeed, Chapter 15, a staggering revelation across the continent. In the bustling streets and alleys of Tiando City, rumors abound. Have you heard? The night before last, a dreadful dragon launched a surprise attack on Yuexian, abducting the beloved Princess Xueka of the Snowy Night Emperor. Zhao Si, your news is outdated. The version I heard claims that the dragon, in front of a crowd, violated the master of Yuexian, Tang Yuehua, and then, spotting the pampered princess, seized her to make her his star fury. Where did you get such information? If a creature as vile as that dragon truly existed on Doloa continent, would the Spirit Hall merely stand by and allow it to wreak havoc upon Soul Masters? You might be surprised, but the Spirit Hall is indeed involved. My cousin's uncle's sister's husband just recently advanced from Soul Emperor to Soul Sage and went to the Stardew Forest to hunt soul beasts. He witnessed the Pope leading 3 title de loi level experts in pursuit of the dragon. The Pope is also a title de loi, isn't he? Goodness. That means there are 4 title de loi in action. Half of the title de loi on the continent are hunting this dragon. It must be extraordinarily powerful. Yet, what does it matter how strong the dragon is? When push comes to shove, it is the soul masters who will perish first. What concern is it of us common folk? You may be idealizing them too much. If the dragon truly wreaks havoc, as the legends suggest, the soul masters will undoubtedly be the first to abandon the common people. I cannot speak for the Spirit Hall's soul masters, but the 2 great empires will certainly act in such a manner. We have only heard tales of dragons abducting princesses. Never have we encountered a story where a dragon would seize. The emergence of the dragon, the assault on Yuexian, the abduction of the princess, the capture of the crown prince, and the mobilization of the Pope. Any one of these events, taken individually, would be enough to stir the entire continent. And now they have all transpired in quick succession. Thus, it is evident that the Tiando royal family cannot conceal the truth. Moreover, the feudal centralization of the Tiando Empire is not particularly profound. It operates under a model of empire plus principalities and kingdoms, with various factions vying for power within. Upon learning of Princess Shueka's abduction by the dragon, the aristocrats of the empire were merely shocked. After all, with the princess gone, it is only her grieving father, the snowy night emperor, who suffers. However, now that the crown prince has been taken by the dragon, his fate hangs in the balance. This directly impacts the future succession of power within the Tiando Empire and the political landscape of the court. The faction of the 4th prince, Shuebing, has begun discreet discussions, under the covert organization of their uncle, Prince Shueshing, to infiltrate the financial department, traditionally aligned with Crown Prince Zwiking. Similarly, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, eager to leverage their connection with Crown Prince Zwiking to augment their influence in the court, is now as restless as ants on a hot pan. The refined and gentle Ning Fengji has suddenly sprouted strands of white hair overnight. In recent years, he has extended tremendous support to Crown Prince Zwiking, not only sparing no expense in financial backing, but also personally persuading the Snowy Night Emperor, ultimately securing his position as the Crown Prince's advisor, where he could counsel Zwiking directly. Fengji, unwilling to delay any further, declared that the existence of the malevolent dragon was a calamity. He proposed an alliance with the Tiando royal family to eradicate the threat once and for all. A fierce glimmer flickered in Bon Deloi's eyes as he recalled the vile words that A.O. Xing had uttered about Rong Rong during their previous encounter in the Holy Soul Village. Had their numbers not been so evenly matched, his side with 600,000, the opposing side with 800,000, he would have taken great pleasure in eliminating that beast without hesitation. Uncle Gu, I understand your anger, Ning Fengji said, furrowing his brow, his face marked by concern. However, we must not lose our reason over such trivial matters. Human nature encompasses both good and evil. While dragons are inherently malevolent, we have the opportunity to tame this young dragon. If we can cultivate its character, it may transform into a guardian beast for our 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School once it reaches adulthood. At that point, even the Hao Ian School would not stand a chance against us, and our sect would emerge as the most formidable force across the continent. The direct disciples within the sect need not worry about their safety while venturing outside, given their roles as auxiliary spirit masters. However, Bon Deloi was skeptical about the dragon's trainability. His hatred for A.O. Xing ran deep. He could not fathom letting that beast live. For years, no one had dared to speak ill of Rong Rong in his presence. A mere juvenile dragon, possessing only the strength of a low-ranked title de law, displayed such arrogance that it was utterly intolerable. Seeing Ning Fengji remain resolute, he turned to his arch-rival, Sword Dolua Chun Xian. Old Sword, shall we join forces to eliminate that beast? Where's that beast? How do we eliminate it? Once we depart, who will ensure Rong Rong's safety? Ken Xin Zet Ponde. Maintaining a calm demeanor, he understood that Ning Fengji's decisions were rooted in the interests of the sect, since he recognized that taming the young dragon could lay the foundation for the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School's long-term prosperity. It was clear that he was more eager than anyone to achieve this goal. Yet, he had not made a decisive move, indicating that there was an underlying issue. Uncle Jian is right. Our only viable option now is to ally with the Tiando royal family. I have heard they possess methods to locate the direction of Shueqinghe. While our seven-treasure glazed tile school has eyes across the continent and will inevitably discover the dragon's hiding place, it seems the Spirit Hall has also caught wind of the dragon's whereabouts, with the Pope even taking personal action. It is said that the previous dragon was hunted down by the ancestors of the Qian family, leading all spirit masters of the continent against it. Perhaps the Spirit Hall has developed specialized techniques for dealing with dragons. If they find Ao Xing first, it could spell disaster for us. Thus, we must first align ourselves with the Tiando royal family and then seek opportunities to tame the dragon. If taming proves impossible, then we shall. Ning Fengji's features hardened, radiating a ferocity that belied his role as an auxiliary spirit master. Both Sword de Loa and Bone de Loa nodded in agreement, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. Indeed, the strength of the Spirit Hall has grown excessively formidable. Should the malevolent dragon Ao Xing become their right-hand ally? Given the nature of the current Pope Bibi Dong, the landscape of the Doloa continent may undergo a cataclysmic transformation. The continued existence of the seven-treasure glazed tile school hangs in the balance. Father, Grandfather Gu, Grandfather Jian, what are you discussing here? Suddenly, the door to the room swung open, and a vibrant, youthful figure bounded in. It was the little princess. Ning Fengji's expression shifted from gloom to brightness, while the two old men wore benevolent smiles. Rongrong, why have you suddenly ceased your cultivation today? Rongrong, do you wish to visit Heavendo City? Rongrong, how about taking a flight with Uncle Jian? Oh dear, Grandfather Jian, I am no longer a child, Ning Rongrong replied with a hint of exasperation. The 5-year term of Shrek is about to conclude, and I wish to prepare some gifts for them, so I ended my seclusion early. What? The malevolent dragon is within the Spirit City? Inside the Heavendo Palace, Emperor Shui was taken aback upon receiving news from his scouts. Lying in bed to recuperate, he immediately sat up, his expression turning grave. Are you certain the malevolent dragon is in the Spirit City? This is of utmost importance. As a ruler, Emperor Shui momentarily abandoned all semblance of authority and composure. The report from the scout struck him like a bolt from the blue, igniting a whirlwind of thoughts. How could the malevolent dragon appear in the highly fortified spirit city of the entire Doloa continent? What is the nature of the relationship between the Spirit Hall and the malevolent dragon? Was the abduction of Shueqinghe orchestrated by the Spirit Hall from behind the scenes? Your Majesty, according to the hint from the Emerald Pearl, I can confirm that another pearl is indeed located within the Spirit City. However, due to the heightened security, I am unable to enter because of my identity, so I cannot ascertain the exact whereabouts of the malevolent dragon within the Spirit City. The scout, trembling, conveyed all the information he had gathered to Emperor Shui. The expression of Emperor Shui grew serious. Could it be that the Spirit Hall is preparing to make a move against the Heavendo Empire? Your Majesty, this situation is highly likely to be orchestrated by the Spirit Hall, spoke a member of the Shui family council nearby. Yesterday, the Pope appeared in the Star Doe Forest accompanied by 3 title Dolo-level experts. This is no longer secret. What could be the intention behind the Spirit Hall's actions? There are only 2 possibilities. One is that they have received news to hunt the malevolent dragon, and the other is that they stealthily extracted the dragon from the Star Doe Forest. But it is utterly impossible that they would proactively assist us in reclaiming the Crown Prince from the dragon. Now that the Pope has returned to the Spirit City, while the Crown Prince's fate remains uncertain, coupled with our intelligence that the malevolent dragon is within the Spirit City, it is highly plausible that the Spirit Hall is secretly raising the dragon and directing it to abduct the Crown Prince. This relative vividly elaborated his conspiracy theory to Emperor Shui. The seemingly absurd speculation was met with enthusiastic agreement from the surrounding ministers. Other than this conjecture, there were no alternative explanations. I believe he is right. This is precisely the sort of thing the Spirit Hall would do. The ancient wicked dragon was indeed slain by the Qian family. Perhaps they have devised a method to preserve the dragon egg and have quietly hatched it. The crowd murmured, while the Snow Knight Emperor remained silent. If it truly were the Spirit Hall's doing, then the situation would become dire. Report, His Highness the Crown Prince's Grand Tutor, Ning Fengji of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, requests an audience. Suddenly, a voice announced, "Quickly, let him in." The Snow Knight Emperor responded with palpable excitement. He understood that Ning Fengji had long sought to invest in the Snow Qinghe River to infiltrate the power core of the Heaven Do Empire, harboring great ambitions. Yet, it was undeniable that he possessed substantial capital and sharp intellect, far surpassing his own relatives and ministers in strategizing. His arrival would indeed provide considerable assistance in the current predicament, if only to stabilize the hearts of the people. After all, the officials were well aware that Ning Fengji was aligned with the Crown Prince, Xue Qinghe, and he would never stand idly by. The Snow Knight Emperor wasted no time. Upon Ning Fengji's arrival, he promptly divulged all known information. "Your Majesty, I believe some matters need not be concealed. It would be better to publicly disclose the existence of the twin soul pearls, compelling the Spirit Hall to provide an explanation. I doubt the Pope wishes to see the two great empires and the Soul Masters united in opposition against her." Ning Fengji elucidated, "Today, the wicked dragon has abducted the Crown Prince of the Heaven Do Empire. Tomorrow, it could very well be the heir of the Star Luo Empire. The wicked dragon is an enemy of humanity, an adversary of the Soul Masters. If the Spirit Hall truly harbors the dragon, they would stand in direct opposition to humanity and the Soul Masters. Even with numerous titled Duluos and formidable soul saints within the Spirit Hall, can they rival the collective strength of all Soul Masters across the realm? Therefore, it would be prudent to march forth to the outskirts of the Spirit City, announcing the matter of the twin soul pearls to the world and demanding answers from the Spirit Hall." Brilliant! Before the Snow Knight Emperor could respond, the ministers began to applaud enthusiastically. Observing this, the Snow Knight Emperor pondered for a moment and could only reluctantly concede, "At this juncture, this is our only recourse. I hope Qinghe is safe. The Heaven Do Empire lies in the northern part of the continent, while the Star Luo Empire resides in the south, with Heaven Do City and Star Luo City separated by a great distance. However, due to the presence of numerous flying-type soul masters as scouts in both empires, news of the Crown Prince Xue Qinghe's abduction by the wicked dragon reached the Star Luo royal family a mere 2.5 days later. In an instant, both the Dai and Zhu families were taken aback. The emperor promptly ordered the border troops to be on high alert, entering a state of heightened military readiness against potential incursions by the wicked dragon. Although he understood that such measures would offer little more than a semblance of protection against a dragon surprise attack, yet at least in comparison to the decaying Tiando Empire, it is preferable to be captured by the malevolent dragon during its incursion into the royal city, albeit with a delayed realization. Simultaneously, the very dragon stirring up a tempest across the Doluo continent, Aoxing, is leisurely soaring westward. As an astute dragon, Aoxing discerns something amiss from Ning Fengji's attempts at recruitment and Bibi Dong's endeavors to tame him. Through subtle inquiries regarding Qian Renxue, he uncovers the secret that seizing the young dragon's horns and engaging in a contest of strength could lead to the dragon's subjugation. No wonder Bibi Dong, upon capturing my pair of dragon horns, could only harness half of her strength. Her mind clouded as if filled with glue, rendering her incapable of coherent thought. I had assumed she had employed some soul bone ability. Aoxing suddenly comprehends that the Stardo Forest is geographically nestled between the Tiando Empire, the Xingluo Empire, and the Spirit Hall. Moreover, as a malevolent dragon, he does not fall under the category of soul beasts. The two entities at the heart of the forest, along with the creatures lurking underground, likely harbor sentiments towards him akin to those they hold for humans. Remaining within the Stardo Forest would place him in a precarious position, surrounded by foes. Thus, it would be wiser to seek a safer haven and gradually fulfill the task of taming the princess. Once he could either assume human form or undergo a secondary evolution, he would emerge to explore the world. Aoxing glanced down at Qian Renxue, whose emotions had begun to stabilize after he assured her of her safety. "Little Snow, have you ever seen the sea? Who permitted you to call me Little Snow?" Qian Renxue retorted with a frown, her irritation evident. However, after a brief silence, she quickly added in a hushed tone, "No. Well then, let us seek an island to call home. with the warmth of spring and the sea before us. How delightful! Aoxing exclaimed with enthusiasm, while Qian Rinxue stood in stunned silence. She never anticipated that her response would lead to her abduction by the malevolent dragon to an island. An island? Does this not imply a departure from the mainland? How will grandfather ever find me? Chapter 16. The stolen purple pearl. The lengthy flight seemed to stretch on for an eternity. At last, a deep blue hue emerged in the distance. It was the vast ocean. Aoxing felt a wave of exhilaration wash over him. His eyes instinctively widened, almost aching with the desire to absorb the immense expanse before him. It was often said that the moon in Duluo was rounder and the sea bluer. In his previous life, he had visited places like Qingdao, Yongcheng, and Luda, gazing at the sea from sandy beaches or dikes. Yet, those moments paled in comparison to the grandeur he now beheld from high above. Wow! Qian Rinxue couldn't help but exclaim. Her background was unique. Apart from her quest for soul rings during her childhood, she had scarcely ventured beyond the confines of Wuhuan City. At the tender age of 9, she had infiltrated the Tiando Imperial Palace. Thus, although she, as the heir of the Wuhuan Hall, was privy to many secrets of the Duluo continent, her understanding of mountains, rivers, seas, and the majestic beasts that roamed them was quite limited. After all, the capital of the Tiando Empire lay at the very heart of its territory. To the north lay the frigid wastelands, the west was occupied by vassal states, the south featured the starred Do Great Forest, and the east was home to the Sunset Forest. To reach the eastern, underdeveloped vassal states, one had to traverse the Sunset Forest and the marshlands. The extreme north was known for its harsh environment and the high age of its soul beasts. Thus, for the nobility wishing to vacation by the sea, the only option was to journey westward to coastal cities like Hanghai City in the Häagen-Dazs province. As the crown prince, Xueqing could not stray far from the territories directly controlled by the Tiando Empire, compared to the highly centralized Alpha Kingdom, ruled solely by the Zhu family. The Tiando Empire, which encompassed for major kingdoms, 5 provinces, and numerous vassal states, was far more chaotic and disorderly. Following the successive deaths of 2 princes, Emperor Shui even decreed that Xueqing and Xuebeng were not to venture more than 500 miles from the imperial capital of Tiando City. Consequently, Qian Rinxue's daily life had been rather monotonous, her activities severely restricted. Thus, upon witnessing these long-desired unfamiliar sights, her spirits lifted considerably. However, her astonishment caught Aoxing's attention. Without disturbing Qian Rinxue, he discreetly accessed the system panel visible only to him and summoned her information. Name: Qian Rinxue. Age: 27. Mood: confused, astonished. Anxious thoughts: I am so hungry. TAM ability: 5100. Note: this fluctuates based on mood and thoughts, in comparison to her time in the Star Do Great Forest. Her TAM ability had risen from 3 to 5. However, Aoxing understood that this increase of 2 points was not solely due to their discussions since leaving the forest. During their most engaging conversations, her TAM ability had even surged to 8. Now, after a night of silence, it had reverted to a mere 5, reminiscent of the aftermath of a fierce battle with her mother. According to Aoxing's speculation, the significant enhancement in these 2 aspects is likely due to his display of formidable strength during the entanglements with the members of the Spirit Hall. After all, humans are inherently drawn to power, much like the ancient ancestors who tamed wolves into dogs and wild horses into fine steeds. The initial step was to subdue these animals through force. Only afterward did they proceed to provide sustenance and care, fostering loyalty and obedience. Having severely wounded Tu Dao and frightened off Bibi Dong, Qian Rinxue, who was well acquainted with the prowess of those individuals, naturally perceived Aoxing as a powerful presence. Even if she harbored deep-seated loathing towards him, the innate allure of strength inevitably increased her submissive tendencies. In contrast to her earlier resistance during Aoxing's flight, she no longer struggled against him. Mindful of her comfort, Aoxing allowed Qian Rinxue to sit upon his back instead of being forcibly taken away. Upon realizing her inability to escape from the formidable dragon, she refrained from exhibiting any behavior that might provoke Aoxing's ire. confusion, shock, and concern. Could it be that she was no longer afraid? Ao Xing regarded the mood section of Qian Renxue's status panel with mild astonishment. However, he swiftly grasped the underlying rationale. After all, he had unequivocally stated that he would not harm her. Moreover, as the young master of the Spirit Hall and the prince of the Heaven Do Empire, it seemed rather peculiar that Qian Renxue continued to harbor fear after such a prolonged period. With his musings about Qian Renxue's thoughts concluded, Ao Xing accelerated his flight. Having traveled for the better part of the day, hunger gnawed at him, prompting the need to find an island to rest and procure some sustenance. To evade detection by the Spirit Hall or the Heaven Do Empire until he had amassed sufficient strength, Ao Xing endeavored to circumvent human settlements on his journey from the Star Do Forest to the coastline. However, he could not guarantee that no one had glimpsed him along the way. After all, the appearance of a gem dragon was undeniably striking. Even the faintest glimmer could refract dazzling rays of light. Thus, he aimed to reach a distant island in the ocean, hoping to elude the pursuit of the Spirit Hall and the Heaven Do Empire. With a little more distance, he should soon approach the waters governed by Sea God Island, right? He chuckled to himself, realizing that despite his interference with the timeline over the past few years, the members of Shrek would undoubtedly make their way to Sea God Island. By that time, he expected to have completed the task of taming the princess. Dang-san, although our paths currently do not cross, rest assured that I shall not let you escape. And as for Ning Rong, I shall not forget the misdeeds of your father. I am a man of my word. As Ao Xing continued to ponder, he recalled some past event that seemed to involve a flag. The sun had dipped below the horizon, and the moon hung high in the sky. Wispy clouds shifted their shapes in the night sky. The Milky Way shimmered, radiating vibrant hues. The night sky over the ocean was particularly clear. A pirate ship, adorned with a skull emblem, cleaves through the waves of the vast ocean. At the prow of this vessel, a violet circle is emblazoned, signifying that it belongs to the notorious Purple Pearl pirate crew. At this moment, on the deck of the ship, a group of bare-chested men encircles a captivating woman, scantily clad, as they indulge in libations. She is none other than the captain of the Purple Pearl pirate crew, though the sun has bestowed a sun-kissed hue upon her skin, revealing a wheat-like complexion. Her eyebrows resemble a waning crescent, her nose is elegantly defined, and her powerful thighs contrast with her slender, smooth calves, marking her as an exceptionally rare beauty among pirates. I extend my gratitude to all for assisting me in acquiring the 6th spirit ring. This toast is for you all. As for the remaining drinks, we shall partake once we reach Purple Pearl Island. Her eyes glint with awareness, for she knows that several leaders within her crew harbor ill intentions toward her, and thus she seeks to excuse herself. However, she could never have anticipated that her very stronghold had been overtaken by a fearsome dragon. Chapter 17. The Mouth Dislocated. Zizhenju could never have anticipated that a mere excursion to the sea for soul rings would result in her home being burglarized. Upon her return to Purple Pearl Island with a band of pirate subordinates, she was met with an unsettling silence, devoid of the customary warm welcome. As a seasoned pirate accustomed to living on the edge, Zizhenju quickly realized that calamity had befallen her stronghold. To everyone's astonishment, the intruder was not a human, but rather a soul beast capable of human speech. You claim to be a dragon? Who would believe such nonsense? An one-eyed pirate guffawed at the sight of a large lizard radiating a spectrum of dazzling colors and adorned with wings. From the moment of their birth, they had dwelled upon the island, never having heard tales of malevolent dragons. How could a dragon appear so diminutive? Come, show me a fire-breathing display, and I might spare your life. Otherwise, prepare to be reduced to mere pulp. Wait, you are adorned with gems all over. Surely you must be worth something? Unfazed by the one-eyed pirate's arrogance, Ao Xing's gaze shifted to Zizhenju. Her unique appearance immediately revealed her identity to him. How fortuitous! He had merely sought a random island for refuge from the mainland's pursuit, only to unwittingly stumble upon Purple Pearl Island. If memory served correctly, it was indeed with Zizhenju's assistance that the Shrek 7 devils located Sea God Island, was it not? The original text does not explicitly define Zizhenju's identity. Yet many readers of the comic have been misled into believing she is the saintess of the Spirit Hall. A.O. Xing, however, held a different perspective. After all, Zi Jinju's martial spirit was that of a sea viper, classifying her as a sea soul master. It was implausible for the spirit hall, which primarily operated on the mainland, to select a sea soul master as a saintess. Clearly, Zi Jinju was someone cast out from Sea God Island. It was precisely for this reason that when the pirate crew returned to the island, he refrained from immediately annihilating them. The island's dwellings were far too small. As a dragon, such confinement was unbefitting. A.O. Xing required these soul masters to aid him and Qian Rinxue in constructing a dragon's abode, a castle of caves. What exactly are you? Do not attempt to play tricks before me. Zi Jinju boldly pointed at A.O. Xing with disdain evident in her eyes. As someone hailing from Sea God Island, she had indeed heard of soul beasts who could articulate human speech. Yet, the creature before her, claiming to be a dragon, appeared far too adorable and lacked the imposing stature of those formidable sea overlords exceeding 100,000 years in age. In her view, it was merely a flying soul beast that had encountered some fortunate event. Now, this creature dared to claim dominion over Purple Pearl Island, to usurp the foundation she had painstakingly built over the years. For the fiery-tempered Zi Jinju, such an affront was intolerable. Upon entering Purple Pearl Island, you shall abide by my rules. If you are a tiger, you must lie down for me. Given your rather endearing appearance, should you surrender now, I shall permit you to bring me foot-soaking water. The words of Purple Pearl incited a chorus of laughter among the pirates, their raucous mirth awakening Qian Rinxue, who had been sleeping in the adjoining room. Upon hearing the audacious remarks directed at the dragon, her heart sank in silent lament for the pirates. The previous night, the fearsome dragon Aoxing had discovered the largest island in the nearby sea and descended upon it. The pirates stationed on the island, upon spotting him, immediately launched an attack. However, Aoxing merely exhaled a plume of fire, and the pirates were utterly obliterated. How dare they? Qian Rinxue silently mourned for the pirates, given Aoxing's temperament. They were likely to be reduced to ash upon the fertile ground beneath them. She peered through the window to observe the dragon's expression, and indeed, Aoxing's vertical pupils slowly narrowed. After a few days of interaction, Qian Rinxue recognized this as a harbinger of his fury. You, as a woman, have a most foul tongue. Aoxing fixed his icy gaze upon Purple Pearl. Under the scrutiny of his dragon eyes, even the scorching sun could not prevent her from feeling a sudden chill. Yet, witnessing her subordinates continue to jeer at Aoxing, the captain of the pirate crew felt compelled to uphold her dignity and raised her voice once more. You dare to call yourself a dragon? The legends speak of dragons towering dozens of meters high, stretching hundreds of meters long, capable of summoning tsunamis with a mere flap of their wings. A single breath of dragon fire could evaporate an entire lake. Do you truly believe I am unfamiliar with the tales of dragons? You are nothing more than a colorfully winged lizard. Having once resided on Sea God Island, Purple Pearl was far more knowledgeable than these short-sighted pirates. She was aware of various legends surrounding dragons. However, witnessing this creature, seemingly composed of gemstones and scarcely larger than an adult, claiming to be a dragon, she found it increasingly difficult to contain her amusement. You little creature, you likely couldn't even defeat a soul king. In normal circumstances, the larger the soul beast, the older and more powerful it was, a well-known fact in the realm of soul masters. In response to Purple Pearl's mockery, Aoxing offered no explanation, but instead allowed a wicked smile to curl at the corners of his mouth. This scene was clearly witnessed by Qian Rinxue within the room. Oh, the audacity of this woman. I, a soul sage, cannot even escape the grasp of a dragon, let alone withstand the assault of 3 titled Duos of level 95 or above. Truly, she knows not the peril she invites. Qian Rinxue silently mourned for Purple Pearl once more. Yet, the anticipated display of Aoxing's wrath did not materialize. What could be the reason? It was unexpected. Although the dragon had not harmed her thus far, Qian Rinxue understood that this was due to her identity as a princess. When confronted by the likes of the chief steward of Yuexian, the Zhuge Law, and even Bibi Dong, Aoxing had not shown such leniency. Why did the pirate captain speak so insolently? Yet the dragon refrained from attacking. Last night, It had indeed slaughtered numerous pirate soul masters on the island, including several female pirates. Could it be that this female pirate possessed something that piqued its interest? Qian Renshui's gaze fell upon Zi Jinju. In that moment, the once arrogant female pirate was now clutching her throat with both hands, her mouth agape in a large ah shape, as she continuously coughed and retched. What on earth? Meanwhile, Ao Xing observed Zi Jinju's distress with a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. He would inevitably visit Sea God Island in the future. Thus, regardless of how insolent Zi Jinju continued to be towards him, he had no intention of eliminating her. However, as a fearsome dragon, he would not allow anyone to infringe upon his dignity. Therefore, Ao Xing had just employed time stop, administering a slight reprimand to the mouth that dared to insult him. It seemed he had exerted too much force, dislocating her jaw in the process. Chapter 18. From this moment forth, this place shall be known as Dragon Square. The pirates remained oblivious to the peculiar atmosphere, brandishing their diverse weapons and beating their bellies in support of their captain. However, Zijin Pearl appeared as if caught in a moment of suspended time, frozen in place. Her jawbone was wholly unresponsive. No matter how she attempted to engage her jaw muscles, she could not close her mouth, which gaped wide enough to accommodate an infant's arm. The lower half of her face was entirely numb. Her throat felt as if it had swallowed a whole egg coated in chili. A sensation of tearing and intense heat coursing through her, rendering her unable to speak. The most distressing aspect was her already bloated stomach from the previous night's drinking, now feeling as if it had been stuffed with octopuses, roiling violently, with a nauseating aroma wafting into her nostrils. Torment. Such torment. Zijin Pearl was in a daze, unable to comprehend why she felt as if she had been cursed by a plague, her entire state so oddly transformed. Seconds ticked by. The pirates began to notice their captain's odd demeanor. Just as they approached to inquire, the creature that proclaimed itself a dragon stirred. It moved closer to Zijin Pearl, leisurely savoring the moment. Ignorant fools are always short-sighted and self-righteous. I have openly confessed that I am a dragon, yet you refuse to believe me. If that is the case, I shall have to prove it. As soon as the words left its mouth, the splendid diamond-like cobalt scales on Ao Xing's back suddenly detached and floated in the air. In the next instant, they shot forth with the speed of light into the crowd of pirates. They wove through the air, slicing through flesh. In less than a second, the scales reattached themselves to Ao Xing's back. In front of him, the skin of several pirates exposed to the air began to manifest lines of blood, and their bodies gradually split apart, blood gushing forth and spilling onto the golden sands below. A crimson mist enveloped the area, the pungent metallic scent assaulting the senses of all present. These were precisely the individuals who had mocked Ao Xing most cruelly. The other pirates, witnessing this horrific scene, erupted into chaos. Some turned to flee towards their ship, while many others, paralyzed by terror, knelt in place. No one anticipated that what appeared to be an adorable soul beast could strike with such ferocity, unleashing a massacre in an instant. What kind of power was this? Could it truly be a dragon? Even though they were ruthless marauders, predators of the seas, the sight of such bloodshed left many in tears, their bladders giving way. Observing the spectacle, Ao Xing felt a twinge of disdain. He opened his mouth, unleashing torrents of searing dragonfire. The scattered remnants of the pirates rushed toward the nearby Zijin Pearl ship, those unable to control their bodily functions reduced to mere ash in mere moments. Great dragon, I was blind to your might. Spare me, spare me. You are indeed a true malevolent dragon, and I, a mere mortal, have failed to recognize your greatness. Oh, mighty dragon, I have an elderly mother aged 80 above me and an unborn child below. I implore you to spare my life. The pirates present are all soul masters, including many formidable figures of the soul sect and soul king status. In this vicinity, these individuals are renowned for their prowess. Yet at this moment, many of them have already met their demise. Upon witnessing Ao Xing's might, the previously arrogant pirates have now become as submissive as the most cowardly of creatures, incessantly begging for mercy. Silence. Ao Xing contemptuously surveyed the pirates before him and coldly declared, I have already informed you that I am a wicked dragon. Must you compel me to prove it? Ha! This is the fate that befalls those who provoke a dragon of malice. From this moment forth, the malevolent dragon Ao Xing, shall be the sovereign of this island, and you shall all serve as my slaves. Do not attempt to flee. I trust you do not wish to vanish from this world like the others. Deliberately revealing his sharp, serrated dragon teeth to appear more fearsome, Ao Xing lamented inwardly. Having chosen the gemstone path and undergone full crystallization, his surface adorned with resplendent gem-like crystals had rendered his appearance devoid of any semblance of ferocity, even appearing somewhat endearing. Even the kidnapped princess Qian Ruxue could not refrain from praising him. Yet, he is a dragon of malevolence. Does a dragon truly understand? A creature to be feared and dreaded. Which dragon possesses such a demeanor? Perhaps, as he advances and increases in size, he may appear more intimidating. Ao Xing shook his head, dismissing his worries, and turned his gaze towards the purple pearl. This fiery woman now sat there, utterly devoid of her usual temper. Lost and terror-stricken, Ao Xing approached her with a hint of amusement, extending his dragon claw. Crack! The dislocated jawbone was set back into place. I have heard that you wish for me to bring you water for your feet. And no, that's not it. Are you implying that my ears have deceived me? And no, they haven't tea. It was I who spoke. You need not elaborate. Ao Xing interrupted her from now on. You shall be the personal servant of the woman in the back room, attending to her every need. And first, return to cleanse yourself. Should you continue to be as uncouth as the pirates while serving her, I would not hesitate to dislocate your jaw again. Next time, the torn flesh may not be limited to your throat. A glimmer of understanding crossed the purple pearl's eyes, and she instinctively nodded. Although she could not comprehend the strange occurrences that had befallen her, she understood from the dragon's words that the various peculiarities she experienced were the result of his machinations. How had he accomplished this without her awareness? The purple pearl racked her brain, but could not fathom the answer. Yet she was acutely aware that the strength of the malevolent dragon was undeniably unfathomable. Perhaps it surpassed that of the esteemed individuals on Sea God Island. A terrifying thought flickered through the mind of Zi Jinju. Meanwhile, Ao Xing regarded her with an expression that suggested he held all the cards. In the original narrative, Zi Jinju had been defeated by Tang San, whose soul power was inferior to hers but possessed a greater array of tactics, leading her to acknowledge him as her superior. Clearly, she was a woman enamored with strength. To extend this notion to the extreme, she could very well be a character with a contrasting disposition. As long as one could vanquish her or demonstrate formidable prowess, her subservience would only deepen in loyalty. Pray tell, master, who resides in the house behind. Indeed, under the gaze of Ao Xing's vertical pupils, Zi Zhanju involuntarily shrank back, timidly confessing, I have never served anyone before. The occupant of the house behind is the princess I seized. As a dragon of ill repute, is it not perfectly reasonable to claim a human princess as a wife? Ao Xing responded with a smile. Furthermore, this stretch of beach is quite splendid. Do ensure it is cleared forthwith. From this day forward, this shall be known as the Dragon's Square. Without my express permission, none shall enter. Chapter 19. The Allied forces approach Wuhuan City. The Tiando royal family seeks the truth, Your Holiness. We have discovered significant developments at the border. The voice of the scout penetrated the layers of walls and wooden doors, reaching Bibi Dong's ears. Her complexion was flushed, beads of sweat glistening on her forehead as she reclined slightly on the grand bed, her chest rising and falling with urgency. After a moment of steadying her breath, Bibi Dong enveloped her voice with soul power and commanded imperiously, Speak. At the border between the Tiando Empire and our Wuhuan Temple, a legion comprising tens of thousands of soul masters has been detected. It is led by Prince Xuexing, alongside Master Ning from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, the Sword de Law, Yu Engine from the Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon Clan, the Bone de Law, and numerous powerful soul Diluos. It appears there are also forces from the Star Luo Empire involved. What do they intend to do? Bibi Dong's previously perplexed expression transformed into one of icy indifference. Do they truly believe they can launch an assault against our Wuhuan Temple? Do they think that just because the Zhu Doluo and the Gui Luo are gravely injured, they can act with impunity? Following their recent operation in the Stardo Forest, the news of Qian Rinxue's sudden abduction had reached Bibi Dong and her companions, leading to a breach of secrecy among many soul masters concerning the injuries sustained by Zhu Doluo and Gui Doluo. Upon receiving this intelligence, Bibi Dong immediately surmised that the Tiando Empire sought to exploit this opportunity to ally with the Star Luo Empire and other formidable sects on the Doluo continent to launch an offensive against the Wuhuan Temple. Their aim was to severely weaken the Wuhuan Temple and diminish its influence on the continent. Do they truly believe that the incapacity of Zhu Duo and Gui Duo to fight means our Wuhuan Temple cannot withstand the combined might of the two great empires and other sects? Bibi Dong felt a wave of contempt. As the Pope of the Wuhuan Temple, she was acutely aware of the immense power wielded by the temple across the Doluo continent. Whether it be lower-ranked soul masters or top-tier combatants, the Wuhuan Temple utterly dominated both empires. The only area where they fell short was in sheer numbers of civilians and ordinary soldiers compared to the vast territories of the Tiando and Star Luo empires. Were it not for that old coot Qian Daolu, whose stance following Qian Xuanji's death had led the Elder Hall to refrain from supporting her, Bibi Dong would have long since initiated a war to execute her plan of annihilating the two empires. Now, the Wuhuan Temple had refrained from provoking the two empires, and yet they dared to attack the temple. How utterly audacious! Notify the cardinals who can be contacted in a timely manner to assemble in the council chamber. Bibi Dong issued the papal decree. The scout acknowledged her command and departed from the Pope's chamber. As Bibi Dong sensed his departure with her spiritual power, her previously tense features gradually relaxed, though her entire being trembled slightly, her hands clenched tightly. She struggled to control her muscles, forcing the gemstones within her to surface. In the secret chamber, Qian Xuanji had brought her pain and hatred. Yet now, she had transformed from a naive young girl into a mature and alluring widow. On that fateful day, while endeavoring to tame the malevolent dragon Aoshin, she experienced a sensation that, while discomforting, was tinged with an undercurrent of longing. The peculiar ache and throbbing pain were sensations she had never encountered in her decades of existence. Upon returning to the papal palace, she extracted the gemstones from her body, yet found herself inexplicably nostalgic for that feeling. Consequently, Bibi Dong could no longer suppress her impulses after several attempts. She became somewhat entranced by the control of her muscles to expel the gemstones. The size and shape of these stones seemed almost too fitting, did they not? Typically, natural gemstones are multifaceted, their surfaces often marked by sharp edges. However, the few stones left within her by the dragon were either pearls or crystalline formations resembling spheres, incapable of piercing her skin. After meticulously cleaning the gemstones, Bibi Dong stored them in her spatial device and then stood before the mirror, donning her papal regalia. Her figure was slender yet ample, adorned in a luxurious robe of pale lavender embellished with golden patterns, crowned with the ornate nine, and wielding a towering scepter adorned with countless jewels. She exuded an aura of grandeur and elegance. In an instant, she transformed into a figure of dignified presence, radiating nobility. Lately, her complexion appeared to have improved significantly. As she scrutinized her reflection, she could not help but feel a swell of emotion. With her expression duly adjusted, Bibi Dong departed the papal palace, making her way to the council chamber. That fellow from the Snow Knight truly seems to be growing impatient. Does he truly believe that our spirit hall, having dedicated years to assisting commoners in awakening their spirits and nurturing soul masters, can be trifled with simply because we have refrained from warfare? I believe it prudent to dispatch someone to inquire with the Tiando Empire regarding their sudden military incursion. After all, should conflict arise between our spirit hall and the Tiando Empire, the one to benefit will undoubtedly be the Xingluo Empire. Surely, it must be the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan instigating this. Otherwise, would the Tiando Empire dare to so brazenly offend our spirit hall? They seek to take advantage of the injuries sustained by the Chrysanthemum Doluo and the Ghost Doluo, hoping to carve a piece from our spirit hall. In the council chamber, The cardinals buzzed with animated debate. Bibi Dong sat in the foremost seat, her demeanor icy and silent. Observing her stoicism, one cardinal could no longer refrain from speaking. Your Holiness, although the main forces of our spirit hall are dispersed across the Doha continent, with but a word from you, we could assemble a formidable army of soul masters in mere days. We would be fully capable of engaging in a reciprocal battle against the forces dispatched by the Tiando Empire, as well as the Seven Treasure, Glazed Tile School, and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan. Just as Bibi Dong prepared to respond, a scout arrived at the entrance. The messenger relayed that their envoy was not seeking war with the Spirit Hall, but rather wished to uncover the truth of a particular matter. They expressed a desire for the Pope to personally venture outside Spirit City to confront them directly. Bibi Dong's slender brows furrowed slightly, her expression shifting to one of intrigue. The notion of seeking truth and confronting face-to-face imparted a sense of foreboding within her. It cannot be. The ruse of Qian Ringshu impersonating Shui Qinghe has been uncovered, has it? That seems implausible. Shui has already been abducted by the malevolent dragon, and the Tiando Empire has failed to recognize that Shui Qinghe is merely a guise for Shui over the span of several years. What truth do they seek? What confrontation do they desire? Inform their envoy that I shall personally attend to the matter in half an hour. After a moment of contemplation, Bibi Dong declared with resolute authority. Upon hearing this, the cardinals below erupted in disarray, exclaiming that it would be unwise for the Pope to proceed. The opposing faction boasts 3 titled Duluos, an army numbering in the tens of thousands, and the esteemed leader of the Seven Treasure, Glazed Tile School, Ning Fengji. Should their intentions be harmful to you? Enough. Bibi Dong interrupted the cardinals, dismissing them with disdain. I am merely curious about the truth they wish to uncover. Chapter 20. Dare to defame my spirit hall? See land and pay compensation. 50 miles from Spirit City, a vast plain adorned with blue-silver grass stretched out. Thousands of laborers, akin to industrious ants, methodically spread across a designated area, sprinkling lime and realgar to drive away the hidden snakes, rats, insects, and ants lurking within. After clearing the stones and leveling the ground, the workers laid wooden planks meticulously upon the earth. Before long, an enormous tent rose majestically from the ground. In attendance were dignitaries from the Heaven-Do Empire, led by Prince Shui Xing, as well as prominent figures such as Ning Fengji, the head of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Sword Dela Chun Xian, and the renowned family patriarch of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, Yu Yuanjin, alongside the poisoned Dao Bo. These illustrious individuals, alongside various representatives from duchies and kingdoms donned in differing armored uniforms, gathered, including a relative envoy from the Dai family of the Star Luo Empire. Such a formidable assembly typically convened only in response to the emergence of a powerful tidal Delua gone astray or during a beast tide erupting in the Stardo forest. Today, however, they united solely due to the abduction of Prince Shui Qinghe by a malevolent dragon. Was this incident truly linked to the Spirit Hall? The envoy from the Star Luo Empire, known for its martial foundations, spoke candidly. Prince Shui Xing. This matter directly pertains to the future peace and stability of the Dolua continent. War has perpetually been the prevailing theme of human civilization. Though the Dolua continent may be regarded as a lesser realm within the fantastical universe, its history is rife with bloody events that rival those of other dimensions. The current tranquility is merely an illusion, a facade under which the imperial powers slumber, while the Titan giant ape and the sky blue bull python, the nominal rulers of the Stardo forest, have retreated into the depths of the forest, silenced by the harrowing hunt orchestrated by the Spirit Hall decades ago. The 3 dominant forces, the Spirit Hall, the Heaven-Do Empire, and the Star Luo Empire, have fortuitously entered a relatively peaceful phase for various reasons. Yet this peace is superficial. Behind the scenes, fierce disputes over land, resources, and talent continue unabated. For instance, the territory of the Spirit Hall has expanded from its original Spirit City to encompass several hundred miles, with numerous branches established within both empires. This additional land has come not only from the annexation of smaller nations and sects, but also from territories that once belonged to the two great empires. However, out of fear of the Spirit Hall's formidable strength, the Heaven Do Swan dynasty and the Star Luo Dai regime feign ignorance, turning a blind eye to these encroachments. Alas, the Spirit Hall not only boasts substantial power, but also represents a vast populace of civilian spirit masters. While the two empires possess deep roots and expansive territories, their high-end spirit master combat prowess pales in comparison to that of the Spirit Hall. Nevertheless, all parties involved are aware of the harsh reality. Today, we cede 5 cities. Tomorrow, 10 cities. And then, we may find a fleeting peace for the night. However, to engage in a state of war with the Spirit Hall over such a trivial piece of land seems utterly unnecessary. It is precisely this sentiment among the leaders of the two great empires that has fostered a relative peace on the Doluo continent for the past few decades. Now, the envoy from the Star Luo Empire has raised doubts towards the side of the Tiando Empire, fearing that the current military presence at the gates of the Spirit City may trigger a conflict between the Spirit Hall and the two empires. After all, they have witnessed the formidable methods of the current Pope, Bibi Dong. The Spirit Hall's remarkable growth over the past decades owes much to her influence. Moreover, the series of events that unfolded during the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy elite competition 5 years ago has starkly revealed her ambitions to the world. The envoy from the Star Luo Empire's remarks have elicited agreement from the leaders of other smaller factions. What Envoy Zhu has stated is indeed correct. We must approach this matter with utmost caution. Many individuals have witnessed the abduction of Prince Xue Qinghe by the malevolent dragon. How could it possibly be linked to the Spirit Hall? A creature as powerful as that dragon would surely not heed the commands of mere mortals. Prince Xuexing, do you possess any evidence? We cannot simply rely on our numbers to unjustly pin this absurd accusation upon the Spirit Hall. Faced with the clamorous crowd below, Prince Xuexing felt a sense of helplessness. If it were within his power, he would prefer to avoid this murky situation entirely. As a member of the Xue Bing lineage, he secretly wished for Prince Xue Qinghe to vanish without a trace, compelling the Emperor Xue Yi to appoint Xue Bing as the crown prince. Please, everyone quiet down. I, Ning Fengji, assure you that the Tiando royal family has gathered you all here for a reason, not to create unnecessary trouble. Ning Fengji suddenly stood up, upon recognizing the speaker as the leader of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. The envoys from the Star Luo Empire and other smaller kingdoms and sects fell silent. Ning Fengji has always been regarded as a fair and amiable gentleman in their eyes. Since Master Ning has spoken, let us await Prince Xuexing's demonstration of how the abduction of Prince Xue Qinghe by the dragon relates to the Spirit Hall. Ah, quite the spectacle this is. Have you all gathered here to declare war against my Spirit Hall? Before her arrival, her voice resonated powerfully within the tent. In the next moment, the majority of those seated stood and leaned forward in unison, exclaiming, "We welcome your holiness, the Pope." Cease this pretense. Bibi Dong descended before the tent, accompanied by dozens of red-clad bishops of Soul Saint rank and above, who swiftly followed her. With a displeased expression and her silver teeth clenched, she scanned the various factions within the tent. Do you truly believe that you can wage war against the Spirit Hall merely because the Zhu Doluo and the Ghost Doluo have sustained injuries? Vagava? Prince Xuexing was taken aback. He had come here on the orders of Emperor Xue Yi to retrieve the crown prince. How did it suddenly transform into a desire to confront the Spirit Hall in the eyes of the Pope? Could it be that the dragon is indeed connected to the Spirit Hall? Why did the Pope refrain from inquiring about his intentions and instead resort to threats of force? The contributions of the Spirit Hall to the entire continent Soul Masters are evident to all. How could we possibly contemplate waging war against the Spirit Hall? Ning Fengji, a member of the royal faction, could not help but speak up upon seeing Prince Xuexing standing there in a daze. A few days ago, Crown Prince Xue Qinghe was abducted by an evil dragon. We have come merely to inquire of the Pope regarding the whereabouts of the Crown Prince. Upon hearing Ning Fengji mention the Crown Prince, Bibi Dong's expression shifted. Could it be that they were aware of Xue heir impersonating Xue Qinghe? No, that cannot be. If the Tiando royal family knew of Shui heir's impersonation, they would either eliminate her in secret or expose the matter to the entire continent, thereby isolating the spirit hall. It makes no sense for them to come to the spirit hall to inquire about her whereabouts after she was taken by the evil dragon. This secret should remain unknown to the Tiando Empire. Yet, for the sake of caution, Bibi Dong maintained her stoic demeanor and probed. How amusing. What does your crown prince, Shui Qinghe, have to do with me? Is he my son? Why does your group come to my spirit city to inquire about her whereabouts after she was taken by the evil dragon? Does His Holiness truly not know? Or was it feigned ignorance? A flicker of delight passed through Ning Fengji's eyes as he pressed further. Truly unknown, Bibi Dong replied, her irritation evident. I lack the patience for idle chatter. What exactly do you wish to accomplish? If you seek to know the whereabouts of Shui Qinghe, I suggest you directly approach the evil dragon. Your Holiness, please do not be hasty. Prince Xuexing produced a perfectly round and exquisitely lustrous pearl, which shimmered with a hint of azure light. Bibi Dong's pupils constricted. This pearl resembled the one she had recently used as a prop in a game of ovulation. Instinctively, she probed her spatial storage device with her spiritual energy. It was still there. But why did Prince Xuexing possess a pearl identical to the one the evil dragon Ao Xing had inserted into her body? Bibi Dong was perplexed, while Prince Xuexing calmly elaborated. This pearl is one of the many birthday gifts presented by King Baileisai of the Haagen-Dazs Kingdom on the 60th birthday of the Snow Knight Emperor. Known as the Twin Azure Ripple Pearl, it is produced by a rare giant clam over 10,000 years old, and there are two of them, a pair. In addition to its effects of enhancing vision and calming the soul, there is an intriguing aspect, regardless of the distance. The nearby and will always emit a flickering azure light. Thus, even if one pearl is lost, as long as the other is held, it can certainly be retrieved. After introducing the pearl in his hand, the envoy from the Haagen-Dazs Kingdom immediately corroborated. Indeed, I was responsible for delivering the Twin Azure Ripple Pearl to the Snow Knight Emperor back then. What do you mean by that? Bibi Dong squinted, contemplating. Prince Xuexing declared emphatically. The evil dragon Ao Xing launched a surprise attack on Yuxian and abducted Princess Shuaiku. As for the Prince of Snow Qinghe, he was captured by the wicked dragon while exchanging jewels for Princess Shuaiku. Among the jewels offered for this exchange was another precious pearl of Billion. We sought to locate the wicked dragon using the pearl of Billion to rescue the prince, only to discover that the pearl was, in fact, within the confines of the Spirit Hall city. Pray tell, Your Holiness, what is the connection between the Spirit Hall and the wicked dragon? Was the abduction of Prince Snow Qinghe orchestrated by the Spirit Hall through the dragon? If today, our Heavendo Empire does not summon representatives from other nations and sects, will we witness future incidents akin to the abduction of the Star Luo Empire's prince or the capture of Ning Rongrong, the heir of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, by the wicked dragon, surrounded by several titled Daw and representatives from various nations and sects? The atmosphere grew tense in response to Bibidong's inquiry, except for those such as Ning Fengji, Chen Exen, Dugubo, and Yu Yuanjin, who were privy to this information beforehand. The remaining representatives erupted into fervent discussions, casting anxious glances at Bibi Dong. As Prince Xuexing had queried, their hearts were laden with apprehension regarding the Spirit Hall. After all, in recent years, the Spirit Hall had repeatedly promised benefits to the vassal duchies and kingdoms of the Heavendo Empire while attempting to woo some weaker sections. If the wicked dragon indeed had ties to the Spirit Hall, their continued refusal of the Spirit Hall's overtures might result in their princes and heirs being seized by the dragon, much like Prince Snow Qinghe, leaving their fates uncertain. As the crowd awaited Bibidong's response, she suddenly burst into laughter. Then, with a wave of her hand, she conjured a pearl identical to the one held by Prince Xuexing, her expression laced with mockery. I dare say, this other pearl of Billion must be this very object. No? Ha! You of the Heavendo Empire truly possess hearts of wolf and lungs of dog, utterly oblivious to what is good for you. Just days ago, while I, alongside elders Yuguan and Guimei, was in the heart of the Star Doe forest hunting a rare soul beast for our Spirit Hall Sanctus, we chanced upon the information regarding your prince's abduction by the wicked dragon. Without hesitation, we abandoned our hunt for the soul beast to rescue Prince Snow Chingha from the dragon's clutches. Yet lo and behold, that wicked dragon turned out to be a gem dragon, capable of detonating jewels, and it utilized the treasures provided by your Heaven-Do empire to injure the two elders. Now, not only does your empire fail to show gratitude, but you also dare to slander my spirit hall. How outrageous! Bibi Dong's voice, imbued with soul power, resonated with a force that startled all present. Meanwhile, Prince Xuexing stared wide-eyed at the other pearl of billion in Bibidong's hand, as it appeared strikingly identical. Could it be that they had wronged the spirit hall and stirred a great misunderstanding? At that moment, Ning Fengji spoke up. Your Grace, I have a query. Since you claim that the wicked dragon Ao Xing is a gem dragon capable of detonating jewels, how is it that this pearl of billion came to be in your possession? Shouldn't it, like other gemstones, be shattered into fragments? I say, Ning Zhongzhu, are you genuinely foolish or merely pretending? Bibi Dong retorted. May I ask if pearls are considered gemstones? As the wealthiest master in the land, you surely cannot be oblivious to the distinction between gemstones and pearls. Ning Fengji's expression grew somewhat awkward. Gemstones are naturally occurring, whereas pearls are produced by mollusks. There indeed lies an intrinsic difference between the two. However, recalling the need to summon individuals from other factions to interrogate the Spirit Hall regarding the scheme he devised for the Snow Knight Emperor, Ning Fengji pressed on. The evil dragon Aoxing is merely a young dragon. Its strength is certainly inferior to that of the Pope and the two elders. Pray tell, how did the prince and the evil dragon suddenly vanish into thin air? Has the Spirit Hall taken the evil dragon and the prince? Ning Fengji, are you doubting this, Pope? Bibi Dong suddenly exclaimed with a sharp reprimand. In order to rescue Prince Xuexinghe, both elders were gravely injured. They are the backbone of my Spirit Hall, and I must prioritize their rescue. As for the evil dragon, allow me to inform you that it fled westward. The prince of your Tiando Empire, you may save him yourselves. My Spirit Hall will henceforth provide not the slightest assistance. From this moment on, I give you 1 hour to withdraw from the borders of Spirit City. Otherwise, it shall be regarded as an act of war against my Spirit Hall. Furthermore, to assist you in retrieving your prince, the Title de Law and Ghost de Law were severely wounded by the evil dragon. My Spirit Hall shall extend 10 kilometers toward the Tiando Empire as compensation. Bibi Dong, at some point, seized another pearl of Bailian from Prince Xuexing's grasp. Since the name implies a twin, they naturally cannot be separated. Let it serve as interest for your slander against my Spirit Hall. With that, Bibi Dong did not linger and departed the tent, soaring back to Spirit City. Meanwhile, Ning Fengji and Prince Xuexing stood in stunned silence. Clearly, it was a prime opportunity to diminish the Spirit Hall's authority, yet it had turned into a situation where they were the ones conceding territory and compensation. Prince Xuexing, upon noticing the smirking envoy from the Star Luo Empire ahead, wore an expression as though he had consumed something most distasteful. Chapter 21 Xiaoxue. You surely do not wish for your grandfather to depart from you, do you? The love minter Zhang Ailing once remarked, the path to a woman's soul is the yin way. Aoxing observed Zizenzu in the kitchen, diligently preparing dinner like a well-trained puppy, and increasingly resonated with Zhang Ailing's sentiment. Indeed, when the illusory dragon transformed Zizenzu's essence to mirror his own, she seemed to metamorphose into an entirely different person. It was utterly inconceivable that this woman, who was once a fiery, foul-mouthed, domineering captain of a pirate crew, could now appear so serene. Aoxing teased himself inwardly. Yet he understood that he had not truly reached the depths of Zizenzu's soul. For Zhang Ailing's assertion carries a prerequisite. A foundation of love and deep emotional connection must exist between the two. Zizenzu's current demeanor stemmed merely from admiration and trepidation, rather than genuine affection. At this moment, she might even wish to flay herself alive. Aju, I require a foot soak before I retire for the night. Do not forget to prepare the water, Aoxing warned, his eyes glinting with a chilling light. And do not entertain any thoughts of poisoning me. Even if I am immune to all toxins, I shall still insist you sample it first. The evil dragon suddenly leaned in and whispered, causing Zizenzu's expression to tighten in alarm. "No, I would never, Lord Aoshing," she hurriedly clarified. Aoshing elongated his tone and then exited the kitchen. Once assured of the evil dragon's departure, Zizenzu exhaled a sigh of relief. The vastness of the ocean was beyond imagination, teeming with innumerable sea spirits, many of which were venomous creatures. With the island now claimed by the evil dragon, Zizenzu had been reduced from captain to servant. Naturally, thoughts of utilizing poison against the evil dragon had crossed her mind, yet Aoshing's formidable prowess left her uncertain whether the toxins extracted from sea spirits would affect him. Thus, she dismissed that notion. As Zizenzu meticulously cleaned and prepared the giant clams and oysters, she discreetly observed the evil dragon through the kitchen window. She beheld the creature, radiating with a lustrous glow, gently flap his wings and instantly appear at her doorstep. No, that dwelling no longer belonged to her. It now housed the princess the evil dragon had abducted from the mainland. A pang of bitterness surged within Zizenzu. Unlike ordinary women, she had never been drawn to men. However, upon glimpsing the alluring and fair-skinned women, a yearning akin to grinding soy milk would stir within her. Just recently, she had contemplated seizing her six-soul ring and embarking on an audacious quest to claim a wife from a coastal city. After all, those residing on islands far from the mainland, regardless of gender, learned to fish and hunt from a young age, resulting in a generally darker complexion, which did not align with Zizenzu's aesthetic. Yet today, by chance, she caught a glimpse through the window of the princess hidden within her former home. Sheltered by the evil dragon, Zizenzu vowed that this was the most beautiful and perfect woman she had ever encountered in her life. Her champagne-colored tresses flowed like the clouds illuminated by the morning sun, ethereal and dreamlike, while her skin resembled pristine white jade, warm and fair. With a straight nose and delicate phoenix-like eyes that conveyed a subtle elegance, her irises shimmered in a regal shade of pale purple, complemented by her cherry-red lips, making her an exquisite masterpiece of humanity. Just a single glance at the purple pearl left one spellbound, her visage lingering in the mind throughout the day. Often, one would forget the island's occupation and their own subjugation as a dragon slave. Alas, the princess, captured by the dragon, lingered by the window, but briefly before retreating indoors, leaving the purple pearl somewhat disoriented. Aoshing pushed the door open and stepped inside. There, he beheld Qian Rinxue seated cross-legged on the bed, her posture upright as she practiced her cultivation. Not wishing to disturb her, he took a seat on the Dragon King's throne, a makeshift chair crafted from sea jade by the pirates. Silently observing Qian Rinxue. "Why is it so hard? It's quite uncomfortable." Aoshing furrowed his brow. Due to his crystallized form and the dragon's size being nearly double that of a human, a typical wooden dragon chair could not support his weight. Hence, the pirates had procured a piece of harder sea jade to fashion a chair for him. However, sitting upon it proved quite uncomfortable. Sea jade offered no flexibility. The Dragon King's throne should have been made of gold. Gold is the most malleable of metals, possessing remarkable ductility. With the right technique, a single gram of gold can be drawn into filaments over 4,000 meters long. Regrettably, the Purple Pearl pirate crew's poverty was appalling. Their treasury held merely a few thousand gold soul coins. Despite being pirates, how could they still cling to the absurd notion of robbing the rich to aid the poor? Aoshing mused bitterly. Since becoming a dragon, he had developed an inexplicable fondness for gold. After assigning the pirates the task of constructing his dragon lair castle, he promptly ventured to the Purple Pearl pirate crew's treasure cave. However, to his astonishment, the total worth of the gold and silver treasures barely exceeded 5,000 gold soul coins. Upon inquiry, he learned that after each successful raid, the Purple Pearl would distribute part of the spoils among the pirates and allocate a portion to the impoverished residents of the island. In that moment, he contemplated activating time, stopped to administer a fitting punishment to the Purple Pearl. In the Dolua continent, everyone possesses a martial soul. Even those lacking soul power hold an advantage over ordinary folk. As long as one does not resemble the wretched Tang Hao, how could they possibly require assistance from others? It seemed necessary to plan a series of raids along the coastal cities of the Haagen-Dazs Kingdom. Ao Xing began to devise a scheme for indulgent golden mattresses, thrones encrusted with jewels, ostentatious dragon crowns, golden baths, and golden toilets, just as he envisioned transforming the Purple Pearl Island into his stronghold. Qian Rinxue slowly opened her eyes. What do you intend to do? Upon realizing that the malevolent dragon would not pose any immediate threat to her, Qian Rinxue's demeanor towards Ao Xing grew exceedingly indifferent. Aside from immersing herself in her own cultivation, she refrained from engaging with him. Nevertheless, the dragon's penetrating gaze rendered her incapable of attaining her optimal state during her practice. Ah, little Snow, do you aspire to enhance your strength through cultivation here? Seeking an opportunity to escape? Ao Xing's intense eyes fixated on the woman before him. Upon hearing this, Qian Rinxue appeared noticeably flustered, yet after a moment of contemplation, she replied, "This is merely a solitary island amidst the sea. What else can I do besides cultivate? I cannot possibly spend all day gazing at the ocean, can I? Moreover, being under the sun for extended periods is bound to lead to sunburn. Besides, if I reach the rank of a title de law through diligent cultivation, I can preserve my youth." "You make a valid point," Ao Xing remarked, his cold gaze narrowing slightly. "If your motivation for cultivation stems from boredom and a desire to maintain your beauty, I shall not hinder you. Rather, I will assist you in seeking rare treasures that may aid in the growth of your soul power. However, if your intention is to cultivate solely to escape, I must say that is a foolish thought, not only because, as a human soul master, your rate of growth will never match that of a dragon such as myself." Ao Xing's gaze remained fixed on Qian Rinxue, a mysterious smile playing at the corners of his mouth, as he asked in an alluring tone, "Little Snow, do you truly believe that by breaking through to the soul sage, advancing to the soul Daw, or even reaching the title Delor realm, you will be able to return to your grandfather's side?" Qian Rinxue bowed her head in silence. She understood that even the combined efforts of Bai Bai Dong and Zhu Guidaw would not afford them any advantage against Ao Xing. The prospect of escape seemed feasible only if she could cultivate to level 99 in a short time, or if a powerful individual of her grandfather's caliber were to rescue her. Clearly, the latter option held greater promise. It appeared that Ao Xing had discerned her thoughts, as he continued, "Your current soul power should lie between levels 68 and 69, correct?" "Yes. And once you reach level 70, you will be able to initiate the Angel God examination with your grandfather's assistance?" "Yes." Qian Rinxue's eyes widened in astonishment, evidently shocked that Ao Xing was aware of this secret. "But do you know what will transpire once the divine examination is initiated? My strength will surge rapidly, and if I succeed in the Angel 9 trials, I could obtain the inheritance of the Angel God." Since Ao Xing was privy to her secret of unlocking the Angel 9 trials at level 70, it was reasonable to assume he was also aware of the legacy of the Angel God. Hence, Qian Rinxue chose not to conceal the truth. Incorrect. To her surprise, Ao Xing refuted her statement, speaking in a somber tone. "Whether you can inherit the Angel God position remains uncertain. However, once you complete the first 8 trials of the Angel 9 trials, you may never see your grandfather again." "Never see grandfather again?" Qian Rinxue's phoenix eyes narrowed slightly. After pondering for a moment, she found herself perplexed by Ao Xing's insinuation. With a gaze infused with both yearning and skepticism, she looked towards the dragon, searching for an answer in its expression. After all, aside from Bai Bai Dong, her grandfather, Qian Daolu, was her sole family. From a young age, Qian Daolu has shown her great affection. Even though Qian Rinxue feels that Ao Xing might be deceiving her, she still yearns to understand the reason behind such statements. With a knowing smirk, Ao Xing reveals, "As far as I know, after completing the 8th trial of angels, there exists a necessary condition to unlock the 9th trial. It is, the guardian of the divine seat must offer a sacrifice." "Impossible!" Qian Rinxue exclaimed in agitation at Ao Xing's words. "Do you think I am lying?" Ao Xing scoffed lightly. "Why would I lie to you? Surely, you do not believe that one can ascend to divinity merely by passing a few trials? To become a deity, one must not only reach the 99th level of soul power, but also possess an inheritable divine position. Without such a position, no matter how hard one strives, they cannot transcend the restrictions of the 100-level barrier. Furthermore, one must complete the divine position trial. The divine examination assesses the successor's talent, strength, conviction, and character. The requirements differ for each divine position. For instance, the angel god's trial evaluates whether the inheritor possesses a just heart, while the Rakshasa god requires extreme malevolence for inheritance. Even after passing the divine position assessment, one cannot ascend directly to divinity, as belief power is also essential. Acquiring belief power is the most arduous aspect of the entire process of becoming a deity. Many individuals, despite reaching level 99 and completing the divine examination, are unable to coalesce the necessary belief power and thus cannot achieve divinity. Of course, there are alternative paths that do not require the belief route to divinity, which involve the sacrifice of the guardian of the divine position. If the guardian of the divine position performs a sacrifice to initiate the final trial, then the inheritor of the divine position can ascend directly to divinity upon passing that final challenge. Ao Xing imparted the ways to achieve divinity with a calm demeanor. Qian Renshua, upon hearing this, felt her lips tremble slightly and her chest rise and fall, clearly stirred by emotion. Yet, after a moment's contemplation, she resolutely declared, "Indeed, my grandfather is the guardian of the angel divine position, but I can pursue the path of belief to achieve divinity." Ao Xing nodded affirmatively. However, have you considered what your grandfather might do if you were to pass the 8th trial of angels and seek to unlock the 9th trial? Sacrifice? The words flashed through Qian Rinshue's mind instantly. She understood clearly that her grandfather, Qian Daolu, had devoted the latter part of his life to safeguarding the inheritance of the angel divine position. He had little concern for the matters of the spirit hall anymore. If she truly managed to pass the first 8 trials, her grandfather would undoubtedly choose to sacrifice himself to ensure her successful inheritance of the angel divine position. I am a 6-winged angel spirit. I am destined to inherit the angel divine position. I do not need my grandfather to make a sacrifice. Qian Rengshu, in a moment of emotional upheaval, directed her furious roar at the malevolent dragon before her. Yet, Ao Xing remained unfazed, articulating his thoughts with a calm demeanor. This is merely your one-sided wishful thinking. Your grandfather has devoted his faith and remaining years entirely to the angelic god. To speak candidly, his affection for you may pale in comparison to his devotion to that divinity. Your martial soul is that of the 6-winged angel, embodying the potential for ascension to godhood. It is precisely for this reason that your grandfather would undoubtedly choose to offer himself as a sacrifice to unlock the 9th trial of the angels. You are an astute individual, are you not? I trust you now comprehend why the Qian family's angelic martial souls have been passed down through only one heir. The harder you strive to cultivate, the sooner your grandfather will depart from you. Little Xue, you surely do not wish for your grandfather to leave you forever, do you? Ao Xing observed the enchanting woman before him in silence. With extraordinary vision, he noted the gradual moisture gathering in Qian Rengshu's eyes, the subtle movements of her nostrils revealing her turmoil. I am neither a soul master nor a soul beast. I am a dragon, devoid of soul power. Yet, my strength surpasses that of both soul masters and soul beasts. This illustrates that, aside from cultivating soul power, there exist alternative methods to enhance one's abilities. If you obey and choose to live harmoniously with me, I shall endeavor to assist you in discovering other paths to divinity. Thus, your grandfather will not need to sacrifice himself to ensure your successful ascension as an angelic god. With her eyes glistening and tears cascading down her cheeks, Qian Rengshu found herself ensnared by the dragon's beguiling words, which echoed relentlessly in her mind. Chapter 22. I shall devour you. Instead of immersing yourself in relentless training, why not accompany me to revel in the splendid beauty of the world and savor the joys of life? I suspect you have not truly relaxed in years, have you? Qian Rinshua's emotions were particularly sensitive at that moment. Ao Xing, who neither excelled at comforting women nor had any inclination to do so, stepped out of the room and languidly reclined on the beach, basking in the sunlight while accessing the system panel. Name: Qianrenxue. Age: 27 years. Mood: sad, conflicted, tormented. Thoughts: grandfather, sob sob. Taming level: 1200. Note: this will fluctuate based on mood and thoughts. From her mood and thoughts alone, it was evident that Qianrenxue was still grappling with the foreboding of her grandfather, Qian Daolu, choosing sacrifice when she activated the ninth trial of the angels. She was steeped in sorrow. However, upon noticing the increase in taming level, a glimmer of satisfaction flashed in Ao Xing's eyes. Clearly, his words had significantly diminished Qianrenxue's desire to flee. Her mood was marked by conflict. It seemed she was simultaneously yearning for Qian Daolu to rescue her, while fearing that such a rescue would compel her to cultivate the soul saint and subsequently face the divine trial. Ao Xing pondered with a sense of pride. Given Qianrenxue's character, she would undoubtedly prefer stagnation in her cultivation over the prospect of her grandfather departing from her life. Once she came to terms with this, her taming value might increase considerably. Having thoroughly studied Dalu, its meaning becomes apparent. As the saying goes, a woman's heart is as elusive as a needle in the ocean. Yet, Zhang Wei's portrayal of each female character in the novel remains superficial, lacking depth. Whether it be the protagonist, Xiao, Wu, or other supporting characters, the emotional layers are depicted rather bluntly, aligning perfectly with the target readership of Xiangnan Youth Publishing House for easy comprehension. It is precisely for this reason that Ao Xing could confidently assert, in the Doloa continent, no one understands Qianrenxue better than I do. He was certain that after her internal struggle, her resistance and defiance would inevitably wane. While there may exist barriers between them, subsequent interactions would at least alleviate many obstacles. This would significantly aid in reducing the difficulty of enhancing the taming value. Ao Xing's spirits soared, though his stomach began to rumble with hunger. Aju, is dinner ready? In the blink of an eye, Ao Xing found himself in the kitchen. Just finished, my lord dragon, replied Zi Jinju, her hands respectfully placed before her abdomen. Upon hearing this, Ao Xing's mouth began to salivate profusely. Zijin Pearl Island, located to the southeast of Sea God Island and directly westward of the Agendaz Kingdom, is precisely where the warm currents from the southwest of the Tiando Empire converge with the frigid currents from the north, resulting in an abundance of fish catches. A plethora of fish, shrimp, and shellfish were readily available. Even the tropical fish that swim along the warm currents or the massive whale sharks that descend with the cold currents are frequently caught. Ao Xing had gone nearly 2 days without food, and his hunger was palpable. Once the Purple Pearl confirmed that dinner was ready, he eagerly approached the grand dining table hastily prepared by the pirates. However, as his gaze swept over the dishes, his expression darkened instantly. The renowned love Minter Zhang ailing once penned in lust, caution, the way to a man's heart is through his stomach. Upon seeing the meal crafted by the Purple Pearl, Ao Xing found himself in complete agreement with this sentiment, his face growing grim as he questioned, Zhu, do you really believe that I, the formidable dragon, would consume such fare? This is utterly preposterous. The oysters boiled into a deep gray mush, the blackened geoduck, and the undercooked chunks of large fish. Ao Xing's face turned ashen with anger. Just the sight of the dishes revealed their dismal appearance, a clear indication of culinary disaster. This woman, the Purple Pearl, was truly squandering resources. And Master Dragon, I have never cooked before, but I assure you, these dishes are absolutely not poisonous. The Purple Pearl stammered in a fluster, her eyes wide with fear, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead. You have never cooked? Why didn't you say so earlier? She retorted, but you never asked me. The Purple Pearl defended herself, feeling wronged. There is no need for explanations. Ao Xing suddenly fixed his gaze upon her. If I cannot indulge in tonight's seafood feast, I shall simply seek a change of flavor. The dragon's piercing gaze sent shivers down the Purple Pearl's spine. Change of flavor. What does that mean? Suddenly, a chilling legend she had heard on Sea God Island resurfaced in her mind. The dragon delights in feasting upon blossoming maidens and young children. It cannot be that it desires to consume me. Can it? No, I am nearly 30. Surely, I am no longer a blossoming maiden, she reasoned desperately, attempting to dismiss the terrifying notion. As the purple pearl succumbed to overwhelming dread, an imperceptible force froze the moment in time. Ao Xing slowly advanced towards her. Due to the island's blazing sun, the purple pearl was scantily clad, wearing only snug shorts that barely covered her and a purple strapless top. Ao Xing extended a finger and gently tugged. The purple pearl's shorts effortlessly slid down along her legs. Ah, what a pity! Ao Xing reminisced about his attempts to remove the Pope's elaborate robes in the starry forest. The cumbersome layers and linings had made it quite a challenge to navigate. Yet if need be, he could accomplish it, even helping her don the attire once more after unleashing his dragon nature. However, for a formidable being like Bibi Dong, the sudden onset of physical pain and the subtle changes in her attire could easily lead to the realization that she possesses abilities related to time and space. After all, the martial soul fusion technique of the two extremes stasis realm, used by the Zhuge heir Do Luo, also touches upon certain aspects of temporal and spatial effects. If they were to cross paths in the future, Bibi Dong, if forewarned, might very well turn the tables on Ao Xing. Therefore, to err on the side of caution, he utilized several jewels at that time and deliberately emphasized to Bibi Dong that he was a gem dragon, merely to mislead and divert her thought process. In contrast, when dealing with the purple pearl, there was no need for such circumspection. It is quite difficult to access. The mucus secreted by fresh oysters should assist in providing lubrication. Shouldn't it? Why does it seem to be even more difficult than in the morning? Could it be due to overwhelming hunger? It is said that the efficacy of the elephant trunk clam is remarkable. Perhaps I shall seize the opportunity to catch a golden-patterned purple blood elephant trunk clam next time. However, I have yet to test my diving abilities. In the depths of the sea, the dragon flame would surely be rendered ineffective. Alas, I am quite famished. Has Xiao Xue not eaten for a long time as well? It appears that I must personally take action. After the illusory dragon Jr. has had his fill, Ao Xing departed the kitchen and soared towards the sea. In his past life, before becoming a corporate slave, he had pursued further studies at New Oriental. Chapter 23. Let us go, Pippi Shrimp. Where is the evil dragon? The menacing dragon, which had been poised to unleash its fury, suddenly vanished from sight. Before Zhejian Pearl could ponder this strange occurrence, she felt the world spin violently around her, her legs buckling beneath her as she collapsed onto the ground. A sensation of tearing and numbness surged upwards from her core, akin to a torrential flood surging after a tempest. In an instant, her striking violet eyes welled with tears, her brows knitting together in a display of vulnerability. Her mind felt as if it had been filled with glue, rendering her incapable of coherent thought. Zhejian Pearl lay prostrate on the ground, trembling as if she had inadvertently encountered the rare sea soul beast, the Ghana Electric Eel King, its overwhelming current coursing through her body. Time slipped by, and gradually, her awareness returned. With great effort, she pushed against the earth, mustering all her strength to raise herself. She took faltering steps toward a chair not far away. Yet, this seemingly short distance felt insurmountably vast. With each movement, her abdomen throbbed painfully as if pierced by a dagger. Even the tempest she had endured when departing from Sea God Island, battered by waves for an entire day and night, had not been this excruciating. The sensation was vaguely reminiscent of the morning, but beyond the searing pain, there lingered a peculiar numbness and a dull ache. Above the sea, the evil dragon unfurled its mighty wings, soaring gracefully. It took matters into its own hands as sustenance awaited. The dinner ingredients prepared by the pirates, though of good quality, were merely ordinary seafood, not the formidable sea soul beasts. If not for the desire to experience the luxury of being served, it would have scoffed at such fare. Now, Zhejian Pearl, as culinary prowess, provided the perfect excuse for its quest for ingredients. The shimmering waves mirrored the resplendent golden sunset. For an ordinary person, this refracted phenomenon would render the depths of the sea invisible. However, Ao Xing's keen dragon eyes effortlessly penetrated the depths, discerning the underwater realm even dozens or hundreds of meters below. To his disappointment, he observed that most of the inhabitants were merely common fish. It had been a quarter of an hour since he departed from Zhejian Pearl Island, and, at his flying speed, he had traversed several dozen miles. Yet, along the way, he encountered no mature sea-soul beasts suitable for consumption, only the usual fish or lower-tier sea-soul beasts. Indeed, if the sea were populated solely by sea-soul beasts, there would be scant ordinary fish remaining. A single predatory thousand-year-soul beast, be it a shark or a whale, could easily devour a multitude of fish and shrimp. For the ordinary creatures could not compete with their speed. The ocean must possess a hierarchy akin to that of the Stardew Forest, A.O. Xing concluded. Recognizing that certain maritime regions likely hosted one or several sovereign-level 10,000-year-soul beasts, dozens of varying 1,000-year-soul beasts, and countless 10-year and 100-year-soul beasts. Otherwise, the ordinary fish, shrimp, and other organisms at the base of the food chain, such as seaweed, may face extinction. Contemplating this, A.O. Xing ceased his linear flight, instead gliding along the ocean surface, circling a specific area to conduct a thorough inspection. After about 15 minutes, a smirk graced A.O. Xing's lips, revealing his serrated, pearly teeth. Without hesitation, he plunged directly into the ocean. White foam erupted, fish and shrimp scattered, and the previously tranquil underwater realm was abruptly sliced through by a dark purple line. A golden armored mantis shrimp, attempting to pry open the remarkably resilient shell of a millennium-old red-gold sea urchin beast, relinquished its pincers and turned to look behind. However, before it could discern the presence of a potentially dangerous creature, it was yanked from the water. "Woohoo, mantis shrimp, let us go." A.O. Xing swiftly hoisted the golden armored mantis shrimp above the surface. Despite its substantial size and faint golden hue, A.O. Xing instantly recognized it as a mantis shrimp. To ensure the freshness of his dinner ingredients, he refrained from killing it immediately. Consequently, upon realizing that the creature lifting it from the ocean was a relatively small, flying soul beast, the mantis shrimp let out a furious roar. In the ocean, strength is often proportional to size. The majority of marine soul beasts grow larger and more powerful. This golden armored mantis shrimp boasted an age of 24,000 years and measured nearly 6 meters in length, twice A.O. Xing's size. As the ruler of this marine territory, it was naturally enraged to be seized by a creature that resembled neither a snake nor a bird. It thrashed wildly, attempting to use its formidable strength to disrupt A.O. Xing's flight rhythm and drag him back into the sea. After all, the domain of marine soul beasts is the ocean. Even if momentarily removed from their aquatic realm, most marine soul beasts are unable to exert even 1/3 of their strength. However, what the mantis shrimp did not anticipate was that the creature holding it aloft maintained a steady flight, utterly unfazed by its struggles. Thus, the mantis shrimp extended its pincers, straining with all its might to grasp A.O. Xing's claw. "Are you merely tickling me?" A.O. Xing, slightly irked, roared at the mantis shrimp, his voice enveloped in draconic breath. In the next moment, this 20,000-year-old soul beast, startled, expelled a jet of water that cascaded downward. No wonder mantis shrimp are often referred to as mantises. A.O. Xing mused as he soared rapidly toward Purple Pearl Island. "Is there anyone in need of a 6th soul ring?" A.O. Xing's voice resonated over much of Purple Pearl Island. Numerous low-ranking pirate soul masters trembled in fear upon hearing the dragon's call. After a prolonged silence, no one responded. Observing this, A.O. Xing sensed the situation and discovered that the highest-ranked pirate among them was a level 62, while the others had yet to surpass the Soul Emperor rank. Alas, such a grand opportunity is beyond your grasp. Casting the still, trembling mantis shrimp carelessly onto the island, A.O. Xing circled around the Purple Pearl Island before alighting upon a rocky coastline in the northwest. After a moment of observation, he extended a finger and traced a circle around a relatively flat rock, then exhaled dragon flames, roasting the stone for a few seconds before gently nudging it aside, thus revealing a smooth slab. "Au jus," prepare the Sichuan pepper, fine salt, and chili. A.O. Xing suddenly appeared beside the purple pearl. The latter, her complexion pale, nodded anxiously like a chick pecking at grains, fearful of provoking the ferocious dragon and facing further torment. He then began to stack several layers of stones of equal height, placing the freshly crafted stone slab atop them to create a rudimentary stove. Inside the room, Qian Rinchue's tear-stained eyes had dried, her emotions settling into tranquility. She had naturally heard Ao Xing's booming voice. The sixth soul ring? What trick is the vile dragon playing? Qian Rinchue approached the modest washstand within the room and splashed her face with cool water. However, at that moment, a peculiar and enticing aroma wafted into the room. Gurgle. Gurgle. Chapter 24. Do not lose weight. As saliva pooled in her mouth, a sudden pang of hunger overwhelmed Qian Rinchue. It dawned on her that she had not eaten for over a day. The enticing aroma of spices and unfamiliar meats carried by the salty sea breeze wafted into the room, evoking an intense emptiness within her stomach, as if a colossal beast had awakened from the abyss. Guided by the enticing scent, she ventured outside for the first time. The sun had already dipped below the horizon, yet the fine, golden sand still radiated warmth. The source of the delectable aroma was not far off. How could the combination of fried peppercorn and salt yield such an exquisite flavor? Just the thought of crispy sea shrimp dipped in this seasoning, accompanied by a barrel of rum, filled her with joy. The king of gold-scaled mantis shrimp, over 20,000 years old, was the vile dragon truly using it for dinner? So it feasted on soul beasts, rather than humans as she had presumed, which terrified her. The pirates stood outside the beach designated as the Dragon Square by Ao Xing, whispering amongst themselves. The king of gold-scaled mantis shrimp. Such a formidable soul beast could only be slain by a soul sage, aided by several powerful soul emperors. Yet, the dragon treated it as mere sustenance. A few level 50 Soul King pirates lamented over the dragon's earlier inquiry about whether anyone desired a sixth soul ring. Alas, their soul power was insufficient. How foolish to lament. The dragon was not so benevolent. Perhaps it had ulterior motives. Suddenly, a downcast Soul King pirate, with a sulky expression, turned to gaze at the dragon cooking the mantis shrimp. In an instant, a torrent of dragon flame surged towards him. The next moment, he transformed into a fireball, rolling in place. Ah, since you understand the dragon's malevolence, why continue to murmur behind my back? I'll sheik scolfid, but the cheeking sect. Before long, the unfortunate Soul King was reduced to ashes. The remaining pirates fell silent, fear gripping their hearts. The Purple Pearl pirate crew boasted over 200 soul masters. Yet within a single day, the dragon had decimated a third of their ranks. Anxiety permeated the atmosphere. Many pirates turned their sorrowful gazes towards their captain, Purple Pearl, hoping she might devise a means to free them from the dragon's tyranny. They knew she hailed from the enigmatic sacred land of sea soul masters. Over the years, it was her prowess and wisdom that had propelled their crew's growth. Surely, she had a solution, yet their hopes dwindled. Once a fiercely competitive figure, Purple Pearl now stood trembling in place, appearing diminutive and frail. Her body quaked inexplicably. Was this truly the renowned female pirate captain of these waters? She resembled nothing more than a meek commoner. Despite the dragon's might, Purple Pearl Island had once been their territory. Could Ao Xing truly be more familiar with the surroundings than they? Even if there were no chance of slaying the dragon, they could devise an escape and rise anew in another sea. However, the appearance of the Purple Pearl seemed devoid of its very soul, exhibiting no inclination to resist. Qian Rinchue observed the act of Ao Xing effortlessly slaying a pirate, yet she did not display any sign of disdain. As the bearer of the angel martial soul, she has never harbored much fondness for the malevolent in this world. Pirates, the marauders of the sea. Even though the Purple Pearl pirate crew often provided aid to the impoverished under the leadership of the Purple Pearl, who among these brigands has not committed deeds that invoke the wrath of heaven? Qian Rinchue's true nature is far from benevolent. In fact, she is remarkably decisive in matters of life and death. Her slight hum was merely a reflection of her belief that the evil dragon's method of roasting the pirate was rather inhumane, as it would have been more merciful to end the life swiftly. Yet, it must be noted that Ao Xing is, after all, an evil dragon. I am hungry. Qian Rinchue calmly approached Ao Xing from behind. Wait a moment. When cooking, one must control the heat, not scorch the food as one would a human. Ao Xing appeared unperturbed, gently exhaling dragon flames upon the King Pippi shrimp resting on the stone slab. Under his care, the originally golden shell of the shrimp gradually transformed into a vibrant orange-red. As an array of spices was sprinkled, an enticing aroma wafted through the air. Qianren Shui's eyes sparkled with astonishment. The evil dragon can cook? Who would have imagined? Such a creature should thrive on raw flesh, devouring its prey whole. Should it not? Curiosity danced in her eyes, like clear water in a tranquil pool, lively and animated, pondering something profound. Meanwhile, the surrounding pirates stood frozen in place. Is this truly the princess seized by the evil dragon? How beautiful she is, with golden hair and phoenix-like eyes, fair skin, and an ethereal presence. Even a most beautiful woman in the nearby waters, their captain, the purple pearl, paled in comparison. In this world, such unparalleled beauty exists. In an instant, many pirates who had plotted their escape from Purple Pearl Island abandoned their thoughts, as long as they could steal a few glances at the golden-haired goddess. What harm was there in serving as a slave to the evil dragon? The pirates slain by the dragon today were all victims of their own insolence, having insulted the dragon with their words. Otherwise, how could they have become mere roasted carcasses? This evil dragon, though notorious, does not consume humans. Rather, it feasts on cooked delicacies, clearly a civilized dragon, unlike those soul beasts that relish raw flesh. As long as they completed the tasks assigned by him on time, their lives should remain secure. Moreover, the evil dragon had previously inquired if anyone desired a 6th soul ring, evidently intending to allow someone to absorb the soul ring of the over 20,000-year-old King Pippi shrimp currently being prepared. In that moment, the entranced pirates began to concoct justifications for remaining. It is said that a good pairing of wine with the eyes is an exquisite choice for a midnight snack. Suddenly, the sinister tone of the evil dragon echoed. The pirates, who had been staring at Qianren Shui with drooling mouths, instantly regained their senses. They swiftly diverted their gaze, either fixating on the sandy beach beneath their feet or casting their eyes upon the vast ocean. As Ao Xing extended its dragon claws, the sharp, crystalline talons gently grazed the shell of the mantis shrimp king. In the next moment, the head, tail, and pincers of the mantis shrimp king were severed, revealing succulent flesh that sizzled with savory juices, emitting an enticing aroma. The pirates stared in wide-eyed astonishment. The pincers of the mantis shrimp, though not as robust as those of crabs or lobsters, possessed a segmented shell on its back that ranked among the hardest in the ocean, second only to that of turtles. Yet, the malevolent dragon effortlessly sliced it open. What extraordinary power does it possess? It seems that even the formidable title de law cannot pose a threat to it. Enjoy. Ao Xing sprinkled some pepper and chili powder on a generous piece of mantis shrimp meat, slicing it into strips and placing it atop a segment of the shell before offering it to Qianren Shui. It's too much, and I need utensils. Qianren Shui protested with a furrowed brow, displaying reluctance. Trust me, you can finish it. Eat more, gain some weight. You're already so slender. You can't afford to become any thinner. Chapter 25, Xiao Shui, please relish your life salt, the king of flavors. Sichuan pepper, when roasted and ground, releases a unique substance that tantalizes the palate, accompanied by its distinctive spicy aroma. The combination of these two not only heightens the sensitivity of taste, but also harmonizes their respective flavors. With just a hint of chili powder, the taste profile of pepper salt prawns is enriched without overwhelming the inherent sweetness of the ingredients with excessive salt or spice. The meat of the 2 millennia-old prawns is succulent, firm, and bursting with freshness, enhanced by a unique dipping sauce that leaves Qianren Shui craving more, repeatedly savoring and swallowing each bite. Before long, Ao Xing had completely devoured the prawn meat she sliced, her belly gradually round and full. Yet, Qianren Shui felt unsatisfied, convinced she could indulge further. However, upon noticing the fearsome dragon voraciously tearing into chunks of prawn meat, she pondered for a moment before rising to retreat indoors. After all, she was a princess, raised in luxury within the spirit hall and later masquerading as a prince in the Heaven Do Palace for many years. The ingrained etiquette of nobility compelled her to breathe in, draw in her abdomen, and glide gracefully back to her chamber, where she promptly rinsed the grease from her lips in the bathroom. Having satisfied her hunger, burp, Ao Xing released a hearty belch, leaving the remnants for the others to enjoy. Consuming the dragon's leftovers was hardly a disgrace. The size of the prawns was nearly twice that of Ao Xing. Having devoured to his heart-s content, he had only consumed a quarter, leaving an ample portion the size of a small boat. The pirates exchanged glances and, once the dragon departed, surged forward eagerly. My heavens, such exquisite flavors exist in the world. Mother, I have truly made something of myself, able to feast upon the flesh of a 2,000-year-old soul beast. This taste is extraordinary. It's hard to believe such a dish was prepared by a dragon. Wait. My soul power seems to have increased slightly, advancing from level 31.5 to level 32. Do not make a racket, or this will become your last supper, echoed Ao Xing's voice from within. The once boisterous pirates fell silent, with many chewing cautiously, afraid to provoke the dragon. This bed, do you find it comfortable? Ao Xing scrutinized the room, which starkly contrasted with Qian Rinxue's appearance, a frown creasing her brow. I'm not as delicate as you presume. Hey, there is no need for such animosity in your tone, Ao Xing replied languidly. I have neither slain your mother, Bibi Dong, nor harmed that old man, Qian Daolu. I have certainly not laid a hand on you. Hearing the dragon's evasive reasoning, Qian Rinxue could not suppress her indignation. Am I supposed to be grateful for your restraint? Thank you for abducting me to this desolate island in front of Bai Bai Dong. Thank you for making my grandfather worry. Indeed, there is no need to thank me for causing Qian Daolu concern. Ao Xing, unfazed, replied, however, you truly ought to express gratitude for my abduction. What nonsense are you spouting? Upon hearing Ao Xing's shameless response, Qian Rinxue narrowed her eyes, a flicker of anger crossing her face. Did I say something incorrect? If I had not taken you away, would you be as carefree as you are now, untroubled by the possibility of being discovered by the Tiando royal family? Had I not abducted you, could you have shed your disguise, concluded the life of Xue Qinghe, and reclaimed your identity as Qian Rinxue? If I had not taken you, would you be aware of the secret regarding your grandfather's impending sacrifice during the 9th trial of the Angel Divine examination? Ao Xing employed the innate seductive abilities of the evil dragon once more, countering Qian Rinxue's inquiries. Faced with such probing, Qian Rinxue momentarily appeared lost in thought. The life of Xue Qinghe? The life of Qian Rinxue? Memories of her past flooded her mind. She could scarcely recall the visage of her father, Qian Xuanji, only knowing that he bore a striking resemblance to her grandfather. Since childhood, her grandfather, Qian Daolu, had been her most cherished guardian, followed by her father, and then her mother, Bai Bai Dong. However, after the unfortunate incident involving her father, Bai Bai Dong grew distant, leaving only her grandfather and the elders of the temple to bring her joy. Yet this happiness was fleeting. Merely a year later, her mother arranged for her to move to the Tiando Empire, beginning the life of Xue Qinghe. She seized the opportunity to eliminate the first prince, Xue Luochuan, and the third prince, Xue Haizong. Thus, she truly became the second prince, Xue Qinghe, embarking on a life as the Tiando crown prince. Forsaking her former identity as the virtuous young master, Qian Rinxue, with her six-winged, angelic martial soul. Year after year, 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, 18 years. The subsequent memories of Qian Rinxue were filled with her existence in the Tiando Palace and Tiando City. The two relatives connected by blood, Qian Daolu and Bai Bai Dong, had vanished from her life. No, this cannot be. Once the coup succeeds, I will reclaim my life. This is merely temporary. Even after being Xue Qinghe for over a decade, the majority of my future existence, my essence, will still remain Qian Rinxue. I will be myself, Qian Rinxue. Momentarily losing her composure, spoke with a voice that had lost its melodious quality, becoming somewhat hoarse. Are you certain that after you have slain the two sons of Xue Yi and disguise yourself as Xue Qinghe, even if the coup succeeds, you will still be you? Moreover, the coup will not succeed. Ao Xing pondered before revealing the truth to Qian Rinxue. My abduction was, in fact, a means to liberate you from the wretched life of Shui Qinghe ahead of time. How could it possibly fail? The Tiando Empire is strong, yet internally flawed. Once my spirit hall annihilates the 7-treasure glazed tile school and the blue lightning tyrant dragon clan, what will the Tiando Empire use to defend itself? At that time, I shall ascend as the emperor of the Tiando Empire, allowing the spirit hall to swiftly engulf it. I will reclaim my life anew. Huh. Ao Xing shook his head, unable to explain why just yet, for you and I'll believe it. In time, you will come to understand. Xiao Xue, all you need to do now is forget the past and relish your own life. In a few days, I shall rejuvenate the Purple Pearl Island. Hand over your storage device to me. Rest well tonight. Noticing Qian Rinshu stubbornly seated on the bed, hugging her knees, Ao Xing took her storage device without further words and exited the room. He opened the system to find that the taming value had risen from 12,100 to 15,100. Clearly, this increase was due to the delightful meal earlier rather than his persuasive words. Once she comprehends the situation, it should rise further. With a flap of his wings, Ao Xing departed from Purple Pearl Island, soaring eastward. The material conditions on the island were woefully inadequate. He intended to show the Soul Master aristocrats in the coastal cities the greedy dragon for themselves. This time, not only would he seize gold and jewels, but he would also abduct some skilled craftsmen. These pirates may handle rough tasks, yet their craftsmanship leaves much to be desired. As he flew towards the land, memories of a golden tree he had seen during his travels in Australia resurfaced in his mind. Chapter 26. The Assault on Moon Pavilion. Ao Xing. Never go back on my word. In the imperial palace of Tiando, the royal garden flourished with rocky hills artfully arranged and exotic flowers competing in beauty. Such a splendid day, yet Emperor Shui Yi had no heart to appreciate it. Princess Shui Ku gazed at her father, whose face was marred by sorrow, her heart heavy with anguish. Ever since learning that her brother, Shui Qinghe, had been abducted by a vile dragon in exchange for precious treasures, the emperor had fallen gravely ill. With the assistance of the imperial physicians and the support of Dagobah, he had only recently managed to rise from his sickbed. However, his hair had taken on a significant amount of gray, and a smile had eluded him, while the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes and on his forehead deepened dramatically. As the sovereign of the Tiando Empire, despite his modest cultivation, Emperor Shui Yi, thanks to the nourishment of various rare herbs, appeared no different from a man in his 40s at around 60 years of age. Yet in just a few days, he seemed to have aged considerably. Has the Spirit Hall provided any news regarding the dragon's whereabouts? Emperor Shui Yi inquired slowly as he settled into a nearby pavilion. A few days prior, the Tiando Empire had united various forces across the continent in an effort to unveil the Spirit Hall's true nature. Yet, their endeavor had resulted in a considerable blunder. Hope Bibi Dong had demanded compensation, and after much contemplation, Emperor Shui Yi had reluctantly agreed to cede some useless territories and offer treasures to the Spirit Hall, imploring the Pope to assist in locating both the dragon and Shui Qinghe. Bibi Dong had graciously consented. Father, there is still no news. Shui Ku's face shadowed with concern, her worry for her brother's safety matching that of the Emperor's. Sighing deeply, Emperor Shui Yi released a breath laden with frustration, as if a weighty cotton ball pressed against his chest made it difficult for him to breathe. At that moment, a palace maid hurried towards him. Your Majesty, a minister from the Hejdas kingdom, named Ili, is outside the palace, claiming urgent matters to report Hejdas kingdom. After a moment of surprise, Emperor Shui Yi's expression brightened with anticipation. Although the Tiando Empire had mobilized its forces and failed to locate the dragoness lair, they had received several leads. There were multiple accounts from civilians who had ventured out at night, as well as soul masters traveling under the moonlight, who reported sighting a smaller dragon-like creature flying westward. Consequently, the Tiando Empire had shifted its focus to the western borders. Now, the fact that a minister from the most western-affiliated kingdom had come to Tiando City clearly indicated that something significant was afoot. Emperor Shui Yi felt an instinctive premonition that Minister Ili's report would be related to the dragon. He swiftly exited the inner palace to meet with him. Your Majesty, A shocking incident has occurred in Hanhai City, a stronghold on the western frontier of the Hejdas Kingdom, just a few days ago. In the treasury of Hanhai City, the tax funds were stolen by a malevolent dragon on the eve of the incident. Hanhai City, the foremost metropolis of the Tiando Empire in the western region, stands as the commercial hub of the Hejdas Kingdom, situated on a vast island not far from the mainland, surrounded by the ocean on all sides. Nearly 70% of the annual tributes that the Hejdas Kingdom pays to the Tiando Empire originate from Hanhai City. The theft of the treasury now signifies that the Tiando Empire will suffer a significant loss in tax revenue from its vassal states this year. However, upon learning of this event, Emperor Xia displayed no signs of anger. Rather, he wore a cheerful expression and commanded, "Summon the officials immediately. We shall convene in the Great Hall in half an hour. Come, share with me the details of this affair, particularly emphasizing all matters concerning the dragon." The foreign minister, Ili, was momentarily taken aback. It was perplexing that the emperor showed no inclination to reprimand regarding the theft of the treasury and the inability of Hanhai City to pay its taxes. Yet, upon reflection, clarity dawned upon him. The abduction of Crown Prince Xue Qinghe by the dragon directly impacted the future of the Tiando Empire's throne. Should the Crown Prince meet with misfortune, the political landscape of the Tiando Empire would undoubtedly descend into turmoil. This was a reality keenly observed by the Hejdas Kingdom, especially as the Tiando Empire had been steadily weakening in recent years, leading the Spirit Hall and even the Xinghua Empire to extend olive branches to vassal states such as Hejdas. If the Crown Prince were to be confirmed dead, the idle fourth prince, Xue Bang, would ascend to the throne, inevitably plunging the empire into chaos. In the Imperial Council Hall, the nobles of the Tiando Empire remained silent, listening intently as the foreign minister from Hejdas recounted the details of the treasury's theft. The dragon's speed was astonishing, and it was exceedingly cunning, spiraling away as it departed. We lack any title level experts capable of tracking it. Thus, we have no knowledge of the direction in which the little dragon fled after plundering the treasury. Ili cautiously narrated the dragon's sudden assault on Hanhai City. The Tiando nobles fell into deep contemplation, rendered speechless. Hanhai City lay at the western frontier, where the empire's influence was minimal, and with the sea to the west and land to the east leading to the far north, locating the dragon proved exceedingly challenging. Aoshing was not a fully grown dragon and was relatively small in size. Finding its trace would be an arduous task. Must we then intensify our reconnaissance efforts around the Hejdas Kingdom? Even knowing the dragon resides in the western part of the empire, locating it would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. The information provided by Ili offered little hope of effectively tracking down the dragon, leaving the officials from a former crown prince's faction distressed and sighing in despair. Yet, suddenly, Shueko interjected. The fact that the dragon circled away implies it wishes to conceal the direction of its departure. Does this not suggest that its location is not far from Hanhai City? Otherwise, it could effortlessly soar away in a singular direction, much like the last time it abducted my brother. The malevolent dragon's cunning nature is hardly a secret. Suddenly, Snoke shifted her perspective, hypothesizing the dragon's behavior by considering it from its own viewpoint, which garnered unanimous acclaim from the nobility of the Tiando Empire. The Emperor of the Snowy Night decisively commanded the dispatch of numerous search parties to intensify the surveillance of the western borders of the Hejdas Kingdom. Aoshing, well acquainted with the terrain, stealthily infiltrated the city of Tiando. Arriving above the Yuexian, he meticulously adjusted the scope of his time-stopping domain to precisely envelop the building. He then leisurely entered the area. The wall that had previously been breached by him had since been repaired. Additionally, the students of the last cohort at Yuexian had graduated just a couple of days prior. At this moment, the interior of Yuexian was devoid of individuals. After a brief search, Aoshing discovered Tang Yuehua seated beside a harp. Time paused, then was released. In the next instant, melodious music resonated throughout the room. Aoshing closed his eyes, relishing the elegant melodies reserved for the nobility of the Tiando Empire. Tang Yuehua appeared blissfully unaware of the dragon lurking behind her, as she continued to deftly pluck the strings with her delicate, lotus-like fingers. Having sensed my presence, there was no need to feign ignorance. Aoxing, noticing a momentary disarray in the rhythm of the music, opened his eyes and declared, Tang Yuehua, I told you I would return. Chapter 27. The suffering of the Purple Pearl. The nobility of the Tiando Empire never anticipated that while they were consumed with the mystery of the malevolent dragon's whereabouts, Aoxing would once again make an appearance in the Moon Pavilion. The dragon spoke. Tang Yuehua, with her back turned to Aoxing, involuntarily trembled. Yet, having immersed herself in the ways of etiquette over the years, she refrained from displaying any panic and continued to play her music. Noticing Tang Yuehua's composure, Aoxing felt somewhat disappointed. A dragon possesses dignity. After all, such a reaction was nothing short of an affront to him. Tang Yuehua activated her noble aura, calming her mind to complete the performance. As the sister of Tang Xiao, the sect master of the Haotian sect, she had witnessed numerous grand occasions. Moreover, she was acutely aware that the malevolent dragon seldom harmed women of high status. Thus, she compelled herself to devote her entire being to the music, diminishing the fear that surged within her at the dragon's sudden appearance. Just as she became wholly absorbed in her playing once more, she felt something cold prying open her right arm, slowly creeping from behind her armpit. What would this be? She pondered internally. It was approximately the width of 3 fingers, cylindrical in shape. Could it be? In an instant, a revolting image flashed through Tang Yuehua's mind. She was playing the piano while the dragon seized the opportunity to insert a phantom dragon beneath her armpit, so that with each movement of her arm, the skin on the outside of her ribs would rub against the inner side of her upper arm. The music abruptly halted. Tang Yuehua understood that with her less than perfect skills, she stood no chance against the malevolent dragon. However, this did not imply that she would feign ignorance and humiliate herself by assisting the dragon. Tang Yuehua resolved within herself. Perhaps under the dragon's control, she could not resist. Yet, as a woman deeply influenced by the values of nobility and grace, she would never silently endure humiliation for the sake of survival. Indeed it is 36 billion. Just like the harpist, Aoxing mused, feeling a small sense of pride in his keen observation. Suddenly, Tang Yuehua perceived something amiss. How could such a rigid object possibly bend towards her? A quick glance revealed the astonishing truth. It was the dragon's fingers. Of course, the dragon's size was roughly double that of an average adult, and being a woman, her 3 fingers were comparable in width to one of his. It was perfectly normal. I was too tense. Since escape was not an option, I might as well accept the situation with grace, Tang Yuehua thought, finding a hint of amusement at her own overactive imagination. After taking a few deep breaths, she turned to face Aoxing. My elder brother is the sect master of the Haotian sect, and you are merely a young dragon. If he were to learn that I was taken by you, do you truly believe he would remain indifferent? With newfound courage, Tang Yuehua spoke in a calm, yet resonant voice, attempting to negotiate with the malevolent dragon before her. Why does this malevolent dragon appear so different from the one I encountered a few days ago? Could there be a second dragon? A flicker of astonishment crossed Tang Yuehua's eyes as she gazed at the dragon before her, enveloped in resplendent cobalt gems. This was not the dragon that called itself Aoxing. It hardly seemed like an embodiment of evil. Could it be that? Observing the dragon's silence, Tang Yuehua spoke. You are not a wicked dragon, are you? You are merely a young dragon. It must be so. Is this the spirit of AQ? Aoxing felt a surge of displeasure at Tang Yuehua's lack of fear upon discovering him. Recalling the last encounter, where she also maintained her composure, his inherent nature as a dragon became uncontrollably apparent. What a foolish woman. Have you forgotten that I mentioned seizing you to keep you as my captive? Furthermore, do you truly believe I am unaware of how the Haotian sect cowers like a rat, hiding away in the wilderness? Aoxing slipped his arm beneath Tang Yuehua's, tightening his grip around her perfectly proportioned waist, and then broke through the newly repaired wall of Yuxian, soaring skyward. With the suspension of time, now lifted, the citizens, sole masters, and nobility in the streets witnessed the scene of the dragon abducting a noble woman. In an instant, chaos erupted in Tiando City. Meanwhile, spies lurking within the city employed their unique methods to relay the news. Sect Master, the dragon has appeared in Tiando City and abducted the Lord of Yuxian. Dan Zuhu, Bishop, quickly informed the Pope that the dragon has resurfaced in Tiando City. This isn't the Lord of Yuxian, that fellow's sister. This young dragon is surely in for a rough time. I must inform the clan leader at once. In the Tiando Palace, the weary Emperor Xia had just concluded a council meeting and returned to his chamber. Just as he was preparing to lie down, a palace maid rushed in to inform him that the dragon had resurfaced in Tiando City. Quick, send someone to notify sect leader Ning of the 7 treasures glazed sect, and also hide Shui Ku in the underground secret chamber. Regrettably, he had forgotten to bring the gemstones. Ao Xing gazed at the beautiful woman he had seized, feeling a twinge of regret. 2 days prior, he had raided the treasury of Hanhai City, coercing the guards to utilize the spatial storage device of Qianren Shui to transport all the gold and jewels back to Zhejian Pearl Island. His return to the mainland was not initially intended to abduct Tang Yuehua. Rather, he aimed to visit the metal capital of Gongxin City to confront Lu Gao, coercing him into assisting with the crafting of furniture and other items for his dragon castle. However, as Gongxin City lay on the eastern edge of the Stardow Forest, at the intersection of the Tiando Empire and the Xinghua Empire, he suddenly recalled the vow he had made earlier. Once a dragon speaks, even the swiftest steeds cannot catch up. Thus, he abruptly altered his plans, deciding to abduct Tang Yuehua first. Certainly, this is not due to the young brother of the illusory dragon controlling the malevolent dragon, but rather because the slaves on Pearl Island, whether pirates or commoners, exhibit excessively crude behavior. Ao Xing intends to abduct Tang Yuehua, so she can properly educate the inhabitants of Pearl Island on the daily conduct expected of qualified palace maids. Alas, it is indeed bothersome. This nonsense written by Zhang Wei is utterly trivial. Why does Tang Yuehua not even possess a level 10? It's infuriating. The fragrant aroma unique to Tang Yuehua wafted into Ao Xing's nostrils, igniting a yearning within him. However, fearing the ferocity of the illusory dragon after crystallization, which could potentially exhaust Tang Yuehua to the point of demise, he is compelled to suppress his draconic instincts. Alas, it seems he must endure further hardship for Pearl Island. Tang Yuehua can only wait until she can transform into human form before he can tame her. Nevertheless, compared to Pearl Island, Tang Yuehua possesses a far grander scale. Might there be an opportunity to explore alternative approaches? Chapter 28. Manipulating Hearts. Tang Yuehua's collapsed the return journey was somewhat monotonous. Ao Xing's gaze drifted to Tang Yuehua, whose face was a chaotic blend of emotions, firmly held in his claws, his expression increasingly sinister. He resembled a demon from the abyss, baring his sharp teeth in a grin. Ah, little you wouldn't want your nephew to meet an untimely demise, would you? The whisper of the malevolent dragon suddenly reached her ears. Tang Yuehua, suspended in the air and battered by the tumult of their journey, felt her dilated pupils refocus. Nephew? Is the wicked dragon referring to Tang San? How does it know I have a nephew? A tremor coursed through her delicate frame. Tang San, the son of her second brother, Tang Hao, had only entered her life a year prior. Before that, she had been blissfully unaware of his existence. For the duration of his time at Yuxian, he had assumed the false identity of Tang Yin, known only to her and Tang Hao. Why was the malevolent dragon so well informed? Endless dread enveloped her heart. Could it be that the legends hold a kernel of truth? Did the dragon possess hypnotic abilities capable of perceiving the innermost thoughts of others? Tang Yuehua's mind raced. What did the dragon intend? Why had it chosen to speak to her in such a manner? She felt utterly powerless. Ao Xing observed the beauty's expressions with keen interest. Tang Yuehua bore a striking resemblance to Bai Jie. No, to Lu Tao. A peculiar thought emerged within him. He recalled a starlet from his past life. Her visage, while not breathtaking, possessed an enchanting quality. Similarly, Tang Yuehua, a scholar of courtly music and etiquette, had a dignified appearance, though not overtly seductive or flamboyant. Moreover, they shared a common trait. Their eyes brimmed with a captivating allure, hinting at romantic entanglements. The juxtaposition of composure, ruggedness, and deep emotion created a striking dichotomy in her features, evoking a narrative of submission and inevitable downfall, reminiscent of certain characters from the New Crystal Village. It was this resemblance that compelled Ao Xing, driven by the dragon's nature, to desire to engage in his favorite pursuits upon encountering Tang Yuehua. Fortunately, his reason prevailed. Otherwise, the relentless torment from the illusory dragon might have led to her untimely death. Was it truly necessary to wait until he completed his task and assumed human form? Ao Xing felt a surge of frustration, his inner turmoil exploding as he whispered fiercely into Tang Yuehua's ear. Rest assured, little you. Despite my nature as a wicked dragon, I am a creature of my word, just as I promised to capture you as my prized possession. It won't be long before your nephew becomes a lifeless corpse. What do you want from me? The dragon's threat finally prompted Tang Yuehua, who had remained silent, to speak. In the realm of noble circles governed by innate talent, she maintained her composure at all times. Thus, Tang Yuehua recalled the words spoken first by the vile dragon. Xiaoya, you would want your nephew to meet an untimely demise, would you? Xiaoya? How repugnant. Did I instruct you to do anything? Ao Xing feigned ignorance. Yet his actions were quite sincere as he descended, gradually alighting on the ground and releasing Tang Yuehua. With one hand grasping the Haotian hammer and the other entwined with the blue silvergrass, he possessed the rare dual martial soul. Having just come of age, his strength already hovered around the soul emperor level. Truly a prodigy in cultivation. Even more alarming was the fact that he had attained the domain of the god of killing. TSK. If he were to cultivate normally, not only could he aspire to become a title Daw, but he might also achieve the status of a super Daw or even a limit Daw by the age of 30 or 40. Ao Xing murmured incessantly, while Tang Yuehua's expression grew increasingly grim. The vile dragon possessed an uncanny understanding of Tang San. His words evidently emphasized the exceptional talent of Xiao San and the boundless potential that lay ahead. If he were to be inexplicably slain by the vile dragon, it would undoubtedly represent a tremendous loss for the Haotian sect, wouldn't it? Ao Xing remarked, Tang Hao must be heartbroken, losing his wife in middle age, and his son in old age, severing ties with the sect, left with neither kin nor friend. How pitiful, how pitiful. Indeed, this despicable dragon had truly mastered the art of manipulating human emotions. Tang Yuehua had foreseen the vile dragon's intended words, yet she found herself at a loss for how to respond. Sigh. After flying for so long, I am weary. Ao Xing closed his dragon eyes, reclining on the grass, feigning slumber. Since becoming a vile dragon, his grasp on human emotions had reached an extraordinary level of expertise. Tang Duhu stood dazet, her expression troubled as she gazed at the vile dragon before her. Ao Xing made no effort to rush her, despite his great strength. The fatigue from their exertions still weighed upon him. He decided to enter a meditative state, remaining utterly still. Time passed, and eventually, the illusionary dragon was restored to its upright position. It felt smooth, with a warmth and gentleness to it. Indeed, Tang Yuehua's musical prowess was remarkable, deftly caressing and plucking the strings. 2.5 hours later, Ao Xing observed Tang Yuehua, who appeared somewhat dazed. Earlier, she had shown considerable effort. It was evident that she cared deeply for her beloved nephew, not wishing for him to be ambushed by the vile dragon on his path of cultivation. Thus, Ao Xing resolved to share a little-known secret with Tang Yuehua. Your grandfather is still alive. As she wiped the corner of her mouth, Tang Yuehua was momentarily taken aback, her gaze filled with bewilderment. What did you say? Your grandfather is not dead, Ao Xing replied, a hint of impatience in his tone. Tang Yuehua was taken aback. She ceased her attempts to cleanse herself, and instead crouched once more in front of the reclining Ao Xing. Really? Do you know where he is? Could you tell me? Ao Xing's eyes glinted with mischief, yet he remained silent. Meanwhile, Tang Yuehua's gaze flickered with conflict as she raised her hand, preparing to reach forward. But Ao Xing abruptly stood, halting her. Do you genuinely wish to know where Tang Chun is? Yes, he is in the City of Slaughter. The City of Slaughter? Upon hearing this familiar name, a tremor seemed to resonate within Tang Yuehua's pupils. For both Tang Hao and Tang San had ventured to the City of Slaughter. Why, then, had her grandfather Tang Chun not returned with any news. A sly smile curled at the corners of A.O. Xing's lips as he remarked, "Your grandfather, upon reaching the pinnacle of soul power at level 99, traversed the continent in search of the divine legacy, aspiring to ascend to greater heights. He discovered the Azura god's inheritance in the city of slaughter. However, fortune did not favor him. During the divine trial, he fell victim to the dark schemes of the Rakshasa god and became parasitized by the blood-red, nine-headed Bat King. Of course, for one of his strength, this was not fatal. But then one day a young man arrived in the city of slaughter. This young man was exceptionally gifted. In pursuit of the god of slaughter's domain, he resolved to traverse the Hell Road. And as he journeyed through the Hell Road, he cast a snow-white swan kiss into the yellow springs below. Chapter 29 Xiao Xue. Please help me massage the Huangquan liquid, which is distilled from the souls of human soul masters. This elixir invigorates the mind and enhances soul power. It is a beverage consumed by all in the city of slaughter. However, it contains trace amounts of toxins. The snow-white swan's kiss can amplify the toxins within the Huangquan liquid 1,000-fold. Once the snow-white swan's kiss is introduced into the source of the Huangquan liquid, it transforms into an inescapable poison. In the city of slaughter, the fallen ones will perish swiftly, depending on their cultivation level, the intensity of their murderous aura, and their own strength. Your grandfather is the king of slaughter. The toxins from the Huangquan liquid within him are even more. Cackles. Aoxing maliciously revealed to Tang Yuehua the deeds of Tang San in the city of slaughter. From Aoxing's description, Tang Yuehua discerned that the young man he spoke of must be Tang San, not Tang Hao. This is because Tang Hao's trials in the city of slaughter occurred decades ago. Had he been the one to drop the snow-white swan's kiss, the city of slaughter would have long been obliterated, and Tang San would have never attained the domain of the god of slaughter. Therefore, the reason the evil dragon informed her that her grandfather, Tang Chun, was still alive and his whereabouts was not to solicit further services from her, but rather to make her aware that her nephew, Tang San, had taken the life of Tang Chun with his own hands? No, you are deceiving me. Why would I deceive you? Aoxing chuckled. Silly woman, I am the evil dragon. I revel in the anguish of you humans' cackles. No, that cannot be true. You are lying to me. How could you possibly know everything? This must be a fabrication. Tang Yuehua appeared as if struck by lightning. Her composure shattered. Her mind clouded as she repeated those phrases. Aoxing watched with delight. Why would I deceive you? What do I gain from it? Regardless, you cannot escape. You are merely a pawn at my disposal. The evil dragon's piercing words filled Tang Yuehua with despair. She realized that what the evil dragon said was likely true. Thus, the entire sect of Hao Yan, her brothers, and herself, who had searched for Tang Chun all these years, had been harmed by Tang San. Unable to accept this outcome, Tang Yuehua pressed her palms painfully against her temples, trying to comfort herself. Little San did not mean to. He just did not know that the king of slaughter was his great-grandfather. It was merely a misunderstanding. Ah, a misunderstanding. Aoxing scoffed. It is inevitable. That little wretch Tang San is no benign character. His duplicitous nature ensures that your grandfather, Tang Chun, would indirectly meet his demise at his hands. The city of slaughter is indeed a den for the fallen. However, how many of these fallen souls can truly escape the city of carnage? Over the years, how many have endured the trials of the Hell Road? In fact, the very act of entering the city of carnage signifies that their remaining days will be spent within its confines. The existence of this city inadvertently prevents the fallen from wreaking havoc upon the ordinary citizens of the Dolua continent. Did Tang San truly cast the snowy swan's kiss into the river of yellow springs with the intention of obliterating the evil that is the city of carnage and its denizens? No, this was merely a facade. His true desire is to ensure that no one else may traverse the trials of the Hell Road in the future. A.O. Xing scoffed, proclaiming, I am the evil dragon, and I can boldly acknowledge the malevolence of my actions. Yet your dear nephew, Tang San, presents himself as pure and upright, standing on the side of justice, while in reality, he is a selfish, insidious beast. Tang Yuehua was perplexed by the evil dragon's relentless animosity toward her nephew. However, she could not ignore the grim reality that her grandfather, Tang Chun, was now gravely poisoned due to Tang San's actions, with little time left to live. In that moment, Tang Yuehua found herself in disbelief. Already in disarray, she was now on the brink of madness, gazing at the stunning woman before him, who had lost all traces of her previous composure and serenity. Ao Xing felt a surge of delight, reveling in the effectiveness of his manipulation. This was precisely the outcome he desired. He sought to enslave Tang Yuehua both mentally and physically, disregarding her continued denial of the truth he had revealed. As she shook her head and wept, with a swift motion of his wings, Ao Xing seized her and flew toward Pearl Island. The Sea God Island should still lie to the west of Pearl Island, right? If not for his insufficient power, he would have ventured there. Poseidon's appearance seemed to be holding up well, and if memory serves, there was also a remarkably beautiful mermaid, Dolua. He chuckled ominously. "A little snow, I have brought back a familiar face." Ao Xing returned to Pearl Island. Qian Renxue, peering through the window of her chamber, was taken aback upon seeing Tang Yuehua, whom he had placed upon the beach, perhaps due to serving the evil dragon and the exhaustion from not having eaten during their journey, or perhaps the torment inflicted by Tang San's poisoning of Tang Chan that weighed heavily on Tang Yuehua's spirit. She remained in a semi-unconscious state even after being set down on the sand. How could it be her? Qian Renxue thought. Having attended the Royal Etiquette Academy of the Tiando Empire, she was no stranger to Tang Yuehua, especially since she had visited the academy frequently since last year when Xue became a student there. If she were to discover that Xue Qinghe was merely her disguise, what then? Qian Renxue furrowed her brow as she regarded Ao Xing entering the room. The news of the crown prince Xue Qinghe being abducted by the evil dragon had long since spread throughout the Tiando Empire, and Tang Yuehua was certainly aware of it. She is not foolish. Upon seeing her here, it is highly probable that she could deduce her masquerade as the crown prince of the Heaven Do Empire. There is no escaping her fate. She is the sister of the lord of the Haotian sect. I'm aware of this. Ao Xing gazed at Qian Renxue and said, "You must understand that you are now Qian Renxue, not the crown prince of the Heaven Do Empire. You have completely bid farewell to the life of Xue Qinghe." The abduction of Tang Yuehua was intended to have her impart knowledge related to serving the Purple Pearl, while also training the etiquette for future handmaidens of the evil dragon. The past few days have been exhausting, filled with both thievery and the capture of individuals. Please assist me by massaging my back. Ao Xing commanded Qian Renxue in a tone of authority. Perhaps it was due to her overly gentle demeanor in the previous days to soothe Qian Renxue's emotions, that today this woman dared to furrow her brow and question her. This greatly displeased Ao Xing, glancing at the taming value, which had risen to 21,100. Ao Xing understood that to swiftly elevate this value, a combination of both gentleness and firmness was essential. Otherwise, if she were too lenient, what would prevent her from being perceived as a mere sycophant? Noticing that Qian Renxue remained stationary, Ao Xing urged, "Be swift, or I shall strike you with a punishment." Chapter 30. The Malevolent Dragon Requests My Assistance? A spanking? Qian Renxue furrowed her brow, yet as her thin lips pressed together, her eyes sparkled like two pale golden pearls shimmering in autumn waters, revealing a trace of panic. Soon, her cheeks were lightly tinged with a delicate blush, reminiscent of peach blossoms unfurling in the spring breeze. She bit her lower lip, recalling the humiliating image of herself being spanked by the dragoness tail after offering jewels in exchange for the rescue of Xue Ku from the clutches of the wicked dragon. How shameful! Qian Renxue's slender fingers clutched tightly at the hem of her garment, standing frozen in place, devoid of any movement. Did you not hear? The dragon urged in a sinister tone, seemingly growing impatient as it flicked its tail, perhaps issuing a warning. Reluctantly, Qian Renxue took a hesitant step forward, only to retreat almost immediately. Her long, slightly arched brows furrowed gently above her phoenix-like eyes. Ao Xing observed her, resembling a bewildered fawn, and chose silence, closing his eyes to await the unfolding events. Realizing the dragon's demeanor, Qian Renxue understood she could not evade this predicament. With great reluctance, she approached the dragon, her breath quickening yet striving to maintain composure. "How? Do I even begin? She murmured, glancing at the dragon's considerable form compared to that of an ordinary person. I'm not sure where to start pressing. Besides, with you lying like this, I would have to bend over. Ao Xing quietly opened his eyes, noting his own position, half a person's height, aligning perfectly with Qian Rushu's waist. Indeed, for her to press on his back, she would have to stoop. In the days prior, during the raid on Hanhai City, he had focused solely on plundering the treasury, neglecting to abduct any craftsman. Thus, the grand golden bed remained merely a plan, not yet realized. Qian Rushu's bed, if she were to lie upon it, it might very well collapse under the weight of crystallized diamonds. What to do? Ao Xing found himself perplexed as he gazed at the graceful Qian Rushu beside him. How about you sit on my back while you press? Qian Rushu's eyes widened, ripples of disbelief washing over her. To sit upon him? This. Her previously composed expression morphed into one of incredulity, her brows freezing mid-furrow. Quickly, my patience is limited. Before her, the dragon's skin glistened like cream, and its long, perfectly proportioned legs shihid ao shig esse impaciência. In his past life as a corporate drone, even a decent meal had been a luxury. Not to mention seeking a foot massage from a sister burdened with a sick mother, a gambling father, and a brother attending school. Now, reborn as a malevolent dragon, in the realm of Doluo continent, apart from Bibi Dong, Tang Shun, Qian Daolu, Poseidon, and certain formidable soul beasts, he was an invincible presence. Whatever he desired to pursue, none could refuse him. Even for the aforementioned individuals, he remains untroubled by the threat to his life, thanks to his extraordinary ability to halt time. Indeed, Qianren Shui realizes that she is utterly powerless to resist the formidable dragon before her. Reluctantly, she places her right hand upon the dragon's broad shoulder and gently exerts pressure, allowing herself to settle halfway between the dragon's expansive wings. Just apply pressure as you support yourself on my shoulder. The force you exert while leaping feels rather pleasant. Ao Xing lets out a contented hum, then closes his eyes once more, preparing to indulge in the experience. Qianren Shui, however, does not immediately begin to knead Ao Xing's shoulders or the base of his wings. Instead, she curiously caresses the cobalt scales of the dragon. The colors of these scales are quite peculiar. From different angles, they exhibit varying hues, presenting a gradient effect. Yet, regardless of the perspective, the predominant shades remain a soft black and deep purple. Purple, the rarest color in nature. Currently, there are no widespread methods in Doluo continent for extracting purple from minerals. People often resort to purifying pigments from purple plants or animals, a process that is time-consuming, labor-intensive, and fraught with danger. After all, organisms that display purple in the natural world often possess significant toxicity. Truly, this creature does not resemble a malicious dragon at all. Qianren Shui muses with a tinge of regret. If Ao Xing were not a dragon, he would undoubtedly be a creature of noble status, akin to a mythical beast. In such a case, once her strength reached the pinnacle of Doa, she would gladly tame such a creature as her steed. No! Qianren Shui suddenly smacks her forehead, a wave of self-reproach washing over her. What are you thinking? You are currently captured by a dragon, imprisoned upon this island. Why are you contemplating how to make it your mount, instead of devising an escape plan? After a wry smile, Qianren Shui resumes her exploration of the dragon's scales along its back. They are smooth, not cold, although their appearance resembles that of gemstones. Her hands can distinctly perceive that these scales are an integral part of the dragon, imbued with life. If the dragon were entirely black, it would undoubtedly be quite striking. She imagines. Suddenly, a vivid image flashes through her mind, a princess and a dragon. Ao Xing delicately senses the gentle touch of Qianren Shui's exquisite fingers. For a creature of his immense stature, the sensation is not particularly pronounced. Yet, due to his formidable strength, Ao Xing can amplify the tactile experience on the scales beneath her fingers several-fold simply by concentrating his mental energy. The pressure is minimal, light, yet immensely pleasurable. Ao Xing gradually directs his mental energy down towards the scales, quickly becoming aware of a contact area nestled between his wings. shaped like a peach yet possessing the softness and elasticity of jelly. How delightful! Ao Xing exhales a gentle breath of dragon fire. As Qian Ringshu was jolted back to reality by the movements of the dragon beneath her, she began to press firmly on the creature's shoulder, seemingly intent on returning all the grievances and fury she had recently endured. To this end, she subtly channeled her soul power. However, the force she exerted was utterly insignificant against the dragon, particularly one as formidable as Ao Xing, whose exterior had crystallized into diamond-like scales. With determination, she thought, "Can this truly be effective?" Upon confirming that the dragon was augmenting its strength, Qian Ringshu felt a surge of joy and promptly infused more soul power into her hands. "Let me see if I can make you feel discomfort." She exerted herself in her efforts to massage. Yet, the dragon, with its eyes closed, remained utterly still. Clearly, her efforts were inconsequential to him. "This won't do. Your hands are too small and lack the strength. It would be better if you stood on me and applied your weight," the dragon suddenly proposed. Qian Ringshu was taken aback. "Massage? Isn't it typically done with hands? Why does the dragon desire to use feet?" "Hurry up," the insistent voice echoed once more, prompting Qian Ringshu to reluctantly rise to her feet. Please remove your shoes." Chapter 31. The 5-year period has concluded, and Shrek reunites, feeling the gentle pressure on his back from 2 distinct points. Ao Xing let out a contented sigh. In truth, for this formidable dragon, even if Qian Rinshui were to bounce and stomp her feet on his back, he would scarcely notice. Yet, the sounds of enjoyment he emitted stemmed from his fondness for the sensation of being dominated by another. Moreover, it was Qian Rinshui, barefooted, standing upon him. Moments earlier, as she removed her shoes, he had swiftly opened his eyes to catch a glimpse, approximately a size 37. For someone of Qian Rinshui's stature, this was a perfectly normal size. Her toes, pristine and glistening, resembled tender lotus shoots, while their tips appeared akin to delicate, pale pink pearls. Each one was slender, yet exquisite. The soles bore a subtle orange hue, reminiscent of the colors that dance around the edges of clouds at sunset. Merely contemplating this was a source of great comfort. Not to mention, his spiritual energy allowed him to perceive every slight movement she made, even the faintest curling of a toe. At this moment, Qian Rinshui, standing atop the dragon, felt her face flush crimson. Since her concealment within the Heaven Do Empire, she had not permitted anyone to gaze upon her skin, save for her arms, neck, and face. Yet just now, the dragon had commanded her to remove her shoes in his presence, an unprecedented occurrence. Fortunately, the dragon had his eyes closed. Qian Rinshui felt a measure of relief. Had he been watching her perform such an act, she would have been overwhelmed with embarrassment and indignation. "Oh, when would this end?" Qian Rinshui inwardly lamented, observing the dragon's expression of enjoyment. Was he to indulge in this until dawn? Meanwhile, in Heaven Do City at Shrek Academy, the golden-haired, sinister-eyed Dai Mubai and the statuesque Zhu Yuqing, clad in white, purposely refrained from revealing their identities as they approached the duty student at the Academy's entrance, requesting an audience with the dean and vice dean. The duty student, however, promptly declined their request. After all, Shrek Academy had undergone a remarkable transformation. Following their triumph in the Continental Elite Soul Master Competition 5 years prior, Shrek's reputation had soared, though still admitting only commoners. It was no longer an institution one could enter without merit. Dai Mubai had anticipated such a reaction. Thus, he ostentatiously announced his name. "You are Dai Mubai?" The duty student scoffed. "Well, I am Tang San." However, before the student could finish, the exuberant Ma Hongjun suddenly leaped forth, attempting to embrace both Dai Mubai and Zhu Yuqing. Recognizing the golden-haired man as a senior, the duty student instantly understood the situation. In an instant, Shrek Academy erupted into excitement. At that very moment, Ning Rongrong also appeared at the Academy's entrance. The long-awaited reunion of the Shrek 7 had finally arrived. On her way, Ning Rongrong had even prepared gifts. Certainly, it was rather surprising for the remaining members of Shrek that a distinguished, sword-like white-haired elder accompanied her. The Shrek 7 were no strangers to this individual. The sword de law, Chun Xin. Rongrong, why such a grand display? Coming back for a gathering and bringing along the title de law, Grandfather Jian, exclaimed Ma Hongjun, unable to contain his excitement. Dai Mubai, too, wore a slightly twitching expression as he looked at Ning Rongrong, eagerly anticipating their 5-year reunion. This was not solely due to the reunion of the Shrek 7. It was also because he could impress the younger girls in front of him. However, Ma Hongjun's loud outburst revealed to the new students of Shrek Academy that the elder beside Ning Rongrong was a powerhouse of title Doloa level. Consequently, the attention that should have been directed towards the younger girls was inevitably drawn to the sword Doloa instead. Ma Hongjun, Dai Mubai grasped Ma Hongjun by the neck. Were you just trying to make a move? Why reach out to embrace my Zhuqing? Who is your Zhuqing? Retorted the black-haired woman, deliberately creating distance from Dai Mubai. Upon witnessing this scene, Ning Rongrong's eyes reflected a hint of sorrow, but she quickly inquired, Zhuqing, don't you have any formidable soul masters accompanying you? Recently, the situation in Heavendo City has been rather unsettling. Huh? In response to Ning Rongrong's question, Zhuqing displayed a puzzled expression. Are you not aware that a malevolent dragon suddenly appeared in Heavendo City a few days ago? It first abducted Princess Shueku, then the Crown Prince, and just the day before yesterday, even took away the Moon Pavilion Master. Presently, within Heavendo City, any woman of slightly elevated status and pleasing appearance lived in constant fear. They either fled to remote countryside or concealed themselves in secret chambers, rarely venturing onto the bustling streets of the city. A malevolent dragon? Zhuqing's expression turned to one of shock. She and Dai Mubai had traveled from the Star Luo Empire to Heavendo City half a month prior. However, they had not rushed, instead indulging in leisurely pursuits and savoring delectable cuisine along the way. This left her feeling quite perplexed. After all, the Star Luo Empire undoubtedly had spies within the Heavendo Empire, and based on her understanding, news of any significant events would reach the Star Luo Empire within 3 days at most. As for the malevolent dragon, she had heard tales of it since childhood. It was a creature known for its avarice and lasciviousness, particularly fond of abducting human princesses. Her mother had often recounted stories of the malevolent dragon as a means of instilling caution, urging her to cultivate her strength. How vile, remarked Dai Mubai, a glint of ferocity flashing in his eyes. They must have suppressed the news. Otherwise, the Star Luo Empire would have certainly sent someone to inform us. It may not necessarily be their doing. Zhuqing shook her head. Perhaps it was those ministers who followed them. At this point, discussing this is no longer necessary. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed, and a blue-haired man, both recognizable yet strange, appeared before them. Beside him stood a tall woman with a single ponytail. As Tang San's appearance astonished the Shrek group, Jiando widened his eyes in disbelief. He was intrigued to discover that this prodigy emanated an unusual aura, reminiscent of a certain domain. Greetings, Elder Jian, Tang San said respectfully, before addressing the Shrek members. I was present when the evil dragon attacked Yu Xian and abducted Princess Shueku of the Tiando Empire. Zhuqing, Rongrong, your noble statuses necessitate caution. Please refrain from roaming the streets too freely. Furthermore, Master informed me yesterday that upon our return, we should visit him at the academy, as he has significant matters to announce. I sense that this is likely related to the evil dragon. He seems to have discovered a method to tame it. Chapter 32. The God of Pua, Yu Xiaojiang. I once visited a place with Bibi Dong. In my youth, I chanced upon a tome concerning the malevolent dragon within the ancient library of the Spirit Hall. The malevolent dragon stands as one of the most extraordinary creatures known on the Doloa continent, possessing the strength nearly equivalent to a tidal Doloa in its juvenile phase. And in its adulthood, it can rival hundreds of tidal Doloa. Yu Xiaojiang, with his hands clasped behind his back and his head slightly tilted upward at an angle of 22.5 degrees, revealed a hint of melancholy in his gaze. The members of Shrek Academy gathered around him, listening intently. In their eyes, the master was a repository of knowledge, omniscient and omnipresent, akin to a walking guide to Doloa. Hence, even though he spoke of information that had recently circulated widely in Tiando City, the Shrek 7 monsters listened earnestly, displaying no signs of impatience. After what seemed like 20 minutes, Yu Xiaojiang cleared his throat. The Shrek's 7 monsters, who had initially been drooping with fatigue, suddenly perked up, raising their heads in anticipation. After years of companionship, they understood that the master was about to deliver the crux of his discourse. The adult malevolent dragon is invincible across the globe. However, the juvenile malevolent dragon can be tamed, for it harbors a fatal weakness. Seemingly fatigued from his exposition, Yu Xiaojiang turned to grasp a cup of water from the table and took a sip. Observing this gesture, his son Tang San immediately grasped the implication. Tang San promptly inquired, "What is the weakness?" "The dragon's horns," Yu Xiaojiang elucidated. If one can grasp the juvenile dragon's pair of horns with both hands, it can be tamed much like a wild stallion. The dual horns of the malevolent dragon are the source of its nefarious power. The horns of a juvenile dragon are still tender. By seizing them and continuously infusing soul power while suppressing its malevolent energy, the dragon's strength will be significantly diminished. It will be incapable of employing dragon flames or breath attacks, relying solely on the strength of its own flesh to resist. With eloquence, Yu Xiaojiang shared insights regarding the dragon's weaknesses, drawing upon knowledge gleaned from the ancient texts of the Spirit Hall, as well as synthesizing insights from his lifelong study of soul beasts and martial spirits. Nonetheless, the Shrek's 7 monsters were thoroughly engrossed in the discourse. Noticing their rapt attention, Yu Xiaojiang closed his eyes momentarily, contemplating before he resumed. Therefore, taming the malevolent dragon necessitates not only immense physical strength, but also profound soul power. Based on my calculations, one must possess at least the cultivation level of Title de Law to tame the dragon before one's soul power is exhausted. The cultivation level of a Title de Law, regardless of Yu Xiaojiang's own belief in his statements, the Shrek's 7 monsters accepted his words as gospel, deeming them absolute truth. Thus, Master, you are telling us this because you wish for us to. Precisely, Yu Xiaojiang asserted, his chest swelling with determination. I wish for you all to tame the malevolent dragon. As far as I know, the Spirit Hall, the Tiando Empire, the Xingluo Empire, and even several powerful sects are clandestinely searching for the traces of the evil dragon. If one could tame the evil dragon, it would undoubtedly become your most formidable ally in the journey of cultivation, where no obstacles would ever be insurmountable. 5 years ago, you triumphed at the Continental Elite Soul Master Competition, and your names echoed throughout the continent. Everyone is aware that the future of the Shrek's 7 monsters is boundless. Xiao Wu, did you encounter any dangers on your way back to Shrek Academy? Yu Xiaojiang glanced at Xiao Wu, who stood beside Tang San. 5 years prior, after Bibi Dong exposed her true identity, the Shrek 7 monsters had all learned to some extent about Xiao Wu's real nature. A tremor ran through Xiao Wu's heart. Upon hearing this, a smile graced Yu Xiaojiang's lips, and he murmured in a tone audible to everyone, "It seems Bibi Dong still gives me some face." Ahem, Xiao Wu, your current identity is too sensitive. Even though the 7 of you are unmatched at your age, and with me, Flander, the golden iron triangle of the 2 dragons, and the esteemed teachers of Shrek Academy, to protect you, should others discover that you have all returned to Shrek Academy, it would undoubtedly draw unwanted attention. Had it not been for the Sword de Law accompanying Ning Rongrong today, trouble might have already knocked at your door. Therefore, you must hasten your strength enhancement. We have been improving our strength quite rapidly. Ning Rongrong had been persistently urged by Ning Fengji at home for the past few years, and she finally managed to seize the opportunity of the 5-year agreement to venture out and have some fun, only to find that Master demanded they continue cultivating to increase their strength, which left her visibly displeased. You have yet to reach the rank of Soul Sage. How can you be considered strong on the Dolua continent? Do not be misled by your exceptional talents or your wealth of battle experience. You may be invincible among peers. But what about against powerful adversaries at the ranks of Soul de Law or Title de Law? Yu Xiaojiang feigned a serious demeanor as he spoke. The situation on the Dolua continent is becoming increasingly perplexing. It seems the Spirit Hall is plotting something. Once more, you must expedite your strength enhancement. Could it be that you wish for us to elevate our strength to the level of Title de Law at the earliest, and then go tame the evil dragon? Tang Sen interjected suddenly. connecting the dots between Yu Xiaojiang's mention of taming the evil dragon and the urgency for the Shrek 7 monsters to quickly bolster their soul power. Indeed, as long as you can tame the evil dragon and make it your right-hand ally, your future paths will be unimpeded. However, did you not say that one must possess at least the strength of a titled Doluo to tame the evil dragon? In response to the doubts of the crowd, Li Xiaojiang hastily countered with the assertion that Shrek only recruits exceptional talents, not ordinary individuals. Is it that I claim the evil dragon requires the strength of a titled Doluo to be tamed, and you cannot tame it while still at the level of soul Doluo? In response to the Master's assertions, the 7 companions fell momentarily silent. Yu Xiaojiang understood the reason for their silence. As soul power increases, the quest for advancement becomes increasingly arduous, progressing from soul emperor to soul saint, or even to the level of a titled Doluo, demands a commitment of time and effort that may surpass the challenge of ascending from level 1 to 69. Yu Xiaojiang chuckled softly and stated directly, "Do you believe I am merely speaking whimsically, assigning you impossible tasks? You underestimate me as your master. In my youth, I once ventured with BB Dong to a place that the Spirit Hall refers to as Devil Island, though I know it by its true name, Sea God Island. Located in the far west of Doluo continent, Sea God Island is home to several titled Doluo powerhouses, and it may even harbor a peerless titled Doluo of level 99. If you manage to endure the trials on Sea God Island, your strength will undoubtedly experience remarkable growth. The evil dragon moves unseen, and other factions will likely expend considerable time attempting to locate it. Moreover, aside from myself, none know the method to tame the evil dragon. You can certainly seize the opportunity to train on Sea God Island while the Spirit Hall's attention shifts toward the evil dragon. For humans, 3 years, 5 years, or even a decade may seem lengthy. However, for soul beasts or the evil dragon, such durations are fleeting, insufficient for them to transition from their juvenile stage to adulthood. By that time, once your cultivation reaches the brink of titled Doluo strength, you may attempt to tame the evil dragon. Chapter 33. Assault on the 7 Treasures Glazed Sect, a Triad Encounter. As night descends, the malevolent dragon reemerges. In midair, Ao Xing grasps a rope, from which dangles a dozen pirates, strung together like candied hawthorn, suspended below. They have committed no transgressions. Rather, it is Ao Xing who requires their assistance. Despite having transformed into a fearsome dragon, he cannot conjure another version of himself as Sun Wukong does by plucking a hair. Nor can he multiply like Naruto with his shadow clone technique to obstruct Tsunade or Sakura. Even a dragon capable of soaring at extraordinary speeds has its limitations. Thus, he sought out a group of moderately skilled pirates, bringing them to the Doluo continent to aid in the abduction of carpenters, bricklayers, and blacksmiths needed for the construction of his dragon castle and the crafting of gold and silver artifacts. Upon reaching the land, Ao Xing released these individuals. The more craftsmen you bring back, the more suitable soul rings I shall find for you upon my ascendance. Ao Xing understood that, as a dragon, these pirates would not dare defy him. However, he was acutely aware that coercive tactics might lead to mere token compliance. Therefore, he resolved to entice them with promises, igniting their enthusiasm. Though the soul masters of Purple Pearl Island were predominantly maritime soul masters, they remained a minority, while most artisans were common folk, perhaps with some correlation between their martial spirits and their trades. Yet it was improbable to find someone like Tang, Hao, a titled Dao, hiding away as a blacksmith and relying on his own son for sustenance. Thus, Ao Xing was confident that these pirates could accomplish the tasks he set before them. After a brief explanation, he soared towards the eastern continent. Some may wonder why he had just abducted Tang Yuehua to Purple Pearl Island, only to return to the mainland. Ao Xing declared, "A dragon's word is as unyielding as iron." He had previously vowed to capture Tang Yuehua as his personal possession, and that task was nearly complete. Now, he merely needed to fulfill the threats he had previously uttered towards Ning Fengji and Bone Doluo, the 7 Treasures Glazed Sect, the second most powerful sect in the world. This night, I, Ao Xing, shall annihilate a sect with a single dragon. transformed into a crystalline form. Ao Xing brimmed with confidence in his strength. If the system had not deceived him, then even with the augmentation from Ning Fengji's 7 treasures glazed tower, neither Sword de Law nor Bone de Law could pose a lethal threat. With the ability to halt time and detonate gems, he was fully capable of confronting an entire sect. After all, as the wealthiest sect in the realm, the 7 treasures glazed sect must possess a vast treasure trove of gold and jewels. When the time comes, he could unleash his explosive talents to obliterate the sect entirely. Ah, how exhilarating this prospect is. Ao Xing reminisced about his actions since traversing the Dolua continent. Although he had committed misdeeds, they paled in comparison to true malevolence. The thought of slaughtering more soul masters and obliterating sects was akin to the reputation of a malevolent dragon. A sinister smile flickered across his lips as Ao Xing vanished into the night. Outside the city of Tiando, nestled within a majestic mountain range, stood a formidable castle, constructed to complement the terrain, dominating the landscape beneath the peaks. The towering walls, composed of stone bricks weathered by time, remained steadfast, resembling a serpentine dragon encircling the mountains. This was the esteemed location of the 7 treasures glazed sect, the second most powerful sect in the world. At this moment, the city gates were firmly shut. The armored guard stationed at the entrance maintained a solemn vigil over their surroundings. Recently, the sect leader had repeatedly emphasized the need for vigilance regarding the area surrounding the sect, allegedly due to fears of a malevolent dragon abducting the young princess. Fortunately, with Ning Rongrong's recent visit to Tiando City, the guards, who had been on high alert, could finally ease their tension. However, unbeknownst to them, all the hidden sentinels surrounding the 7 treasures glazed sect had been eliminated. The assailants were 4 formidable title level experts. Behind them loomed a vast army of soul masters from the Spear Hall. Indeed, even with the unforeseen incident of the malevolent dragon seizing Qian Renshua, Bibidan had not halted the soul-hunting initiative. Today, the Spirit Hall intended to strike against the 7 treasures glazed sect, the most formidable sect on the Dolua continent. Aside from the Haotian sect, how fortuitous, concealed within the clouds, Ao Xing observed the formidable figures of the Spirit Hall below, a playful smirk crossing his face. Perhaps this was the allure of the protagonist as Halo. Everything he endeavored flourished effortlessly. Just as he planned to exact revenge on the 7 treasures glazed sect, he fortuitously stumbled upon the Spirit Hall's soul-hunting scheme. His gaze fixated on 2 figures, one black and one white, below. They were none other than Bibidan's most trusted subordinates, the flower Dua Yuan and the ghost Dua Gue Mei. Had they fully recovered from their injuries? He chuckled to himself. During their encounter in the Star Do Forest, Ao Xing had utilized the time-stop domain to pile the treasures that the Tiando Empire had exchanged for Shueka around them, subsequently detonating them and inflicting severe injuries upon the duo. Now, with the Spirit Hall as formidable resources and various rare treasures, they had regained their strength and led the charge against the 7 treasures glazed sect. If the 7 treasures glazed sect and the Spirit Hall found themselves locked in a fierce battle, only for the malevolent dragon to appear unexpectedly, it would surely be an entertaining sight. Ao Xing mused silently, while below, the Spirit Hall began their assault. With the sudden appearance of the ghost Dolua, both squads of guards at the entrance of the 7 treasures glazed sect were annihilated. Subsequently, a dazzling array of soul skills erupted, and within mere seconds, a massive breach appeared in the castle's walls. The soul masters of the Spirit Hall divided into 2 factions. A select few formidable beings from the aviation sect, under the leadership of the formidable Ju Doa and Gue Doa, surged towards the battlements and watchtower of the castle, launching a surprise assault. Meanwhile, 2 other titled Duluos led a substantial contingent of spirit masters directly into the heart of the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Instantly, the air was filled with the cacophony of battle cries. Within the confines of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, Ning Fengji and Bone de Law were abruptly awakened. They promptly urged the spirit masters allied with the 7 treasure glazed tile school to resist. However, upon realizing that the enemy's numbers vastly outnumbered their own, and with 4 title de law among them, Ning Fengji gritted his teeth in fury. Spirit Hall. The grievances of today shall not be forgiven. Uncle Gu, we must depart. The remaining direct disciples of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School will retreat through the secret passage. Had Bon Delua and Jian Delua been present, Ning Fengji would have undoubtedly attempted to confront the title Delua of the Spirit Hall, hoping to buy time for more direct disciples to escape. However, just days prior, Ning Rongrong had gone to Shrek Academy, and he felt uneasy allowing Jian Delua to accompany her. Thus, at this moment, only Bon Delua remained to defend the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Faced with 4 title Delua, even with his support, it was unlikely they could withstand for long. Ning Zhongzhu, is it appropriate to leave like this? Who? Just as Ning Fengji was being carried by Bon Delua, preparing to exit through the tunnel, he heard a somewhat familiar voice. Simultaneously, Zhu Thua and Gui Delua, who were advancing towards him, were taken aback. Their gazes turned skyward, where they beheld a dragon-like creature soaring through the air, its wings unfurled. Aside from its exterior coloration, it bore an uncanny resemblance to the cloned Ao Xing. Chapter 34. Art is an explosion. The Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School faces annihilation. Retreat. The commanding voices of the Zhu Delua Yuan and the ghost Delua Guimei echoed with urgency. Recently, they had been treacherously ambushed by the malevolent dragon, sustaining severe injuries with countless shards of gemstones embedded in their bodies. The Pope Bibi Dong summoned the finest healing spirit masters and, using her mental prowess, meticulously extracted the shards, a painstaking process that took nearly half a month for them to recover from. Thus, no one understood the terrifying might of the malevolent dragon better than they did. The other 2 titled Delua of the Spirit Hall, upon hearing the command from Zhu Delua and Ghost Delua, momentarily hesitated, failing to retreat promptly. They perceived the Spirit Hall's advantage, boasting 4 titled Delua, hundreds of spirit masters of soul sage rank and above, alongside thousands of ordinary spirit masters. What difference could the addition of a young dragon make in such a formidable lineup? Retreat. Guimei's hoarse voice resounded once more as he suddenly appeared beside a titled Delua, delivering a ruthless slap infused with soul power to the side of his face. Blood rained down, and upon witnessing this scene, the Spirit Hall's members, who had been tormenting the direct disciples of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, were instantly jolted into awareness. The Ghost Delua, the elder in charge of the Spirit Hall's punishments, commanded authority in the absence of the Pope and the offerings. The Spirit Hall's soul masters, along with the titled Delua who had just been struck, swiftly turned to flee. Observing this, Ning Fengji, being carried by the Bon Delua, issued a command. Direct disciples of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, heed my orders. Fire the Zhuge divine crossbows. The direct disciples, who had been desperately sprinting towards the secret passage, promptly removed the black boxes from their backs and turned to face the retreating Spirit Hall soul masters, pulling the triggers of the Zhuge divine crossbows. In an instant, countless black steel short arrows rained down like a tempest, densely packed and overwhelming. The sound of arrows vibrating at high speed and the piercing whistle of their tips slicing through the air intertwined, creating a symphony that resonated deeply. Under the moonlight, the arrow rain shimmered with a silver-black luster as it descended upon the throng of Spirit Hall soul masters. The sudden sense of pressure from behind compelled them to instinctively turn, but before they could comprehend the situation, the rain of arrows pierced through their bodies, resulting in a violent explosion of blood mist that enveloped the area. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of lower-ranked soul masters fell in an instant. Witnessing this, Zhu Delua's eyes widened in fury, yet upon seeing the dragon in the sky, he suppressed his rage and shouted, "Quickly retreat." As he beheld such a scene, a faint smile graced Ning Fengji's lips. Unexpectedly, at the critical moment of survival for the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, an interloper had emerged. Although the malevolent dragon clearly bore ill intent, Ning Fengji believed that there might be room for negotiation with it, especially in contrast to the aggressive advance of the Spirit Hall. Ultimately, the Spirit Hall dispatched 4 titled Delua, unmistakably intent on obliteration. In contrast, the malevolent dragon appeared to have ulterior motives. Subsequently, he instructed Bon Deloi to release him, gazing at A.O. Xing with a calm demeanor and stating, "Evil Dragon Senior, I confess, the actions of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect recently were rather unprincipled. For this, I express my profound regrets. Since you, Senior Evil Dragon, have graced us with your presence today, all the wealth and rare treasures within the Seven Treasures Glazed sect are yours to select at your leisure. Should you desire anything else, we shall strive to fulfill your wishes," Ning Fengji declared earnestly. Meanwhile, A.O. Xing narrowed his eyes, aware of Ning Fengji's duplicity, yet surprised to find it rivaling that of Tang San's. He could hardly believe he was being addressed as senior. "You should know, I come here for a person, not for riches. Where's Ning Rongrong? Ao Xing inquired impaciently." A flicker of helplessness crossed Ning Fengji's eyes. Indeed, the evil dragon sought her. The young lady is not in the Seven Treasures Glazed sect. Senior Evil Dragon, perhaps haha. Merely jesting, A.O. Xing interjected, observing Ning Fengji's troubled expression. He burst into laughter before asking, "Did you truly think I came to the Seven Treasures Glazed sect for Ning Rongrong? Wrong. Utterly mistaken. I am aware that Ning Rongrong is currently with the Shrek group. My purpose here is solely for vengeance." "Vengeance?" Ning Fengji furrowed his brow and hastily explained, "Senior Evil Dragon, that day was indeed a misunderstanding. I and Uncle Gugo explained that to the King of Hell." Ao Xing retorted impaciently, then activated the unique talent of his gem dragon. Beginning to sense his surroundings soon, he received feedback. "Is the Seven Treasures Glazed sect truly this affluent?" A.O. Xing understood that the Seven Treasures Glazed sect was as wealthy as a nation, the most opulent sect in the world. Yet, he could never have anticipated that the sect's wealth was concealed within the mountains behind their ancient castle. According to his perception, these mountains had been hollowed out, filled with an inconceivable abundance of gems and gold. The quantity was staggering beyond imagination. Among them, there were no soul coins. Only gold bars forged in a block so hefty that even an adult male could not lift them, stacked like walls. Gems were carelessly scattered about, akin to mere sand. If these gems were to detonate, would I not meet my end? A.O. Xing's expression shifted to one of caution. However, seeing a throng of direct disciples from the Seven Treasures Glazed sect glaring at him with hostility while wielding the tattered weapons crafted by Tang San, his anger surged. "What manner of insects are you? Dare to show such disrespect to me? Explode." A.O. Xing's dragon eyes glinted coldly as he unleashed the gem dragon's innate ability. In the next moment, the gemstones accumulated within the mountains behind the Seven Treasures Glazed sect began to tremble with an inexplicable rhythm, their originally brilliant surfaces now shimmering with a kaleidoscope of colors. What could be amiss? Ning Fengji sensed an unsettling change and turned his gaze toward the adjacent mountain. Could it be that the malevolent dragon had detected the treasure vault of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect? Before he could contemplate further, the towering mountain suddenly convulsed, fracturing in an instant, emitting a blinding light that was unbearable to behold. Meanwhile, A.O. Xing activated time, stop and soared into the distance. Ning Fengji stood in stunned silence, witnessing the catastrophic collapse of the mountain and the palpable shockwave that rippled through the air, leaving him in a daze. At that moment, Bon Deloi swiftly hoisted him and sped towards the secret passage. However, even the velocity of a 95-ranked title Deloi could not outpace the rapid spread of the explosion. In mere moments, the Seven Treasures Glazed sect was engulfed by a white mushroom cloud. Chapter 35. The entire continent is shocked. Bibi Dong. The evil dragon did it in the dead of night. A terrifying white light erupted in the northwest corner of Heaven Do City. A colossal mushroom cloud expanded instantaneously, resembling a monstrous beast that devoured the sky, completely engulfing a nearby mountain range. The guards at the city gates gazed in horror at the distant spectacle. All colors were consumed. The previously pitch-black night was abruptly replaced by a blinding white day. Moments later, a fierce wind swept through. Even though they were sole masters, they had to cling to the nearby structures to avoid being blown away. After a while, the deafening sound of an explosion finally reached their ears. By this time, Heavendo City was already experiencing violent tremors, with intensity surpassing that of a typical earthquake. Numerous buildings began to crack. Many who were asleep were violently jolted from their beds. In an instant, the once sleepy city erupted into chaos, as people cried out in panic and trepidation. No one knew what had transpired. Yet, many Soul Master nobles who rose to investigate the situation turned pale. Ordinary citizens might be unaware of the location of the massive explosion, but they knew. The second strongest sect in the world, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. What on earth is happening? Yu Xiaojing exclaimed in terror. Even a soul fusion skill from a titled Dula-level expert should not cause such a ruckus. Could it be an extreme Dolaw? No, even extreme Dolaw could not achieve this. I must quickly send someone to inform Rongrong. Yu Xiaojing's expression changed dramatically. To ensure Ning Rongrong's safety, Ning Fengji had ordered the Sword Dolaw to stay by her side. A few days prior, they had agreed that Sword Dolaw would return to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School only after the Shrek 7 monsters reached Sea God Island. Thus, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School was now left with only the Bone Dolaw, a single title Dolaw expert, to oversee it. This could spell disaster for the entire sect. Who could have done this? Meanwhile, in Spirit City, the Chrysanthemum Daw, Yue Wan, and the Ghost Daw, Guomei, disregarded the late hour and arrived directly at the Papal Hall. Bibi Dong sensed their presence and immediately understood that something significant had occurred. She donned her attire and swiftly emerged from the hall, inquiring, "What has happened? Why have you two returned alone? Was the soul-hunting operation successful? Has the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School been annihilated?" In response to the Pope's questions, the Chrysanthemum Dolaw spoke with alarm. We encountered an evil dragon. Cough. It happened while we were ambushing the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Evil dragon. Bibi Dong's eyes lit up instantly. Compared to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, her interest in the evil dragon was far greater. After all, once tamed, when it reached maturity, it would be more than capable of obliterating not just the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, but even the Haotian sect with ease. More importantly, not long ago, the content of her assessment for the Ruocha 9 trials suddenly underwent a transformation. According to the directive, as long as she could tame the malevolent dragon, upon achieving the dual soul and dual title Daw, she would automatically acquire the heart of Ruocha, attaining a perfect affinity with the Ruocha deity. This would enable her to directly receive the Ruocha legacy, obtain the Ruocha scythe, and ascend to the position of Ruocha. In simpler terms, as long as she tamed the malevolent dragon, all the arduous obstacles on her path to divinity would evaporate in an instant. At that moment, even Qian Daolu would be obliterated with a mere snap of her fingers. She would become the sovereign of the Doluo continent. It was precisely for this reason that Bibi Dong was ecstatic upon learning of the malevolent dragon's reappearance. This led to her, usually so keenly observant, failing to notice the trembling form of the ghost Doluo, nor the unusually pale complexion of the Chrysanthemum Dolaw. His Holiness the Pope, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, has been annihilated. Not a single soul within the sect has survived. All that remains are the bones. This includes the sect master Ning Fengji, as well as the bone Doluo Gu Rong. Cough, 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 cough. After the Chrysanthemum Dolaw spoke, he suddenly coughed up a pool of blood. It was only then that Bibi Dong realized both of her most capable subordinates were gravely injured. You, summon everyone. Bring forth all the auxiliary system soul masters within the Spirit City. The following day, the entirety of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect was reduced to rubble, and news of the annihilation, including the sect master Ning Fengji and the Bone Dolaw, spread like a tempest from Heavendo City to every corner of the Doluo continent. Many sects, upon hearing the news, did not immediately discuss the true culprit behind this heinous act, but rather gathered all their disciples to inquire about any recent enmities they might have incurred. They feared that their own sects would meet the same fate as the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, vanishing from the Doluo continent overnight. Of course, the forces led by the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family directly pointed fingers at the Spirit Hall, vehemently condemning it. For them, it appeared that no other power on the continent, apart from the Spirit Hall, could generate such a tremendous uproar. Reducing the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect and its members to dust in an instant. In response, Bibi Dong, the Pope of the Spirit Hall, promptly issued a clarification, expressing profound regret over the tragic annihilation of the Seven Treasure glazed tile sect, with no survivors left. She extended an offer of refuge with premium treatment for any disciples of the sect who might be traveling abroad. To those sects and forces that slandered the Spirit Hall, she issued a warning. The destruction of the Seven Treasure glazed tile sect was not the work of the Spirit Hall, but rather the doing of the malevolent dragon Ao Xing. That night, upon receiving the distress signal from the Seven Treasures glazed tile school, the Spirit Hall promptly dispatched the formidable Zhu Gui heir Do Luo, accompanied by nearly 1,000 soul masters for support. However, the malevolent dragon was far too powerful. Yotu Gui heir Do Luo sostenet grave in Julius, and the remaining soul masters from the Spirit Hall met the same fate as the disciples of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school, perishing in an instant. Despite Bibi Dong's explanations, various forces within the Dolua continent remained skeptical. It was only when they witnessed the barely conscious Zhu Gui heir Do Luo and followed Bibi Dong to the remnants of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school, discovering the ground littered with sparkling gem fragments, that they were compelled to accept the grim reality that the malevolent dragon Ao Xing had obliterated the Seven Treasures glazed tile school. I had long asserted that Ao Xing, the malevolent dragon, was a gemstone dragon, possessing the ability to manipulate gems. The Seven Treasures glazed tile school had likely amassed all their treasures in one location, which Ao Xing then detonated using a special method, leading to such a disastrous end. Bibi Dong's words left the various factions speechless. Among them, opportunists, standing atop the graves of the thousands still present at the Seven Treasures glazed tile school, shamelessly declared, "The downfall of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school is truly deserved. For centuries, they have monopolized various industries, controlling the lucrative trade of herbs beneficial for cultivation, as well as weapons and armor. This has forced us impoverished soul masters to either toil for the Seven Treasures glazed tile school in menial tasks just to procure herbs, or to engage in painfully inefficient solitary cultivation. Unlike the Spirit Hall, which offers free awakening of martial spirits to the common folk and treats all soul masters equally, nurturing those with even a hint of talent." Chapter 36. A play starring 3 women at the border of the Tiando Empire and the Xingluo Empire. A diligent student from Shrek Academy, belonging to the agility attack system, gnawed on expired sausages that Dean Flanders had retrieved from storeroom. Traveling day and night, braving the elements, he finally caught up with the Shrek 7, who were headed toward Gongxin City. Breathless, he relayed the tragic news of the extermination of the entire Seven Treasure glazed tile sect by a vicious dragon. "How could this happen? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. You must be lying. My father, my great-grandfather, the Seven Treasure glazed tile sect cannot possibly be in danger." Upon hearing that her father's remains were unaccounted for and that their vast family legacy had turned to dust, Ning Rongrong was inconsolable, transforming into a tempestuous little dragon from Sichuan and Chongqing, her heart-wrenching cries echoing through the air. She glared at the messenger from Shrek Academy, her demeanor starkly contrasting with her appearance. "Ning Rongrong, I assure you, every word I speak is true. Your father, along with Bondoa and thousands of direct descendants from the Seven Treasure glazed tile sect, have all perished." "Shut up." Just as the Shrek student attempted to explain, he was rudely interrupted. A small, half-human tall, 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda was hurled directly at his face. In an instant, blood streamed from his nose. Faced with Ning Rongrong, who seemed on the verge of a breakdown, he felt an overwhelming sense of injustice. He had endured countless hardships to deliver this grim news, a task that was already thankless, only to be inexplicably attacked. Shouldn't the glazed tile, martial soul, serve as a support type? Why, in her hands, did it transform into a fierce assault type? Get lost, just get lost. Suddenly, tears streamed down Ning Rongrong's face as she shouted at the Shrek student. All right. The student had never anticipated such treatment from a senior. While it was indeed heart-wrenching to hear the demise of her entire family, there was no need for her to unleash her fury upon him. He stifled his displeasure and and prepared to turn away. At that moment, a scar-faced man nearby patted him on the shoulder, calling him back. He then handed him several oddly shaped sausages, some thin and small, others resembling flies in shape. Ah, could this be the legendary sausage Uncle Oscar? The heart of this Shrek Academy student, having been wounded, suddenly felt a warmth. He nodded at Oscar and, with a flourish, took one of the sausages before heading back the way he had come. Indeed, sausages must be fresh. Although the few that Dean Flanders had given him could restore some soul power, their limited effectiveness aside, the drying process had nearly shattered his teeth. Rong Rong, do not worry too much, Sor de Law comforted Ning Rong Rong, observing her despondent state. Our seven treasure glazed tile sect had already constructed a secret passage leading to Tiando City during the tenure of the previous sect master. If your father and Lao Gu wish to escape from there, no one will be able to stop them. Therefore, do not be too sorrowful. Is that truly the case? Grandfather Jian, are you genuinely not deceiving me? Ning Rong Rong is no longer the spoiled princess she once was. Her temper remains poor with ordinary people, still maintaining the habits of a young lady. Yet she is quite rational when conversing with those close to her. Rong Rong, you are no longer a child. How could I possibly deceive you? I'm also quite concerned about the safety of Feng Ji and Lao Gu. Logically, as long as the evil dragon does not eliminate Lao Gu in an instant, he should be able to escape with Feng Ji through the secret passage. Grandmaster Jian's expression was serious, and Ning Rong Rong understood that he was not like the eccentric old Gu, who enjoyed playing tricks on others. He would not tell lies. Thus, upon hearing the news of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school's demise, her turbulent emotions calmed momentarily, though tears still unconsciously streamed from the corners of her eyes. Grandfather Jian, shall we return to Heavendo City? That is indeed my intention, but as for Xiao San and the others. Grandmaster Jian glanced at Tang San and his companions. Rong Rong, Grandfather Jian, our journey is merely to the Metal City, Gongxin City. After a while, we must return to Heavendo City and head west towards Sea God Island. The safety of Uncle Ning is of utmost importance. You all must go quickly. Tang San looked at Ning Rong Rong and said, Rong Rong, your family is my family. If anything were to happen to Uncle Ning, even if it were at the hands of the evil dragon, I, Tang San, will surely avenge you in the future. Agreed. Tears still glimmered in Ning Rong Rong's eyes. Ao Xing returned to Sea God Island with the craftsmen kidnapped by the pirates. Observing the ordinary people trembling in fear, overwhelmed with excrement and urine, Ao Xing instructed the most powerful pirate among them. Ensure they are well fed and taken care of. I am counting on them to assist me, and they must not be neglected. As for you, Ao Xing glanced at the craftsman and coldly remarked, it seems you shall never leave this island in this lifetime. If you do not wish to be thrown into the sea to feed the fish, then you must obediently assist this evil dragon in his tasks. After leaving this admonition, Ao Xing proceeded to the house of Qian Renxue. Before even entering, he could sense the presence of three women within. Qian Renxue, Tang Yuehua, and Zi Zhenju. What is the situation? Why are these three individuals laughing and chatting? Ao Xing furrowed his brow in disbelief. Qian Renxue is the young master of the Spirit Hall, and Tang Yuehua is the sister of the Haotian sect's master. In a certain sense, they are sworn enemies. As for Zi Zhenju, despite being an outcast of Sea God Island, her identity and demeanor are starkly different from the other two. Why are these three conversing so amiably? What has transpired during my absence? Ao Xing felt perplexed. He pushed open the door. The creaking sound, accompanied by the sudden appearance of the malevolent dragon, startled the three individuals in the room. In an instant, the once vibrant atmosphere plummeted to a chilling silence. The three women fell into a profound hush. What were you discussing just now? Wasn't the conversation quite lively? Why do I arrive to find you all rendered mute? The dragon squinted its eyes, questioning in a deep, resonant voice. Tang Yuehua and Zi Zhenju, both trembling with trepidation, curled their bodies in fear of confronting the dragon. In stark contrast, Qian Renxue boldly admitted, we were merely chatting. Oh, Ao Xing nodded before promptly departing the room. This left the three women astonished, their minds racing with confusion. What trickery was this dragon up to? Particularly for Zi Zhenju. Beads of cold sweat trickled down her forehead, as if she had committed some grievous wrongdoing. This was due to her prior exchange with Tang Yuehua, where she learned of the dragon's rumored ability to perceive the innermost thoughts of others. If this were indeed true, did the dragon possess an intimate awareness of my sentiments towards Qian Rinxue? Why then did it choose to feign ignorance? Chapter 37. Qian Daolu and Bibi Dong gazing at the system panel. Ao Xing was somewhat astonished. During the past few days, he had not been on Pearl Island. Yet Qian Rinxue's taming value had surprisingly increased significantly. This revelation left him quite taken aback. Tang Yuehua had always believed he possessed the ability to read minds. But in truth, it was merely due to his status as a transmigrator that he understood the personalities of each individual in the Dolua continent and the unfolding of the plot. The capacity to read minds would only be attainable upon evolving to the third stage. Thus, he was uncertain as to why Qian Rinxue's taming value had suddenly surged. Perhaps it was due to her having engaged in some discussions with Tang Yuehua during his absence. Ao Xing was unaware if Tang Yuehua was privy to Qian Rinxue's true identity. However, he was acutely aware that Qian Rinxue had played the role of Xue Qinghe for many years, establishing a relationship with Tang Yuehua that was undoubtedly extraordinary. Having been away from Pearl Island for 2.5 days, it was inevitable that the two women, both having been abducted by the evil dragon, had shared numerous insights with one another. It was highly likely that the content of their exchanges had contributed to the increase in Qian Rinxue's taming value. Nevertheless, he decided it was unnecessary to dwell on it. In the face of absolute power, all schemes and intrigues are mere paper tigers. Regardless of the nature of their conversation, there was no possibility of escape from Pearl Island. As long as the taming value increased, it was a favorable development. Once he could successfully transform them into humans, he would unlock the second stage of evolution. At that point, unless the divine beings from the God Realm personally descended upon the Dolua continent, no one could pose a threat to him. By then, whether it be Poseidon, the Snow Empress from the northern region, or Bibi Dong, he would be able to engage in profound discussions with them without any fear of peril. Ao Xing pondered deeply within his mind. As a time-stopping evil dragon, he had harbored profound doubts regarding his own ability to halt time. The notion that he could maintain this ability simply by avoiding lethal attacks on creatures within his range, coupled with an infinite cooldown, seemed excessively overpowered. Thus, he had always feared that if someone within the time-stopping range reached a sufficiently high realm, they might remain unaffected by his time halt. This was precisely why he had refrained from pushing the boundaries with Bibi Dong. What if, like Ziji, she were to be torn apart and feel her body injured, consequently breaking free from the time stop? That would be catastrophic. However, after detonating the gems within the 7-treasure glazed tile school's treasury, Ao Xing dismissed all his uncertainties. As the shockwave from the explosion threatened to engulf him, he activated his time stop and emerged unscathed from the 7-treasure glazed tile school. It is essential to note that although he was indeed an evil dragon, his speed could not possibly rival such a massive explosive shockwave. Even with his time stop activated, the shockwave had already enveloped all areas outside of the time halt. Yet, he emerged without a scratch. This demonstrated that his time stop was indeed of the highest caliber, regardless of the opponent's cultivation level. As long as they fall within the designated range, they shall be halted. Hence, if I successfully transform into a human, might I venture to the Sea God Island? A bold thought suddenly took root in Ao Xing's mind. What would Tang San feel if he were to encounter someone of equal standing in the Sea God 9 trials, yet vastly superior in strength? He, having been weary from the incessant back and forth, Ao Xing did not seize the opportunity today to activate the time-stopping domain and indulge in the delights of the purple pearls and Tang Yuehua. Instead, after relishing a sumptuous feast, he succumbed to slumber. He resolved to restore his energy, intending to suitably reprimand them tomorrow and inquire about what transpired with Qian Rinxue during his absence. In the Spirit Hall City, Bibi Dong, after briefly checking on the injuries of the Chrysanthemum Doa and the Ghost Doa, arrived outside the Elder Hall. What do you want from me? Bibi Dong scoffed. The Pope's Hall and the Elder Hall are in such close proximity, yet you insist on sending word through others. How hypocritical. Oomph. A cold grunt emanated from within the Elder Hall. If it weren't for Xiao Shui, do you think I would seek you out? Speak, what brings you here? Bibi Dong had no patience for idle chatter with Qian Daolu. In her eyes, the angel lineage was filled with insincere individuals. Her disdain extended to both Qian Xuanji and Qian Daolu. When she was still the holy maiden of the Spirit Hall, Qian Daolu had already reached level 99. Even though she had been trapped in a secret chamber at the time, subjected to the vile actions of Qian Xuanji. Bibi Dong did not believe that Qian Daolu could not have discerned what transpired. She was convinced that Qian Xuanji's audacity was tacitly approved by that old man, Qian Daolu. For the past 20 years, the Elder Hall and the Pope's Hall, the highest authorities of the Spirit Hall, had ceased close interactions. The Elder Hall no longer concerned itself with the affairs of the Spirit Hall, ostensibly due to the significant rift between Qian Daolu and Bibi Dong following the death of Qian Xuanji. In truth, it stemmed from Qian Oliu's guilt over his failure to prevent Qian Xuanji from harming her, which ultimately led to the latter's tragic demise. I have utilized a secret method to detect that Schwerer is currently situated in the far western region of the Dolua continent. The evil dragon does not seem to have harmed her thus far. However, this does not guarantee her safety in the future. You must find a way to locate her swiftly so that I may rescue her, Qian Daolu commanded, and without waiting for Bibi Dong's response, he directly entered the secret chamber to enter seclusion. Bibi Dong also emitted a cold scoff. She understood that if Qian Daolu did not inherit the position of the angel god, his soul power would never advance, eternally stymied at the 100-level threshold. Seclusion? This was clearly an intention to use him until he was discarded. Yet, Bibi Dong harbored little resentment, for she too was employing every means possible to frantically search for the whereabouts of the evil dragon. This was crucial to her ascension to godhood. The contemptible woman. After Bibi Dong departed from the Elder Hall, Qian Daolu could no longer contain his fury and struck the stone wall beside him. Were it not for your instigation of the Spirit Hall's assault on Sea God Island all those years ago, I could have enlisted Poseidon's assistance in locating Schwerer. The vast western sea is her domain. Should anything befall Schwerer, I shall not show you any mercy. Qian Daolu, suppressing his wrath, transmitted his voice laced with soul power throughout the stone chamber. Second Elder, Third Elder. Contemptible woman. In the past, both he and Tang Chun had pursued Poseidon. Although she ultimately chose Tang Chun, Qian Daolu bore no animosity towards her. As for the search for Qian Renshue, if he were to humble himself, she would undoubtedly acquiesce. Qian Daolu, enduring his anger, conveyed with his soul-infused voice, "You may conclude your seclusion. We have significant matters to attend to immediately." Chapter 38. Changing the taming method. Beneath a vast expanse of azure skies and drifting clouds, the sun once again ascended with its customary grace. Even though a delicate veil hung over the window, the light penetrated through, softly illuminating the lower half of Qian Renshue's face, delineating her striking features. Nestled in her warm cocoon, a languorous breath rose and fell gently with her respiration. One arm rested on the pillow, her fingers twitching slightly as if exploring a dreamscape. Her long hair lay in a somewhat disheveled manner across the pillow, resembling a cascade of golden seaweed. As time progressed, the light gradually ascended to her closed eyes, and Qian Renshue slowly awakened. She opened her eyes and gazed at the ceiling, one leg curled up with her foot planted on the bed, while the other leg remained in its usual sleeping posture. It had been over half a month since she was abducted by the vile dragon. This past period had been the most leisurely and delightful time she had experienced since awakening her martial soul. She no longer had to stealthily navigate the imperial palace of the Heaven-Do Empire, masquerading as Xue Qinghe, aiding the elderly Emperor Xue Yi with bureaucratic duties until late at night, only to rise early to tackle various official matters. Nor did she have to endure the solitude at the Spirit Hall, where her only companions were her grandfather and a few elderly men, passing the time through relentless cultivation. Nevertheless, even a life of ease can grow tiresome. Ultimately, the scale of Pearl Island was akin to that of an ordinary town on land. Initially, the pristine beaches, clusters of coconut palms, and the soothing sea breeze created an enchanting environment that rendered Qian Renshue's existence quite delightful. However, as time wore on, The monotonous scenery and the repetitive nature of her daily life began to wear on her. Fortunately, the recent abduction of Tang Yuehua, the master of the Moon Pavilion, by the dragon had brought a welcome change, allowing for companionship and conversation, thus infusing her days with added interest. Has it gotten so late? Qian Rinxue glanced around her sunlit room, realizing that time had slipped away. Indeed, upon gently drawing back the curtains, she found the sun perched high in the sky. It would not be long before it was time for lunch. I wonder if Sister Yuehua has prepared breakfast? She placed a hand on her stomach, anticipation bubbling within her. Tang Yuehua not only imparted court etiquette, but also possessed the culinary skill to craft numerous royal pastries. After being taken to the island, Qian Rinxue, who had been indulging in seafood for days, was eager to savor the soft, sweet delicacies. Xiaoxue, are you hungry? You become increasingly lazy lately. It's hard to reconcile you with the diligent crown Prince Xue Qinghe of the Heaven Do Empire. Let's have some pastries to fill your stomach. The vile dragon has gone to hunt sea spirit beasts. As she approached the adjacent room, she discovered that Tang Yuehua had indeed prepared pastries. At this, Qian Rinxue felt a flush of warmth on her cheeks. Although Tang Yuehua's soul power was not particularly high, her ability to remember the essence of every individual was remarkably acute. Thus, upon encountering Qian Rinxue on Pearl Island, she immediately deduced that this was the Prince Xue Qinghe who had been abducted by the malevolent dragon. Regarding her identity being unveiled, Qian Rinxue did not conceal the truth, openly confessing to Tang Yuehua. After all, it was evident that escape from Pearl Island was impossible, and her strength had been utterly overwhelmed. Moreover, as the heir of the angel spirit, she harbored no inclination towards deceit. Unexpectedly, Tang Yuehua did not express anger upon discovering that Qian Rinxue was the heir of the spirit hall. You and I are merely pawns forced into the empire of Tiando by the machinations of larger forces. We have both lived lives we did not choose. There was no reason for me to feel ire simply because you are the Spirit Hall's heir. The animosity between Haotian sect and Spirit Hall does not involve us. Reflecting on Tang Yuehua's response, Qian Rinxue felt a deep admiration. She could discern the hardships Tang Yuehua had endured since being taken to the island by the dragon. Yet, despite this, Tang Yuehua remained composed, seemingly unfazed by their current predicament. Consequently, having previously crossed paths in Tiano City, their bond naturally grew closer after the dragon departed Pearl Island days prior. Sister Yuehua, has the dragon mistreated you? Qian Rinxue inquired. Silly child, even if it did, what did you possibly do to help? Tang Yuehua appeared to have a nonchalant view of everything, stating that their fates were irrevocably sealed. How can we live? We shall live as we must. When she was taken to the island, Tang Yuehua endured humiliation, assisting the dragon to avoid trouble for Tang San. However, the dragon later informed her that Tang San's petty character had exacerbated her grandfather Tang Chen's poisoning, putting his life in jeopardy. At that moment, Tang Yuehua was utterly devastated and felt despondent upon arriving on the island. Had she not met Qian Rinxue, she might have contemplated ending her own life while the dragon was distracted. Sister Yuehua, there will be a way. My grandfather, he will surely find a means to locate me. The dragon is no match for him, Qian Rinxue exclaimed. Although she had abandoned her training after learning the secret of the 9 trials of angels and had begun to live earnestly, her thoughts constantly drifted towards escaping Pearl Island. Naturally, Qian Rinxue understood that with her current strength, it was impossible to flee under the dragon's watchful gaze. Thus, she could only await the Spirit Hall, wait for her grandfather to rescue her. Are you anticipating Qiandaolu to come to your aid? Suddenly, the dragon's voice echoed ominously as he tossed along. Slender fish-like soul beast onto the beach and sauntered towards the house. Qian Rinxue's expression shifted, and she lowered her head in silence. Meanwhile, Tang Yuehua maintained her ever-composed demeanor. Xiaoxue, do you truly believe I would refrain from any actions against you? Ao Xing gazed at the woman before him with a sinister glint in his eyes. He suddenly realized that his previous methods of taming had been somewhat too gentle. This resulted in the persistent notion within the other party's mind of escaping from the Pearl Island. To achieve a taming value of 100-100, it was evident that he could not allow Qian Rinxue to entertain such thoughts. Aoxing suddenly comprehended. Taming. I am a master, and she is the pet. How could one expect a disobedient pet to submit willingly through mere appropriate care and punishment? It was imperative to employ stringent measures, instilling fear of resistance within her, making her wary of him like a formidable tiger. Aoxing's gaze gradually turned cold as he then addressed Qian Ruxue, stating, I shall, for a time, exercise some tenderness. What do you intend to do to little Shui? The calm Tang Yuehua finally displayed a hint of panic on her face. She had merely spoken offhandedly, and we both knew that the spirit hall could not possibly find this place. Who knows? Aoxing narrowed his eyes and subsequently activated the time stop. Chapter 39. Even the demons would call him a villain. Time and space came to an abrupt standstill. The look of anxiety on Tang Yuehua's face was unmistakable. Although Qian Ruxue exhibited a hint of panic, there lingered an inexplicable confidence in her brows, a belief that Aoxing would not go too far with her. This caused Aoxing to furrow his brow in contemplation. Upon reflection, he realized he had been excessively lenient with Qian Ruxue. I am a fierce dragon, not some romantic drama's male protagonist. Engaging in fasting and requesting her assistance with a massage were indeed rather juvenile forms of punishment. I must conceive something far more entertaining. Preferably a method that would administer dual punishments to both her body and mind. Aoxing fixed his gaze upon Qian Ruxue, deep in thought. After a considerable duration, he finally devised an intriguing idea. He moved to the adjacent storeroom, which was filled with various supplies he had instructed the pirates to procure while disguised in Hanhai City. After a meticulous selection, he picked up a bar of soap. Subsequently, Aoxing returned to the room, removed Qian Ruxue's shoes, and seized her, soaring into the air. As time resumed, Qian Ruxue exclaimed, What were you planning to do? She could hardly comprehend that in the blink of an eye, she had been whisked away by the dragon to an altitude of several thousand meters. This height was unattainable even for the most esteemed title de law. Gazing down at the vast azure sea and the minuscule size of Zhejian Island, Qian Ruxue was instantly engulfed in terror. Her grandfather, Qian Daolu, renowned as the invincible of the skies, possessed an angel martial soul that could fly. Unlike other avian souls, the angel martial soul combined formidable close combat abilities with the power to condense a divine sword, along with other skills that executed mental attacks and enhance oneself. The angel martial soul represented a superlative fusion of offensive, agile, control, and support capabilities. However, due to her young age while infiltrating the Tiando Imperial Palace, Qian Ruxue had not truly experienced the sensation of soaring at such heights despite her soul power reaching level 68 through nightly training. Moreover, she had never been suddenly lifted to such dizzying altitudes by a fierce dragon. At that moment, her legs weakened and she instinctively shut her eyes. Fortunately, the angel martial soul gradually alleviated her anxiety regarding the altitude. What do you intend to do? Qian Ruxue bit her lip, her gaze wavering as she feebly questioned Aoxing. What am I going to do? Naturally, I shall engage in the kinds of things that a dragon delights in. Aoxing's claws began to roam freely. Qian Ruxue, as if struck by an electric shock, became rigid. She could not fathom why the dragon, who had refrained from touching her for so long, would suddenly act with such impropriety. A profound sense of humiliation surged within her. Just when she thought the dragon's next move would be to disrobe and engage in a passionate encounter, the dragon unexpectedly produced a bar of soap. What do you intend to do? As Qian Ruxue's words escaped her lips, Aoxing activated the time stop once more. He released Qian Ruxue, who remained suspended in midair, showing no signs of descending. Subsequently, Aoxing, with the dampened soap in hand, glided beneath Qian Ruxue, applying it to the soles of her feet. Quite lovely. Aoxing moved silently. The tender, pale soles, now adorned with soapy bubbles, made her toes appear exceptionally lustrous and enticing. However, due to the peculiar shape of dragon claws, he found himself unable to indulge in the playfulness he desired. Aoxing could only shake his head in regret. He then bound Qian Ruxue's hands behind her back, floated back to her front, and released the time stop. What are you doing? Qian Ruxue suddenly realized that her arms were restrained tightly bound by some unseen force, leaving her utterly immobile. Panic surged within her. How had the dragon managed to bind her? His speed was astonishing. Even if grandfather were to find her here, could he possibly contend with the dragon? Qian Rushue's mind became a whirlwind of confusion, her emotions in turmoil. Meanwhile, the dragon's lips curled into a sinister grin. Xiao Shui, you wouldn't want to fall, would you? At his words, Qian Rushue glanced down once more. Having acclimated somewhat, she no longer felt the acute fear of heights she had initially experienced. Yet the several thousand meters above ground still quickened her breath, and her toes instinctively clenched. What is happening? Qian Rushue suddenly noticed a particularly slick substance on her feet. Was it the soap? The thought of the dragon's earlier actions flashed through her mind, and as bubbles formed from the friction, she became increasingly convinced of her suspicions. What do you want to do? A minor punishment for your disobedience. Ao Xing declared. Fear not. I would never wish for you to be harmed. Are you ready? Ready for what? Ao Xing suddenly cradled Qian Rushue at her waist, lifting her just above his height, then bending his arms so that there was barely a hand's breadth between them. Qian Rushue looked down at Ao Xing's dazzling dragon horns. Her heart filled with confusion. She could not comprehend what sort of punishment the dragon intended for her. Would he require her to massage his back with her feet again? A fleeting thought crossed her mind regarding the previous punishment. If she could not maintain her footing, she would surely fall. Ao Xing exhaled a plume of dragon breath. And in the next moment, Qian Rushue realized she could no longer summon her spiritual power. The dragon then placed her atop an object reminiscent of a rolling pin, used by Tang Yuehua for baking, and released his grip. So slippery. Qian Rushue stumbled forward at once, grateful that she faced the dragon, allowing her shoulder to rest against his head for support. Otherwise, she was highly likely to slip and plunge directly into the vast ocean below. Wait. Slip? Qian Rushue seemed to awaken to a realization. She cast her gaze downward at what she was standing upon, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. An evil dragon? A lecherous dragon. How could he conceive such an odd method of punishment? Before Qian Rushue could ponder further, Ao Xing's voice rang out. Endure for half an hour, will you? Should you lose your balance and fall, the timer will reset. He chuckled. I presume you would prefer to avoid the thrill of a high-altitude drop, wouldn't you? Ugh. Qian Runshu couldn't help but spit in disdain at the wicked dragon before her. Yet he remained unfazed, tilting his head back with indifference. Consequently, the balance she had just barely managed to maintain was lost once more, compounded by the soapy water beneath her feet, causing her center of gravity to completely falter. Gazing down at the ocean, Qian Rinshue's pupils dilated in alarm. She immediately began to shuffle her feet quickly, engaging every muscle in her body to regain her equilibrium. However, due to the dragon's crystalline form and her own exceptionally smooth skin, the soapy water necessitated constant adjustments for her to remain upright. Chapter 40. Taming with the Methods of a Fiendish Dragon. Though her heart brimmed with reluctance, Qian Ringshu, in a desperate bid to avoid plummeting into the sea below, painstakingly maneuvered her body, searching for balance upon the supporting axis. Fortunately, the surface of the axis was not smooth. It bore raised ridges that provided her with the necessary grip. Otherwise, she would have surely fallen into the depths of the ocean in an instant. With her soul power sealed and her martial spirit inaccessible, she could scarcely fathom the horror of a free fall from a height of 1,000 meters. As she gradually found her equilibrium, Qian Ringshu's figure stabilized. For a soul master nearing the level of soul sage, even without the ability to summon soul power, maintaining control over her body was a relatively effortless task. Soon, she stood like a statue atop the illusory dragon, gritting her silver teeth and glaring with indignation at the malevolent dragon before her. Ah, such a fiery temper. Surely you have yet to grasp the gravity of your situation? Ao Xing cast a downward glance at Qian Ringshu's bare feet, then commanded the illusory dragon to ascend slightly. For the wicked dragon, this was no formidable feat. In order to safeguard its vital parts during battle, the dragon had evolved a special abdominal pouch, capable of enveloping the illusory dragon at any moment. However, for Qian Ringshu, the delicate balance she had painstakingly achieved was disrupted. She had to rely on her flexibility and mastery over her body, continuously adjusting the position of her soft soles to regain her sense of balance and prevent a fall. Meanwhile, Ao Xing observed with evident delight. To him, Qian Rengshu was merely a pet. His previous displays of favoritism and affection were solely due to her beauty, compounded by the fact that, in the original narrative, she was not a character one could easily loathe. Yet, Ao Xing was caught off guard by her unwavering desire to escape. At this moment, Qian Rengshu began to comprehend that the dragon's torment had only just begun. However, being a person of stubborn resolve, she refused to concede. Even as the dragon resorted to such underhanded tactics, she merely shot him a fierce glare with her phoenix-like eyes and continued her silent struggle. Although she harbored thoughts of rebellion against the wicked dragon, the disparity in their strengths was far too great. She understood that if she succumbed to the fear of falling from the heights, remaining stagnant, the dragon might soon execute actions far more intolerable than those at present. Endure for now, and tranquility shall follow. Ao Xing silently scrutinized Qian Rengshu's expression, a hint of amusement in his gaze. Do not move so swiftly. There is ample time ahead. You must understand that you are a woman seized by a dragon, not the young master of the Spirit Hall, nor the crown prince of the Tiando Empire. Before me, cast aside that ridiculous dignity. It would be wise not to defy me. You and Zizhenju, Tang Yuehua, have exchanged quite a few words in recent days. I believe you're aware of my capabilities. After approximately 2 hours, the dragon finally brought the bound Qian Rengshu back to the ground. Tang Yuehua gazed at her with deep concern. The two individuals are akin to grasshoppers on the same string. Although Tang Yuehua harbors some reservations regarding Qian Renshue's identity as the heir of the Spirit Hall, she is nonetheless the only person with whom she shares a bond on the island. Consequently, Tang Yuehua does not wish for Qian Renshue to come to harm, viewing the situation from the perspective of an elder woman. After all, in a certain sense, she still serves as Qian Renshue's etiquette instructor. Lord Evil Dragon, Tang Yuehua said with a slight nod, respectfully addressing Ao Xing. The lunch has been prepared, featuring 5 different dishes. As she spoke, she quickly assessed Qian Renshue. It appeared that the evil dragon had not subjected her to any undue treatment. Qian Renshue's attire remained relatively tidy, and there were no odd or sticky substances on her face or around her mouth. However, beads of sweat adorned her forehead, and her calves trembled incessantly. Furthermore, her toes were not splayed as they normally would be, instead curling inward, with her arches exhibiting a slight curvature against the ground. Before Tang Yuehua could ponder the situation further, the evil dragon grinned wickedly, remarking, "You are quite perceptive. However, I am not hungry just yet. Little Snow, you may dine first." In an instant, Ao Xing flashed in front of Tang Yuehua, whisking her into the air. This transpired in the blink of an eye, and by the time Qian Renshue realized what had occurred, both the evil dragon and Tang Yuehua had vanished. She squinted desperately towards the sky, but the altitude at which the evil dragon flew was so great that she could only discern a distant black, unable to ascertain what the evil dragon was doing. Yuehua Jie is hardly distinguishable from an ordinary person. This is far too challenging for her. A flicker of concern flashed in Qian Renshue's eyes. Relying on her physical prowess, she had managed to endure for half an hour, albeit only after several failed attempts. During this time, she had fallen toward the sea more than once. Yet the evil dragon always retrieved her just before she could collide with the surface. Nevertheless, the sensation of weightlessness and the increasingly rapid descent instilled a profound sense of dread within her. Can Yuehua Jie withstand such torment? Seated before the lavish spread at the dining table, Qian Renshue felt no appetite whatsoever. Meanwhile, in the sky, Ao Xing did not treat Tang Yuehua with the same consideration he afforded Qian Renshue. He executed a forceful aerial shockwave. After having been subjected to Qian Renshue's weight for an extended period, the ordeal did not last long. Moreover, Ao Xing deliberately released his dragon breath to shield Tang Yuehua, resulting in her merely lying in bed for 3 days, unlike the physically resilient Zizhenju. Conversely, Ao Xing imposed the same punishment on Qian Renshue for 3 consecutive days. Indeed, it is necessary to employ the evil dragon's methods to deal with them. A.O. Xing observed the taming value surging to 40 out of 100, delighting in his secret triumph. The rate of increase over these 3 days far surpassed previous increments. This further demonstrated that overly gentle methods would be detrimental to the taming of Qian Renxue. Likewise, it has been unequivocally demonstrated that his revised methods of taming are entirely correct. In the coming days, he must intensify his efforts, striving to elevate the taming value to a perfect 100 as swiftly as possible. The cumbersome form of the evil dragon proves to be exceedingly inconvenient for undertaking tasks. According to the pirates, Hanhai City has recently intensified its scrutiny, with the Spirit Hall, the Tiando Empire, and various factions actively searching for his whereabouts. A.O. Xing felt a surge of indignation. Were it not for the fear of the alliance between Bibi Dong and Qian Daolu, with his current temperament, he would undoubtedly confront those who pose a threat to him and send them to keep Ning Fengji company. Following this, he must hold these individuals accountable. I have yet to witness the spectacle of embedding cobalt diamond scales within an opponent's body, only to detonate them afterward. After punishing Qian Renxue for 3 consecutive days, he decided to grant her a reprieve today, commencing the second phase of taming tomorrow. Chapter 41. Descent. Qian Renxue. The sun rose once more, illuminating the world. Qian Renxue abruptly opened her eyes. After enduring relentless punishment from that lecherous dragon over the past few days, she no longer awaited the dawn with the same anticipation as before. However, to her surprise, the malevolent dragon did not seek her out today. Instead, it languidly reclined on the beach early in the morning. Beside it, a massive golden bucket sat, while the islanders continuously sliced open coconuts to pour fresh coconut water into it. Witnessing this scene, Qian Renxue could not help but release a sigh of relief. She tossed aside her covers and began to massage her aching feet. In recent days, the dragon only ceased its torment once her feet cramped in agony. The veins on her feet had become increasingly pronounced due to the relentless abuse. Even her once rosy soles appeared more translucent, as if the skin had been worn down, resembling exquisite jade. Alas, how had it come to this? Qian Renxue found herself perplexed. During her initial days on the island, although her life was not particularly fulfilling, it was relatively pleasant and leisurely. The dragon's demeanor towards her, while not entirely equal, had at least shown her a measure of respect. Yet, a few days ago, after she expressed her hope that her grandfather, Qian Daolu, would come to rescue her, the dragon's attitude shifted dramatically. In its eyes, I seemed to have transformed from a person into a mere pet. Qian Renxue furrowed her brows slightly. Thus, does the dragon wish for my complete submission, desiring that I do not resist it in any regard? Or does it aim to eradicate any thoughts of escape from my mind? This cannot be right. Qian Renxue fell into deep contemplation, struggling to decipher the dragon's intentions. The abrupt shift in its treatment of her was too stark. Could it be that the dragon is inherently capricious? Sigh. How could one possibly fathom the thoughts of a dragon? One step at a time, then. Qian Renxue dressed herself and made her way to Tang Yuehua's room. After a few days of rest, Tang Yuehua was now able to rise and walk. Xiaoxue, you must not resist the dragon, she cautioned. I can sense that the more you exhibit a desire to escape, the harsher its methods will become. Conversely, if you comply, it may treat you with the same gentleness as before. Yuehua Jia, I understand. Qian Renxue nodded. I have a vague feeling that it regards me as a pet. If I am docile, it is gentle. If I resist, it becomes cruel. Tang Yuehua nodded in agreement. Indeed, to us, the dragon may seem like a beast. Cough, but from its perspective, perhaps it views humans no differently than livestock. Sighing heavily, Qian Renxue began to feel a pang of regret. Why did she not resist when her mother, Bai Dong, instructed her to infiltrate the Heavenly Do Imperial Palace? Why? Knowing full well that the malevolent dragon delights in abducting human princesses, would she risk everything to barter for Shue's return with jewels? As she reflected upon the past 2 decades, Qian Renxue found herself steeped in regret. Had she not adhered to the dictates of others, she might have entirely evaded the fate of being captured by the dragon and taken to its island lair. She softly murmured to herself, My life, I shall govern it. Yet, realizing this truth now seems rather belated, does it not? However, the vile dragon had previously urged me to relish my own existence. Alas, Sister Yuehua, are you unscathed? What did the dragon do to you? Suddenly, Tang Yuehua struck Qian Rinxue's head, her expression grave as she replied, "Do not inquire about such matters." On the beach, Ao Xing did not intentionally eavesdrop on the conversation between Qian Rinxue and Tang Yuehua. After several days of tormenting Qian Rinxue, he could distinctly sense her growing loathing for him, yet simultaneously her increasing reluctance to defy him. This pleased him immensely, for taming did not necessitate the other party's affection. It was of little consequence whether she despised him. The paramount objective now was to ensure Qian Rinxue's absolute compliance, to the point where her obedience became instinctual. The punishment from earlier days had merely scraped the surface of her sense of humiliation, and thus, the flames of her subjugation must be stoked further. In the depths of slumber, Qian Rinxue was abruptly roused, an inexplicable alarm coursing through her. Instinctively, she glanced outside, only to be met with an enveloping darkness. Was it the result of the new room and bed she had just settled into? Confounded, she pondered why she awoke in the dead of night. She immediately attributed it to her recent relocation to the dragon's castle, newly constructed by the pirates. After all, compared to ordinary chambers, the interior of the dragon's castle was peculiarly extravagant, bedecked with gold and gemstones, including a bed fashioned from gold itself. Such ostentatious decor was naturally off-putting to her. Yet, to her surprise, the golden bed was not hard, but rather surprisingly soft. Was this the reason for my midnight awakening? No, it was I who awakened you. Suddenly, from the shadows of the room, the dragon's voice echoed ominously. Startled, Qian Rinxue clutched the blanket and curled against the headboard. Are you frightened? No, not at all. Qian Rinxue could hardly fathom why the dragon had entered her chamber at such an hour. To claim she was unafraid would be disingenuous. After all, Tang Yuehua had been left in tatters after her own encounter with the dragon, rendered incapable of movement. The sudden intrusion of the dragon into her room at this late hour was difficult for Qian Rinxue to dismiss without foreboding thoughts. Please, no. Someone could die. In comparison to that creature, her own feat seemed almost delicate. Qian Rinxue recalled the scene from a few days prior in the sky, and an involuntary shiver coursed through her. You are lying. You are terrified. Qian Rinxue found herself at a loss for words, uncertain of how to defend herself, for she understood that defying the malevolent dragon would undoubtedly result in a far more severe punishment. According to Zizenzu, after she had insulted the dragon that day, her very mouth had been dislocated by him. If it were to happen to her, Qian Rinxue could scarcely bear to contemplate it. Get up, go to the bathroom. Ao Xing's tone bore no trace of emotion. Qian Rinxue could not fathom the meaning behind it. Yet, gripped by the fear of provoking the dragon and inciting his wrath, which might lead to some inhumane punishment, she slowly rose to her feet. Do you not comprehend my words? Why are you still wrapped in a blanket when going to the bathroom? Faced with the dragon's inquiry, Qian Rinxue remained silent, resolutely loosening her grip, allowing the blanket to fall away, for she was clad in silk pajamas. Witnessing this, a subtle smile curved Ao Xing's lips as he continued to urge Qian Rinxue toward the bathroom. Chapter 42. Utter Humiliation, Trampling Dignity, Dance of Dragons and Serpents. The command from the malevolent dragon was delivered with an unsettling calmness, devoid of any emotion. Qian Rinxue stood frozen in place. When the malevolent dragon appeared in her room during the dead of night, she anticipated that the intentions would be far from noble. As she was beckoned to the bathroom, this notion was further solidified. Thus, she traversed the mere 6 or 7 meters from her bed to the bathroom, yet her steps were minuscule, taking a full half-minute. During this agonizing journey, countless thoughts raced through her mind. She was no longer a mere child, perhaps in the presence of her relatives, such as Bibi Dong and Kindaliu. She displayed a degree of naivety. However, after nearly 20 years of lurking within the Tiando Imperial Palace, disguising herself as the Crown Prince Xueqinghe, her role transcended mere imitation. As the Crown Prince, she navigated the treacherous waters of the Tiando court with utmost caution. Without a shrewd mind, She would have long been toyed with by Prince Shue Xing and his ilk. The crown prince of the Tiando Empire might well have become Shue Beng instead. Compromise, ruthless tactics, and the grinding of two stones. She was intimately familiar with the intricacies of court maneuvering. Thus, she understood that no amount of pleading would sway the malevolent dragon tonight. Yet, as she stole a glance at the phantom dragon, her legs began to tremble. The recent plight of Tang Yuehua lingered vividly in her memory. Anyone could conjure the gruesome imagery of that moment, and Qian Ruxue was no exception. Consequently, her resolve to endure the dragon's humiliation wavered once more. Must she truly disrobe? Her heart was a tempest of conflict. Meanwhile, the malevolent dragon's expression grew increasingly severe. With a shudder, Qian Ruxue tightly closed her eyes, gritted her teeth, and loosened the silk sash. Instantly, her gossamer nightgown, as light as a whisper, slid down to the cool tiles of the bathroom. She clasped her hands defensively in front of her, her head bowed in anguish, emitting low whimpers akin to a frightened lamb. Retreating to the corner of the bathroom, she hesitated to open her eyes. Meanwhile, Ao Xing stood motionless to the side, silently observing the delicate form before him. Time elapsed, minute by minute, as Qian Ruxue endured her extreme tension, yet the malevolent dragon made no move. After what felt like an eternity of struggle, she finally opened her phoenix-like eyes to glance ahead. In the shadows, the malevolent dragon held an oddly shaped, diminutive object in his hand. As if deciphering Qian Ruxue's confusion, Ao Xing spoke. This is called a vernier caliper. It is a measuring tool. You may simply understand it as a ruler of exceptional precision, with a margin of error comparable to that of a single human hair. In his past life, Ao Xing was neither a prominent figure nor a complete failure. Thus, when he described a vernier caliper to the artisans kidnapped by pirates, they were able to craft it with ease. After all, the Doloa continent is a fantastical realm where, despite the absence of an industrial foundation or technological support, the unique abilities derived from martial spirits, soul power, and mental prowess facilitate the creation of various moderately advanced inventions. Moreover, once the principle of the vernier caliper is understood, any ordinary craftsman can fashion one by hand. The end product merely varies in precision. Oh, Qian Ruxue responded, simultaneously feeling a sense of relief. It was merely a high-precision ruler, not a prop for amusement. Relaxing her body, she spread her arms and stood tall. Ao Xing regarded Qian Ruxue with a detached demeanor. After a moment of hesitation, she ultimately complied with the dragon's command, assuming a cross-shaped posture and closing her eyes. Without any hesitation, Qian Ruxue obeyed the dragon's order, shutting her eyes. For her, being unable to witness the dragon's actions in such a predicament alleviated much of the pressure she felt. It was a relief she yearned for. However, she remained unclear about the dragon's intentions. As she pondered, a gentle breeze brushed against her. The dragon had approached her. Qian Ruxue's delicate brows furrowed slightly, and her lips pressed together tightly, her entire being brimming with tension. Yet, after nearly a minute of waiting, the dragon made no further movement. She understood that he was admiring her form. Just as she was about to exhale in relief, she suddenly felt the chill of metal against the sides of her nostrils. This was the vernier caliper. In an instant, Qian Ruxue recalled the tool the dragon had been holding. The width of her nostrils measured 4,963, and the length of her nose was 7,326. The ratio of her nose length to the tip was 1:68, slightly exceeding the golden ratio. However, it was precisely this that rendered her nose remarkably prominent. Next, he proceeded to measure her lips. The left side measured 1:25, while the right side was 1:29, indicating an asymmetry. Ao Xing persistently employed the vernier caliper to measure various parts of Qian Ruxue's body, deliberately announcing the collected data aloud. Initially, as he measured her facial features, Qian Ruxue displayed no emotion, but as the assessment deepened, she began to tremble. Her breathing quickened, and eventually, a single crystalline tear slipped from the corner of her eye. Witnessing this, Ao Xing smiled, intentionally slowing down the subsequent measurements. As Qian Ruxue began to unravel, succumbing to despair, her demeanor transformed into one of utter desolation. reflecting a profound sense of hopelessness. Even as the malevolent dragon departed her chamber, she remained ensnared in her anguish, oblivious to her surroundings. After concluding the humiliation of Qian Ringshu with a vernier caliper, Ao Xing did not return to his quarters. Instead, he intruded upon the chamber of Zizenzu, seizing the still slumbering figure and soaring to the surface of the sea beyond the castle. Though you may not yet summon your martial soul's true form, you should possess a soul skill that allows for the manifestation of your martial soul. Am I correct? Ao Xing Kirit. Awakened from her dreams, Zizenzu was both alarmed and somewhat disoriented, uncertain of the dragon's intentions. However, she dared not deceive him in response to his question. My third soul skill grants me a semblance of the abilities of the martial soul, the sea viper, while also transforming my lower half into that of the serpent. She replied candidly. Excellent. Ao Xing exclaimed with delight. Show me. Without hesitation, Zizenzu activated her third soul skill. Yet, upon witnessing the dragon's spectral limbs and the expression upon his face in the darkness, she quickly grasped his intentions. Before Zizenzu could prepare herself, the dragon lunged forward, and a sharp pain enveloped her in an instant. Chapter 43. Discovering the Evil Dragon's Trail. In the city of Hanhai, a pirate clad in coarse linen, his sun-kissed skin a deep brown, was halted by a group of guards. Where did you acquire such a substantial sum of gold soul coins? We have been observing you for quite some time. The stern squad leader interrogated the pirate. The latter sensed the gravity of the situation. Where is the evil dragon? If you divulge the information, perhaps you may be spared your life. Should you continue to assist the wicked, prepare to lose your head. The squad leader barked, while the soldiers behind him raised their weapons, aiming at the pirate. What are you saying? I do not comprehend. Where did the gold soul coins come from? I am a registered soul master at the Spear Hall. Receiving monthly subsidies of gold soul coins is quite normal. The pirate proudly displayed his soul rings. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple. Though not the most optimal configuration, a Soul King level soul master was still considered formidable and rare in the Doluo continent. The squad leader immediately felt the weight of the threat. It was well known among the guards that pirates frequented Hanhai City to dispose of stolen goods or make purchases. In the past, they would not obstruct pirates entering the city, even if they were aware of their identities. Hanhai City, being a strategic stronghold in the western region of the Tiandong Empire and a commercial hub of the Haagen-Dazs Kingdom, was protected by several formidable Soul Doluo. Ordinary pirates who dared to cause trouble within the city would undoubtedly be apprehended by the Soul Doluo and executed in the central execution grounds of Hanhai City. However, if the pirates entered the city without causing disturbances, merely engaging in the sale of stolen goods or acquiring essential supplies for their voyages, the guards would turn a blind eye, recognizing it as a vital source of the city's economy. Recently, however, following the plundering of Hanhai City's treasury by the evil dragon, and with representatives from the Tiando Empire and the Spirit Hall overseeing the situation, the guards had tightened their scrutiny of pirates. Any hint of suspicion would result in the immediate capture of the pirate for intense interrogation. According to the notifications from the Empire and the Spirit Hall, it was highly likely that the evil dragon had originated from an island somewhere in the Western Sea near Hanhai City. Moreover, a few days prior, a significant number of craftsmen skilled in manufacturing operational devices had been abducted by pirates, lending credence to this theory. Thus, in recent days, the guards in Hanhai City would indiscriminately question anyone resembling a pirate. Ah, I see you're a Soul King. My apologies, my apologies. The squad leader immediately expressed his regret and allowed the pirate to pass upon noticing his soul rings. Look at you all, cowards before the strong. The pirate spoke arrogantly, but hastened his departure from Hanhai City. After all, the identity of a pirate was not one to be flaunted. According to the laws of the Tiando Empire, captured pirates faced the dreadful punishment of being impaled with an anchor through their chests, left to dangle on a ship under the scorching sun until death. The guards did not apprehend him primarily due to a lack of evidence. After all, the golden soul coins are ownerless. Fortunately, the great dragon lord has a penchant for jewels, allowing me to use the golden soul coins to procure daily necessities in Hanhai City. Otherwise, I would surely be in dire straits. The pirate felt a sense of secret delight. However, just after he departed from Hanhai City, the captain of the guards hurried to the lord's mansion. Is what you said true? The one inquiring was not the lord of Hanhai City, but rather the esteemed elder Dugobo from the Tiando Empire. Accompanying Dugobo was a cardinal shrouded in a crimson robe. Every word is true. That fellow is called Jika, a Soul King powerhouse from the Purple Pearl pirate crew. Dugobo remarked, for a soul master of such caliber, carrying hundreds or even thousands of golden soul coins should be quite normal. Wouldn't you agree? As long as they are not languishing in idleness. They certainly wouldn't find themselves impoverished. Just the subsidies from the Spirit Hall alone seem to amount to several hundred golden soul coins each month. Am I right? Dugobo glanced at the cardinal beside him. The cardinal, enigmatic in demeanor, nodded in affirmation without further elaboration. This reasoning held validity. Yet the crux of the matter was that they were dealing with the Purple Pearl pirate crew. Elaborate. Spare me the suspense. I lack the patience for riddles. The captain of the guards quickly elucidated. The Purple Pearl pirate crew possesses formidable strength, with several Soul King powerhouses among them. It is said that their leader, the Purple Pearl, has even reached the realm of Soul Emperor. However, compared to other pirate factions, the Purple Pearl pirate crew is not particularly ruthless. They only raid the vessels of pirates or unscrupulous merchants, and a significant portion of the spoils is distributed to the impoverished islanders nearby by their leader, the Purple Pearl. Thus, the pirates of the Purple Pearl crew receive very little wealth for themselves. Furthermore, these pirates tend to live for the moment, lacking the inclination for frugality. Jika could hardly afford to present such a substantial amount of golden soul coins at once. Moreover, his purchases consisted solely of daily necessities, particularly numerous spices and condiments for cooking, as well as various items typically associated with women. The leader of the Purple Pearl pirate crew, the Purple Pearl, is a woman, and it is rumored that she is quite the tomboy. Jika's acquisitions clearly were not intended for her use. Hence, I suspect that the Great Dragon is lurking on Purple Pearl Island. The captain of the guard articulated his reasoning to Dugobo and the cardinal from the Spirit Hall. Both men were aware of the incident involving the abduction of the Moon Master, Tang Yuehua, by the Great Dragon. After a brief discussion, they reached a consensus. Even if the dragon were not concealed on Purple Pearl Island, it was certain that the island harbored some undisclosed secrets. We must relay this information back to Tiando City, Spirit City. Although not a flying-type martial soul, both Dugu Fu and the Cardinal in Red possess formidable prowess. In less than 2 days, Emperor Xue and Pope Bibi Dong receive the news. Zhejian Pearl Island? Where is it located? How far is it from Sea God Island? Upon learning of the news, Bibi Dong immediately dispatched someone to retrieve a map. The Tiando Empire must have also caught wind of this development, right? It is said that the Tiando royal family possesses a national treasure known as the Hanhai Qiankuan Shield. This endeavor will require long-distance navigation. Convey a message. If the Tiando Empire desires the Spirit Hall's assistance in retrieving the prince, they will need to lend the Hanhai Qiankuan Shield. Meanwhile, upon hearing the news, Emperor Xie abruptly sat up from his sickbed, summoning Prince Xuexing, Gailong, and others to begin discussions. As Ao Xing busied himself with increasing his taming value for Qian Rengshu, various forces commenced their preparations for action against Zhejian Pearl Island. Chapter 44. Cry if you must. Who will save you? Upon awakening, Ao Xing felt invigorated. The first image that danced through his mind was the mesmerizing spectacle of dragons and serpents entwined in the sea from the previous night. It was his first encounter with the serpent people, an experience rich with intrigue. After luxuriating in a leisurely stretch, he accessed the system, discovering that his taming value had ascended to 77 out of 100. This revelation surprised him. The increase in taming value from the previous night alone surpassed the cumulative total of the past fortnight. He mused that this approach should have been adopted long ago. Previously, he had been overly lenient. This was the Doloa continent, a realm governed by the law of the jungle, devoid of legal constraints. Moreover, he was a fearsome dragon. With renewed determination, Ao Xing summoned the craftsmen abducted by the pirates, instructing them to commence the creation of various devices. He then conducted an inspection of the island. Under his direction, Purple Pearl Island had transformed into a colossal construction site. The pirates toiled diligently. Even those labeled as the weak and infirm were engaged in labor. Observing a child of 8 or 9 struggling to carry several gold ingots along the beach, Aoshing felt no pangs of guilt. In the Doluo continent, everyone possessed a martial soul. In a place like Purple Pearl Island, where soul masters congregated, the offspring of the pirates generally wielded soul power. Their physical prowess far exceeded that of their peers. How could they lack the strength to work, let alone frolic? Furthermore, while Aoshing was indeed ruthless, he did not mistreat the inhabitants of the island. His arrival had not only enhanced the pirates' culinary techniques, but also allowed these sea marauders to earn wages without resorting to violence. Additionally, whenever diligent pirate soul masters achieved breakthroughs, he would assist in procuring soul rings. Although his intentions were to prevent the pirates from becoming lethargic and to stimulate their enthusiasm, the fact that they thrived under the watch of a malevolent dragon was a stroke of immense fortune. They ought to be grateful. Those rebellious spirits who dared to defy Aoshing had long since been reduced to ashes by dragon flames, dissipating into the wind. As time swiftly passed, 2 days had elapsed. On the first day, Aoshing exerted his influence over Qian Ringshu, enhancing her taming value. The following day, he continued his torment, further augmenting her taming value. The night prior, Aoshing had employed a caliper to measure Qian Ringshu's precise dimensions, subjecting her to a psychological humiliation. Thus, over these 2 days, Aoshing primarily resorted to conventional forms of punishment, such as whipping and water torture, aiming to induce a sense of despair within Qian Ringshu. Of course, his methods were not as brutal as those depicted in the 10 tortures of the Qing dynasty. He skillfully controlled the intensity, ensuring that the pain experienced was not merely agony, but rather a form of addictive suffering. It somewhat resembles BDS, as I seem to vividly recall a statement made by the philosopher Jeremy Bentham regarding John Bull before my time-traveling experience. Nature places humanity under the dominion of 2 sovereigns, pleasure and pain, which are interdependent. The implication of this statement is that these seemingly opposing extremes can coexist, allowing individuals to experience both joy and suffering simultaneously, a sensation uniquely bestowed upon humankind. Much like the experience of consuming spicy food, spiciness transcends mere taste. It is a stimulating sensation that activates the sensory nerves in the mouth, relaying the spicy signal to the brain, while the pain receptors on the tongue evoke a sense of heat. This differs from the flavors captured by taste buds: sour, sweet, bitter, and salty. Thus, one can condition oneself to relish spiciness. In fact, an affinity for spicy food is essentially an enjoyment of a specific form of pain which can elicit pleasure. After enduring 2 days of sensory stimulation, Aoshing today resolved to subject Qian Rinxue to another round of psychological torment. The taming value had reached 85. Progress was imminent. With just a few more days, he anticipated completing the task and achieving a human form. Upon reviewing the system panel, a mischievous smile danced across his lips. He then sought out the craftsman to retrieve the item he had commissioned days earlier, a golden bathing chair. This chair, in contrast to a conventional one, was significantly lower and slightly inclined downward, forming an approximate 15-degree angle with the horizontal plane. Such a chair, when sat upon, posed a risk of slipping off, while also minimizing contact between the body and the seat. Suddenly, the evil dragon reappeared in the room. Qian Rinxue was no longer taken aback. After the last encounter, she seemed to have developed a desensitization to such occurrences. Without hesitation, she pulled the drawstring of the sheer silk nightgown, tailored for her by Tang Yuehua, allowing it to gracefully fall away. Aoshing intentionally regarded her with a gluttonous gaze. Yet he noted that Qian Rinxue remained as impassive as ancient ice upon a glacier. Excellent. It appeared she had acclimatized to the situation. Qian Rinxue awaited the next move from the malevolent dragon. However, to her surprise, this time the dragon did not present bizarre instruments, but rather a seemingly ordinary golden chair. Sit on the chair and take a bath. Afterward, I shall take you out for some fun. You must be close to growing mole from staying on this Purple Pearl Island for so long. The dragon's tone was nonchalant. Yet, to Qian Rinxue's ears, it struck like a thunderclap. She had just discerned the chair's peculiarities. Compared to an ordinary seat, this chair was considerably lower, implying that sitting upon it would expose a significant portion of her body. This dragon was truly wicked. Within Qian Rengshu's heart, a tempest of rage surged. Yet her face betrayed little of her inner turmoil. She was merely a soul master of barely level 70, even with a divine martial soul. What could it avail her against the malevolent dragon? Her adversary could extinguish her life or subjugate her with but a flick of a finger. Qian Rengshu closed her eyes, grasped the nearby shower head, and gradually seated herself upon the peculiar golden stool. Ao Xing, observing her reluctant demeanor, refrained from displaying any displeasure. After all, her taming value had yet to reach 100. It was entirely natural for her to harbor a spirit of defiance. TSK, 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 how exquisite. Ao Xing, while reveling in the spectacle, deliberately vocalized his thoughts. Upon hearing the dragon's words, the once closed eyes of Qian Rengshu began to shed icy tears unbeknownst to her. Yet, she remained silent, methodically maneuvering the showerhead as per her usual bathing ritual. In light of Qian Rengshu's somewhat aggrieved expression, Ao Xing felt no stirrings of compassion. Those who elicit pity often possess facets that incite disdain. Had she complied sooner, he would have had no need to resort to such measures. After all, as a dragon of malevolence, he harbored no fondness for coercion. Chapter 45. Swallowing the gem, Qian Daolu approaches. Ao Xing emerged from the bathroom, glancing at the information displayed on the panel, a flicker of amusement dancing in his eyes. In recent days, his taming value had surged as if propelled by a rocket, leaving the dragon in a state of disbelief. In the past, when he had treated Qian Renshue with kindness and delicacies, she had rebelled and resisted. Yet now, employing the methods of a malevolent dragon, she scarcely had the words to counter him. Humans, after all, remain mere mortals. Even though Qian Renshue, the heir of the Wuhuan Hall, possessed a divine Wuhuan and was considered half a successor of the angel god, her heart remained that of a human. It was not as twisted as mere conformity. If only that little rascal had not fled so swiftly. I would have relished the opportunity to toy with him. Ao Xing suddenly recalled the seemingly virtuous yet pristine blue-haired protagonist, a twinge of regret surfacing in his heart. After 2 assaults on Yuxian, he had entertained the notion of capturing that little rascal to torment him on Pearl Island. However, during the first attempt, Tang San had escaped with remarkable speed, eluding capture. On the second occasion, prior to abducting Tang Yuehua, he had arrived above Shrek Academy the night before, surveying the surroundings. Through his mental prowess, he had conducted reconnaissance. Alas, he had been disappointed not to find any trace of Tang San. Upon returning to Pearl Island, he contemplated the possible reasons behind this. It was likely that his sudden appearance had compelled Bibi Dong to alter her plans, thwarting the soul-hunting operation aimed at capturing Xiao Wu, allowing the rabbit to slip away. Moreover, Tang San might have ventured into the Star Doe forest in search of the rabbit, leading to their fateful misalignment. Curse it, the protagonist indeed possesses a modicum of fortune. Nevertheless, the disparity in strength cannot be salvaged by mere luck, unless those wretched beings from the divine realm, such as Sea God or Shura God, descended upon Doa continent. Once I have tamed Qian Renshue, even Bibi Dong, Qian Daolu, or Poseidon shall be of no concern to me. Ao Xing held unwavering confidence in his own strength. During this period, he had not merely lingered on Pearl Island, but had frequently ventured into the vast depths of the ocean, seeking formidable sea soul beasts for combat. This endeavor had revealed to him that the ocean's expanse was far beyond that of the land. He had encountered numerous sea soul beasts of 100,000 years in age that were not mentioned in the original narrative. Furthermore, perhaps due to the ocean's vastness, these so-called rulers of the sea often possessed cultivation levels exceeding 150,000 years. Their strength was formidable indeed. It was for this reason, coupled with the fact that the battles took place in the ocean rather than on land, that he had not been able to engage these sea soul beast overlords in a satisfying confrontation. Often, he found himself gaining the upper hand in battle. The opponent would adeptly exploit their familiarity with the terrain to escape, leaving Ao Xing with nothing but an empty endeavor, forever deprived of the taste of the meat from a 10,000-year soul beast. Xiao Xue, change your attire. Today, I shall take you to the far north to witness the enchanting scenery of the Snow Kingdom. The flora near the ice and fire Yin-Yang Spring in the Sunset Forest had long been ravaged by Tang San. Beneath the Star Lake in the Stardo Forest, Di Tian lay in slumber. As for the Pearl Island, it could be deemed as the far west. Beyond it lies the Sea God Island. Thus, after careful consideration, Ao Xing concluded that the far north appeared to be somewhat safer. If fortune favored them, they might encounter that useless Tianming iceworm, potentially leading to an enhancement of their strength. Very well. Qian Rinxue merely nodded in a daze. To her, there was no distinction between the far east, far south, far west, or far north. Just as Ao Xing prepared to take Qian Rinxue to the far north, her previously dull gaze suddenly flickered with excitement. Although it lasted but a fleeting moment, Ao Xing detected it. What brings you joy? Nothing. Qian Rinxue feigned indifference. However, the more nonchalant she appeared, the more suspicious Ao Xing became. Could it be that your grandfather has arrived? A conjecture flashed through Ao Xing's mind. After all, while Bibi Dong and Qian Rinxue shared a mother-daughter bond, their martial souls bore little connection. Conversely, Qian Daolu and Qian Rinxue both possessed angelic martial souls. Although Qian Daolu's martial soul was that of a four-winged angel, while Qian Rinxue's was a six-winged angel, it was conceivable that he might possess means to sense her whereabouts. Troubling. Observing the silent Qian Rinxue, an ominous premonition welled up within Ao Xing. He did not dwell on how Qian Daolu had found this place. Instead, he swiftly contemplated countermeasures. Although he might not triumph against the limit de law in his crystalline form, his life would be assured. However, defeating or killing the opponent was an impossibility. Since you have come seeking trouble, do not blame me for being ruthless. Ao Xing compelled Qian Rinxue to retrieve from her storage device several gems, slightly larger than grapes, yet smaller than sugar oranges, which he had previously left behind. Swallow them. No. Qian Rinxue tightly shut her mouth, breaking her usual demeanor and resisting Ao Xing's command. She had already sensed that her grandfather, Qian Daolu, was merely a few thousand meters away. Such distance was but a blink of an eye for her invincible grandfather in the sky. Additionally, she had witnessed the malevolent means of the evil dragon Ao Xing during her time in the Stardo Forest. The two Doluos, Juve Doluo and Gue Doluo, have been severely injured by a barrage of gems. To swallow the gems now would be akin to planting a time bomb. Her life would be entirely at the mercy of the evil dragon. Even though Grandpa Qian Daolu possesses the power to vanquish the malevolent dragon, should the adversary detonate the gem, she would inevitably meet her demise. Thus, despite Qian Rinxue's taming value having been elevated to an extraordinary level by Ao Xing, when faced with the prospect of potential freedom, she chose to resist. Ao Xing, fully aware of her ploy to buy time, realized that by the time Qian Daolu arrived at Purple Pearl Island, he might no longer have the opportunity to coerce Qian Rinxue into consuming the gem, thereby threatening Qian Daolu. Hence, without a moment's hesitation, Ao Xing initiated the time stop. In a radius of several hundred meters around him, everything came to a standstill. Chapter 46. The Shock of Bibi Dong. Qian Daolu, one of the most formidable titled Doluos of the older generation, renowned as invincible in the sky. After laying the groundwork, Ao Xing did not immediately lift the time stop. Instead, he remained in place, observing Qian Daolu from a distance. His extraordinary vision allowed him to perceive Qian Daolu's appearance clearly from several hundred meters away. This old man appeared to be in his 30s or 40s. Like Qian Rinxue, he also possessed golden hair, albeit considerably lighter in hue, which under the bright sunlight emitted a faint silvery glimmer. Although Qian Rinxue's overall appearance bore a slightly masculine sharpness, she and Qian Daolu bore no more than a 2-point resemblance. However, the aura surrounding both individuals was remarkably similar. Was it due to their shared angel martial souls? Yet, recently, Qian Rinxue's demeanor had undergone a transformation. Ao Xing felt a flicker of joy within. The angel martial soul imbued Qian Rinxue with a profound, righteous aura. Consequently, even as he was a fearsome dragon, whenever he contemplated committing malevolent acts against her, a profound guilt would inevitably surface. Although this did not significantly affect Ao Xing, As a transmigrator, his soul inevitably retained some imprints from his past life. Fortunately, with the recent increase in his bond with Qian Renshua, this aura around her had gradually diminished. How did this old fellow find his way here? Sigh. Since my arrival in this world, I have yet to engage in a proper battle. Given the circumstances, I shall relish today's encounter. Ao Xing resolved to engage in a true, frantic duel with Qian Daolu, eager to ascertain the extent of his combat prowess. He lifted the time stop. You lecherous dragon, return my granddaughter. As Qian Daolu broke free from the confines of the stilled space, he swiftly charged towards Ao Xing, halting approximately 20 meters in front of him. Simultaneously, all the Soul Masters on Purple Pearl Island noticed the unfolding spectacle in the sky. They were astonished. The man floating midair had traversed the distance in the blink of an eye. Could he be a tidal level powerhouse? As whispers spread among the pirates, Ao Xing, with a smile, addressed Qian Daolu, let us dispense with the pleasantries. If you wish to reclaim your granddaughter, we must first engage in battle. Before Qian Daolu could respond, Ao Xing surgit forward. Just as Qian Daolu anticipated a close-quarters confrontation, the malevolent dragon suddenly ascended into the air. Your granddaughter has already been ensnared by my constraints. With a mere thought, she could meet her demise. So come, let us battle. Ao Xing's words reached Qian Daolu's ears, igniting a furious rage within him. You dare lay a hand on Schwer? As he vehemently questioned the dragon overhead, Qian Daolu's gaze fell upon Qian Renshua, who stood dazed on the ground, a mix of joy and horror evident in her eyes. The other party merely nodded. When Qian Renshu stopped at Ao Xing, she sensed a peculiar sensation in her throat and stomach. She realized that Ao Xing had stealthily and unknowingly infused some gemstones into her abdomen. Receiving her granddaughter's response, Qian Daolu became furiously incensed. He immediately summoned his martial spirit and charged upwards. The judgment sword, upon his thunderous shout, a sword radiating with a golden brilliance, materialized in his grasp. Sacred defense. As his words fell, a suit of resplendent golden armor enveloped the vital parts of his body. In the next moment, a tremendous dragon breath surged forth, potent and terrifying, as if it sought to engulf the heavens and the earth. Yet Qian Daolu, clad in his shimmering armor, radiant with divine light, advanced imperiously towards the malevolent dragon. Ao Xing looked down upon Qian Daolu, disdainfully swinging his massive tail, from which several cobalt-scaled shards detached, hurtling towards Qian Daolu with astonishing force. In response, Qian Daolu stood proudly in midair, brandishing his sword to meet the fierce onslaught of the dragon's scales. Just as the scales were about to collide with Qian Daolu's sword, they suddenly erupted. A resounding explosion shattered the air, sending sparks flying. Dazzling light illuminated the scene. Many of the pirates, whose combat prowess was somewhat lacking, gazed up at the battle, momentarily entranced, their vision engulfed in a blinding haze. Qian Daolu, too, was pushed back several meters by the shockwave of the explosion. What a vicious dragon, resorting to such cunning tactics. Qian Daolu's gaze turned icy, for the dragon's abilities were not inferior to a full-force strike from an ordinary super Deloa. And this was merely the power unleashed by the destruction of 2 dragon scales. Ah, words are futile. Let's see your prowess. Ao Xing vasted nochimi on conversation. In an instant, he vanished, his claws striking directly at Qian Daolu. Rather than evade, Qian Daolu activated his 4th soul skill, Second Protection. Uncertain of the dragon's true strength, he sought to test his opponent. After being violently hurled by the dragon's claws, Qian Daolu gracefully regained his balance mid-air. But in the next moment, the dragon unleashed a torrent of flames, charging towards him. He raised his sword high, divine power surging forth, as holy fire ignited along the blade, resembling a mystical brand. The fusion of sword and flame released immense might. Qian Daolu then leapt into the air. Ah, it seems I have underestimated the strength of this young dragon. Martial spirit, true form. Qian Daolu closed his eyes, inhaled deeply, and with a low chant, the surrounding air began to tremble. Golden patterns emerged upon his skin, as if an unseen force surged beneath. These golden patterns expanded and twisted, ultimately transforming into a pair of enormous golden wings that unfurled behind him. Each feather on the wings shimmered with resplendent light, seemingly imbued with compassion and power. In that moment, Qian Oliu's visage transformed into one of solemnity and sanctity, his eyes emanating golden rays akin to those of a true angel. His aura became vast and profound, as if it could encompass all existence. With the complete release of his seventh spirit ability, powerful currents of energy enveloped his body, stirring his robes and long hair, causing him to float slightly in place. The golden radiance intertwined with Qian Oliu's wings, saturating the entire space with a divine and majestic atmosphere. Aoxing, feeling the overwhelming momentum, was secretly astonished. Through their previous encounter, he could discern that Qian Oliu's understanding of the angel spirit's soul rings leaned heavily towards defense with minimal offense. Unlike Qian Renxue, who balanced strong attack with AoE, spiritual prowess, and comprehensive defense, no wonder this elder was hailed as invincible in the skies. The angel spirit itself was a divine-level spirit, and flying spirits had always been a rarity on the Dolua continent. Relying on defensive abilities, he could continuously launch attacks while airborne. This implied that even facing another title Dolua of the same 99th level, only Qian Daolu would be on the offensive. Presently, Aoxing aimed to inflict serious injury. Yet he realized that through their brief skirmish, his power was at least that of a 96th level title Dolua. However, compared to Qian Daolu, it was insufficient. His attacks might cause minor injuries, but defeating Qian Daolu head-on was implausible. Naturally, he could utilize time suspension, as he had previously against the corrupt Chrysanthemum Doa and the Ghost Dolua, filling the space around Qian Daolu with gemstones or his own scales. Such a strategy would undoubtedly lead to significant repercussions for Qian Daolu. However, Aoxing had no intention of proceeding in that manner. The soul abilities Qian Daolu had revealed were few, and should he employ time suspension, it risked revealing his hand. Moreover, if Qian Daolu possessed any long-range attack abilities he had yet to deploy, Aoxing would find himself in a precarious situation. In that event, he would have no choice but to leverage Qian Renxue to coerce Qian Daolu into halting his actions. While this might preserve his life, it would complicate his attempts to tame Qian Renxue. For once she realized he could not contend with her grandfather, she would undoubtedly harbor a mindset of resistance. Thus, "You old fool, what are you doing? Didn't I call for a halt?" The fierce sword energy, charged with intense aura, surged towards him, prompting Aoxing to disperse it with a sweeping motion, followed by a sharp rebuke. "Can't you comprehend human speech? Must I eliminate your granddaughter for you to understand? I will count down 3, 2, 1. If you do not retract your martial soul and cease its manifestation, I shall detonate the restrictions placed within your granddaughter, turning her to mere blood mist." Qian Daolu never anticipated that the malevolent dragon, who moments ago had expressed a desire for a fair fight, would now resort to such perilous threats. Shameless. He gritted his teeth, furrowing his brow in exasperation as he reluctantly retracted his martial spirit. "Hey, who am I? I am a malevolent dragon. Do you still harbor hopes that I am a righteous person? Aoxing Shuklad Sinisterli Kolmunjing Knell. Allow me to strike you thrice, and I shall ensure your granddaughter's safety. Otherwise, prepare for the extinction of the Qian family." How revolting! Qian Daolu, having lived for so many years, found himself utterly disgusted for the first time. This wicked dragon was acutely aware that his lifeline was none other than his granddaughter, Qian Renxue. Thus, he unashamedly wielded her as leverage against him. "I do not believe you would harm Schwer. Qian Daolu see that otherwise. You would not continuously threaten me with her while refraining from any real harm. Do you truly doubt it?" Just as Qian Daolu was about to utter the word true, he witnessed a dragon scale hurtling rapidly towards Qian Renxue. The next moment, with a resounding thud, this unparalleled powerhouse of level 99 found himself kneeling upon the sandy shore. Old man, you are quite the jest. Why the bravado?" Aoxing retracted the scale that had severed a lock of Qian Renxue's hair and leisurely approached Qian Daolu. With a resounding thump, he delivered a solid punch aimed directly at Qian Daolu's abdomen. No! At this sight, Qian Renxue let out a heart-wrenching scream. Yet Ao Xing showed no signs of relenting. Instead, he infused additional force into his strike. The next moment, a faint mist of blood escaped from Qian Oliu's lips. Witnessing this, Qian Renshua, who had stood frozen in place, frantically dashed towards the positions of the dragon and her grandfather. "Please stop. I will do anything you ask of me," Qian Renshua cried out hoarsely, her pleas evoking sympathy. However, Ao Xing remained relentless. He gazed down at the kneeling Qian Daolu and swung his fist with renewed vigor. Despite the release of his martial soul and the retraction of his abilities, Qian Daolu could only mitigate the impact of the punch with his soul power, yet he still sustained considerable injury. "Swear." Qian Daolu looked towards Qian Renshua, a peculiar glint flashing in his eyes. "Do not come closer." Upon hearing her grandfather's words and witnessing the flicker of light in his eyes, Qian Renshua suddenly realized something and halted in her tracks. "Oh, following your grandfather's instructions so obediently?" Ao Xing expressed confusion at Qian Renshua's actions, but in the next instant, he was taken aback as a brilliant and powerful radiance erupted from Qian Daolu's chest. "Cursed old man, trying to ambush me?" Ao Xing's heart raced with alarm. He was uncertain of the technique employed by Qian Daolu, but he comprehended that he had just been using Qian Daolu to gauge his own strength. However, the other party must have similarly discerned his capabilities. Therefore, Qian Daolu dared to strike at him, knowing he could easily annihilate Qian Renshua. This attack, without a doubt, would be lethal. As the blinding light surged towards Ao Xing's chest, he activated the time stop. Damn that old fool. With the appearance of a virtuous gentleman, he unexpectedly struck with such ferocity. In the stilled space, Ao Xing discerned an orange-red glimmer mingling with golden light, coalescing into a sword of judgment. This radiant blade shot forth from Qian Oliu's chest, piercing through his crystalline skin defenses and embedding itself approximately 3 to 4 centimeters within. Damn, it hurts. Although the wound ceased to expand, Ao Xing still experienced the excruciating pain of the radiant power corroding his flesh. Taking a deep breath, Ao Xing moved behind Qian Daolu. Time stagnated and then came to an end. With a sharp sound, a massive lightsaber suddenly erupted from Qian Daolu's body, propelling forward. Simultaneously, Qian Daolu was struck in the face by the malevolent dragon that had appeared behind him, collapsing onto the beach. "You old fool! How dare you plot against me? How is this possible?" In the blink of an eye, the pirates on Purple Pearl Island were oblivious to the unfolding events. Yet, Qian Daolu remained frozen in place. As a level 99 title Doloa, summoning his martial soul and utilizing soul skills required but a mere thought. Just moments ago, he intended to exploit Ao Xing's moment of inattention to unleash his most powerful attack soul skill and deliver a fatal blow. Little did he expect that the malevolent dragon could instantaneously shift to his rear. You actually command the power of space?" Qian Daolu's eyes widened in terror. How could a dragon wielding the power of space be slain? How could he possibly rescue Shuer? In response, Ao Xing remained silent, a cold expression on his face. "Oof. Foolish old man, this is the mastery of time." Somewhere above the waters outside Purple Pearl Island, Bai Dong silently observed the battle ahead, appearing tranquil. Yet her heart surged with tumultuous waves. Suddenly, she comprehended how the gem had entered her body during the Stardow Forest. Chapter 47. Humiliation of Qian Daolu. Encountering Bibi Dong. Upon realizing the truth, Bibi Dong's face flushed crimson, reminiscent of a peach blossom in its first bloom, innocent and reserved, yet radiant in its fleeting charm. However, in an instant, her expression shifted dramatically, reverting to an icy demeanor as her brows knitted in displeasure. "That accursed dragon! How dare it act with such audacity? Once I tame you, prepare to be my steed, subjected to my will." Yet, in the blink of an eye, a shadow of sorrow crossed Bibi Dong's features once more. Initially, she had believed the dragon to be merely a gem dragon, possessing the ability to manipulate explosive gems, capable of grievously injuring both the Chrysanthemum Doloa and the Ghost Doloa. It had also reduced the wealth-laden Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School to ruins overnight. But now, witnessing the dragon's mastery over the realm of time, she found herself at a loss. If only she could conquer the dragon, she would swiftly ascend to inherit the title of Rakshasa god. At that moment, all soul masters and soul beasts of the Doloa continent would be naught but ants beneath her feet. Qian Daolu, a formidable figure from Sea God Island, and the fearsome beasts slumbering within the soul beast forest. Together, they would pose no threat to her. The Doloa continent would be her dominion, where any who dared to defy or betray her would find no escape from her grasp. She would rise as the sovereign of the Doloa continent. Yet, how could she possibly tame this dragon? Qian Daolu, on the other hand, was as pale as a ghost. His fear was not of the dragon's spatial abilities, but rather the dread that his earlier ambush had failed to vanquish the dragon, inciting its wrath and endangering the life of his precious granddaughter, Qian Renshua. In a fleeting moment, regret flooded his heart. Panic etched upon his visage as he stammered, I beg you, please do not harm Xiaoxua. I was wrong, entirely wrong. Do not take your anger out on her. Strike me instead. Just spare Xiaoxua." Witnessing the once mighty Qian Daolu struggle to articulate his pleas, the spectators on Pearl Island were utterly astonished. This was a being of title Doluo caliber. Moreover, judging by his martial soul, he belonged to the upper echelons of these powerful title Doluos. Yet, here he was, clinging to the dragon's leg and profusely apologizing, an act that shattered the pirates' preconceived notions. In their eyes, a title Doloa should wield the power to act without restraint. Naturally, with the exception of the Pearl of Purple, as one abandoned by Sea God Island, she had never encountered the legendary Poseidon or the esteemed title Dog Guardians of the island. Nevertheless, tales of these protectors had long circulated, and thus she held a certain indifference towards the title Doluo elite. Yet, she could faintly discern Qian Daoliu's true identity. This old man was indeed of the same stature as the high priest of Sea God Island. Faced with the malevolent dragon, he surprisingly chose to endure humiliation. This is truly astonishing. Is Qian Rushue's position in his heart of such paramount importance? Zijinju cast a silent glance at the tear-streaked woman beside her, unable to suppress the tightening of her lips. "How dare you say you were wrong? What do you take me for?" Ao Xing, without a moment's hesitation, gathered all his strength in his right hand, disregarding any moral obligation to protect the elderly, and struck Qian Daolu's face with a fierce punch. In a bid to quell the dragon's wrath, Qian Daolu made no attempt at defense. Upon impact, he was sent flying several dozen meters away. His body crashed heavily onto the distant beach, a pitiful sight. Seeing the spectacle, Qian Rushue could not help but cry out, "No, don't do this. Grandfather, please. Do not strike him. I will do whatever you ask." Too late. Ignoring Qian Rushue's desperate pleas, Ao Xing continued to rain blows upon Qian Daolu. Witnessing her grandfather being mercilessly subdued by the dragon, Qian Rushue, her soul power sealed, hurriedly dashed toward the fray. Before she could reach them, Ao Xing delivered yet another brutal blow to Qian Daolu. The aged man, now in a woeful state, was smeared with crimson blood and beach dust, clinging haphazardly to his face. Seeing her grandfather in such a condition, Qian Rushue's tears flowed uncontrollably. Time stop, activate. Before this poignant scene could unfold further, Ao Xing halted the flow of time in this space. Qian Rushue's words had sparked a vague yet promising idea in him for enhancing taming value. However, to validate this notion, he first accessed the system panel. The activation of the time stop also served to prevent a sneak attack from Qian Daolu. After all, this old man, appearing righteous, had just resorted to underhanded tactics that nearly resulted in his demise. Thankfully, quick reflexes saved the day. Otherwise, the story would have concluded abruptly. 91. Goodness, abusing her grandfather could also elevate the taming value. How delightful. Ao Xing realized that the taming of Qian Rushue was nearing its final stages, filling him with uncontainable joy. To tame a person is to extinguish all their hopes. Qian Daolu must hold a significant place in Qian Rushue's heart. If he could utterly shatter the image of Qian Daolu within her, the final phase of his endeavor would likely be achieved. Hence, after a moment of contemplation, I'll seek formula to the play. Meanwhile, In the distance, Bibi Dong, upon witnessing the dragon's manipulation of the time domain once more, began to conceive her own ideas. She retrieved the Bailian Pearl from her storage device, preparing to launch it toward Zhejian Pearl Island, intent on testing the extent of the dragon's time-stopping domain. However, upon reconsideration, she returned it to the storage device and retrieved her papal token. The reason for not utilizing the gem was twofold. Firstly, the malevolent dragon indeed possessed certain abilities concerning gemstones. Secondly, she was reluctant to part with it. Finding another jewel of precisely suitable dimensions would be a troublesome and arduous task. Swiftly, she directed her soul force towards the papal token hovering above the sea near the shores of Purple Pearl Island, where it became suspended in midair. 500 meters. Bibi Dong had acquired the answer she sought. Yet, simultaneously, Ao Xing furrowed his brow in sudden concern. In this moment of suspended space, he was the sovereign. Thus, the unexpected intrusion of the token captured his attention. It was not a living creature. Upon realizing it was neither a seagull nor some aquatic spirit beast that had unexpectedly entered, Ao Xing immediately recognized that someone was lurking in the shadows. Who could it be? Poseidon? Or perhaps Bibi Dong? There was no need to hide any longer. Ao Xing suddenly discerned the unique patterns on the token and the distinctive emblem of the spirit hall. And in that instant, everything became clear to him. Chapter 48. The Master of Seduction. Taming value 100. Suddenly, the resounding roar of the evil dragon echoed like a bell, surprising Bibi Dong momentarily. Yet, she swiftly understood that her recent subtle movements had been detected, revealing her hidden presence to the dragon. It could sense everything within its domain. Was the evil dragon truly invincible within a 500-meter radius? As Bibi Dong cautiously approached the dragon, her mind was a whirl of strategies. Qian Rengshu was her daughter. Although she held a grudge against the old man, Qian Daolu, she was acutely aware that for him, his daughter, who possessed the potential to ascend to godhood, was akin to his very existence. He might even sacrifice himself for Qian Rengshu's freedom. Similarly, while the Spirit Hall was currently the preeminent force in the Doluo continent, her soul power had diminished to level 98 due to the trials of the Rakshasa god. The difference between level 98 and level 99, though seemingly slight, was indeed vast in terms of strength. As the Pope of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong understood that there were others on the Doluo continent who were also at level 99, not just Qian Daolu. Therefore, to ensure that Qian Daolu remained alive until she completed the 8th trial of the Rakshasa god or tamed the evil dragon, he must not perish. Just as Bibi Dong approached within 600 or 700 meters of Ao Xing, he released the time stop. With a mischievous grin, Ao Xing asked, "Your Holiness, did you find those little trinkets I gave you to your satisfaction?" You? Bibi Dong was taken aback. She had not anticipated that the dragon would speak of such matters the moment the time stop was lifted. A blush crept across her face. Meanwhile, upon seeing Bibi Dong appear, Qian Daolu and Qian Rengshu's eyes sparkled with delight. However, at that moment, Ao Xing suddenly surged toward Bibi Dong. Realizing the danger, she quickly retreated. Yet, despite her current level 98 soul power, her speed paled in comparison to that of the dragon. Time stop, activate. The instant Bibi Dong began to retreat, Ao Xing unleashed the time stop domain once more. Foolish woman. My time stop radius is 500 meters, not a diameter of 500 meters. A smirk of disdain graced Ao Xing's lips. He knew well that although Bibi Dong's strength had been significantly diminished due to the Rakshasa god trials, her intellect remained intact. In an instant, Ao Xing closed the distance between them. Before Bibi Dong could traverse even 100 meters, she found herself ensnared in a stasis field, suspended in midair, utterly immobilized. In that fleeting moment, Qian Daolu, Qian Rengshu, and the pirates on the island were all enveloped within a stasis space with a diameter of 1,000 meters. This presents quite the predicament. Ao Xing was now 500 meters from Bibi Dong and approximately 300 meters from Qian Rengshu and Qian Daolu. This implies that should he approach Bibi Dong, both Qian Daolu and Qian Rengshu would be extricated from the realm of time suspension. What to do in such a predicament? Ao Xing furrowed his brow in contemplation for a moment before devising a method. He detached several scales from his body and forcefully hurled them towards the pirates on Purple Pearl Island and near Kandaliu. Subsequently, he soared towards BB Dong. A violent explosion erupted on Purple Pearl Island. The pirates, not enveloped by the realm of time suspension, were all obliterated. In that instant, Kandaliu shielded Qianrengshu. Consequently, as Ao Xing approached BB Dong and endeavored to bring her to Purple Pearl Island, his movements went unnoticed by Kandali, who once again fell into a state of stasis due to Ao Xing's return. What should come next? Ao Xing found himself at a loss as he regarded BB Dong, Kandaliu, and Qianrengshu. His ability to suspend time had a fixed range, incapable of targeting a specific individual for a tailored effect. This meant he could not render BB Dong immobile within the ethereal space, allowing Qianrengshu to witness the humiliation of her grandfather. Kandaliu? In that moment, Ao Xing was beset with uncertainty. He was acutely aware that with his current prowess, he could not possibly vanquish either Kandaliu or BB Dong. After all, while he could manipulate targets within the time suspension range, he could not execute attacks with harmful intent, lest the effect be nullified. What to do? The gem I had placed within Qianrengshu made it, so that the old fellow Kandaliu could not simply eliminate me with a single strike, leaving him hesitant to act against me. As for BB Dong, that madwoman might harbor some affection for Qianrengshu, yet she would undoubtedly disregard Qianrengshu's well-being should it serve her ulterior motives. Therefore, I ought to neutralize Bibidong's threat to me, momentarily ignoring Kandaliu. With this thought, a bold idea took root in Ao Xing's mind. He disregarded the fact that he had yet to elevate Qianrengshu's taming level to 100%, preventing her transformation into human form, and directly approached BB Dong. With a slight exertion, the papal garments of the opponent were reduced to mere fragments. He then pressed forward, launching into his confectionery creation. Approximately 2.5 hours later, Ao Xing stowed his weapon in his abdomen pouch and placed BB Dong behind a small rock not far from Purple Pearl Island. He then released the time suspension. Bang! Kandaliu could only recall the malevolent dragon igniting the gem scales. He rushed to protect little Shui from harm, only to find himself struck by a heavy blow the next moment. He fell heavily before Qianrengshu. Simultaneously, BB Dong wore a face of astonishment. She distinctly remembered being airborne just a moment ago. Yet why had she suddenly plummeted into the sea? Moreover, she was utterly unclothed. Before she could ponder this further, an intense pain threatened to render her unconscious. The lecherous dragon, although BB Dong may be foolish, she is by no means unintelligent. Taking into account her current predicament and reflecting on past events, she quickly realizes that she has fallen victim to the malevolent dragon's scheme. I had originally planned to tame you as my steed, but now I have changed my mind. A glimmer of cold ferocity flashed in Bibidong's eyes. Once I have subdued you and ascended to the position of the Rakshasa deity, I shall surely rend your body into 1,000 pieces. No, I cannot allow you to die so swiftly. I will sever your wings, amputate your limbs, and then capture the grotesque soul beast from the Stardow forest, such as the Komodo Dragon King, to breed with you daily. Bibidong's expression darkened further. Yet, at that moment, a heart-wrenching cry echoed through the air. BB Dong, where have you gone? Hurry and save Grandpa. If you do not lend a hand soon, I shall no longer acknowledge you as my mother. Our mother-daughter bond will be severed from this day forth. The piercing wails were crystal clear to BB Dong. However, she remained unresponsive. That detestable dragon had just concluded its domain, seizing her soul guide device containing her garments. Chapter 49. The Darkness of Qian Daolu. Qianrengshue's complete breakdown. No matter how fervently Qianrenshue called out, BB Dong offered no response. In that moment, this young girl, who had dared to infiltrate the Heaven Do Imperial Palace alone before even reaching the age of 10, the illustrious master of the Spirit Hall, was reduced to tears. Her face was streaked with sorrow as she sobbed, her lips trembling, producing a choked whimper. She lowered her gaze, her eyes filled with profound sadness, staring vacantly in the direction where BB Dong had stood moments before. A bitter smile adorned her face, as if it were a silent testament to her inner turmoil. Qianrenshue's hands trembled incessantly as she attempted to wipe away the tears staining her cheeks. Yet the flow seemed unceasing. Her voice, hoarse and strained, bore the weight of endless suffering and torment, conveying a pain that was ineffable to the depths of her soul. That mournful sound echoed the grief of loss, stirring a deep sense of empathy in those who witnessed it. Observing Qian Rinxue engulfed in profound sorrow, an air of melancholy enveloped the surroundings, even moving the hearts of the pirates present. However, Ao Xing observed this scene with a glint of wickedness in his eyes, devoid of any compassion. A smirk of derision and disdain curled at the corners of his mouth, and an inexplicable sense of joy bubbled within him. As he watched Qian Rinxue's despair unfold, he found himself yearning for her further suffering and hopelessness. His serpentine pupils reflected a sinister delight, masking his true satisfaction with her breakdown beneath a facade of nonchalance. Ao Xing activated the system panel, where the taming value starkly displayed as 95-100. It was time to intensify the pressure. Without hesitation, he raised his foot and pressed Qian Oliu's head into the sand. Listen well, old man. I can lift the restrictions placed upon Qian Rinxue and return her to you. However, you must assist me with 2 tasks. Ignoring the fact that Qian Oliu's head was still trapped beneath his foot, he continued. The first task is to deliver the head of Princess Xueka of the Heaven Do Empire to me. You see, I, Ao Xing, am a dragon who seeks vengeance. And I want you to bring the 2 traitors, the Doloa of the Chrysanthemum and the Ghost, who conspired against me using their forbidden domains, right before me. Render them powerless. If you can accomplish these 2 tasks, I shall release Qian Rinxue. Bah! Qian Daolu managed to extricate his head from the sand, retorting, Humph. I have tolerated you for long enough. Do you truly believe I am a fool? You are a vile dragon. Can a word from your mouth be trusted? Free my little Xue from her restrictions. Otherwise, I shall risk everything to see you perish here today. Feeling the humiliation inflicted by the wicked dragon, Qian Daolu finally realized that Ao Xing sought to exploit his affection for his granddaughter, using him as a mere tool for mockery and torment. The centuries of experience allowed Qian Daolu to comprehend the immense dragon fortress he had just witnessed, as well as the golden sculptures adorning the island of the Purple Pearl. He realized that this dragon was unlike the soul beasts. It was driven by an insatiable greed. Since the dragon was adept at understanding human nature, using its indulgence of Qian Rinxue to coerce him, why could he not exploit the dragon's worldly desires to turn the tables? In the presence of his granddaughter, Qian Daolu found himself subjected to the dragon's relentless torment, his aged visage nearly unable to withstand the humiliation. Thus, he resorted to this extreme measure. You dare doubt me, the dragon Ao Xing? Inquire freely, for I, Ao Xing, am a creature of my word, unwavering as a steed once pledged. I swear to the dragon god above, should you successfully accomplish those 2 tasks, not only will I lift the restrictions upon Qian Rinxue, but I shall also return her to you unscathed. Ao Xing solemnly raised his claw towards the heavens, his expression grave. Of course, if you wish for mutual destruction, I'm not opposed. I possess ample means to escape. However, your granddaughter may not be so fortunate. Furthermore, after my escape, I shall conceal myself within the Doloa continent for 10, 20 years, or even longer. When I return, not just you, but even the Spirit Hall and your former lover Poseidon on Sea God Island shall meet their demise. The mention of his former lover Poseidon caused Qian Daolu to falter. He could not fathom how this juvenile dragon was aware of events from decades past. Most perplexing was whether Poseidon truly was his former lover. Had she not ultimately chosen the beast, Tang Hao? His expression shifted dramatically. Meanwhile, hidden beneath the waves, Bibidon's previously dark demeanor transformed into a radiant smile. So, the one from Sea God Island was indeed Qian Daoliu's former lover? It seemed that her assault on Sea God Island decades ago had served only to embarrass him. How amusing. However, Bibi Dong refrained from listening further, for the dragon's second demand was that Qian Daolu publicly incapacitate both the Chrysanthemum Doloa and the Ghost Doloa. These 2 were her most trusted aides, and she knew that in Qian Daolu's eyes, the 6-winged angel spirit Qian Rinxue held far greater importance than either of them. Even if the dragon was merely toying with Qian Daolu, the old man might well consider the request. Thus, Bibi Dong unleashed the treasure she had extorted from the royal family of the Tiando Empire, the vast sea Chinquan cover, and swiftly departed beneath the ocean's depths. Very well, I shall comply, but do not entertain thoughts of fleeing with little Shui. I have already locked onto her through the spirit, and no matter where you take her, I shall find her. Qian Daolu glared at Ao Xing with gritted teeth, then turned his gaze to Qian Renqiu, who was ensnared in the grasp of the malevolent dragon. A fleeting pang of compassion surged within him, prompting him to summon his angelic martial spirit and soar into the distance. Hith. Observing Qian Daoliu's retreating figure, a scheming smile crept upon Ao Xing's lips, a manifestation of his cunning success. Immediately, he lifted the confinement on Qian Renqiu. Beast! You wretched beast! As soon as she regained the ability to speak, Qian Renqiu charged furiously at Ao Xing, pounding him relentlessly while hurling insults at him. Yet, Ao Xing merely watched this spectacle with a smile. For at that moment, the system panel displayed the tumultuous fluctuations of Qian Renqiu's taming value. It plummeted from 95 to 10, then 20, only to surge back from the teens to 96, 97. It was evident that she was engulfed in a tempest of inner turmoil and anxiety, teetering on the brink of complete collapse. This was undoubtedly the optimal moment to fully subdue her. Chapter 50. The Farce of Wuhuan City. Qian Renqiu is stunned. Is the sharp-tailed swallow Wuhuan the fastest spirit on the Dolua continent? Perhaps. However, if one were to inquire who currently holds the title of the fastest flying spirit master on the continent, it would undoubtedly be Qian Daolu. The Minji clan, as one of the 4 major single-attribute clans, relentlessly pursues the ultimate speed. Yet, the quality of the Wuhuan has predetermined that its bearer rarely reaches the level of a titled Dolua. Thus, even though the white crane can circle the Dolua continent in 2 days, its speed pales in comparison to Qian Daolu, who possesses a 99-level angel Wuhuan. This disparity is solely attributable to differences in strength and soul power. In less than half a day, Qian Daolu had traversed from Tiando City. Just as the Snow Knight Emperor hoped that the Spirit Hall could rescue Prince Shui Qinghe from the clutches of the evil dragon, a blinding white light pierced through a section of the Tiando Imperial Palace. With a deafening explosion, both Tiando cities were thrown into chaos. Could it be that the evil dragon has returned? Quickly, to the bunker where the princess is hiding. Hurry to protect the princess. However, when Gaelong led thousands of royal guards to the bunker, they were met with the sight of a headless corpse. The attire made it unmistakably clear that the headless body belonged to Princess Shui Ku. Damn it, who could have done this? Cough. Upon hearing the news, the Snow Knight Emperor spat out a mouthful of blood and subsequently collapsed on the spot. According to the royal physician's diagnosis, the cause was attributed to excessive sorrow, compounded by a sudden surge of anger. Based on the Snow Knight Emperor's physical condition, the physician subtly indicated to Prince Shui Bong, who stood nearby. The brother of the Snow Knight Emperor instantly grasped the implication. A surge of delight welled up within him. With the prince taken by the evil dragon, the Snow Knight Emperor in a critical state, and Princess Shui reduced to a lifeless corpse, the throne of the Tiando Empire seemed destined for Shui Bong. Wait, Prince Shui Xing suddenly furrowed his brow. Must the Tiando Emperor's lineage come solely from his brother? It is worth noting that, in the eyes of outsiders, Shui Bong is merely a debauched and ineffectual prince. Meanwhile, he, Prince Shui Xing, is a prominent minister of the court. On the other side, upon arriving at Wuhuan City, Qian Daolu brandished the head of Shui Ku and stormed toward the resting place of Jute Dolua and Ghost Dolua. Qian Daolu, what do you intend to do? What do I intend to do? Qian Daolu replied coldly, fixing his gaze on Bibi Dong. Do you truly believe that 2 outsiders hold more value than your daughter's life? If you trust the evil dragon, how utterly absurd. The guardian of the angel god's position, capitulating to the evil dragon? It seems not like father, like son. None of you are worth a dime. Bibi Dong's voice resonated with a mocking ferocity, while Qian Daolu frowned, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Stand Azida, you cannot defeat me. Suddenly, Bibi Dong bellowed, those from the Elder Hall and the other cardinals, come forth. Witness what the Grand Elder intends to do. Her call immediately drew the attention of numerous titled Doloa and Soul Doloa from the Soul Land. Meanwhile, many of the secluded elders from the Elder Hall began probing the unfolding events with their spiritual senses. In response, Qian Daoliu's expression shifted. He then declared, "In my capacity as the Grand Elder, I command all of you to gather outside the Soul Land." He followed with, "As the Pope, I order you to remain where you are." In that moment, the other powerful figures of the Spirit Hall found themselves in a quandary. However, the majority gravitated towards Bibi Dong's side. Observing this, Qian Daolu realized that, apart from the elders of the Elder Hall, nearly all others in the Spirit Hall were now obedient to Bibi Dong. There was no longer any semblance of fear towards him, the once revered Judgment Elder, now the master of the Elder Hall and Grand Elder. Seeing the situation, he wasted no time and charged into the quarters of the recuperating Zhu Daw and Gui Daw, using his profound soul power to incapacitate the wary duo before dashing westward. Bibi Dong, gritting her teeth, watched helplessly as Qian Daolu's speed far surpassed her own. Zhu Daw and Gui Daw, being gravely injured, were unable to utilize their domain of absolute stillness, which could have temporarily restrained Qian Daolu, allowing her and the other powerful figures of the Spirit Hall to inflict severe damage upon him. The Grand Elder, driven by self-interest, disregarded the greater good, seizing Zhu and Gui Doloa to offer them to the malevolent dragon. As the Pope of the Spirit Hall, I propose the dismissal of the Qian family from their positions in the Elder Hall. Henceforth, let the Grand Elder be assumed by the Golden Crocodile, Doloa. What say you all? Bibi Dong proclaimed, her voice enveloped in soul power as she announced this from above the Elder Hall. The elders within the hall reacted with varied expressions upon hearing this news. The Golden Crocodile, Doloa, responded immediately, "Bibi Dong, cease your deceitful rhetoric. The Grand Elder is irreplaceable. I advise you to tread carefully and refrain from slandering." With a cold smirk, Bibi Dong understood the unwavering loyalty the elders had for Qian Daolu. Her actions were merely a ploy to sow discord between him and the others, paving the way for her to complete the 8th trial of the Rakshasa God, elevate her soul power to level 99, and initiate a war against the two great empires of the Tiando Empire and the Xinglua Empire, thereby undermining Qian Daolu and asserting her influence over the elders. On the other side, after spending half a day, Qian Daolu arrived at the Pearl Island under the cover of night. He callously discarded the severed head of Shiwaka and subsequently hurled the barely conscious figures of Zhu Thaw and Ge Thaw onto the sandy shore. "Release Xuya," Qian Daolu shouted impatiently towards the Dragon Castle. Shortly thereafter, Ao Xing emerged from the opulently gilded castle, leading the dazed Qian Renshua. "So soon?" Ao Xing muzed, a hint of surprise in his voice. He had anticipated that Qian Daolu would not return until the following day, yet here he was that very night on Pearl Island. Such astounding efficiency. Meanwhile, Qian Renshua, who had initially appeared somewhat dazed, felt her heart race as she caught sight of the familiar face lying on the ground. Her pupils dilated in shock, and her body trembled, as if she might collapse at any moment. She could scarcely fathom that her esteemed grandfather had indeed killed Shiweka and brought Zhu Doluo and Gui Doluo to Pearl Island. Could this truly be the same Qian Daolu she once knew? Chapter 51. Taming the Princess completed. Transforming a being. Though Xue Ku shares no blood ties with Qian Renshua, having infiltrated the Heavenly Do Imperial Palace for over a decade, she has become the closest person to Qian Renshua. Following the untimely demise of the first and third princes, the Snow Emperor sensed a looming crisis and once again took up arms, determined to ensure the perpetuity of the Snow family's Swan dynasty. With the assistance of imperial physicians, he consumed various potions, ultimately succeeding in sowing the seeds of life. However, he was taken aback when the child born was a daughter. Fortunately, after the tragic deaths of the first and third princes, the second prince, Xue Qinghe, and the fourth prince, Xue Beng, encountered no further misfortunes. Thus, he was spared the need to labor tirelessly in the fields. When Xue Ku was born, Qian Renshua was disguised as Xue Qinghe for an entire year. During this time, She lived in constant trepidation within the heavenly Do imperial palace, fearing exposure, plagued by a profound sense of insecurity. The arrival of Shui Ku provided Qianren Xue a means to dispel her inner fears. Each day, after fulfilling her duties as the crown prince of the heavenly Do Empire, she would accompany Shui Ku, watching her grow little by little. Qianren Xue embraced Shui Ku as her true sister, pouring countless emotions and care into their bond. Time swiftly passed, and nearly 2 decades elapsed. Yet, this sister, with whom she had spent almost 20 years, was callously slain by her grandfather, her head severed and discarded upon the shore. Qianren Xue gazed upon the horrific scene before her, her eyes filled with an indescribable anguish. Her gaze lingered on the familiar face, now void of life, radiating helplessness and despair, akin to a lightning bolt piercing through the night, shocking yet terrifying. The suffocating silence engulfed her ears, leaving only the sound of her own heartbeat echoing in her mind. Each breath felt laden with infinite sorrow, her choked throat unable to utter a sound, while tears flowed silently down her cheeks. "Grandfather, why did you do this?" The pain within Qianren Xue's heart felt like an invisible blade, mercilessly piercing her chest, rendering her breathless and unable to bear the weight of her grief. Her thoughts meandered through the sorrow, recalling Shui Ku's smiles and warm embraces, each memory stabbing at the softest corners of her heart like a dagger. Helplessness and despair marred her visage with tear-streaked trails, her wails reverberating through the air. Shui Ku had shared nearly 20 years of life alongside her, twice the span of her childhood in Soul Land. I do this for you." Qian Daoliu's eyes were filled with turmoil. He knew all too well that Shui Ku was Qianren Xue's dear sister during her time of disguise within the Heavenly Do Palace. His voice, hoarse, explained, "Although you and Shui could share a close bond, she is ultimately not your biological sister. The evil dragon has sworn an oath to the dragon god. Once I complete those 2 tasks, you can return to the Soul Land with your grandfather. I will assist you in commencing the trials, and then you can swiftly make up for the years of cultivation you have lost." Qian Daolu cast a silent glance at Ao Xing, deliberately obscuring the words spoken by the angel god. In response, Ao Xing did not directly address the matter, but impatiently urged Qian Daolu, "Hurry and eliminate the little flower and the little ghost. Only then can you take Qianren Xue away." "No, grandfather, please." Upon hearing the wicked dragon's words, Qianren Xue cried out in anguish, desperate to prevent Qian Daolu from carrying out his intentions. Though the two, Zhu Doluo and Gue Doluo, possessed peculiar temperaments, they had showered her with affection during her childhood in Wuhuan City, standing among the finest of her elders. The tragic death of Shui Ku at Qian Daoliu's hands had already plunged Qianren Xue into despair. Now, witnessing her beloved Grandpa Zhu and Grandpa Gue on the brink of being slain by her own grandfather, Qian Daolu, she felt as if her world were crumbling around her. "I implore you, spare Grandpa Zhu and Grandpa Gue. I will do anything you ask. Just do not let grandfather kill them." Suddenly, with hope glimmering in her eyes, Qianren Xue turned towards Ao Xing, who had been watching the drama unfold. She trembled as she approached the wicked dragon, her voice laced with desperation. "Please, do not do this. I beg you." A flicker of satisfaction crossed Ao Xing's eyes. Was she truly willing to do anything? "No, little Snow, you need not plead with the wicked dragon." Qian Daolu found it hard to accept that his granddaughter was kneeling before the malevolent creature. In his mind, he, as Qianren Xue's grandfather, was her closest kin. Yet, Qianren Xue was compromising and pleading for the sake of 2 outsiders. Did she not comprehend the torment he had endured to rescue her from the clutches of the second floor? Actions that contradicted his beliefs. "Little Snow, everything I do is for you. Why do you plead for the wicked dragon? Does my status in your heart not surpass that of these outsiders, such as Shui Ku and the Moonlight Spectre?" A wave of profound sorrow surged within Qian Daolu. "I am willing. I will do anything." Tears, which had previously dried, surged forth from Qianren Xue's eyes once more, flowing like 2 streams of molten sorrow. In that moment, she was engulfed by a sense of shatteredness. The grandfather, who had always been a paragon of greatness and justice, was committing these malevolent acts. The one closest to her, Shui Ke, had been slain by his own hand, and her mother, Bibi Dong, who still harbored a glimmer of hope, had abandoned her when she needed assistance the most, leaving her on the Pearl Island. Why had it come to this? Nearly 30 years had passed in Qian Rinchue's life, yet all she had reaped was suffering and sorrow. As Ao Xing gazed upon the system panel, he observed that Qian Rinchue's taming value was steadily increasing, mere moments away from reaching the final threshold for complete subjugation. Perfection. He looked down at Qian Rinchue, who was clinging to his leg in tears, and spoke with calm assurance. It is acceptable. Qian Daolu. You need not eliminate Zhu Delaw and Gui Delaw. I assure you that Qian Rinchue. However, before Ao Xing could finish his sentence, a fierce glint flashed in Qian Daolu's eyes. He summoned the divine sword and plunged it directly into the chest of the ghostly figure, only to withdraw it and thrust it toward Yiguan. In that instant, the color drained from their eyes. Ha! I have slain them and brought Snow Ku's head here. You have already sworn an oath to the dragon god. Release Schwerer at once. At that moment, Ao Xing suddenly realized that Qian Rinchue's taming value had reached its zenith. The very next second, the voice of the system echoed in his ears. Growth Task 2. Taming the princess completed. You have acquired the ability to transform, allowing you to switch freely between dragon and human forms. Chapter 52. The Promise of the Malevolent Dragon Ha. In my eyes, Ao Xing, what significance does the dragon god hold? Unlike you, my martial soul is a transformation of the angel into a faithful angelic deity. I have never placed my faith in the dragon god. To swear fealty to it? Preposterous. Ao Xing suddenly broke into a sinister smile, his eyes brimming with disdain. Upon hearing his words, Qian Daolu immediately discerned that the malevolent dragon intended to renege on its oath, and fury ignited within him, his brows knitting in anger. It was due to the malevolent dragon's vow to the dragon god that he had betrayed his own sense of justice, leading him to slay Shui Ke, as well as Zhu Doluo and Ghost Doluo. Yet, he never anticipated that the malevolent dragon would treat such an oath as mere jest. Do you not fear divine retribution for your irreverence toward the divine? Not at all. You, Qian Daolu exclaimed. You do not comprehend the terrifying nature of the divine. To make a promise of equivalence and then betray, it is to invite inevitable annihilation. I do not believe in the dragon god. Why should I fear being obliterated by it? You are a dragon. The dragon god governs all dragonkind, even if you are a malevolent dragon. Oh, who does the dragon god think he is? I, for one, intend to ascend to the divine realm in the future to vanquish the dragon god, transforming him into a golden dragon and a silver dragon. I shall ride the golden dragon and take the silver dragon as my wife. Ao Xing's bold proclamations continued, while Qian Daolu realized he had been deceived by this shameless, malevolent dragon before him. Indeed, as recorded in texts, the malevolent dragon is the most wicked creature in existence. There is no accord to be had with a malevolent dragon. With this thought, Qian Daolu's gaze grew increasingly sinister. Since you have deceived me, causing a rift between me and my granddaughter, then, time halt. Ao Xing noticed the shift in Qian Daolu's demeanor, sensing the encroaching darkness. He immediately froze the space around them. Ha, old fool! Ao Xing scoffed. Do you truly believe you can slay me? Absurd. Then, addressing the system, he inquired, what does it entail to transform into a human form? Can I mold my visage? Or can I take on the form I envision in my mind? Rest assured, esteemed host, the system's aesthetic judgment is impeccable. There is no need for concern. Very well. Ao Xing nodded, deciding to attempt the transformation into human form. As he issued the command, the system's voice resounded once more. The initial transformation into human form may take a bit longer. Subsequently, the host will be able to seamlessly switch between human and dragon forms with but a thought. Ahajion Laichi enveloped ao shig. His scales, akin to myriad diamonds, sparkled with a resplendent brilliance beneath the starlight, each glimmer seemingly imbued with boundless wisdom and enigma. As the peculiar waves emanated, the dragon's body gradually began to dissolve. The delicate, silk-like scales thinned progressively, ultimately transforming into a gentle halo that enveloped the malevolent dragon's cold, gem-like exterior, metamorphosing into warm, supple skin. In this enigmatic glow, his crown swayed gently, resembling a blossoming golden lotus, gradually coalescing into the features of humanity. Before long, these features became vividly defined. His eyes sparkled like stars, deep and luminous, as if capable of perceiving all truths of the world. His brows, akin to ink strokes, stood tall like swords, exuding an extraordinary aura. The bridge of his nose was high, and the corners of his lips lifted slightly, bearing an imperceptible smile that conveyed both majesty and warmth. His hair cascaded like a waterfall, each strand seemingly illuminated by starlight, radiating an enchanting silver brilliance. Once the transformation was complete, Ao Xing had become an exceptionally handsome man. He stood amidst the night, surveying his surroundings, and his composed gaze revealed the nobility and serenity befitting a dragon. Meanwhile, Qian Rinxue remained frozen in a posture of clutching the dragon's leg. Upon witnessing this scene, Ao Xing did not, as he had with Bibi Dong, immediately enter a combat stance. Instead, he released the time stop. "Who are you? Where's the evil dragon?" Qian Daolu was poised to attack, only to suddenly discover that the wicked dragon, previously before him, had vanished. In its place stood a strikingly charismatic man. "Ha, old fool, I am the evil dragon. What nonsense!" Qian Daolu exclaimed in disbelief. He could hardly fathom this turn of events. He had never heard of a wicked dragon taking on human form. For a moment, his worldview seemed profoundly shaken, leaving him rooted in astonishment. Likewise, Qian Rinxue gazed incredulously at the man beside her. He is the evil dragon? How can this be? With her taming value reaching 100, aided by the system, Qian Rinxue now stood entirely by Ao Xing's side. Henceforth, regardless of what transpired, she would remain unwaveringly loyal to Ao Xing, heeding only his commands. After a brief moment of astonishment, Qian Rinxue's heart regained its tranquility. She understood that Qian Daolu could not defeat Ao Xing. She might very well find herself residing on Purple Pearl Island for a considerable time to come. Naturally, she preferred the company of a flawlessly handsome man to that of a wicked dragon. "I say, old fool, cease this commotion and embarrassment. There is much you do not know." Ao Xing began leisurely. "I know that your regard for Qian Rinxue is solely due to her martial soul being the six-winged angel. Isn't it? Now that Bibidong's assessment of the Rakshasa god has entered its final stages, are you not anxious? Afraid that once she ascends to godhood, she will come to settle accounts with you? After all, if it weren't for your tacit approval, would Qian Xuanjie have dared to act as he did in Spirit City? Bibi Dong is a mad dog. If she ascends to godhood, you, Qian Daolu, would undoubtedly be the first to face her wrath. Thus, you have been eager for Qian Rinxue to commence the angel god assessment and inherit the mantle of the angel god. Am I correct?" Qian Daolu could hardly fathom that such a clandestine matter was known to the malevolent dragon. However, he did not immediately respond to Ao Xing's words. For Qian Rinxue stood beside him at that moment. He wished to keep her unaware of past events. How could one transform into a human? What on earth was happening? What do you truly desire? Qian Daolu's inquiries came forth like a relentless barrage. Ao Xing displayed a look of impatience, admonishing the old man not to divert the topic. "I possess a means to thwart Bibidong's ascension to divinity. If you wish to evade her retribution, your only recourse is to collaborate with me. I shall reveal another secret. Bibi Dong has acquired the national treasure of the Tiando Empire, the Hanhai Qian Kuanju. The true name of the Hanhai Qian Kuanju is, in fact, the heart of the sea god. This implies that she may have gained the sea god's favor. How intriguing. Should you choose to ally with me, I can assure not only Qian Rinxue's safety, but also her ascendance to divinity before Bibidong's." Chapter 53. The Art of Deception, Qian Daolu versus Tang Chun. When Ao Xing unveiled his innermost thoughts, a flicker of unease glimmered in Qian Daolu's eyes, which soon fell, seeking to evade the penetrating gaze of Qian Rinxue. However, upon hearing Ao Xing's assertion that he could elevate Qian Rinxue to godhood, Qian Daolu narrowed his eyes, silently scrutinizing the so-called evil dragon before him. As the heir of the Angel Qin clan, he understood that evil dragons and soul beasts are not of the same ilk. When soul beasts are vanquished, they yield soul rings. Those over 100,000 years old may even produce soul bones without fail. Yet the evil dragon, a vile creature, grows more formidable than the strongest of soul beasts. Even if one expended immense effort to slay it, nothing would emerge, akin to the scavengers of the aquatic realm. Some might argue that evil dragons hoard treasures, and slaying them would grant one access to untold riches, making them one of the wealthiest individuals in the world. But the crux of the matter is, once one possesses the power to slay an evil dragon, would they still covet gold and silver? With but a wave of their hand, throngs would flock to curry favor. Do not deceive me. The deities of the divine realm are limited, and the legacies on the Doloa continent are even scarcer. Moreover, many of those that do exist come with numerous stringent conditions. Bestowing the angelic legacy upon Schwerer is the most expedient and secure route. Besides, the angelic divine estate holds a prestigious rank in the divine realm. Qian Daolu declared sternly, "Release Schwerer at once. I fear no woman like Bibi Dong. As long as I am here, she shall not ascend to godhood." Witnessing Qian Daolu's unwavering confidence, Ao Xing could not help but laugh heartily before countering. Bibi Dong cannot attain divinity. She wields twin martial souls and possesses innate full soul power. Had she not been constrained by her trial for the Rakshasa god, she would have already defeated you outright. Furthermore, she is not the sole individual on the Doloa continent blessed with twin martial souls and innate full soul power. For instance, Tang Hao's son, who harbors a deep-seated hatred for the spirit hall, also possesses such attributes. Qian Daolu retorted, "I have stated that the Doloa continent does not boast so many divine legacies. No matter how exceptional Tang Hao's son may be, he poses no threat to the spirit hall. Is that so?" Ao Xing suddenly smiled, revealing his gleaming white teeth, as though he had just heard an amusing jest. "You are aware that Bibi Dong possesses the domain of the killing god, are you not?" "And what of it?" Qian Daolu challenged. "To acquire the domain of the killing god, one must venture to the city of slaughter and traverse the hell road. The city of slaughter, in essence, serves as the selection ground for the inheritors of the Shura god. Attaining the domain of the killing god signifies passing the Shura god's trial." A hint of astonishment finally crossed Qian Daolu's face. He was familiar with much of the information Ao Xing had previously divulged. However, acquiring the domain of the god of slaughter is indeed one of the essential prerequisites to become the inheritor of the Azura god, a fact that he was hearing for the first time. "Are you suggesting that Bibi Dong is not only undergoing the divine trial of the Rakshasa god, but has also garnered the favor of both the sea god and the Azura god? What a farcical notion. A person can inherit only one divine position." "Wrong," Ao Xing refuted, asserting that when an individual possesses exceptional qualities, the gods may indeed yield. "Who decreed that one can only inherit a single divine position? Rules are meant to be broken. Of course, I do not mean to imply that Bibi Dong can also inherit the legacies of the sea god and the Azura god. Rather, I wish to inform you that your old adversary, Tang Chun, is currently undergoing the divine trial of the Azura god. Furthermore, he has already reached the 8th trial. This explains why his son, Tang Hao, along with Bibi Dong, both of whom are more accomplished than he, has obtained the domain of the god of slaughter, yet failed to initiate the trial of the Azura god." Tang Chun. Upon hearing this name from Ao Xing's lips, Qian Daolu froze momentarily, his eyes widening as if they might leap from their sockets. His breath quickened, his lips quivered slightly, and his hands clenched subconsciously. That old wretch is still alive? A mixture of anger, disappointment, and elation flickered in Qian Daolu's eyes. Among their generation of soul masters, few remain alive today. Only he and a handful of ancient figures at the pinnacle of Doloa still inhabit this world. Besides their opposing factions, he and Tang Chun shared a common past, having both pursued the same woman in their youth, Poseidon. Although ultimately, Poseidon chose neither of them. Qian Daolu understood that she had a greater inclination towards Tang Chun. Thus, the mere mention of that name ignited his ire. "Where is that old scoundrel, Tang Chun?" "In the city of slaughter." Ao Xing did not keep him in suspense and directly revealed Tang Chun's location. "You sly little rascal. Qian Daolu had not anticipated Ao Xing's forthrightness in disclosing Tang Chen's whereabouts. It suddenly dawned on him that the latter intended for him to engage in a life-and-death struggle with Tang Chun. What a clever ploy to use a knife to slay another. No, I merely wish for you to eliminate the greatest threat to the spirit hall, Ao Xing unabashedly confessed. Currently, Tang Chun is parasitized by the nine-headed blood-red Bat King, significantly weakening his power. You have the perfect opportunity to eradicate him. Otherwise, should he truly ascend to divinity, I fear the spirit hall may cease to exist, and your Qian clan could very well face annihilation. I believe you are aware of the temperament of the Tang family. They are all vengeful and will stop at nothing, even resorting to morally reprehensible acts for their own gain. In any case, I cannot contend with Tang Chun at present. Whether you choose to act against him is entirely up to you. Ao Xing expressed a nonchalant demeanor, while Qian Daolu stroked his chin, deep in contemplation. At last, he raised the sacred sword and menacingly addressed Ao Xing. If you dare to harm Shuer, I shall not spare you. Rest assured, I have no intention of causing her any harm. I merely wish for him to assist me in producing a plethora of robust dragon offspring. Just as Qian Daolu was about to turn away, he spun around in a fit of rage, but upon witnessing Qian Rinchue's indifferent gaze, he felt as though his heart was being mercilessly twisted. He had never anticipated that his beloved granddaughter would, in such a short span, transition from yearning for his rescue to harboring a sense of aversion towards him. It is all the wicked dragon's doing. Qian Daolu realized that Ao Xing must have done something to Qian Rinchue, causing the rift between her and her grandfather. Nevertheless, upon learning that Tang Chun was alive and undergoing divine trials, he understood that retrieving Qian Rinchue from the clutches of the malevolent dragon was not the immediate priority. Eliminating Tang Chun had become his foremost objective. For, as Ao Xing had stated, once Tang Chun ascended to godhood, both the martial Soul Hall and the Qian family would face utter catastrophe. Chapter 54. Bibidong's midnight pursuit of Qian Ringshu and the humanoid evil dragon He. That old fool. How could he possibly hope to reclaim Qian Ringshu from the grasp of the malevolent dragon, who wields the power of time? In the Pope's chamber, Bibidong lay upon her bed, suddenly sensing the aura of Qian Daolu. A flicker of derision and cruelty crossed her features. Were it not for the critical moment of the Rakshasa goddess trial, she would have undoubtedly confronted Qian Daolu fiercely when he captured the Ju Doluo and the Ghost Doluo yesterday. However, this very circumstance has fortuitously allowed her to solidify her control over the spirit hall further. Qian Daolu's actions have prompted the once loyal elders and powerful figures of the spirit hall, who served under the reign of Qian Xuanjie, to gradually realign themselves with Bibidong. After all, it is astonishing that Qian Daolu would go to such lengths for his granddaughter, even seizing the esteemed Ju Doluo and Ghost Doluo. It is truly disheartening. They cannot be assured that they will not one day follow in the footsteps of the Ju and Ghost Doluo. Although Pope Bibidong could not rescue the two elders from Qian Daolu, this was primarily due to the disparity in power. Few are aware of her true strength. To them, Bibidong is still youthful, with the potential to reach Qian Daolu's level in the future. Thus, with both Ju Doluo and Ghost Doluo in uncertain peril, they gravitate towards Bibidong, believing they will soon become her trusted confidants, entrusted with significant responsibilities. Suddenly, Bibidong furrowed her brows. Qian Daolu had returned to the Hall of Offerings and left again within mere minutes, accompanied by several old fellows from the hall. However, their destination was not the western continent where the evil dragon resided, but rather the northeast. The Sunset Forest? Bibidong mused. This was the only notably peculiar location she could conceive. Yet, the Sunset Forest harbors no formidable beasts. Qian Daolu had no need for such a spectacle. As a title Doluo of level 99, accompanied by several super Doluos, it signifies that his target possesses extraordinary strength. What other places are there that could house formidable beings like Qian Daolu? Bibidong fell into deep contemplation. Soon, her expression shifted drastically. The City of Slaughter. The King of Slaughter. He must be heading to the City of Slaughter. Could he be seeking the inheritance of a Shura god? No. As the guardian of the angel god's legacy, he He cannot inherit another divine position. Was truly transpiring. Bibi Dong felt a surge of agitation. She could not comprehend why Qian Daolu would take several offerings to the city of slaughter. I must follow and investigate. Bibi Dong summoned her internal gems and donned a black attire. This time, she did not delicately stow away the 2 azure pearls as she had in the past. Ever since being ensnared by the malevolent dragon yesterday, caught in its time-stopping domain, the size of the azure pearls no longer felt suitable for her. In short, they no longer provided the same sense of comfort and relief. Sighing, Bibi Dong shook her head. It seemed she would need to seek out a few gemstones of more appropriate dimensions in the coming days. In the dead of night, within the malevolent dragon's castle on Pearl Island, observing Qian Daolu, Ao Xing refrained from activating the time-stopping domain. That old fool. How could he possibly reclaim Qian Rinxue from the hands of a dragon who wields the power of time? In the papal palace, Bibi Dong lay upon her bed. Suddenly sensing the presence of Qian Daolu, her expression briefly flickering with mockery and ruthlessness. Were it not for her pivotal moment in the Rakshasa god examination, she would undoubtedly have engaged in a fierce battle with him after he abducted the elder Zhou Deluo and the elder Gei Deluo yesterday. However, this very circumstance fortuitously allowed her to further consolidate her control over the spirit hall. Qian Oliu's actions had caused many of the once-idolized powerhouses, who had served as bishops or elders under Qian Xuanjie, the previous pope, to gradually gravitate towards Bibi Dong. After all, for him to abduct esteemed titled Deluos like Zhu Deluo and Gui Deluo for the sake of his granddaughter was profoundly disheartening. They could not guarantee that they would not one day follow in the footsteps of the 2 elders. Although Pope Bibi Dong had failed to rescue the 2 elders from Qian Daolu, such an outcome stemmed from a disparity in strength. Few were privy to her true capabilities. In their eyes, she was still young, and they firmly believed that she would one day reach the level of Qian Daolu. Thus, with both her trusted aides, Zhou Deluo and Gei Deluo, in uncertain fates, they sought to ally themselves with Bibi Dong, anticipating that they would soon become her new confidants and be entrusted with significant responsibilities. Suddenly, Bibi Dong furrowed her delicate brows, for after returning to the worship hall, Qian Daolu departed once more within mere minutes. Moreover, several ancient figures from the worship hall accompanied him, yet their direction was not toward the western continent where the dragon resided, but rather to the northeast, the Sunset Forest. Bibi Dong pondered, and the only location that came to mind was this particularly unusual site. However, there were no formidable beasts lurking within the Sunset Forest. Qian Daolu had no need to orchestrate such a grand affair. He himself was a 99th level titled Deluo and was accompanied by several super Deluos. This signified that the target of his endeavors must possess exceptional strength. Where else might there be formidable beings that could match Qian Daolu's prowess? Bibi Dong found herself lost in contemplation. Soon, her expression shifted dramatically. The city of Carnage. The king of Carnage. Surely, he intended to venture into the city of Carnage. Did he aspire to obtain the legacy of the god of Azura? No, that could not be. As the guardian of the angel god's legacy, he could not possibly inherit another divine position. What on earth was happening? Bibi Dong felt a surge of agitation. Unable to fathom why Qian Daolu would bring several attendants to the city of Carnage. I must follow and uncover the truth. Bibi Dong expelled the gemstones from her being, donning a set of black attire. This time, she did not meticulously stow away the 2 aquamarine pearls as she had previously. Ever since she was schemed against by the evil dragon yesterday, caught in a trap within the time-stopping domain, the size of the aquamarine pearls had become increasingly unsuitable for her. In any case, they no longer provided the same sense of comfort and relief as before. Sigh. Bibi Dong shook her head, realizing that she would need to seek out a few appropriately sized gemstones in the coming days. In the deep of night, on Purple Pearl Island, within the castle of the evil dragon, observing Qian Daolu, Ao Xing did not activate the time-stopping domain. Chapter 55. Ao Xing, Shao Han Jesus. Ao Xing was taken aback by Tang Yuehua's unexpected choice to use several gemstones as playthings on the mural. Could it be that the kitchen lacked eggplants and lotus roots? Gemstones? Was she attempting to cosplay a hen laying eggs? Ao Xing shook his head, realizing this was a path he had never contemplated. Xiaoxue, have you grown weary of staying on the island? Would you care to venture out? Ao Xing inquired, glancing at Qian Renxue, who was rapidly devouring the meal prepared by Tang Yuehua. After an extensive workout the previous night, she had expended considerable energy and had slept for over 10 hours, clearly famished. Where to? Qian Renxue asked, a hint of confusion in her voice. With her taming value reaching 100 under the system's influence, she no longer harbored any animosity towards Ao Xing. We shall first visit the Star Do Great Forest, then perhaps try our luck in the extreme north, and finally, before returning to the Pearl Island, we'll explore the depths of the Northwest Sea. Those locations are all Soul Beast forests, Qian Renxue exclaimed in astonishment. The Soul Beast Forest in the Doluo continent does not solely refer to the Star Do Great Forest or the Sunset Forest among the terrestrial Soul Beast forests. Any area abundant with Soul Beasts can be termed a Soul Beast Forest, such as the extreme north or the deep sea. As regions with minimal human soul masters activities, the number of soul beasts there is staggering. Moreover, due to environmental factors, the types and attributes of the soul beasts are often quite monotonous. Indeed, I plan to slay a few soul beasts for sport, Ao Xing remarked casually. However, Qian Renxue understood that the few soul beasts he referred to could very well be ferocious creatures with cultivation levels exceeding 100,000 years. After all, during Ao Xing's battle with Qian Daolu, although he had managed to control her life and death, instilling a sense of trepidation that made the confrontation appear one-sided. The true strength of the malevolent dragon was certainly not on par with Qian Daolu, but it was not far off either. He would undoubtedly be more than capable of handling ordinary ferocious beasts. The reason Ao Xing planned to journey to these locations was due to a new task assigned by the system last night. Growth Task 3. Devour and Advance. Unlocking Growth Task 3 signifies that the host, as a malevolent dragon, has entered a critical phase, earning a certain degree of notoriety among humans. Now, you should exploit this blue ocean of soul beasts, making them aware that a nefarious dragon has emerged in the Doluo continent. By either killing or enslaving 5 soul beasts of 100,000 years or more, you will unlock a secondary advancement. Your body will become resplendent, with scales transforming from singular cobalt diamond scales to various gem-like scales, rendering you impervious to attacks from beings below the limit Doluo level. Deep within the Star Do Great Forest, the serene Star Do Lake lay quietly, its surface resembling a vast mirror reflecting the splendor of the sky. The golden rays of the setting sun cascaded upon the lake, intertwining with the water to create a mesmerizing tableau. Beside the lake, the lush trees were bathed in a warm golden hue, their shadows dancing gracefully as if swaying gently. Yet, in such a picturesque setting, an unusual silence prevailed. This tranquility stemmed from the fact that this was the dwelling of the 2 sovereigns of the Star Do Forest, the Titan Great Ape and the Sky Blue Bull Python. At this moment, Ao Xing was soaring towards the heart of the Star Do Forest, accompanied by Qian Renxue. Indeed, the Sky Blue Bull Python and the Titan Great Ape had been chosen as the initial targets for his newly assigned growth mission. Although these 2 creatures were regarded as the overlords of the Star Do Forest, their strength ranked among the weakest of the 10,000-year soul beasts. This was precisely why Ao Xing prioritized them as his targets for consumption and advancement. It had only been 2 days, surely. Bibi Dong would not immediately commence a soul-hunting operation upon returning to the Spirit Hall. Ao Xing pondered silently, recalling his encounter with Bibi Dong a few days prior, during which he distinctly sensed that her second martial soul had not absorbed a new 10,000-year soul ring. For him, hunting 10,000-year soul beasts was not a formidable challenge. The real difficulty lay in locating them, as, within the worldview of Do-E, the number of 10,000-year soul beasts was exceedingly rare. Although Do-Air presented a sudden influx of such beasts, Ao Xing could not guarantee that he would swiftly discover their hiding places. Therefore, whether he could devour or enslave the Titan Great Ape and the Sky Blue Bull Python was crucial to the expeditious completion of his Growth Mission 3. Should Bibi Dong manage to hunt these 2, it would spell trouble. Near Sea God Island, Three soul beasts exceeding 100,000 years in age were known to exist. However, aside from the evil demon Orca King, the other two were formidable adversaries. Ao Xing could not help but furrow his brow. The other two soul beasts near Sea God Island that surpassed 100,000 years were the soul-devouring Great White Shark and the deep-sea demon Whale King. The former had strong ties to Sea God Island, and its demise would surely invite calamity. The latter was known as the most powerful soul beast in Do-E. Most crucially, the deep-sea demon Whale King slumbered in the ocean depths, making it exceedingly difficult to track. Moreover, even if he found it, his underwater skills might prove inadequate for the kill, unless he could devise a way to make the deep-sea demon Whale King ingest a plethora of gems and then detonate them, just as he had effortlessly vanquished the Seven Treasures glazed sect. However, clearly, this was no simple task. Excellent. These two creatures were still present. A look of joy suddenly illuminated Ao Xing's face, while Qian Rinxue beside him wore a faint expression of concern. Was it too dangerous? With me here, you need not fear, he reassured her. After all, they were deep within the Stardoe forest, and the Titan Great Ape and the Sky Blue Bull Python were indeed its rulers. The Spirit Hall had previously attempted to hunt these two soul beasts on multiple occasions. Yet each endeavor ended in failure. Rest assured, Ao Xing remarked with a smile, they are destined to perish today, once they release their soul bones. Hiss! Ao Xing suddenly furrowed his brow, as he recalled that Qian Rinxue possessed a set of angelic soul bones that could absorb them. Never mind. First, let us dispose of these two wretches. Ao Xing swiftly descended before Stardoe Lake. Humans, this is not a place for you. A hollow voice echoed from an unknown origin. Upon hearing this, Ao Xing impatiently retorted, so it's the Sky Blue Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape? Is it? Merely a crafty serpent and a little monkey, are they? Come forth and embrace your demise. If you know what is good for you, I may allow you to suffer less. If not, then prepare to explode your soul rings and soul bones like that 10,000-year-old lecherous rabbit. Arrogance. With two resounding booms, the tranquil lake and the earth suddenly trembled violently. Chapter 56. Spread the word. I want to inform Xiao Wu. I have no interest in wasting words with you. Today, you shall either serve as my steeds or prepare to meet your demise. Ao Xing suddenly transformed from human form into that of a formidable dragon, his majestic presence looming over the Tianqing Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape. Upon witnessing this, both the Tianqing Bull Python and Titan Giant Ape displayed expressions of sheer disbelief. Are you truly human or soul beast? While it is common knowledge that a soul beast of 100,000 years can assume a human form, the choice to do so entails a return to the rigors of cultivation, rendering them incapable of reverting to their soul beast shape. Yet, seeing the man before them morph into a rather peculiar soul beast left the Tianqing Bull Python and Titan Giant Ape in a state of profound confusion. They were eager to understand how he achieved this transformation. After all, life within the soul beast forest was monotonous, consisting solely of eating, sleeping, and cultivating. The opportunity to transform into human form, akin to Xiao Wu, and venture into the human world for occasional amusement would be a delightful diversion. However, observing the man's imposing demeanor, they realized answers would not be forthcoming. As expected, Ao Xing proclaimed, "Open your eyes wide and behold. I am a malevolent dragon." A malevolent dragon? Such a diminutive creature cannot possibly be a dragon. Foolish child, I am but a juvenile dragon. Do you comprehend? Do not assume we have never encountered a dragon. What dragon would resemble you? The Tianqing Bull Python could not help but question. In the past, humans and soul beasts had briefly allied to confront malevolent dragons. At that time, the Tianqing Bull Python's cultivation was approximately 50,000 years. In its memory, malevolent dragons were colossal, far more fearsome than this peculiar creature before them. The audacity of this soul beast claiming to be a dragon was nothing short of ludicrous. Ao Xing seethed with indignation. He spread his wings and soared into the air, his body adorned with gemstones radiating a mysterious glow under the setting sun, and then charged directly at the two soul beasts below. Upon witnessing the sudden assault, the Tianqing Bull Python leaped into action. its massive form crashing towards the dragon like a mountain, unleashing a torrent of water from its maw. Simultaneously, the Titan giant ape swung its colossal fist, aiming to deliver a devastating blow to the dragon, the air crackling with the force of its strike. In response to this spectacle, Ao Xing shook his head and murmured, "Too slow. If this is all the prowess you possess, prepare to embrace your downfall today." As his words fell, his form transformed into a streak of lightning, darting between the two with astonishing speed, while unleashing torrents of dragon fire. The Tianqing bull python, a creature that embodies both bull and python, rumored to possess traces of the azure dragon bloodline. Is this not a mere hybrid? Upon hearing the dragon's derision, the Tianqing bull python's eyes, the size of lanterns, seemed to blaze with wrath. In the next moment, it wielded its colossal serpentine tail, unleashing a fierce green tempest that surged towards Ao Xing with the force of thunder. Yet, Ao Xing rose like a sprout in dry soil. Soaring vertically into the sky, he effortlessly evaded the seemingly formidable strike of the sky blue bull python. The tempest, however, toppled towering trees hundreds of meters ahead, laying them flat upon the ground. Meanwhile, the Titan giant ape's assault also missed its mark. Frustrated, it swung its fists with astonishing might, shaking the very earth beneath it as it vented its discontent. In the following instant, Ao Xing's dragon roar resonated through the heavens. His form radiated with a luminous glow as countless brilliant cobalt scales rained down upon the earth like a torrential downpour of pear blossoms. The thick hides of the sky blue bull python and the Titan giant ape were utterly powerless against these razor-sharp scales, which effortlessly sliced through their defenses and embedded themselves deep into their flesh. The sky blue bull python exhaled thunder, unleashing its immense power upon the malevolent dragon, while the Titan giant ape let out a thunderous roar, emanating an overwhelming aura that displayed its terrifying oppressive force. The three engaged in a fierce aerial battle, flames, gales, and thunder intertwining in a violent clash around Stardew Lake. At times, the ground shook with thunderous roars, while at others, the wind howled furiously, saturating the battlefield with raw power. The confrontation between Ao Xing, the sky blue bull python, and the Titan giant ape was as grand as an army of 1,000 horses. In the central area, the spirit beasts, sensing the tumult, did not gather to witness the spectacle. Instead, they hastily fled towards the outskirts of the Stardew forest. When deities clash, it is the innocents who suffer. Should the battlefield of the sky blue bull python and the Titan giant ape shift, it would be them who faced the dire consequences. Thus, it was prudent to escape at the earliest opportunity. Of course, the beast tide, triggered by the battle between the two titans and the malevolent dragon, resulted in calamity for those soul masters hunting soul rings in the Stardew forest. Regardless of whether they were from Shrek Academy, the various elemental academies, the Elephant Armor sect, or the beast hunting squads led by the Spirit Hall, all suffered significant losses. Not far from the core area, Qianren Xue observed silently as Ao Xing grappled with the sky blue bull python and the Titan giant ape. She could discern from the battle that while the attacks of the two titans appeared formidable and grand, their lack of agility compared to the malevolent dragon rendered them incapable of landing hits on their opponent. Ao Xing, seemingly in constant evasion, was, in fact, the aggressor in this encounter. How exhilarating! After approximately 10 minutes of combat, Ao Xing soared once more into the sky, feeling the sweat of exertion. It was time to conclude the battle. In the next instant, the gems embedded within the bodies of the sky blue bull python and the Titan giant ape erupted in a dazzling brilliance. A thunderous roar resonated. A violent explosion, accompanied by blinding light, erupted near Stardew Lake. In an instant, blood mist filled the air and flesh was scattered. Qianren Xue gazed at this scene, her eyes widening in astonishment. She was aware of the dragon's formidable capabilities, yet she never anticipated the sheer magnitude of its power. Even two soul beasts of 100,000 years could not withstand the explosive force of the gemstone scales. Xiao Xue placed the two soul bones into the soul guide. Then, feel free to absorb any soul ring of your choosing. Rest assured, there is no need for concern regarding your capacity. I have ways to assist you. There are no soul beasts in the vicinity. After a brief moment of perception, Aoshing declared, I shall be away for a short while and will return promptly. With that, Aoshing vanished from sight. Meanwhile, Qi and Ringshu stood transfixed before the two blood-red soul rings. The evil dragon wants me to absorb a 100,000-year soul ring. This is utterly insane. On the other side, Aoshing found the besieged human soul masters outside the central area. With a mere roar, he frightened off the frenzied soul beasts that were rushing outward. The evil dragon. It is indeed the evil dragon. No wonder a beast tide has emerged. We are doomed. The dragon's notorious deeds and appearance, having previously abducted the princess and prince of the Tiando Empire, had spread across the Dolua continent. Consequently, upon seeing Aoshing, the soul masters were engulfed in terror, crying out in panic. The female soul masters, upon glimpsing the colossal illusory dragon, nearly fainted from fright. What are you all clamoring about? If you wish to survive, heed my words. Once you leave the Stardoe forest, spread the news of the evil dragon having slain the Tianqing Niu and the Titan giant ape. The wider it spreads, the better. A flicker of malevolence flashed in Aoshing's eyes. This was not merely to propagate his fearsome reputation, but rather to ensure that Xiao Wu would hear the news. After all, a 100,000-year rabbit transformed into human form could not be disregarded as anything less than a 100,000-year soul beast, could it? She was capable of exploding soul rings and soul bones. Chapter 57. The demise of Tang Chun and Bibi Dong's ambition. A.O. Xing stood at a distance, observing intently. As anticipated, the process of Qian Rinxue absorbing the soul ring was fraught with difficulty. Her golden hair cascaded like a waterfall, and a subtle pain was etched upon her brow. Those once pale violet eyes, capable of seemingly devouring the stars, now flickered with resistance and struggle. The 100,000-year soul ring was, indeed, an overwhelming challenge for someone of her soul saint prowess. As the energy from the soul ring gradually merged with her body, her visage contorted in agony. It felt as though countless fine needles were traversing through her, piercing every inch of her muscles and veins. Her breathing grew rapid and labored, as if each breath were a tremendous effort pressing against her lungs. Her fingers instinctively clenched into fists, the tips turning pale, as she fought against the excruciating pain emanating from the depths of her soul. Her arms trembled slightly, as if seeking something to grasp for support, only to find emptiness surrounding her. Despite the anguish etched on her face, her gaze remained resolute, her deep-set eyes radiating an indomitable light. Yet, even with her immense willpower, the energy contained within the 100,000-year soul ring proved too formidable for her body to endure. A.O. Xing, witnessing this turmoil, refrained from intervening, choosing instead to patiently wait. It was not until Qian Rinshue's once fair skin turned crimson that he activated the time stop. Utilizing his dragon breath, he suppressed the tumultuous energy within her as he arranged a collection of gemstones nearby. In this suspended space, the luminescence of the gems gradually dimmed, and A.O. Xing deftly extracted vibrant energies from them. These energies coalesced into a slender, flowing ribbon of light, which gently infused into Qian Rinshue's body, aiding her in mending the damage inflicted by the volatile energy of the soul ring. This task posed no significant challenge for A.O. Xing, and the process was swift. Qian Rinshue's condition promptly returned to its optimal state. He then released the time stop, allowing Qian Rinxue to resume her absorption of the soul ring. Whenever she again faltered under the weight of the abundant energy, A.O. Xing repeated his previous actions. Days turned into nights, time flowed unceasingly. With A.O. Xing's assistance, Qian Rinxue devoted a full 5 days to successfully absorbing the 100,000-year soul ring. I should have coerced the Titan giant ape or the sky blue bull python into offering a soul ring for Qian Rinxue. A threat to slay one of them should they refuse, while casually turning Little Ma into a braised rabbit. I hope Little Ma is aware of the demise of the Titan giant ape and the sky blue bull python. A.O. Xing sighed with a hint of exasperation. Since his arrival in the Dolua continent, he had contemplated eliminating Tang San for good. Yet, inexplicably, that little rascal possessed extraordinary luck. Each time Ao Xing sought to dispatch him after acquiring his targets, Tang San would miraculously evade capture. Even upon arriving at the island of Purple Pearls, Ao Xing remained intent on tracking down Tang San, yet he found no trace of him. This led him to suspect that someone from the divine realm might be aiding Tang San. After all, the Sea God and the Shura God had both meddled significantly in the affairs of Dolua continent. Thus, Ao Xing resolved to adopt a different approach. If he could not locate Tang San, he would find another way to draw him out. With the news of the slaughter of the Sky Blue Bull and the Titan Great Ape reaching Xiao Wu, she would undoubtedly be devastated. Given Tang San's character, he would surely seek vengeance for Xiao Wu. The members of Shrek would hasten to Sea God Island to enhance their strength, wasting no time during their journey. Although Ao Xing had never visited Sea God Island, the fact that he had established the island of Purple Pearls as a stronghold meant that unless the Shrek 7 could stealthily reach Sea God Island, he would inevitably receive word of their movements. After all, he had specifically instructed the inhabitants of the island of Purple Pearls to be vigilant for individuals with distinctive features such as the evil eye, youthful appearance, blue-haired youth, and ponytail girl before his departure. At the entrance to the tavern leading to the nefarious city of Slaughter, several elderly figures clad in white robes entered silently. The disguised bartender and servers sensed something amiss. However, before they could react, the offerings of the Spirit Hall unleashed a mental attack, eliminating them all. Subsequently, the golden crocodile Dolua unleashed a formidable surge of soul power, forcefully breaching the secret passage to the city of Slaughter. Unbeknownst to anyone within the city, the current state of affairs was dire. The presence of fallen beings had dwindled significantly. Following Tang San's release of the Snow White Swan Kiss, the toxins concealed within the Yellow Spring Dew were swiftly activated, resulting in the demise of all lower-ranked fallen beings. At this moment, apart from a few powerful guards and the King of Slaughter, Tang Chun, the city of Slaughter was devoid of life. As Qian Daolu and his companions traversed the passage and arrived in the city of Slaughter, a nauseating stench assaulted their senses, prompting them to grimace in distaste. However, before they could ascertain the source of the odor or examine the circumstances within the city, a scarlet figure rushed towards them from a distance. You shall all perish. Those who trespass into the city of Slaughter must meet their end. The low, piercing voice startled the offerings. Just as they prepared themselves, a towering figure clad in a blood-red robe, enveloped in a massive crimson cloak, charged towards them, wielding a dark hammer. Dan Jian. Upon seeing the Haotian hammer, Qian Daoliu's eyes sparkled with excitement. The King of Slaughter, upon hearing Qian Daolu's voice, was momentarily taken aback. A flicker of clarity appeared in his fervent gaze. But upon noticing the presence of several formidable offerings beside Qian Daolu, a wave of bloodthirsty rage washed over him. The city of Slaughter was doomed. Ha ha ha. Let you be the final batch to enter the city of Carnage, accompanying it to its grave. Tang Chun, with a sudden surge, revealed his pallid skin and a sword-like magic pattern upon his forehead. Simultaneously, a pair of blood-red wings unfurled slowly, reminiscent of a malevolent dragon. Witnessing this spectacle, even though the opponent was an old acquaintance, Qian Daolu refrained from further discourse. He recognized that today marked a struggle for survival. He promptly rallied a few devotees to fight alongside Tang Chun. Above the ground of the city of Carnage, Bibi Dong had activated the god of Slaughter's domain, using her mental prowess to sense the commotion below. A hint of malicious glee flickered in her eyes. Although her god of Slaughter's domain paled in comparison to Tang Chen's unique domain, this very disparity provided her with an advantage. Once activated from the shadows, as long as she targeted the other devotees except Qian Daolu, the latter would be oblivious to her interference due to the chaos of the Slaughter domain. Let the battle commence. The more fervently they clash, the better, ideally leading to mutual destruction or total annihilation. Under the influence of the kissing snow swan, Tang Chen's strength had been severely diminished. Had he not been in the city of Carnage, he would have been unable to contend against Qian Daolu and his followers. Fortunately, the effects of the Slaughter domain were exceedingly perverse within its confines. All soul skills employed by the enemies became null and void, including those from soul bones. This meant that Qian Daolu and his companions could only rely on their martial souls and soul power to engage in close combat with Tang Chun, while he could wield various soul skills and soul bone abilities. Moreover, with Bibi Dong covertly interfering from the shadows, Qian Daolu and his allies found themselves unable to swiftly overcome the struggling Tang Chun. However, Qian Daolu soon discerned that Tang Chun seemed to be afflicted by some form of poison. The bloodthirsty battle would only exacerbate the toxin's effect on Tang Chun. Hence, even with the death of his subordinate, the demon slayer Delaw, he remained resolute in his determination to slay Tang Chun. Ultimately, after 2 days and nights of relentless combat, Qian Daolu, at the cost of the lives of the demon slayer Daw, the Thousand Jin Daw, and the Qingwan Daw, succeeded in vanquishing the illuminated Tang Chun. Meanwhile, Bibi Dong had quietly returned to the Spirit Hall prior to this, issuing a decree that rendered the former pope's token invalid. 3 months hence, a conference of all sects on the continent would convene to re-establish the rankings of the upper 3 sects and the lower 4 sects. Furthermore, the Spirit Hall would be extending invitations to talents. Should any reclusive titled Delaw wish to join the Hall of Spirits, I, Bibi Dong, as the Pope, shall treat them with utmost respect and offer exquisite soul bones as gifts. At the earliest opportunity, Bibi Dong proclaimed several edicts. The former Pope's decree contained a total of 6 emblems. The direct martial spirits include the Haotian hammer from the Haotian sect, the 7-kill sword wielded by the sword Duo Chan Xian of the 7 Treasures Glazed sect, the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex from the blue electric Tyrannosaurus sect, as well as the martial spirit of the ghost Duo and the angelic martial spirit representing the legacy of the Spirit Hall, symbolized by a crown. Currently, the 7 Treasures Glazed sect has been annihilated, although Sword Duo Chen Xian narrowly escaped due to his absence from the sect. He is now no different from a stray dog. Without the support of Ning Fengji, even he, known as the strongest attack-type martial spirit at level 96, poses no threat to the Spirit Hall. Meanwhile, Tang Chun, the previous leader of the Haotian sect, a peerless powerhouse who established the chaotic cloak hammer technique and the explosive ring divine skill, bringing the Haotian sect to the pinnacle of sects across the continent, is about to be slain by Qian Daolu and others. Although the Haotian sect still possesses several titled Delaw, they are no longer a source of fear for the Spirit Hall. After all, the true figure that instills fear within the Spirit Hall is Tang Chun, not Tang Xiao, and certainly not the prodigious Tang Hao, who is the youngest to ascend to the titled Deluor realm across the continent. With Tang Chen's demise seemingly assured, Bibi Dong's ambitions swell further. The Rakshasa god had once imparted a thought, informing her that by taming the evil dragon, she could bypass the 8th and 9th trials and inherit the Rakshasa god position. However, after her recent expedition to the Pearl Island, Bibi Dong discovered that this dragon possesses the ability to pause time within a certain range. This realization made her understand that taming it might be even more challenging than the 8th and 9th trials of the Rakshasa god. Therefore, she resolved to pursue 2 paths simultaneously, to continue searching for methods to tame the dragon while also preparing to embark on a journey to unify the continent through sacrificial offerings to attain godhood. Your Holiness, altering the papal decree may not be prudent. After all, although the 7 Treasures Glazed sect has been eradicated, the little princess and sword Chan Xian still remain, along with numerous direct disciples of the 7 Treasures Glazed sect who have survived this calamity. Then we shall dispatch hunting teams to seek out these scattered disciples of the 7 Treasures Glazed sect and eradicate them completely, Bibi Dong said expressionlessly. Of course, if any astute individuals choose to ally with our Spirit Hall, that would be most welcome. I could appoint them as the new leader of the 7 Treasures Glazed sect. After all, the direct martial spirits of the 7 Treasures Glazed sect are all the 7 Treasures Glazed Tower. Why must the leader be a descendant of Ning Fengji? Upon hearing Bibi Dong's words, the bishop who received the command nodded repeatedly before departing the papal hall. As night descended, several hunting teams, led by spirit-level powerhouses, stealthily left the Spirit City, setting off towards various locations across the Dolua continent. Meanwhile, Bibi Dong lay in bed, her eyes gleaming with excitement and joy, unable to fall asleep for a long time. Qian Daolu had led the offerings to ambush Tang Chun, only to have 3 of their number replaced by the opponent. The original 7 offerings had been reduced to 4. Setting aside Qian Daolu, the strength of the offering hall had effectively been diminished by half. Under her command, although both the Chrysanthemum de Loa and the Ghost de Loa had been taken by Qian Daolu to the evil dragon, their fates remained uncertain. However, with the demise of Tang Chun and the collapse of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, she could finally initiate her unification plan. At that time, numerous sects on the Doloa continent would undoubtedly pledge allegiance to the Spear Hall. As the pontiff, she already commanded several titled Doluos. If she could successfully re-elect the 3 main sects, her prestige on the Doloa continent would ascend even further. Subsequently, the Spirit Hall could be transformed into the Spirit Empire. The influence of the Qian family's angel lineage over the Spirit Hall would be entirely severed. She would no longer be merely a pontiff, but rather an empress. Speaking of which, it seemed that the Tiando Empire was on the brink of internal strife as well. Once chaos erupted within the Tiando Empire, the unification plan could commence. How ironic it was to owe a debt of gratitude to the evil dragon. A figure suddenly materialized in Bibi Dong's mind, causing a fleeting blush to cross her face. She crushed the 2 worn by Lien pearls with her soul power and tossed them out the window, her gaze revealing a hint of melancholy. These 2 pearls evoked no sensation. It was all that damned evil dragon's fault. What if Schwer was in the clutches of the evil dragon? An odd image surfaced in Bibi Dong's mind. After a moment of daze, she quickly shook her head. Why am I entertaining such thoughts? If she wishes to be with the evil dragon, so be it. My current objective is to swiftly complete the divine assessment. The moon tonight is so round. I wonder if Schwerer and the evil dragon. For reasons unknown, Bibi Dong's thoughts took a different turn. In truth, her suspicions were not unfounded, but Ao Xing was in human form. Chapter 58. The celestial artifact is gone, but you have the crystal blood dragon ginseng. Xiaoxue, what is your current level? Ao Xing observed the aura fluctuations surrounding Qian Rinshu gradually stabilizing, and the blood-red 100,000 year soul ring ceased its struggle, indicating she had fully absorbed it. Level 77. Qian Rinshu slowly opened her eyes, her demeanor becoming increasingly sharp, radiating a pure and sacred light. 77, indeed. Next time, I shall elevate by 7 levels. Ao Xing was quite astonished. However, upon recalling that Qian Rinshu had been stagnating at the Soul Emperor realm for quite some time, and that she had absorbed a 100,000 year soul ring, it seemed only reasonable. Xiaoxue, let me take you to a location to solidify your cultivation. Thus, you have indeed accumulated strength over time. Yet the rapid acceleration of your soul power could lead to an unstable foundation. In response to Ao Xing's suggestion, Qian Rinshu obediently nodded in agreement. Ao Xing then began to contemplate where to lead Qian Rinshu for her tranquil recuperation. Xiaoxue, can your soul bone ability mimic others at will? Not exactly. I can only imitate those I have encountered, and whose essence closely resembles my own, Qian Rinshu replied. The martial soul of Xue Qinghe is the swan martial soul, which bears many similarities to the angel martial soul, thus enabling me to mimic him without revealing any flaws. There is no need to reveal flaws. As long as you can disguise your true appearance effectively, that will suffice. That poses no issue. As long as the individual is not of the caliber of Bibi Dong or Grandmaster Qian Daolu, my martial soul disguise will remain undetected, Qian Rinshu assured. Then, let's temporarily alter your appearance. Ao Xing explained gently. It is likely we will not return to the Pearl Island of Zhejian for an extended period. You are both the young master of the Spear Hall and the prince of the Tiando Empire, Xue Qinghe. Jian Shinshin and Dugyubo are still alive. It would be quite troublesome if you were to be recognized. Understood. Qian Rinshu nodded, and soon a gentle light emanated from her, transforming her into a girl with golden hair, yet possessing distinctly different features and contours from her original visage. Perhaps a more mature appearance? Seeing Qian Rinshu resemble a mere 14 or 15-year-old yet towering nearly 1 meter 80. Ao Xing could not help but shake his head. He was not particularly fond of long-legged Lolas. Very well. Qian Renxue once again utilized her soul bones ability. All right, our first stop shall be Tiando City, followed by a visit to the Fasnuo province. Once your soul power reaches level 80, I shall take you to the extreme north to seek our fortune, perhaps encountering soul beasts over 100,000 years old. Huh? Qian Renxue was somewhat surprised. Were you not previously against me cultivating? How is it that you suddenly wish to assist me in enhancing my strength? The situation is evolving. Ao Xing spoke with a profound tone. Though he had yet to engage in direct contact with the Shrek 7 monsters, he could sense that the timeline had begun to shift dramatically due to his presence. The denizens of the divine realm have likely become aware of this disruptor among them, when the sea god S-Heart unexpectedly manifested in Bibi Dong's possession. Ao Xing sensed that the sea god might soon become restless and begin to meddle in the affairs of Doluo continent. Such intervention would undoubtedly attract the attention of the Rakshasa god, for Bibi Dong and Tang San are destined to be adversaries. Furthermore, just days ago, Ao Xing had informed Qian Daolu of Tang Chen's whereabouts. If nothing unforeseen occurs, the heavily poisoned and parasitized Tang Chen is unlikely to be a match for Qian Daolu. Should Tang Chen meet his demise, the Shura god will undoubtedly commence the search for a new heir to the divine position. At that juncture, the various main and subplots of the original Luo continent narrative would become utterly chaotic. Although he is aware of the inclinations and personalities of the various forces at play and can speculate certain potential outcomes based on the existing main and subplots, the deviations will still be considerable. To avert unforeseen circumstances, Ao Xing must assist the already tamed Qian Renxue in rapidly enhancing her strength. How long would it take for her to reach the Soul Doluo realm? Conservatively, about a year, Qian Renxue remarked after a moment's contemplation, emphasizing the necessity to solidify her prior achievements. Upon hearing this, Ao Xing couldn't help but furrow his brow. A year was too long. He understands that even if Tang San is chosen as the successor by the Sea God or the Shura God, he would still require 3 to 5 years to complete the divine trials. However, Bibi Dong has already progressed to the final examinations of the Rakshasa God-S trials. Should the narrative take a turn and Bibi Dong ascend to divinity prematurely, he would be in grave danger. From his battles against Bibi Dong, Judo and Gui Thaw in the Star Do Great Forest, it was evident that Bibi Dong was well aware of his dragon horn's vulnerability. Therefore, even if he were to hunt or enslave 5 soul beasts to achieve his second ascension, he might still not stand a chance against her. Thus, it is imperative that he elevates Qian Renxue's prowess. It seems necessary to devise additional strategies. The transition from level 77 to the Soul Dual realm is merely a trifling 3 levels. However, as soul power increases, these 3 levels could prove to be infinitely more challenging than the previous 10. Qian Renxue's 1-year estimate was conservative, but even with her divine-grade martial soul, a steady and measured approach to breaking through to Soul Duo would require at least 6 months. Therefore, external assistance is essential. Alas, she cannot absorb spirit bones. Qian Renxue has already assimilated several spirit bones from the angel set. Thus, continuing to absorb the remaining spirit bones from the angel set would be the optimal choice. However, once she absorbs the next spirit bone, she would have to return to Spirit Hall, where, given Qiandoliu's nature, he would undoubtedly compel her to begin the angel divine trials. Hence, the method of enhancing soul power through spirit bone absorption must be temporarily shelved. It appears the only recourse is to seek out rare heavenly materials and earthly treasures. The resources by the Ice and Fire Yin Yang will have likely been thoroughly depleted by Tang San. What remains now are only the heart-wrenching crimson of longing and the ethereal fragrance of the celestial essence. The former has already been depleted by Xiao Wu's desperate actions, leaving only the latter. The celestial essence, though it boasts immunity to all poisons, should, as a divine product, enhance one's cultivation upon consumption, or at the very least, confer some resistance to toxins. Furthermore, although my presence prevented Xiao Wu from making a sacrifice, It is highly plausible that Tang San will bestow the celestial essence upon Yang Wudi in his quest to subdue the Break clan, while Tang San roams the world freely. The four single attribute clans, including the Break and Sensitivity clans, cannot afford such liberties. I recall that fellow by he seems to possess a crystal blood dragon ginseng, a truly potent tonic. He Yaoxing has now set a clear objective in mind. Chapter 59. Infiltrating Tang San with a nail. The night enveloped the city of Tiando in an unusual silence, an occurrence that seemed rather incongruous. Even though the Delua continent still lingered in a state of agricultural feudalism, far from entering an industrial phase, Tiando City, as the capital of the Tiando Empire, housed millions of inhabitants. It was implausible for such a vast metropolis to be so eerily quiet at night. Yet, the expansive streets bore witness to a scarcity of pedestrians, with only the occasional patrol of guards breaking the stillness. This unsettling atmosphere stemmed from the city's recent encounters with a malevolent dragon, and more recently, an unidentifiable formidable being had launched an assault on the imperial palace. The Princess Shueka, who had been rescued from the clutches of the dragon at great cost to the royal family, was once again abducted by this extraordinarily powerful entity. The Empress Shuya, distressed by these events, had fallen gravely ill, seemingly on the brink of death. Meanwhile, the political landscape within the court had begun to churn with undercurrents of unrest. In an effort to maintain order within Tiando City, the royal family decreed a curfew, prohibiting the movement of commoners after nightfall. Esteemed soul masters were exempt from this restriction, though they were limited to groups of no more than 5 to prevent any potential disturbances. However, few soul masters were inclined to wander the city at night, for the threat of the dragon or that unparalleled powerhouse loomed ominously in the shadows. To be caught in such turmoil would be disastrous. Yet, amidst the stillness of the night, one location in Tiando City buzzed with life, the residence of the Li family. The mansion was ablaze with lights and filled with the sounds of jubilant conversations and laughter. People animatedly engaged in discussions, clinking glasses in celebration, their faces radiant with joy. The aroma of delectable dishes wafted through the air, enticing all with the promise of culinary delights. Today marked the day of relocation for the 3 single attribute families, the Min, Pa, and Yu clans to Tiando City. In a bid to counter the Spirit Hall, Tang San had resolved to establish his own sect. With the assistance of the Titan from the Lichi clan, he participated in a gathering of the 4 major single attribute families held by the Yu clan before embarking on his journey to seek the Divine Craftsman Tower in Gongxin City. Through various means, Tang San had convinced the other 3 single attribute clans of his extraordinary potential as the destined son, persuading them to join his newly founded Tang sect. It was precisely for this reason that the gathering of the 4 families took place today. How intriguing! Ao Xing descended from the skies to the entrance of the Li family residence, a smile playing upon his lips as he listened to the jubilant uproar within. "Who are you?" inquired the vigilant young Karami at the door, noticing the sudden appearance of Ao Xing and Qian Renqiu. The two, exuding an exceptional aura, rendered the guarding soul masters unable to discern their true strength, prompting a tone of respect in their inquiry. After all, this was, without a doubt, Tiando City. "I wish to see the head of the clan, Yang Wudi. Please summon him," Ao Xing commanded. Little Karami pondered for a moment, not intending to deliberately trouble the two at the door, and promptly went to deliver the message. Soon, a man with raven hair, a ruddy complexion, yet a somewhat sullen expression emerged. He sported the distinctive goatee. "I wonder who you two might be. It seems I do not recall having met either of you," Yang Wudi mused, gazing at the man and woman before him, filled with perplexity. He had initially presumed that certain former acquaintances had come to congratulate him on the news of the clan's relocation to Tiando City. However, he was taken aback to find himself faced with 2 unfamiliar youths. "Yang Wudi, you need not concern yourself with my identity," Ao Xing declared without preamble, directly stating his purpose. "The exquisite Yuxiang Chua immortal herb that Tang San pilfered from my family's back garden should be in your possession, correct? Hand it over willingly, or do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." The Yuxiang Chua indeed resided with him. Upon hearing the man demand his precious possession outright, Yang Wudi's demeanor swiftly transformed into one of hostility, his anger surging within. Nevertheless, much like the two who had opened the door, he refrained from rash actions. After all, this was Tiando City. Though he was headstrong, he was not foolish. The man and woman before him exuded an extraordinary air, unmistakably not of common lineage. Pray tell, how do you intend to prove that the Yuxiang Chilua is yours? That is quite simple. Accompany me outside the city, Ao, Xing replied, activating his time-stop ability. He then wrapped one arm around Qian Rinchue's waist while grasping Yang Wudi's clothing with the other, soaring towards the outskirts of Tiando City. As the stasis of time lifted, Yang Wudi, having spoken, prepared to reveal his soul rings to intimidate the two seemingly ignorant youths. Yet, he was suddenly astonished to find the scenery had transformed. This was outside Tiando City. Yang Wudi incredulously surveyed his surroundings, his countenance shifting dramatically. Ao Xing, undeterred, remarked, "You are not my match. Surrender the immortal herb and refrain from futile resistance." Impossible. Yang Wudi realized that anyone capable of transporting him outside Tiando City in an instant must possess either an extraordinary martial soul or strength that far exceeded that of an average title de law. However, upon observing Ao Xing's demeanor, he naturally inclined to believe it was the former. As for himself, aside from his cultivation, he harbored but one passion, the art of alchemy passed down from the clan. His fascination with concocting various potions and toxins far surpassed his enthusiasm for cultivation. Often, he would toil over his alchemical creations for nights on end without rest. The Yuxiang Chilua's immunity to all poisons was an allure that, to him, surpassed even that of soul bones or other means of enhancing personal power. Thus, even upon realizing that the man before him might possess hidden depths, he still preferred to believe it was due to the peculiarities of the opponent's martial soul, rather than any superiority in strength over a title de law. "I can hardly be bothered to engage in further dialogue with you. Xiaoxue, dealing with an adversary in his 80s, whom you regard as a mere contra, should be well within your capabilities, don't you think?" Without a hint of emotion, Qian Ringsha nodded, seemingly dismissive of Yang Wudi. Witnessing this, Yang Wudi's anger flared. It was one thing to be belittled by a man, but to receive such disdain from a mere girl was intolerable. Without uttering a word, he brandished his martial soul, the soul-breaking spear. However, in the next instant, he found himself utterly stunned. Before him stood a woman surrounded by 7 soul rings, the final one a deep crimson. Like Tang San, she possessed 100,000-year soul ring. Yang Wudi, consider this your final chance. Should you fail to surrender the exquisite fragrance of the celestial treasures, not only will Xiaoxue deal with you, but I shall continue the assault as well. Furthermore, I will ensure that your clan is erased from existence on the Dolua continent. Though Yang Wudi was stubborn, he was not foolish. He quickly grasped that the woman with the 100,000-year soul ring was likely accompanied by a formidable man of title Dolua caliber. Let me ponder. It's too late now. Xiaoxue, proceed with your practice, but do refrain from delivering a fatal blow. Chapter 60. A single strike to defeat Yang Wudi closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, an overwhelming aura of dominance enveloped him, reaching its zenith. He entered a state of profound concentration, seemingly merging with the soul destruction spear in his grasp. The 8 soul rings behind him shimmered with brilliance. In contrast, Qian Ringsha's expression was filled with disdain. My soul destruction spear shows no mercy. Although Yang Wudi was apprehensive about Ao Xing's strength, once he entered battle mode, his mind was solely focused on defeating his opponent. Upon seeing the woman before him radiating golden holy light, he understood that she was ready. In an instant, he thrust his spear toward Qian Ringshu. However, just as the sharp tip of the soul destruction spear, accompanied by a fierce wind, was about to strike her, she transformed into a streak of light and leapt into the air. Heavenly true form. Qian Ringshu intoned slowly. Dark clouds obscured the moon, enveloping the night in darkness. Yet suddenly, a beam of light split the sky. Behind Qian Ringshu, a pair of immaculate white wings unfurled gracefully, with each feather seemingly infused with the sanctity and power of an angel. In an instant, Her demeanor shifted dramatically, exuding an awe-inspiring majesty that compelled mortals to bow before her. As her martial soul's true form fully manifested, the air around her seemed to freeze in reverence. The angelic domain activated, coupled with the enhancement of her martial soul's true form. Qian Rengshu's strength instantaneously ascended to the level of a tidal doloa. Yang Wudi, witnessing this transformation, stood frozen in place after thrusting his spear, failing to retract the soul-destruction spear. Angelic roar. Qian Rengshu unleashed her sixth soul skill, her soul power mysteriously transforming into a mental attack that struck directly at Yang Wudi. The latter's spirit was shattered, and his expression became dazed. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Unfair. She is flying so high. How can my spear reach her?" Seeing Yang Wudi's vulnerable state, Ao Xing couldn't help but chuckle. If one is incapable, one cannot blame the uneven road. If only your strength were a tad greater. The force of the charged soul-destruction spear could have influenced her altitude. Being unable to reach her merely reveals your inadequacies. Strength is the law. Xiaoxue, be gentle. Before Ao Xing could finish, a sacred sword forged from divine flames materialized in Qian Rengshu's hand, cleaving directly toward Yang Wudi. He raised his spear to defend, yet was still sent staggering back several meters. Moreover, sacred flames blazed fiercely upon him. He seemed to be faltering. My sacred flames consume his soul power, Qian Rengshu remarked with a look of disdain. Observing the scene, Ao Xing couldn't help but shake his head. Yang Wudi, reveal the whereabouts of the fragrant Qi Luo fairy. I can spare your life. Furthermore, I will inform you of your disappointing brother's location. My brother? In Yang Wudi's eyes, astonishment glimmered. Imdeet Yang Wushuang. Ao Xing gazed at Yang Wudi with a smile, while the latter appeared utterly horrified. His brother had gone missing during the Spirit Hall's reckoning with the Haoyan sect nearly 20 years ago. Only a handful of individuals were privy to the fact that Yang Wudi still had a brother. It was utterly impossible for him not to be shocked. Time is of the essence, and my patience is finite. Do you wish to learn of your brother's whereabouts or acquire the fragrant celestial product? I desire. 3, 2, 1. My brother's whereabouts. Yang Wudi cried out in anguish. Chapter 61. Crystal Dragon Blood Ginseng. Bewitching the leaders of the two great families. Old goat, whom are you taking me to meet? Why all the mystery? And why must I bring my treasure? Baside Yang Wudi Walked Atal, slender elder, whose physique was remarkably well-proportioned, adorned with flowing, snow-white hair. This individual was none other than Bai He, the leader of the Min clan. At this moment, he cradled a modestly wrapped yet profoundly ancient-looking ebony box, his demeanor cautious as he surveyed the surroundings, seemingly fearful of anyone attempting to seize his precious possession. Rest assured, today, I shall introduce you to a person of great significance, a person who will enable our two clans to stand at the pinnacle of the continent. Yang Wudi spoke, his tone devoid of its usual commanding presence, replaced instead by a hint of reverence. Are you suggesting that I should use my treasure to curry favor with this esteemed individual? Bai He responded, suddenly on guard. When my Min clan was persecuted by the Wuhuan temple, and our people were left without shelter, I never once considered selling my crystal dragon blood ginseng. Now that I have encountered the young master, and with our 4 singular attribute families merging into the Tang clan, there is even less reason for me to part with my ginseng. Bai He, who had previously worn a rosy complexion, was immediately engulfed by a surge of anger upon hearing Yang Wudi's words. His face flushed crimson, as if his temperature had soared above 50 degrees. He was by nature a proud individual. Even after his defeat at the hands of Tang San, he had felt a lingering dissatisfaction, only restraining himself out of a sense of obligation. It was only upon learning of the young man's lineage, as the son of Tang, that he managed to feign acceptance. However, the crystal dragon blood ginseng in his possession was a naturally occurring 8th-grade celestial treasure, capable of evolving into a 9th-grade ginseng king in a mere 10,000 years, with medicinal properties equivalent to a 100,000-year celestial ginseng. It was but a shade inferior to the flower known as the heartbreak red, Bai He intended to keep this ginseng with the hope of reaching the threshold of a title de law in his lifetime, planning to use it during his ascension. Should he fail to grasp the essence of becoming a title de law, he would pass it on to his granddaughter, Bai Qinxiang, to aid her cultivation. The notion of relinquishing such a precious treasure to an outsider, whose name he had never even heard, was utterly inconceivable. "Oh, why are you in such a hurry? Once we meet, everything will be clear," Yang Wudi reassured him. "The sharp-tailed swift is unmatched in speed. Even a titled level powerhouse cannot catch up to you. If, at that moment, you feel disinclined and wish to depart, who could possibly stop you?" Upon hearing Yang Wudi's words, Bai He's expression shifted to one of haughtiness. Indeed, the sharp-tailed swift was the fastest martial spirit in the entire Dolawa continent. He had once circled the continent in just 2.5 days. For an ordinary title Doa to attempt such a feat was simply impossible, for beyond the Doa continent lay only the vast, unending sea. If it were not for the title Doa with a flying-type martial soul, their soul power would likely be insufficient to sustain such a long flight. "Oof. You certainly have a knack for clever remarks." Bai could not help but express. "I hope this powerful individual you recommend will truly enable our two families to become the most esteemed clans on the Dolawa continent." The two soon ventured outside the city. Yang Wudi, relying on his memory, guided Bai He to the location where the formidable individual had instructed him to engage in a duel with the angelic martial soul girl the previous day. "Unexpectedly, you are quite punctual. No need for me to gather people in Tiando City again." A youthful voice interrupted them just as they prepared to rest. Upon seeing a strikingly handsome pair of young individuals materialize from seemingly nowhere, Yang Wudi instantly felt a surge of tension. Bai He, on the other hand, squinted in astonishment. If Bai He was proud, then Yang Wudi was even more so, rigid in his demeanor. Yet, the mere presence of these two youths evoked such a reaction from him. "Who on earth are you?" Bai He inquired. "What do you mean by that?" "I am Ao Xing. I believe you may have heard my name before." "Ao Xing? That name sounds familiar." Bai He and Yang Wudi began to rummage through their memories. However, despite their efforts, they could not recall where they had encountered that name. "Ao Xing. How peculiar. I distinctly feel a sense of familiarity." Bai He tapped his forehead, yet could not conjure the recollection. Observing this, Ao Xing shook his head in disbelief. It seemed that his infamous reputation had not spread sufficiently throughout the world. Otherwise, even if he had transformed from his dragon form into that of a human, merely uttering the name Ao Xing would immediately conjure associations with the notorious dragon. "Not long ago, I abducted the crown prince of the Tiando Empire and directly expelled the 7-treasure glazed tile school from existence. Surely, you now understand who I am? You are the evil dragon." Upon hearing Ao Xing's self-introduction, both Bai He and Yang Wudi felt a chill run down their spines. "How can you transform into human form? Isn't that rather commonplace?" Ao Xing replied nonchalantly. "Even a 100,000-year soul beast can take on a human form. Why should a dignified evil dragon not be able to?" "Bai He, I do not wish to waste words with you. Even if you possess the swift-tail, swallow martial soul, your speed cannot rival mine. Hand over the crystal dragon blood ginseng, and I may spare your life. Furthermore, I can bestow upon your clan tremendous opportunities in the future. Are you threatening me?" Bai He regarded the young man before him, finding it difficult to reconcile him with the infamous evil dragon. However, upon noticing the intense focus on the box in his hand, he fell back into a state of vigilance. "What are you doing? I could easily annihilate the 7-treasure glazed tile school. Do you truly believe you can protect what you possess? I am currently engaging in a cordial discussion with you, so there is no need for unnecessary actions. One of you embodies the sharp-tailed swift, while the other wields the soul-piercing spear. Both of these soul weapons are of the utmost caliber. It is a fallacy to claim that the sharp-tailed swift possesses weak combat power. The truth lies in the absence of a suitable spirit beast to aid you in your quest." Ao Xing remarked. "I am aware of a soul beast residing in the western sea of the Dolawa continent, known as the soul-piercing sea eagle. Its speed is remarkable as it preys upon aquatic soul beasts. During its hunt, it spirals and accelerates through the air before plunging directly into the sea, targeting the heads of fish-like soul beasts for a swift kill. Speed? is tantamount to combat prowess. Such soul beasts undoubtedly exist in abundance on the Dolua continent. When you were affiliated with the Hautian sect, did they ever consider assisting you in locating suitable spirit beasts for your soul rings? Certainly not. The silence of the white crane speaks volumes. Furthermore, Yang Wudi, had you been afforded an optimal cultivation environment from a young age, supplemented by various rare materials, I believe the Hautian hammer would not have emerged as the preeminent weapon soul in existence, would it? After all, the strength of the Hautian sect does not solely derive from the Hautian hammer, but rather from the chaotic cloak hammer method and the explosive ring established by Tang Chen. I surmise this is also the reason you have become so immersed in the path of the spear, is it not? Chapter 62. In 3 days. Level 10. The Ascension of the Soul Sage to Soul Dolua. Yang Wudi and Bai He found themselves frozen in time, captivated by A.O. Xing's words. The man who referred to himself as the evil dragon spoke with undeniable truth. The sharp-tailed swift, indeed, is not inherently an offensive martial spirit. However, this does not imply that it cannot be adapted for offensive capabilities through the hunting of suitable soul beasts. After all, the speed of the sharp-tailed swift is extraordinary. When velocity reaches a certain threshold, even a small pebble can wreak havoc. Yet, to discover such a soul ring combination without formidable resources and the backing of a powerful sect is exceedingly difficult. Similarly, Yang Wudi's soul-piercing spear is an exceptionally potent martial spirit. This is evident from his relentless pursuit of enhancing the spear's offensive prowess, relying solely on it without any other support. From the results, he stands as the most formidable among the 4 major single-attribute families, capable of achieving cross-level kills. This indicates that his approach to maximizing offensive power is indeed valid. Unfortunately, upon his birth, the Piercing clan became a subordinate sect of the Hautian sect. Shielded by the Hautian sect, the Piercing clan lacked for cultivation resources at that time. However, the aspiration for premier cultivation resources was utterly unattainable. Clearly, the finest resources of the Hautian sect were reserved for its direct disciples, no matter how powerful their soul-piercing spear might be. How could the Hautian sect possibly allocate part of its resources? Submit to me, and I shall provide you with the best cultivation resources in the future. Ao Shi continued. Moreover, let me share another piece of news. The former leader of the Hautian sect, Tang Chen, is still alive, though he was recently eliminated by my alliance with the Grand Priest of the Spear Hall. As for Tang Hao of the Hautian sect, he has become a mere shell of his former self, now hiding in a cave alongside his wife, who has turned into grass. Regarding Tang San, it is undeniable that this individual possesses extraordinary dual martial spirit talent. However, why do you believe that by aligning with him to establish the Tang sect, your 4 single-attribute families can achieve greatness? Tang San has already made enemies with the Spirit Hall. By joining the Tang sect now, you will only serve as cannon fodder in Tang San's future conflicts with the Spirit Hall. In terms of lineage, the Hautian sect is his true family. In terms of relationships, your bond with him is but a fraction of the camaraderie he shares with the other Shrek 6 monsters. Even if Tang San possesses boundless potential, what returns can you expect in the future? Do not be surprised when, after sacrificing everything for Tang San, he turns around and treats you as mere servants. Take your time to ponder this matter. A.O. Xing regarded by he and Yang Wudi with a hint of mockery in his eyes, while both men felt an overwhelming discomfort. For though the evil dragon's words were indeed sowing discord, they were grounded in harsh reality. They joined Tang San's Tang sect, yet before they could reap the benefits, they had already become his unpaid laborers, assisting in the production and sale of hidden weapons, as well as gathering various intelligence. As for Tang Hao, he was the type of person who could thrive on his own without concern for others. Like father, like son, from their recent interactions with Tang Shan, they could discern his character. Moreover, given that the Tang sect was currently in a phase of flourishing development, this individual had the audacity to take a back seat, intending to venture to Sea God Island for training. Here, take it. Bai He was decisive. After a brief moment of contemplation, he handed the crystal dragon blood ginseng to A.O. Xing. Although he had never witnessed the transformation of the man before him into a malevolent dragon, He could sense that the other was not deceiving him. A man, indeed, was a dragon in disguise. For no matter how feeble the sharp-tailed, swift spirit might be, it ultimately belonged to a powerhouse of soul de Loire caliber. Yet, he could not perceive even a hint of soul power emanating from the other. Even the woman beside him was beyond his comprehension. This was utterly contrary to reason. Very well, those who know the times are the true talents. Ao Xing remarked with a smile. You may continue your stay in the Tang sect. Once Xiao Shui absorbs the crystal dragon blood ginseng and elevates her soul power to level 80, I shall assist her in hunting soul beasts to procure her soul rings, and then return to seek you both. Soul Sage, why, he exclaimed in astonishment upon hearing Ao Xing's words. The woman before him appeared to be merely in her 20s. More precisely, she was at level 77. Last night, Yang Wudi had battled with Qian Renxue. Although he was defeated in one strike, he had still discerned her true soul power level. Moreover, she was a soul sage capable of challenging formidable foes of soul de Loire and title de Loire strength. Old goat, do not deceive me. Why would I need to deceive you? Had I not been defeated by her last night, would I have come seeking you today? Yang Wudi's expression was somewhat displeased, and upon noticing this, he understood that his words were indeed the truth. Just as he was about to inquire of the malevolent dragon Ao Xing regarding his promise to assist in finding suitable soul rings for their clan in the future, he suddenly realized that the man and woman who had been before him had vanished without a trace. In a secluded cave, Qian Renxue stood with focused eyes, palms together, in a state of meditation. Meanwhile, Ao Xing employed dragon flames to gradually scorch the crystal dragon blood ginseng until it began to dissolve, revealing the rich, blood-red essence within. He then added some gentle herbs, recently pilfered from nearby 10,000-year soul beasts, mixing them in for Qian Renxue to consume. With her eyes closed, Qian Renxue felt her soul power surge like a tide through her limbs and bones, intertwining with the essence of the crystal dragon blood ginseng circulating within her. The vibrant red essence flowed through her body, and with each passage, a wave of warmth surged through her meridians, as if forging her body into an indestructible vessel. This process was, however, quite gradual. Meanwhile, Ao Xing observed intently, occasionally exhaling dragon breath to soothe the potency of the medicine. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. Suddenly, an unprecedented surge of soul power erupted within Qian Renxue, her 77th level soul sage cultivation being overwhelmed like a dam breached by a torrential flood, subsequently heralding the oppressive aura of an 80th level soul de Loire. A faint golden radiance shimmered upon her skin, as if divine luminescence was coalescing within her. She appeared almost reborn, her demeanor infused with an air of nobility and dominance. Ao Xing marveled in astonishment. He had presumed that absorbing the medicinal essence of the crystal dragon blood ginseng would be a gradual process, with Qian Renxue's soul power ascending incrementally from 77 to 78, and then to 79. Yet unexpectedly, she opted to disperse the ginseng's potency throughout her body, simultaneously absorbing it, thereby achieving a singular breakthrough to the 80th level. Qian Renxue exhibited an excessive confidence in her abilities. It was indeed understandable, for her angelic martial soul was a divine-grade soul, and she already possessed the physique of a soul sage. Absorbing the medicinal essence all at once would undoubtedly yield superior results compared to a gradual intake. After all, the process of the essence circulating within the body would inevitably incur some loss. However, one must wonder, is it not rather astonishing to ascend from level 70 to 80 in merely 3 days? Chapter 63. Is Bibi Dong here to offer warmth? Upon breaking through to the soul de Loire realm, Qian Renxue did not immediately conclude her cultivation. She continued to absorb the residual potency of the crystal dragon blood ginseng within her body, although the remaining medicinal power was insufficient to facilitate further breakthroughs. It nonetheless expedited her progress considerably compared to self-cultivation. Ao Xing, understanding her intentions, refrained from interrupting her and stepped outside the cave to breathe in the fresh air. After being in dragon form for so long, my mind has become somewhat muddled. Ao Xing mused with a hint of self-deprecation. I could have transformed into my human form and sought out a hotel in the city, allowing little Shui to comfortably absorb the ginseng's essence. Instead, I instinctively sought a cave in the wilderness, devoid of even a bed. Hence, even after several sleepless nights, he felt little fatigue. Yet, resting on a bed remained the most comforting of experiences. With a languid yawn, Ao Xing's expression shifted to one of sternness. His body radiated a dazzling light as he transitioned directly from human form to dragon form. At that moment, a light laugh echoed. As I suspected, you have transformed into a dragon. Ahead, Bibi Dong, clad in her usual attire, bore a dangerous glint in her eyes, though her lips curled into a smile. An aura of lethal intent enveloped her. Ao Xing realized he had become her target. Since the day before yesterday, when you brought little Shui into Heaven-Do City, I have been observing you, she continued. I had already surmised that the man by her side was you, the dragon, but witnessing it firsthand was still quite shocking. After confirming that Tang Chun had been slain by Qian Daolu, Bibi Dong prepared to reconvene the sect assembly. When the four major single-attribute sects relocated to Heaven-Do City, she received news from the branch leaders. Years ago, when Yang Wushuang sought refuge in the Spirit Hall during the purge of the Haotian sect, Bibi Dong recognized the potential of the Broken Soul Spear as one of the most formidable martial spirits in the Doluo continent. Thus, she had long harbored aspirations to incorporate the Broken One clan into the Spirit Hall. However, the deep-rooted influence of the Haotian sect over the Broken One clan, combined with the Spirit Hall's ruthless actions against the four major single-attribute families, had restrained her ambitions. They had not only eliminated renowned powerhouses from these families, but had also shown no mercy to the elderly and infirm. Consequently, despite the Spirit Hall's extensive presence across the Doluo continent and their awareness of the locations of the four major single-attribute families, they refrained from taking action. Bibi Dong wished to one day see them submit to the Spirit Hall willingly, rather than through bloody repression leading to their annihilation. After all, the defection of Yang Wushuang had demonstrated that not all members of the four major families aligned with the Haotian sect. As long as the Haotian sect continued to act cowardly while the Spirit Hall flourished, an increasing number of single-attribute family members would inevitably gravitate towards the Spirit Hall. She does not require all members of the single-attribute families to pledge allegiance to the Spirit Hall. A mere third, or even a quarter, would suffice. With dozens or even hundreds of individuals, the legacy of the spirit could be sustained. Coupled with the Spirit Hall's deliberate cultivation, it would take merely 2 to 3 generations for the four major single-attribute families to transform into affiliated sects of the Spirit Hall. However, what Bibi Dong did not anticipate was her own journey to Heaven-Do City. Seeking to leverage the news of Yang Wushuang's survival and allegiance to the Spirit Hall to sway Yang Wudi. Yet, she stumbled upon a man alongside Qian Rinxue. Indeed, as Qian Rinxue's mother, she recognized her daughter's essence. Even though Qian Rinxue had altered her appearance with the angel soul bone, Bibi Dong discerned her identity immediately. Had she been captured by the evil dragon and remained on the Pearl Island? Why was she here? Who was the man accompanying her? More astonishingly, this man seemed to be aware that Yang Wushuang was still alive. Thus, Bibi Dong refrained from alarming them, opting instead to observe from the shadows. It was not until Yang Wudi was led outside the city by this man, only to be defeated by Qian Rinxue and subsequently returned to Heaven-Do City, that she realized the man possessed the ability to halt time. In a desolate wilderness, beneath a stilled flash of lightning, with Qian Rinxue amidst the dark clouds cosplaying as Si Kongjun, she finally understood. This man was in fact the evil dragon transformed. This revelation was utterly astonishing. She had never conceived that the evil dragon could take on human form. You wretched being, you could change your shape. Why must you? Bibi Dong's voice suddenly softened. Yet Ao Xing, with his unparalleled hearing, discerned her scorn regarding her ambush on Sea God Island, executed in dragon form rather than human form. He chuckled. Ah, Bibi Dong, are you aware that I possess the power to suspend time? You come alone. Is it not an invitation for me to seize the opportunity? Ao Xing remarked with a wicked grin. Chapter 64. Has time stopped lost to Bibi Dong? Bibi Dong flashed a hint of panic. but quickly composed herself and said, "Can you guess why I dare to appear before you, instead of observing you from the shadows?" With those words, Ao Xing felt a gaze filled with hostility and a hint of disdain locking onto him. The instinct of the evil dragon made him sense a threat. Why had Bibi Dong's strength reverted to the level of Qin Dao Lu? Shouldn't her soul power have been temporarily suppressed to level 98 due to the trials of the Rakshasa god? How peculiar. Once a title Doluo reaches level 95, every level gained results in a significant increase in combat power. Undoubtedly, the danger posed by the woman before him could not be described by mere logic. However, it was clear that Ao Xing would not be intimidated by her mere words. "What are you pretending for, you scoundrel? My time stop is even more perverse than Tang Chen's domain, where one cannot utilize soul rings or soul bones. You think you have a method to deal with me? How laughable. I see that ever since you were driven to flee by the illusory dragon, you've been longing for that sensation, desperately trying to find me, right? Or was it merely a coincidence that I happened to visit the residence of the Li family in Tiando City, and you just happened to show up? You." Bibi Dong's eyebrows shot up, clearly furious at the evil dragon's flippant remarks. Observing her demeanor only reinforced Ao Xing's suspicions. Before Bibi Dong could utter another word, he snapped his fingers. "Time stop, activate." In an instant, everything within a radius of hundreds of meters centered around the evil dragon seemed to be pressed by an invisible hand, freezing in place. Bibi Dong, who had been about to speak, now had her mouth slightly agape, her eyes reflecting surprise. Ao Xing slowly approached her, a mischievous smile gracing his face. He did not rush to attack. Instead, he stood before Bibi Dong, taking his time to scrutinize her. They say time ages a person, even a woman in her 30s. At the peak of her maturity, will inevitably bear some marks of time, be it fine lines at the corners of her eyes or small blemishes on her face. Yet, Bibi Dong exhibited none of these signs. As a genius with twin martial souls and innate full soul power, her path of cultivation had been smooth, with the speed of her soul power's enhancement far surpassing the passage of time. Thus, although several decades had passed since she became a title Delaw, her appearance remained youthful, with only subtle changes in detail lending her an air of intellectual maturity. Ao Xing extended a dragon finger, gently tracing Bibi Dong's face. The texture of her skin was exquisite, akin to freshly whipped cream. However, as his finger glided over her upper lip, a sudden thought struck him. He wished to place it within Bibi Dong's mouth. As he attempted to act on this impulse, a slight pain shot through his finger. Upon closer inspection, one could see that Bibi Dong's silver teeth were actually biting down on his finger, her eyes glinting with menace and a warning. What was happening? Why was she moving? Could it be that the time stop had no effect on a title Doluo of level 99? That couldn't be right. Previously, Qian Daolu had been utterly incapable of taking any action under the influence of his time stop ability. Moreover, wasn't it stated that the time stop of the evil dragon was supposed to disregard the strength of beings within its range? How unexpected, indeed. Bibi Dong snorted softly, producing a sound. Chapter 65. The Gift of the Rakshasa God. Bibi Dong, cease your resistance. I have already devised a means to counter you. A glimmer of disdain flickered in Bibi Dong's eyes. Do you lecherous dragon, truly believe that I have come to deliver you a gift from afar? Under the astonished gaze of Ao Xing, Bibi Dong's concealed right hand gradually rose from beneath her robe. In her palm, a faint luminescence shimmered, seemingly severed from the mortal realm. Upon closer inspection, this ethereal glow was, in fact, a collection of intricate runes woven together. Its radiance was so enigmatic that it appeared capable of piercing through the mists of time, touching the very pulse of history. The light dancing upon the runes fluctuated between brilliance and dusk, pulsating as if imbued with life itself. Moreover, it emanated waves of energy that clashed against the stagnant space created by Ao Xing. The collision of these two distinct temporal energies distorted the surrounding space, intertwining light and shadow. This is a rune crafted by the god of time, infused with divine power, capable of resisting any force related to time. Bibi Dong, aware of Ao Xing's extraordinary resilience as a gemstone dragon, released a breath after leaving a faint bite mark on his finger. She spoke no falsehood. This rune was indeed a divine artifact left by the god of time. However, the energy of the temporal laws within it was nearly depleted. Otherwise, the Rakshasa god would not have entrusted such a formidable artifact to her. Naturally, the divine estate would not bestow assistance upon a successor still undergoing divine trials. Bibi Dong acquired this time rune solely because she had previously extorted a significant sum from the Tiando royal family under the pretense of aiding in the retrieval of Prince Shuichinghe. She had successfully deceived the Tiando Empire into relinquishing their national treasure, the Hanhai Qianquanjia. Another name for the Hanhai Qianquanjia is the heart of the sea god. It was intentionally left on Dua continent by that wretched sea god to provide Tang San with an opportunity to inherit his legacy, specifically for the Tiando royal family. Upon sensing that Bibi Dong had obtained the sea god's relic, the Rakshasa god was immediately filled with elation, prompting her to exchange the heart of the sea god for the time rune. This transaction was not an entirely unscrupulous maneuver. Upon realizing the significance of the time rune, Bibi Dong was naturally elated. After all, without it, even if her soul power were to restore to level 99, she would be utterly incapable of taming the malevolent dragon possessing the ability to halt time, thus failing to complete the Rakshasa god's divine trial. Ao-Xing, I offer you a choice. Will you willingly submit to me, or shall I grasp your dragon horn and subjugate you beneath me? Oomph. Ao-Xing let out a cold snort, his eyes brimming with defiance. Do you truly believe that possessing the time rune renders you immune to my time-stopping abilities? Such arrogance. Suddenly, Ao-Xing swung his dragon claw and struck heavily upon Bibi Dong's grand visage, producing a crisp sound. As Bibi Dong felt the sting of pain, her eyes were filled with astonishment. How could it be that she had failed to evade the attack of the malevolent dragon? This was inconceivable. Hey, Bibi Dong, have you not realized that your speed has somewhat diminished? The time runes in your grasp seem unable to fully negate the effects of my time-stopping domain. Huh? Upon hearing the dragon's words, Bibi Dong was taken aback. She hastily waved her arms up and down, only to discover that her speed was indeed considerably slower than usual. No wonder she had struggled to articulate her thoughts swiftly just moments ago. Nevertheless, even if I am affected by your time-stopping ability, what of it? Today, you shall witness the terrifying might of a 99th level limit Doluo. Chapter 66. How can you resist me when I am 10 times faster? Stop. As Bibi Dong was about to take action, Ao-Xing hurriedly advised, one must proceed step by step. There's no need to resort to excessive measures right from the start. You wish to tame me, do you not? As the saying goes, those who know the times are wise. Let us engage in a simple spar. Should I truly be unable to defeat you, I shall willingly become your steed. Bibi Dong remained silent, her keen eyes discerning the cunning glint within the dragon's gaze. This fellow was undoubtedly concocting some devious scheme. However, she was confident that in the face of absolute strength, any plot would be futile. Thus, she readily acquiesced. Very well. Upon hearing this, Ao-Xing felt a surge of joy. His words were intended to prevent Bibi Dong from unleashing her martial soul. Indeed, creatures such as spider mice and insects, regardless of how alluring they appeared, held little interest for him. Most shared this sentiment. Before his transmigration, there had been a wildly popular domestic AAA game titled Black Myth, Wukong, which featured a character known as the Spider Spirit Fourth Sister, adored by countless fans. Yet, despite the admiration for Fourth Sister, it was her human form that captivated players, not her arachnid appearance. Ao-Xing harbored a deep-seated fear that once Bibi Dong activated her martial soul, she would become grotesquely unappealing. Dragons indeed possessed eyes that could perceive the beauty of all races. Yet Ao-Xing's soul was human. Although he had once found the pink unicorn in the Star Doe forest enchanting, he truly struggled to apply the term graceful to a spider. Please, you go first. I wish to demonstrate the disparity in our strengths. Bibi Dong fixed her icy gaze upon Ao-Xing, asserting coldly, I want you to understand that no matter the means you employ, you cannot defeat me. No, you should attack first. Ao-Xing replied, I would not want to harm you. After all, You are Schwerer-S mother. Bah, you are aware that I am Schwerer-S mother. A flicker of fury ignited in Bibi Dong's eyes as memories of the events outside Pearl Island resurfaced. This vile dragon had committed such despicable acts. Most infuriating was the fact that he could transform into a human form, yet chose to remain in his dragon guise. This choice rendered the once cherished blue ripple Pearl utterly dull and unappealing in her eyes. With this thought, Bibi Dong activated her domain of slaughter, refraining from using any soul techniques as she unleashed a powerful surge of soul power. A formidable force surged towards Ao Xing, observing that he did not evade. A trace of disdain flickered in her eyes. A soul power attack, while the most fundamental form of assault for a soul master, could inflict tremendous damage if one's cultivation reached a certain level, especially as a limit Doloa of the 99th rank. The soul power he had just unleashed was sufficient for her to consecutively release several soul skills. If Ao Xing made no attempt at defense, she would undoubtedly suffer grave injuries. However, just as her soul power was about to collide with the evil dragon, he transformed into a fleeting shadow, soaring into the sky. How could this be? Witnessing Ao Xing evade her attack, Bibi Dong's eyes flashed with utter astonishment. It was not that her pure soul power attack was avoidable. Rather, the evil dragon had not attempted to evade at the moment she initiated her assault. It was only when her attack was nearly upon him that he began to dodge. Logically, it seemed impossible for the evil dragon to escape. Your strength appears to be rather limited. In response to the dragon's provocation, Bibi Dong unleashed another pure soul power attack. Yet, the same scenario unfolded once more. At the onset of her strike, the evil dragon remained motionless, standing still. However, when the wave of soul power approached within a mere dozen meters, he suddenly flapped his wings and evaded. Bibi Dong could no longer maintain her composure. Once could be deemed mere chance, but a recurring event indicated that her opponent possessed complete confidence in dodging her attacks. Contemplating this, she prepared to activate her martial soul's true form and engage the dragon in close combat. Yet, just as this thought crossed her mind, the evil dragon abruptly vanished from her sight. Bibi Dong, what is happening? I am right behind you. A sudden sound reached her ears, and Bibi Dong spun around, only to find that the evil dragon had, at some point, transformed into human form and was now right behind her. Do not resist futilely. Ao Xing resolved to reveal the truth to Bibi Dong. In truth, your time runes can indeed counteract a portion of the effects of my time-stopping domain. However, the power of the temporal laws inscribed upon your runes has diminished significantly. They are far too weak. Consequently, the duration of the time pause they can counteract is minimal. You believe that you have returned to normalcy within the stasis I have created, yet in reality, both the speed of your speech and the execution of your attacks are several times slower than usual. Your manner of speaking is not unlike that of elderly individuals on their deathbeds delivering their final words. Indeed, Ao Xing had long since discerned that the time runes in Bibi Dong's possession allowed her to function within the stasis he had created. However, the velocity of all her actions was considerably reduced. Nonetheless, Ao Xing refrained from revealing this immediately, choosing instead to feign engagement with Bibi Dong. Even with the power of a 99th rank limit Doloa, what use is it if your soul skills cannot reach me? Ao Xing resumidar normal speech tempo. In Bibi Dong's ears, the dragon's speech seemed to be accelerated 5 or 6 times. Had it not been for her formidable mental strength, she might well have failed to comprehend what Ao Xing was articulating. No, you are deceiving me, Bibi Dong exclaimed, shaking her head vehemently. Yet, Ao Xing chose to disregard her outburst, instead inserting several cobalt-scaled shards into 2 acupoints located behind her shoulder, and then produced the little phantom dragon. You do not believe it? How splendid! I shall demonstrate it for you. Just as Bibi Dong felt a sharp pain in her shoulder and was about to turn around, she was suddenly engulfed by an excruciating, searing heat. Bibi Dong was abruptly reminded of the scenes within the secret chamber. However, the intensity of her current sensations far surpassed anything experienced in that chamber, exceeding it by at least tenfold. The aftershocks rippled outward. Yet, The speed of the wave generator was several times that of the wave's dispersion. This realization filled Bibi Dong with foreboding. The dragon had indeed spoken the truth. Her every action and perception within the stasis space was, in fact, several times slower compared to the dragon. Chapter 67. Before Bibi Dong, the manifestation of her duality. Who bestowed upon Bibi Dong the temporal rune? My gratitude knows no bounds. As Ao Xing hastened to procure water by drilling wood, he was engulfed in an exuberant delight. Within the Summoner's Canyon, there exists a theory of relativity, and similarly, Deluo continent possesses its own. If we consider Bibi Dong's movable space as a reference point, Ao Xing's velocity is effectively tenfold hers. Consequently, his speed in obtaining water is also accelerated tenfold. Under such incessant assaults, Bibi Dong felt her body slipping beyond her control, her mind ensnared in confusion. Even the act of concentrating her soul power to unleash her martial spirit's true form became a daunting task. Nonetheless, as an extreme Deluo, her mastery over soul power had reached its zenith. Summoning her martial spirit to release soul skills was merely a thought away. Observing that Bibi Dong refrained from employing her soul-devouring Spider Emperor or Death Spider Emperor martial spirits, a flicker of triumph ignited within Ao Xing's heart. Was it her inability? Clearly not. Bibi Dong simply chose to hold back. Thus, Ao Xing synchronized his thoughts and actions, emulating the confrontation between Yang Wudi and Qian Rinxue from a few nights prior. He held his breath, focused intently, and poised the broken soul spear, launching yet another assault on Bibi Dong. This strike, though swifter than before, bore an intensity amplified several-fold. Taken by surprise, Bibi Dong was propelled forward, barely managing to regain her balance to avoid a humiliating fall. Naturally, Ao Xing's unscrupulous ambush ignited a fiery wrath within Bibi Dong. Rising from her disarray, she trembled with indignation, casting a fierce glare at Ao Xing, as if she wished to consume him whole. Oh, one expression. Were you not reveling just moments ago? Now, you regard me as a nemesis. I have neither marred your beauty nor slain your daughter. Is such animosity truly warranted? Begone! Bibi Dong growled with a fierce countenance, gritting her teeth as she activated her Death Spider Emperor martial spirit's true form. Her visage began to transform, the violet luminescence in her eyes gradually fading, replaced by a profound and frigid blue. Her delicate brows twisted and contorted, shimmering like spider silk in the moonlight, ultimately morphing into a pair of sharp antennae. Exuding a Shiyingoha. The corners of Bibi Dong's lips curled upward, radiating malevolence. Subsequently, beneath her exquisite skin, a transformation commenced as transparent sacs began to swell, her form expanding, with her abdomen distending into a massive crop, while fine, steel-like black fur sprouted. Her slender physique, as if cursed by some dark enchantment, swiftly transmuted into an inky black, with several small compound eyes emanating a haunting blue glow in the night. Unbeknownst to her, slender and sharp spider spears began to emerge from her back. Witnessing Bibi Dong's grotesque transformation, Ao Xing felt a profound sense of disappointment. No wonder she despised revealing her martial spirit's visage to others. The upper body is quite impressive. However, the bulky and prickly appearance of the spider's abdomen is truly off-putting. No, there must be something amiss. Ao Xing shook his head, soon grasping the underlying mechanics. He began to emanate a purplish-black glow, and in no time, he transformed from human form into that of a malevolent dragon. It is said that dragons possess the ability to perceive the beauty of all things. I shall take a good look and see where the spider's allure lies, Ao Xing remarked with a hint of mockery. Upon hearing the dragon's disparaging comments about her true martial soul form's appearance, Bibi Dong was instantly consumed by rage. Third soul skill, Death Spider Webbind. Fifth soul skill, Blood-Sucking Spider Stinger. Eighth soul skill, Spider Monarch Clone. Due to Bibi Dong's speed being reduced tenfold, Ao Xing effortlessly evaded her third and fifth soul skills. However, when he witnessed Bibi Dong unleash her eighth soul skill, he momentarily froze. Spider Monarch Clone. This soul skill creates a clone that possesses 100% of the original's power, devoid of intelligence and requiring control. This 100% potency encompasses not only physical prowess, but also soul skills, although it does not include the 8th and 9th soul skills. In an instant, 2 identical Bibidongs appeared before him. How bizarre. Bibidong, I must ask why you did not utilize this soul skill before activating your true martial soul form? Must you present me with 2 monstrous spiders? Infuriated by the dragon's taunts, Bibidong's fury ignited once more, and she switched to her second martial soul, the soul-devouring spider monarch. The soul rings, a blend of red and black, swirled ominously behind her, instilling fear. The 9th soul skill of her primary martial soul, the death spider monarch, is known as Undying Body. This life-preserving auxiliary skill, derived from the century-old soul beast, the death spider monarch, is accompanied by 2 abilities. One allows her to reassemble even if her body is shattered, and the other permits her body to become energy. Both abilities share a common trait. As long as her opponent is not divine, they can never truly kill Bibidong in this state. Generally, she only activates this soul skill when faced with a life-threatening situation. By employing Spider Monarch Clone, and then switching to her second martial soul, Bibidong enters her most formidable combat state. Nevertheless, Ao Xing exhibited no sign of fear. Rather, he became exceedingly exhilarated. The gemstone scales adorning his body absorbed energy, radiating brilliantly, rendering him extraordinarily resilient. This represented the pinnacle of defense achievable by the gemstone form. Meanwhile, the 2 Bibidongs, wielding distinct martial souls, launched an assault against him. However, Ao Xing merely shifted his body, deftly avoiding their attacks, and reappeared behind the clone of the death spider monarch Bibidong. Is it that as long as your soul power is not exhausted, or you do not utterly annihilate her, she shall never vanish? Auxini exhibiti no merci. As his dragon claw seized the spear of the Spider Empress located behind Bibidong's avatar, Bibidong remained silent, instead unleashing the 6th soul skill of the soul-devouring Spider Queen, Eternal Creation. This technique represented her most formidable single-target assault. All physical defenses proved ineffective. Even shield-type abilities would suffer a reduction of 50% in their defensive capabilities. Should one fall victim to Eternal Creation, they would be compelled to continuously expend soul power to withstand the onslaught. If their soul power proved insufficient to fend off the attack, they would be consumed, much like a lamp running dry. Bibidong, intent on subduing Ao Xing, refrained from delivering a fatal blow. Consequently, Ao Xing narrowly evaded the grasp of Eternal Creation. At last, Bibidong spoke. You cannot fathom the soul power possessed by a rank 99 titled Doloa. I can unleash Eternal Creation endlessly until your movements are entirely restricted. Should you be struck even once, you will be powerless to thwart my attempts at subjugation. Ao Xing, with a mischievous grin, retorted, and then directed a powerful strike towards the web-spinning mouth of Bibidong's Spider Empress avatar. Chapter 68. Qianren Shui faces the captive Bibidong. What are you doing? Despicable. Bibidong never anticipated that the avatar summoned by her 8th soul skill, the Death Spider Emperor, would be mercilessly ravaged by the malevolent dragon. Each brutal strike, although directed at the avatar, felt as if it struck her very essence. The dragon, in its formidable form, exuded an aura of unrelenting ferocity with every movement. Crack! The sound of the Death Spider Emperor's spear being crushed resounded, sharp and clear. Though it was merely an avatar, Bibidong felt no physical pain. Yet, witnessing an entity that mirrored her own visage being ruthlessly battered by the dragon stirred an indescribable emotion within her. Ha ha ha! You need not feel envious. Once I gradually wear her down, you shall be next. The realm of suspended time bore no cooldown or temporal constraints. Thus, if Ao Xing could deplete the energy of the time rune in Bibidong's possession, he could completely reverse the tide of battle. Alas, within this realm, offensive actions were prohibited. Ao Xing could only resort to rudimentary physical strikes due to the limitations of his time-stopping ability. Inflicting grievous injury through more potent methods, such as detonating cobalt-scaled shards or unleashing dragon flames, was utterly unfeasible. For should he attempt such actions, the stasis would dissipate, allowing Bibidong to escape the slowed time. Even though Aoxing's time-stopping power had no cooldown, he could not guarantee evasion and the activation of his ability at the precise moment BB Dong counterattacked. Caution was paramount in such precarious situations. One could afford to be reckless, but only under the assurance of safety. Consequently, Aoxing retreated slightly while holding BB Dong's avatar, wary of a potential ambush from her. "You scoundrel! I, BB Dong, shall ensure your utter destruction," she fumed. "I advise you to cease at once, or even my steed shall not be spared." BB Dong watched helplessly as her Death Spider Emperor avatar, ensnared by the dragon-esque grip, was subjected to relentless assaults. Squirming in futile desperation, rage surged within her as she realized that once the energy of the time rune in her possession was exhausted, the dragon would undoubtedly treat her with the same disdain. The sight of the weapon, as thick as a towering bamboo, made her tremble uncontrollably. Meanwhile, Aoxing reveled in BB Dong's dazed expression, feeling an overwhelming sense of triumph. This is what you get for recklessly employing an avatar, he thought smugly. Thus, BB Dong could only watch as her avatar succumbed to Aoxing's unyielding onslaught, collapsing as if its very bones had shattered. The battle endured for an interminable duration. In contrast to the stagnant expanse surrounding them, the external world had progressed 2 days ahead. The radiance of the time rune in BB Dong's grasp dimmed increasingly. Aoxing scrutinized her closely, noting that her speed had diminished to approximately 1/15 of its former self. As long as she can move, that is sufficient. Otherwise, it would be as tedious as a mere scarecrow. After another half-day, Aoxing dispelled the stasis field, and at the moment BB Dong vanished from the suspended space, she collapsed onto the ground. Her soul power had been entirely depleted by the malevolent dragon. In her final moments, she was akin to a waning oil lamp, sustained solely by her personal resolve. Yet, the energy of the time rune continued to ebb away. From a 15-fold difference, it escalated to 20, then 30. The difficulty for BB Dong to strike the dragon increased exponentially, while the dragon's speed, conversely, surged. Ultimately, when the time discrepancy surpassed 50-fold, BB Dong could no longer withstand the relentless onslaught. She relinquished her dignity as the Pope of the Spirit Hall and pleaded with the dragon for mercy, surrendering herself. However, Aoxing paid her no heed. The emergence of the time rune had vastly exceeded his expectations, starkly diverging from the scenarios depicted in the original Doluan narrative. He discerned that there must have been divine intervention from the divine realm on Doluan continent, most likely from the Rakshasa god, who inherited BB Dong's divine position. Though the sea god and the Azura god were no paragons of virtue, the Rakshasa god was equally nefarious, being one of the 2 malevolent deities governing wicked thoughts and wielding the power of extreme evil and vengeful slaughter. This entity encapsulated all malevolence and represented the entirety of negative emotions in the world. BB Dong, this cold-blooded woman, despite knowing that her ability to halt time rendered conventional methods of subjugation nearly impossible, tirelessly endeavored with repeated attempts. Her motives were certainly not solely to rescue her daughter, Qian Renshua. She was likely guided by some divine oracle from the Rakshasa god. After all, who would willingly endure the ravages of the illusionary dragon post-stasis? Unless BB Dong. Well, perhaps there was a slight possibility. Yet in Aoxing's estimation, the Rakshasa god's influence was paramount. Thus, he resolved to decisively conclude matters with BB Dong this time. "You are now devoid of soul power, akin to a spent lamp, are you not? Fear not, for in the prolonged duration ahead, you shall remain utterly bereft of soul power until you are completely tamed by me. He to tame me, you must first prepare to be tamed yourself." Aoxing, indifferent to whether BB Dong was truly unconscious or feigning, leaned close to her ear and softly murmured, "Xiaoshu, you may emerge now." Aoxing reverted from his dragon form to his human guise as Qian Renshua, having fully absorbed the essence of the crystal dragon's blood, emerged from the nearby cavern. Observing BB Dong in her disheveled and distressed state, her expression remained unchanged. This was due to her complete submission to Aoxing previously. During the incident involving the Purple Pearl, BB Dong had fled alone, abandoning both him and Qian Daolu. In Qian Renshua's eyes, They had become mere strangers, entirely unrelated. For the grand plan of the Spirit Hall, she had long concealed herself within the heavenly Tao Empire, which was sufficient to repay Bibi Dong for the gift of life she had bestowed. Little Snow? Suddenly, Bibi Dong opened her eyes, gazing at the approaching Qian Rinxue with a surge of anxiety. She fidgeted with her tattered garments, rendered in disarray due to her martial soul's true form, desperately attempting to conceal her pitiful appearance. Witnessing this scene, Ao Xing mockingly remarked, "My dear High Priestess, it seems you too can feel embarrassment? Just moments ago in the time-stop domain, were you not? Do not speak, do not speak." Bibi Dong shouted with the last vestiges of her strength, her voice laced with fury. Meanwhile, Ao Xing cryptically added, "Little Snow, the radiant energy of your angelic martial soul perfectly counters the darkness of hers. By infusing her with a bit of soul power, she will be unable to swiftly recover due to the clash between justice and evil." Chapter 69. I shall not take your life. Instead, I intend for you to witness her betrayal with your own eyes. Waves of soul power, intermingled with the essence of the Death Spider Emperor, the soul-devouring Spider Emperor, and the malevolent thoughts of the Rakshasa, surged through my body, infused with the righteous aura of angels. As I sensed the slight resurgence of my soul power, it swiftly became chaotic, eliciting a reaction of shock and complexity from Bibi Dong. She gazed at Qian Rengshu, only to find that there was not even the faintest trace of reluctance or compassion in her daughter's eyes. Indifference. In those amethyst depths, mirroring Bibi Dong's own, there was only a profound detachment. No hint of emotion was visible, as if the other did not recognize her at all. Yet the glimmer of hope in Bibi Dong's eyes morphed instantly into hatred and self-mockery. A wolf raised without affection chooses to assist the evil dragon instead of her mother. How amusing! Slap. Before Bibi Dong could complete her sentence, Qian Rengshu struck her face with a resounding blow. Bibi Dong. Slap. After delivering the blow with her right hand, Qian Rengshu followed up with her left. The sound was crisp, indicating the force behind it. However, due to her recent battle with Ao Xing, Bibi Dong's complexion was somewhat flushed, rendering the imprint of the slap less visible. What is so amusing? Ao Xing interjected on behalf of Qian Rengshu. Bibi Dong, who are you to accuse Qian Rengshu of being a wolf with cold eyes? As an orphan, the Spirit Hall took you in, providing sustenance and the finest resources for your cultivation. Yet you choose to betray and seek to abandon the Spirit Hall, aspiring to unite with that incompetent master from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, whose martial spirit is as unclear as a pig or a dog. Do you truly have the right to label Xiaoxue as a wolf with cold eyes? Since the age of 9, she infiltrated the Tiando Imperial Palace for your treacherous scheme, enduring nearly 2 decades of deception. I cannot fathom how a heart could be so cruel and selfish as to place one's own daughter in such perilous circumstances. Do you possess the right to condemn her as a wolf with cold eyes? Moreover, Qian Rengshu lost her father because you, in pursuit of the Rakshasa goddess trial, devoured him. Do not feign ignorance, claiming that the events in the secret chamber justify your grievances against her. The root of it all was your desire to betray the Spirit Hall as its saintess, a title that did not exist prior, as the Pope was always from the lineage of the Qian family of angels. Ao Xing, with brutal honesty, laid bare the truths unknown to Qian Rengshu. In that moment, both Bibi Dong and Qian Rengshu fell into silence. Bibi Dong was caught off guard. She had not anticipated that this dragon would possess knowledge of her past transgressions. Could it truly have the ability to perceive the depths of human hearts? Or had this malevolent dragon merely been lurking in the shadows, observing the events of Doluo continent for decades? This was inconceivable. It was still in its juvenile stage. Bibi Dong's mind was a tumultuous mess, akin to a puddle of thick mud. As for Qian Rengshu, she was left utterly speechless in shock. She had previously entertained the notion that her father, Qiang Sunji, had been harmed by Bibi Dong in some unfathomable way. However, she never fathomed that Bibi Dong's motives were rooted in the trials of the Rakshasa god, which ultimately led to her demise. What a wretched ingrate! Truly, you are selfish and self-serving, devoid of any sense of right or wrong. Has the Spirit Hall, ever wronged you in any way? Why would you betray the Spirit Hall? If you are capable of treachery, do you not think the Spirit Hall is justified in punishing you? Umph. Do you even grasp the heinous acts committed by Qiang Sunji? Listening to Qian Rengshu's furious rebuke, Bibi Dong suddenly laughed, acknowledging that if Qiang Sunji had not acted in such a despicable manner, she would not even exist. Ha ha ha. Everything is bound by the laws of karma. You. Witnessing Bibi Dong's descent into madness, Qian Rengshu found herself at a loss for words. She had an inkling of the transgressions committed by her father. Yet, returning to the crux of the matter, it all stemmed from Bibi Dong's betrayal of the Spirit Hall to consort with that insufferable master. The Holy Maiden of the Spirit Hall, pursuing a worthless member of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan. What a slap in the face to the Spirit Hall. The reason her father engaged in such actions. As Qian Rengshu looked at Bibi Dong writhing in agony on the ground, she understood the motivations behind the clandestine affairs. This woman is indeed beautiful. Alas, it is no wonder her father's cultivation progressed so slowly. Qian Rengshu recognized that apart from the differing qualities of the four-winged and six-winged angel spirits, the speed of cultivation was also significantly influenced by the mindset of the owner. Although she had killed 2 princes of the Heaven Do Empire while infiltrating their palace, all her actions were for the sake of the Spirit Hall. While not entirely just, they were hardly evil. As for her father, Qiang Sunji, regarding Bibi Dong's betrayal, he chose not to execute her or strip her of her powers, but instead opted for a clandestine violation. This was clearly an act of personal desire. Bibi Dong, rest assured, I will not hastily end your life. Ao Xing narrowed her eyes and spoke in a chilling tone. I will you, Val Dragon. What difference is there between you and that beast Qiang Sunji? Is it not your desire to engage in such acts? First you brainwash my daughter, and now you aim to ensnare me. Do you truly believe I would cooperate with you? That old codger, although he despises me for slaying his son, would certainly find a way to eliminate you if he were to return to the Spirit Hall. That old man, as the high priest of the Angel Goddess Temple, possesses countless schemes. When he allowed you to strike at Zhejian Pearl Island, did you genuinely think he was incapable of defeating you? He merely feared for the safety of his precious granddaughter. Ha! Bibi Dong laughed unabashedly. Ao Xing candidly acknowledged, indeed, that is one reason. However, I am a malevolent dragon and have never claimed to be a paragon of virtue. Beyond that, I simply wish for you to experience the sting of betrayal. I will show you how the Saintess Huilina, whom you hold in such high regard, has betrayed the Spirit Hall. Ao Xing gazed at the defiant Bibi Dong, a smirk playing on his lips. The term Saintess of the Spirit Hall seemed intrinsically linked to the notion of a treacherous wolf. Bibi Dong betrayed Qiang Sunji, just as Huilina betrayed Bibi Dong. Most notably, Bibi Dong's betrayal was spurred by the master, whereas Huilina's was due to Tang San. This plot is utterly ludicrous. However, since it was penned by Zhang Wei, it is somewhat justifiable. After all, the final antagonist in the story of the Qin Emperor met his demise at the hands of Nesser. Damn, I must find a way to transform Tang San into a figure of authority first. Suddenly, Ao Xing recalled the golden liquid, a wave of nausea washing over him. My third brother, indeed, is impeccably pure. Chapter 70. Bibi Dong bows down, preparing to hunt the 8th spirit ring. Ao Xing transformed into the form of an evil dragon, shedding several cobalt dragon scales from its body, which were then embedded throughout Bibi Dong's body at the vital points where her soul power would flow during cultivation. In this manner, Bibi Dong's quest to restore her soul power would become an insurmountable challenge. My dear Pope, have you donned your attire? Shall we proceed? I presume you have spare clothing within your storage device. Ao Xing remarked with a playful smile, observing Bibi Dong sprawled on the ground, seemingly devoid of hope. The esteemed Pope of the Spirit Hall had sought the aid of the Rakshasa god to tame the evil dragon, only to find herself humiliated and captured instead. This was a fate more unbearable than death for her. Do you not wish to cooperate? Ao Xing taunted, eyeing the somewhat defeated Bibi Dong, and threateningly added, Pope, I trust you wouldn't want the ordinary people of Dolua continent to witness your current predicament. Just imagine the stories they would concoct if they learned that the esteemed Pope was captured by an evil dragon. Upon hearing these words, Bibi Dong's expression shifted erratically. However, Before she could ponder further, the voice of the dragon echoed again. Are you truly frightened now? Afraid that you Xiaojing might discover you've been taken by me? Reduced to a mere breeding tool? You, Bibi Dong, fueled by an unknown surge of energy, sprang to her feet, glaring fiercely at Ao Xing. That's more like it. Obedience is such a virtue. Yet, you dare to resist me just now. Do you not comprehend your predicament? A punishment is in order. Suddenly, a stasis field expanded from Ao Xing's center, and Bibi Dong found herself unable to escape due to her time runes having been depleted in the earlier confrontation. As she emerged from the stasis, she was met with excruciating pain, collapsing to the ground once more. This wretched dragon played by no conventional rules. Not only had it assumed a dragon form, but it also indulged in underhanded tactics. In an instant, Bibi Dong found herself reminiscing about the moments before her time runes faded, when the dragon had attacked at tenfold speed. Although that was difficult to withstand, it was certainly preferable to her current torment. A week later, Bibi Dong stared blankly at Ao Xing and Qianrenxue, pointing at a 3,000-year-old roasted piglet. Despite only a week having passed, the evil dragon had undoubtedly employed time-stopping abilities countless times during those 7 days. Bibi Dong felt utterly transparent. For even if she could eventually escape the dragon's clutches and win Yu Xiaojing back, her joy would be fleeting. The relentless torment from the dragon's form had imparted upon her an unprecedented blend of pain and exhilaration. Bibi Dong, do you know where I might find 100,000-year-old spirit beast? I do not. In the core region of the Stardew Forest, there are 2 such beasts. One is the sky blue bull python, and the other is the Titan giant ape. Bibi Dong reluctantly spoke up. The existence of these 2 10,000-year-old beasts, while not a significant secret, weighed heavily on her mind. The Titan giant ape and the sky blue bull python had long been earmarked as the soul rings for her second martial soul. Now that Qianrenxue had broken through to the 80th level, it was only conceivable that the evil dragon would hunt down 10,000-year-old beasts to serve as her soul rings. The thought of her predetermined soul rings being taken by another filled Bibi Dong with anguish. Oh, those 2 creatures have already been slain, Ao Xing stated matter-of-factly. The soul ring from that little serpent has already been absorbed by Xiaoxue. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong was momentarily dumbfounded. What do you mean? Both soul beasts have been killed? And Xiaoxue absorbed a 10,000-year soul ring? What about the remaining one? Is it simply wasted? Bibi Dong became agitated, raising her voice. What about the Titan giant ape? I don't know. It might have vanished into thin air, Ao Xing replied. The commotion caused by the sky blue bull python and Titan giant ape entering the Stardew Forest was indeed significant. Any seasoned soul master would be aware of it. I'm not inquiring about those 2 10,000-year soul beasts. As the Pope of the Spirit Hall, don't you possess any insider knowledge? In response to the evil dragon's inquiry, Bibi Dong replied coolly, if I knew, my second martial soul would already be complete. True enough, Ao Xing nodded in agreement. The Dolua continent was not lacking in soul beasts, but those that had just crossed the 10,000-year threshold were scarce. Once a soul beast reached the 10,000-year mark, it would invariably explode with a soul bone, which would be unique and unavailable to the soul master who hunted it. Therefore, soul beasts such as those related to Tang San's mother immediately became targets for the Spirit Hall upon any leaks of information. The Titan giant ape and sky blue bull python had likely avoided such fates due to their inseparable bond. Capturing them would necessitate the assembly of numerous high-ranking tidal Dolua, a time-consuming and labor-intensive endeavor. A slight misstep could easily lead to other hidden forces reaping the rewards. Naturally, once they surpassed the 10,000-year threshold, the likelihood of them transforming into humanoid forms would enhance their safety. As their age increased, their power would soar, making it nearly impossible for ordinary tidal Dolua to hunt soul beasts of such ferocity without risking their own lives. It seems a trip to the far north is in order to test our luck, Ao Xing sighed. In the original narrative of Dolua continent, the Stardew Forest housed far more than just these few 10,000-year soul beasts. Many more lurked beneath the lake. However, given Ao Xing's current strength, he was ill-equipped to confront such a multitude of ferocious beasts. The Sunset Forest could almost certainly be ruled out as having any soul beasts over 10,000 years old. The remaining potential locations for 10,000-year soul beasts were limited to the far north and the coastal areas near Sea God Island. The vicinity of Sea God Island is known to harbor soul beasts that have existed for over 100,000 years, all of whom are formidable or possess significant backgrounds. Thus, Ao Xing intends to venture to the extreme north with Qian Rinxue in hopes of encountering the unfortunate heavenly dream ice silkworm. Should fate not favor them, he can still delve deeper into the uncharted territories of the far north, where the vast expanse remains largely undeveloped, and the number of soul beasts is not insignificant. Surely, there must be formidable soul beasts, such as the Arctic bear, dwelling there. After all, bears are considered apex creatures among the animal kingdom. However, Ao Xing realizes that he must first visit the Sunset Forest to collect some spring water from the ice and fire two-element spring. In the extreme north, it is likely that the soul beasts are in hibernation. Without creating any stir, it would be rather challenging to locate them. After contemplating, Ao Xing resolves to make a trip to the Sunset Forest. Wait, where are Tang San's parents? I recall. Chapter 71. The disgusting affection of Tang Hao for the grass. Ao Xing pondered for a moment. If his memory served him correctly, after Tang San awakened the blue-silver emperor bloodline, traversed the path of Yellow Springs, and furthered his studies at Moon Pavilion under his aunt, Tang Yuehua. Tang Hao had shared with him some tales from the past, and gifted Tang San the right leg bone of the blue-silver emperor. Upon discovering that his mother had transformed into a plant, Tang San contemplated placing her into the ice and fire yin-yang eye. This renowned site, one of the 3 sacred lands, could exponentially accelerate the growth of flora. By transplanting her into the ice and fire yin-yang eye, Tang San aimed to facilitate her rapid growth for the eventual revival and transformation back into human form. Of course, he did not disclose this plan to Duga Bo, as circumstances had changed. Although his father, Tang Hao, bore a hidden ailment as the most formidable wielder of a battle spirit and the youngest title de law, overcoming Dugu Bo posed no challenge for him. Moreover, Tang San had temporarily entrusted the indomitable Yuxiang Chilua to Yang Wudi. Thus, the ice and fire yin-yang I had become Tang San's private sanctuary. Ao Xing was unaware that his intention to venture into the ice and fire yin-yang I to eliminate Tang San's mother could be regarded as slaying a 10,000-year soul beast. If it were counted, that would be splendid, bringing him closer to his second advancement. If not, it mattered little, for he had another objective: to eliminate Tang Hao, rendering Tang San a true orphan, just as in his previous life. Furthermore, with Tang Hao out of the picture and his aunt, Tang Yuehua, already abducted by him. Even though Tang San had established ties with the Haotian sect, he had previously vowed not to join them and had absorbed all 4 major single-attribute affiliated families into the Tang sect he had founded. Ao Xing doubted that if Tang San were to ally with him or openly challenge the Spirit Hall, the Haotian sect would come to his aid. Just as he prepared to inquire about the precise direction to the Sunset Forest, a brilliant idea struck him. Bibi Dong, do you remember Tang Hao? Why mention him? Without him, finding an opportunity to eliminate Qiang Sunji would prove difficult. Seemingly to provoke Qian Rinxue, Bibi Dong's gaze was fixed upon her as she spoke. Huh? Do you not harbor any resentment towards Tang Hao? Why should I? Bibi Dong replied. The only feud lies with the Spirit Hall, not with me. Although Tang Hao had publicly rescued Xiao Wu from Bibi Dong during the Elite Soul Master competition, humiliating her as the Pope before countless witnesses, her mind was consumed with rage towards Ao Xing and Qian Rinxue, leading her to respond with deliberate sarcasm. Ao Xing understood this well, so he refrained from beating around the bush and stated plainly, I know Tang Hao's whereabouts. Moreover, Tang Hao now not only bears grave injuries, but has also suffered the loss of both hands and feet. How could this be possible? Bibi Dong suspects Ao Xing is deceiving her. As a title de law with the Haotian hammer as his martial spirit, even when pursued by the Spirit Hall, he was able to retaliate through his explosive ring. I refuse to believe he could be so severely incapacitated. I ask, in this Daw continent, what other force aside from our Spirit Hall would dare to offend Tang Hao, even if he has ostensibly severed ties with the Haotian sect? Ao Xing asserts. There are indeed but a few on the Duo continent capable of inflicting such grievous harm upon Tang Hao. And yet, what if I were to say that all of this was of his own volition, that he willingly broke his own limbs to extract the soul bones within him? Is this person deranged? Qian Rinxue, ever forthright, finds Aoxing's words incredulous. Meanwhile, Bibidong's brows furrow in concern. I offer you an opportunity. Should you slay Tang Hao, I shall grant you freedom, allowing you to return to the Spirit Hall as your pope. Of course, before that, I must first tame you. What does that mean? Bibidong gazes into Aoxing's eyes, which glimmer with a sinister light, and feels an ominous chill. Yet the moment she opens her mouth, the surrounding space has already entered a state of stasis. While journeying, Aoxing allows Qian Rinxue to absorb the remaining medicinal potency to stabilize her cultivation. The journey from the outskirts of Tiando City to the Sunset Forest takes a full 5 days. During the initial days, Aoxing activates the time stop each time he engages. However, as Bibidong gradually acclimates, he ceases to employ the time stop domain. After all, although his time-stopping effect is remarkably potent, it is also exceedingly rigid. Once activated, Aoxing cannot exempt anyone within the spatial range from its effects. Consequently, the interactive experience becomes significantly diminished. Although the sensation remains similar, the absence of sound and physical feedback renders the process rather dull. Thus, Aoxing eventually decides against using the time stop. Observing Bibidong's reactions over the past few days, he notices her resistance to the situation waning. Thus, he gradually eases his control over her soul power. Upon reaching the periphery of the Sunset Forest, Bibidong remains at level 99 as a title Doa, yet her total soul power is restrained by Aoxing to approximately level 97. Ain, how I long for you. Seeing you grow so rapidly brings me immense happiness. Do you know the third party? In the heart of the Sunset Forest, at the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Springs, a disheveled man lies next to a massive blue-silver emperor, entirely unclothed. He is none other than Tang Hao, rumored to be the fastest to reach the title Doloor realm. In the present moment, his disheveled state is primarily due to the loss of his limbs, rendering daily tasks, such as washing clothes, rather cumbersome. The core region of the Sunset Forest is seldom frequented by others, allowing him to recline unceremoniously beside his beloved wife. Tang Hao pours forth his affections to Ain with relentless fervor, occasionally lifting his gaze to the horizon, as if reminiscing about the myriad moments they have shared. His expression is a poignant blend of tenderness and sorrow, his eyes brimming with unspoken words, yet silence prevails. Gently, he caresses his wife's grassy form, as though attempting to soothe the anguish within his heart. Yet he is acutely aware of the futility of such efforts. His emotions oscillate between profound grief, serene contentment, and an indescribable sense of melancholy. In the shadows, Aoxing and Bai Dong observe a figure resembling a wild man, ardently professing his love to a patch of grass, and they cannot help but feel a tumultuous churn in their stomachs, an overwhelming urge to retch. Chapter 72. The Consequence of Arrogance. Tang Hao stunned. Fortunately, he did not bring Xiao Shui along. Aoxing secretly rejoiced within, thinking that upon witnessing Tang Hao's demeanor, others would find their eyes sullied. On their journey to the Twilight Forest, they passed through a larger city, considering their impending venture to the far north. Aoxing instructed Qian Rinxue to procure some essential supplies from the city, while he and Bibidong continued towards the Twilight Forest. To their surprise, upon reaching the vicinity of the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang, they encountered Tang Hao in such a state. Originally, as they approached this extraordinary location, they were in high spirits, captivated by the myriad of exotic flowers and fragrant herbs that adorned the valley. Indeed, beauty brings joy. However, their attention was soon drawn to a distinct pool in the valley's center, one side radiating an icy whiteness exuding a chilling aura, while the other side was ablaze with a fiery orange hue, steaming with heat. This miraculous scene further confirmed their belief that their journey had not been in vain. Although Tang San had already harvested the celestial treasures near the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang, taking with him many precious plants, this location remained a veritable treasure trove. Nature's resilience ensured that new rare flora would soon flourish, especially with the presence of Ain, the blue-silver emperor. Though many of these new specimens were relatively young and lacked practical value, their existence was nonetheless astounding. How could such a wondrous place exist without the knowledge of our spirit hall? Bibi Dong was taken aback. Yet, Ao Xing did not respond to her, but instead instructed, "You remain hidden in the shadows. I shall confront Tang Hao." With that, he shifted from his dragon form to human form and proceeded towards the ice and fire Yin-Yang Eye. "You boy do not belong here. Depart at once. I shall count to 3, and if you have not vanished from my sight by then, prepare to become fertilizer for the land." Ao Xing's aura was unmistakable, and Tang Hao sensed it immediately. He held no doubts, attributing his failure to notice an intruder to his prior distraction while confessing his feelings to Yin. "Well, a disabled person like you is so domineering?" Ao Xing remarked with a smile, his eyes gleaming with unmasked mockery. 3. Tang Hao cast a sidelong glance at Ao Xing, then began his countdown without a thought. Meanwhile, Ao Xing remained steadfast, retorting, "Does this treasure belong to you? Who are you to command my departure?" 1. Upon concluding his countdown, Tang Hao leaped on one foot, ominously declaring, "You are quite audacious. However, you have come to the wrong place. I have given you a chance, yet you squandered it. Now, prepare to face the consequences of your actions. Youngster, do not presume that wandering alone into the depths of the Sunset Forest grants you immunity. You may possess brilliance, yet this world teems with prodigies. Today, I shall ensure you grasp the gravity of your folly." Tang Hao harbored no intention of concealing himself. Instead, he regarded Ao Xing with a disdainful glare. "Tremble in awe. When I once traversed the Delua continent with unparalleled might, you were likely still in your infancy, oblivious to the world." As his words resonated, Tang Hao's voice intertwined with the fluctuations of his soul power, emanating an oppressive force befitting a titled Delua towards Ao Xing. One by one, soul rings materialized behind him. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 red. Perhaps in an effort to amplify the display, Tang Hao chose not to unveil all his soul rings at once. Instead, with each step forward, a new ring emerged. "Oomph! Did you not anticipate that this disheveled, maimed old man before you is, in fact, a titled Delua?" Before Ao Xing could utter a word, Tang Hao continued, "To perish beneath my hammer would indeed be your privilege. Cursed be it! You wretched cripple, have you not yet exhausted your charade? If you persist in your prattle, I shall not hold my tongue." As Tang Hao advanced, Ao Xing could not suppress his revulsion at the sight of Tang Hao's yellowed teeth. Interrupting him, Ao Xing declared, "Your adversary is not me, but her. Arise, Bibi Dong." Bibi Dong? The mere mention of her name caused Tang Hao's expression to shift, his gaze turning apprehensively towards Ao Xing's flank. There, a woman cloaked in shadows descended gracefully from the air. Who would have thought that the once mighty Tang Hao, capable of inflicting grave wounds upon the pontiff of the Spirit Hall, would revel in such theatrics? Very well, let us indulge in this charade. Please wait 10 minutes to refresh. The subsequent sections require minor revisions for coherence. Upon counting down, Tang Hao leaped into the air, ominously proclaiming, "You possess considerable audacity. However, you have ventured into the wrong domain. I have afforded you an opportunity, which you failed to cherish. Thus, prepare to face the consequences of your actions. Youngster, do not presume that wandering alone into the depths of the Sunset Forest grants you immunity. You may possess brilliance, yet this world teems with prodigies. Today, I shall ensure you grasp the gravity of your folly." Tang Hao harbored no intention of concealing himself. Instead, he regarded Ao Xing with a disdainful glare. "Tremble in awe. When I once traversed the Delua continent with unparalleled might, you were likely still in your infancy, oblivious to the world." As his words resonated, Tang Hao's voice intertwined with the fluctuations of his soul power, emanating an oppressive force befitting a titled Delua towards Ao Xing. Subsequently, a series of soul rings materialized behind him. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 red. Perhaps in an effort to enhance the dramatic effect, Tang Hao did not immediately unleash all his soul rings. Instead, with each step forward, one soul ring emerged. Who would have thought that the disheveled, limping old man before you is a title Doluo? Without waiting for Ao Xing to speak, Tang Hao continued, to perish beneath my hammer is indeed your honor. How absurd! You pitiful wretch, are you done with your pretense? If I do not command you to cease, will you persist in your incessant prattle? As Tang Hao advanced relentlessly, Ao Xing could not help but display a look of disdain at his gaping yellowed teeth. He then interrupted, your opponent is not me, but her. Come fort. BB Zong. Upon hearing this name, Tang Hao's expression shifted noticeably. He then cast a fearful glance towards Ao Xing's side. There, a woman cloaked entirely in black robes descended from the air. Ah, who would have imagined that the once mighty Tang Hao, capable of severely injuring the former pope of the Spirit Hall, would indulge so delightfully in pretentiousness? Very well, let us indulge in this charade together. Chapter 73, Old Rat. Do you know who I am? Oh, vast heavens! How'd you wrong me? The moment Tang Hao beheld the soul rings of Bibi Dong, an ominous realization dawned upon him. The title of Conferred de Law, while a designation for soul masters of level 90 or above, encompasses 9 distinct ranks, each representing a different realm of power. With each level of difference, the disparity in strength becomes exponentially greater. Although his Haotian hammer is an esteemed martial spirit, the fact that Bibi Dong possesses 2 martial spirits signifies her innate genius with full soul power, ensuring that the quality of each of her martial spirits is at least on par with his own Haotian hammer. According to Bibi Dong, she attained the realm of Conferred de Law before the age of 40. Thus, by current calculations, she must be at least a level 96 Conferred de Law, or perhaps even higher. Considering her second martial spirit has absorbed other soul rings, particularly a 100,000-year soul ring for her 7th. Could she be level 97? Or even 98? The thought made Tang Hao's mind swirl. As the Hao Qianhua, he had once faced the numerous formidable foes of the Spirit Hall without so much as a frown. Yet now, his face contorted with anxiety. He was fierce, but he was not foolish, even if he detonated all his soul rings. The likelihood of defeating Bibi Dong remained slim. However, given the deep-seated enmity between him and the Spirit Hall, as well as his personal vendetta against Bibi Dong, he knew she would show no mercy. Suddenly, he caught sight of Ao Xing, who was merrily observing the spectacle, and an idea sparked in his mind. Bibi Dong, who do you think you are intimidating? 5 years ago, during the Continental Elite Soul Master competition, I struck you down, and you dared not retaliate. Do you really believe that your dual martial spirits can intimidate me? Tang Hao, I offer you a choice. Depart within 2 minutes, and I shall treat this incident as if it never occurred. Should you linger, however, matters will become far more complicated. Do you truly think that my disabilities render me powerless against you? It is worth noting that when I first broke through to Conferred de Law, I single-handedly stood against several renowned Conferred Doluos from your Spirit Hall. Humph! Bibi Dong did not expect Tang Hao to resurrect past glories. It is the defeated who recount tales of former triumphs. Tang Hao, are you afraid? Bibi Dong's gaze shifted from playful mockery to one imbued with a faint, ominous crimson glow, instantly enveloping her in a menacing aura. Tang Hao's expression shifted dramatically, revealing his alarm. Witnessing this, Bibi Dong was tempted to taunt him further. But just as she opened her mouth, Tang Hao's calf muscles tensed, propelling him into a leap of several dozen meters. His agility, honed through rigorous training, surpassed that of a turtle with 4 legs, showcasing the swiftness of a grasshopper on one. Bibi Dong's heart leaped with joy as she observed Tang Hao charging towards Ao Xing, adopting a posture of eager anticipation. Unbeknownst to Tang Hao, he was fiercely racing towards Ao Xing, intent on capturing the young man before Bibi Dong could. Bibi Dong, you brazen harlot, what connection do you have with this pretty boy? The esteemed Pope personally escorts him deep into the sunset forest. Tang Hao's powerful hand lunged toward Ao Xing. Just as he was about to seize the man before him and take him as a hostage, an imperceptible wave emanated from Ao Xing, rapidly expanding hundreds of meters outward, creating a stasis in space. Ao Xing glanced disdainfully at the disheveled old man ahead and then shifted his gaze to an unusually towering blue-silver grass nearby. This blue-silver emperor must belong to Tang San's mother, he mused, as a fearsome dragon, possessing the ability to perceive the beauty of all things. Ao Xing found the withered grass aesthetically pleasing, yet felt no deeper connection. Approaching the plant, he caressed its leaves repeatedly, but they lacked the softness of silk or any other extraordinary texture. Ao Xing could not help but shake his head in disappointment. How utterly disheartening. He could feel something even in the horses, yet here he stood before a mere blue-silver grass. Turning back, he retraced his steps toward Tang Hao. The stasis lifted. He cannot possibly be your son? Tang Hao scoffed, reveling in his imminent success. In his eyes, any man capable of keeping Bibi Dong by his side, especially a remarkably young and handsome youth, must belong to one of two identities. Thus, Tang Hao aimed to abduct Ao Xing, using him as leverage to threaten Bibi Dong for a guarantee of his and Yin's safety. However, Tang Hao's efforts were in vain. The young man who had been before him had inexplicably vanished. He grasped at empty air, tumbling unceremoniously to the ground. Old rat, what are you trying to do? Initially, I merely wished for Bibi Dong to eliminate you, yet you dare to entertain my ulterior motives? Do not blame me for what comes next. Enraged, Tang Hao seethed, ignorant youth. Do you even know who I am to dare insult me as old rat? He subtly sensed the soul power emanating from Ao Xing, but received no feedback. Could it be that he possessed a soul bone capable of shielding against soul power detection? A notion surged within Tang Hao. There exist various types of soul bones. Some are skill-based, while others serve functional purposes. The simulation soul bone of Qianren Xue, for example, is a functional type. For a low-ranking soul master to evade detection from a titled Doloa's soul power is nearly impossible on their own. Hence, Tang Hao immediately concluded that Ao Xing must have activated his soul bone's abilities rather than simply possessing strength that surpassed his own. How dare you bark like a dog? Ao Xing expressed his irritation at Tang Hao's current demeanor, his tone growing harsh. What are you being so arrogant about? If I wished to extinguish your life, it would be as effortless as crushing an ant beneath my heel. How audacious of you to direct your thoughts towards me. It seems you are growing weary of existence. Very well, I had initially intended to invite Bibi Dong to entertain you, but since you have proven to be so ungrateful, I shall ensure your despair culminates in your demise today. Ao Xing transformed from his human form into that of a fearsome dragon. Tang Hao, witnessing this transformation, was utterly astonished. The man before him was, after all, a soul beast of 100,000 years. It was no wonder Bibi Dong chose to ally with him. Yet, how could he seamlessly shift between his soul beast and human forms? Tang Hao was engulfed in confusion, realizing he had once again entangled himself in a predicament. His mind raced with thoughts. Just as the dragon-shaped soul beast lunged towards him, Tang Hao exclaimed, "Young brother, you must be aware that Bibi Dong's second soul ring has yet to be fully consumed. Am I wrong? I fail to comprehend how you came to be in her company, but it is indisputable that her ultimate aim is to absorb you as her soul ring. Why don't we join forces instead?" Chapter 74. The death of Tang Hao. Tang San returns as an orphan fool. You are but a soul beast, and so is your entire family. I am an evil dragon. Ao Xing harbored doubts about Tang Hao's intellect. His wife was a soul beast. Did he not comprehend that a soul beast of 100,000 years could only assume human form if it achieved divinity? Otherwise, it could not revert to its original form. Furthermore, as an evil dragon, despite the peculiar appearance of the gemstones adorning his exterior, should he not be discernibly different in other respects? As a member of the Haotian sect and a titled Daw, was Tang Hao truly so lacking in perception as to not recognize an evil dragon? How absurd! An evil dragon? Tang Hao gazed at Ao Xing, astonished. Are you telling me that you are an evil dragon? Brother, do not jest. If you were indeed an evil dragon, would you still be trailing behind that woman, Bibi Dong? Even if you regarded her merely as a means of reproduction, no one could question your actions. I, Tang Hao, am aware of the existence of evil dragons. Do not attempt to deceive me. Tang Hao remained unconvinced by Ao Xing's assertions, believing that the evil dragon before him was merely a manifestation of a young man's martial soul, simulated by the soul skills of a soul bone. Are you unaware that death is imminent? Aoxing chose not to engage in further discourse. However, just as he prepared to act, Bibi Dong took the initiative, activating the true form of her martial soul, the soul-devouring Spider King, and charged toward Tang Hao. Reacting swiftly, Tang Hao brandished his Hao-Ian hammer to defend himself. Yet, Bibi Dong unleashed her ferocious onslaught, each strike aimed at taking his life. Tang Hao Fao Valian Di, but retreated steadily under her relentless assault. He could not fathom why, just moments ago, Bibi Dong had been on the sidelines, grinning, and now sought his demise with such fervor. Observing the scene before him, Aoxing began to grasp the underlying truth. You, Tang Hao, provoke me with your bravado. And while I may threaten your life, I would not hasten your end. But why must you taunt that madwoman Bibi Dong? Is this not a recipe for trouble? Aoxing watched as Bibi Dong's attacks grew increasingly fierce, while Tang Hao struggled futilely against the tide. Enough. This is sufficient. Do not strike with lethal intent. If you truly kill him, my enjoyment for today would diminish greatly, Aoxing remarked to Bibi Dong in a leisurely tone. However, it seemed Bibi Dong was oblivious to Aoxing's words, intensifying her assault with each strike aimed directly at Tang Hao's vital points. Noticing this, Aoxing furrowed his brow, his displeasure evident. How audacious of Bibi Dong to defy his command. It appeared she had not yet been fully tamed. Thus, Aoxing initiated time stop, opting for a less trodden path in his dragon form to demonstrate the consequences of disobedience to Bibi Dong. 2 hours later, Aoxing lifted the time stop. As Bibi Dong charged towards Tang Hao, she suddenly felt a searing pain emanating from her back. Her legs weakened, and her soul skill was misdirected. As Tang Hao, who was on the verge of succumbing, hastily retreated, Bibi Dong cast an angry glance at Aoxing. In response, Aoxing regarded Bibi Dong with a thought in his heart. This woman is indeed a heartless wolf. As long as it is not something she desires, no matter the means employed, she will never submit completely. The sentiment of revenge will forever linger within her. However, Aoxing remained largely unconcerned, for he understood that as long as his strength surpassed Bibi Dong's, she could never bring about his demise. Thus, if he could successfully advance to the second stage, or prevent Bibi Dong from achieving godhood, then even if she returned to her peak condition, she would undoubtedly prove no match for him. Disregarding Bibi Dong, Aoxing slowly began to retreat, stating, "Old rat, today you shall not escape, no matter the circumstances. My flight speed far exceeds that of your Hao-Ian clan's single attribute family, the swift-tailed swallows. Do you have any final words for your son? When I encounter him next, I could convey your message before reuniting you two." Do you truly believe that I, Tang Hao, fear you? Tang Hao's soul rings shimmered. He declared that he would rather perish together today. How absurd. Do you really think you can harm me through your explosive rings? With an impassive expression, Aoxing replied, "The reason I have refrained from killing you, allowing you to linger a few more minutes in this world, is to inform you that your sister, Tang Yuehua, has already been abducted to my island and has become my captive. Furthermore, your esteemed son, during his venture through the city of slaughter, released a snowy swan's kiss on the road to the underworld. This extraordinary flower amplifies even the slightest toxin exponentially and accelerates the poisoning effect. You should be quite familiar with the king of slaughter in that city, for he is none other than your grandfather, Tang Chun. As one who has obtained dominion over the slaughter domain, you must know that your grandfather consumes a bit of the underworld's essence daily, right? Fortunately for you, he did not meet his end at the hands of Tang San, but rather at the mercy of Qian Daolu. Moreover, once you have perished, I shall erase all memories of your wife, resurrect her, and send her to accompany Tang Yuehua. As for the Hao-Ian clan, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School has already been obliterated by my hand. Did you know that? The Seven Treasures Glazed Pagoda, as a gem-type martial soul, explodes delightfully. But let me assure you, your Hao-Ian clan shall meet a similar fate in due course. A family must remain united, and I shall ensure your brother joins you in the afterlife." Beast. Initially dismissive of Aoxing's words, Tang Hao grew increasingly troubled by the plausibility of these events. What grievance has my Tang family ever caused you? Why do you harbor such animosity towards my Tang family and the Haotian clan? Indeed, the Tang family bears no enmity towards me. However, I find myself harboring an inexplicable disdain for you. Much like how you, Haotian law, once sought to eliminate a life without any justification. It could simply be accomplished with a single strike. Aoxing proclaimed, as a formidable dragon, I bear no burden in engaging in such deeds. The cobalt diamond scales detached from Aoxing's form, suspending themselves in the air. Meanwhile, Tang Hao's expression wavered between darkness and light. Yet in the next instant, the scales transformed into several streaks of deep purple light, hurtling towards Tang Hao with great ferocity. Just as Tang Hao opened his mouth, the scales pierced through his form, leaving behind a trace of delicate crimson. Following this, a column of blood erupted from within Tang Hao, spraying outward like a fountain, drenching the earth surrounding the eye of ice and fire. The scales swiftly traversed the icy waters of the dual elements, cleansing themselves before reattaching to Aoxing's body. These cobalt diamond scales, if detonated, would require months to regenerate. Utilizing them all at once on Tang Hao would be a waste. Chapter 75. The Far North, in Search of the Three Kings. In the far north, the icy expanse resembles an endless white sea, shimmering under the sun's radiant glow, perhaps due to the earth being cloaked in shades of white and blue. The sky appears exceptionally clear, with a few solitary clouds drifting like lost sheep. The air is permeated with a frigid essence, a unique cold fragrance that can only be found in the Arctic, a blend of moss, snow, and ice. Ah, how bitterly cold this place is. Aoxing, Bibidong, and Qianren Shui stealthily advance. Occasionally, a few Arctic foxes skillfully dart between the ice blocks, their figures strikingly prominent against the vast whiteness. Suddenly, the surface of a small hill, barely 50 to 60 meters high, cracks ominously, fissures spreading like veins. The ice, succumbing to gravity, collapses with a heavy, distant roar. Aoxing furrows his brow, directing his gaze towards the disturbance. In the next moment, a torrent of dragon flames erupts. Instantly, the rolling ice blocks, now enveloped in thick snow, are evaporated into a cloud of vapor. Truly unaware of the vastness of the heavens and the earth, Aoxing glances at the small hill and instructs Bai Dong, go slay that creature. We shall feast tonight. Bai Dong, upon hearing Aoxing's words, furrows her brow but ultimately strides towards the site of the mini avalanche. Given the current lack of exploration by soul masters in the far north, their knowledge remains woefully scant. Thus, upon entering the core region of the far north, they proceed on foot rather than flying, a prudent choice. After all, Aoxing has intentionally limited Bai Dong's soul power to around level 97 to avoid the risk of betrayal. The Northwest is home to the three formidable kings. Among them, the Snow Empress, Ice Heavenly Snow Maiden, has an astounding cultivation of approximately 700,000 years. Aoxing is acutely aware that if they were to confront the Ice Emperor, ruler of the ice and snow domain, survival for himself, Bai Dong, and Qianren Shui would hinge solely upon his corporeal domain. Of course, he could easily restore Bai Dong's soul power to its pinnacle at level 99, enabling her to confront the Ice Emperor directly. However, Aoxing understands that should Bai Dong regain her peak state, she would undoubtedly cease to heed his commands. In the face of the Ice Emperor, this woman would likely abandon his daughter, Qianren Shui, and flee at the earliest opportunity. Moreover, Aoxing's trepidation towards the Ice Emperor stems from the fact that he embodies the terrifying amalgamation of an area of effect mage and a formidable melee warrior, a grand boss in his own right. With the ability to manipulate time-stopping domains, he can create considerable havoc for extreme soul masters like Bai Dong and Qiandaolu while ensuring his own survival. Yet, against the Ice Emperor, who wields an extraordinarily long-range area of effect attack, the efficacy of the time-stopping domain diminishes significantly. After all, the Ice Emperor's ability, known as the Emperor's Cold Sky, Snow Dance, Radiant Sun, can effortlessly transform an area with a diameter of 1,000 meters into his domain, allowing snowflakes to dance within. rendering it a forbidden land where even sunlight cannot penetrate. Every time the author, Sima Sanshao, releases a new installment in the Doluo series, the power dynamics seem to shatter once more. The characters in Doluo 2 appear excessively powerful compared to those in Doluo. Ao Xing inwardly berated the author's ancestors. Frankly, if the Doluo series were to extend to 12 volumes, the strength of the title Doluo could potentially overshadow certain traditional fantasy Giants Dark overlords. Just as Ao Xing was lamenting, Bibi Dong approached, holding a massive crab. Was that avalanche caused by this creature? It was surprising to find crabs in such a frigid land. How peculiar for someone of your stature to be the Pope of the Spirit Hall. This soul beast is known as the Icefield giant claw crab, which typically hides beneath the ice mounts. Although the extreme north is home to many Arctic foxes and bears, the variety of creatures is still quite comprehensive. Ao Xing attempted to enlighten Bibi Dong. However, Bibi Dong seemed oblivious, her focus entirely on the crab. Since entering the extreme north, they had not indulged in anything delectable. The majority of soul beasts in this area are Arctic foxes and polar bears. While the meat is abundant, it often carries an unpleasant odor. Initially, Ao Xing managed to cook them with various spices, making them somewhat palatable. Yet, as time passed, the mere sight of these creatures became nauseating. Sighing, Ao Xing shook her head as she noticed Bibi Dong and Qian Rinshu nearly drooling. She then unleashed dragon flames upon the crab. After a hearty meal, the group continued their journey deeper into the extreme north. In such a desolate region, what could their intentions be? Amidst the howling northern winds, Bibi Dong could no longer suppress her curiosity. To assist Xiao Shui in hunting for a 100,000-year soul ring, Ao Xing replied. How could that be? Bibi Dong questioned, expressing skepticism. If your aim was truly to help Xiao Shui acquire a 100,000-year soul ring, there would be no need to venture into the extreme north. To the west of your lair, at Purple Pearl Island, lies the deep sea, teeming with soul beasts over 100,000 years old. Those are sea soul beasts, which also count as 100,000-year soul beasts. Moreover, there is no need to worry about the soul skills provided by those soul rings being lackluster. Foolish woman, haven't you suffered enough at Sea God Island? Ao Xing refrained from further explanations to Bibi Dong. The reason he preferred the extreme north over the vicinity of Sea God Island was his apprehension of the sea god intervening recklessly in the affairs of Doluo continent upon discovering his presence. In the extreme north, aside from the Ice Emperor, there exists also an Ice Blue Emperor Scorpion over 300,000 years old, and perhaps a Titan Snow Demon King, still struggling to surpass the 200,000-year threshold. The Ice Emperor may be formidable, but Ao Xing felt no fear towards these two creatures. Once he eliminates them, the only remaining task for his second phase will be to procure a soul beast that has existed for 100,000 years. At that point, he can venture near Sea God Island to hunt the evil Tiger Whale King, thus successfully evolving to the second phase, which would mark his reluctant transition from infancy to maturity. His strength will be magnified, and the range of his corporeal domain will expand to several thousand meters. At that time, he will be capable of contending with the Snow Emperor. Alas, I recall that the comic also features the 9-section Fish Dragon King, the Boneless Demon Fish, and the Celestial Black Monkey. However, these soul beasts appear to be linked to Sea God Island. Otherwise, by directly vanquishing these three, he could accomplish his second phase growth task without the need to travel to the farthest northern lands to endure suffering. Darn it, Ao Xing cursed inwardly. Once I complete the second phase of my growth task, I shall undoubtedly turn that wretched Sea God Island upside down. Sea God, you still seek a successor? I shall obliterate your place of inheritance. Chapter 76, alas. Instead of encountering the Ice Emperor Scorpion and the Titan Snow Demon King, we have inadvertently intruded upon the Snow Emperor's abode. Oh, what a heavy snowfall. In the city of Tiando, snowfall is a rare sight. Qian Rengshu pointed towards the distance. The sky, once a pristine azure, was now shrouded in a veil of pale gray clouds. Although she had witnessed numerous snowy landscapes in the far north, this was her first experience of snowflakes cascading from the heavens like a flurry of goose feathers. Despite the presence of snow in her name, she had scarcely encountered such a magnificent snowfall. Qian Ringshu's tone was tinged with delight. The city of Wuhuan lies in the heart of the Dolua continent, to the west of the Stardow Forest, where the climate is perpetually sweltering. While Tiando City is slightly further north, it still belongs to the tropics, exhibiting only a more distinct seasonal variation compared to Wuhuan City. Snowfall is a rarity, even in winter, unless an exceptionally cold front occurs. Shall we go take a look? Suggested Aoxing, noticing the radiant smile on Qian Ringshu's face. What is there to see in the snow? Haven't we seen enough on this journey? Bibi Dong scoffed as Aoxing grasped Qian Ringshu's hand, preparing to soar ahead. Aoxing regarded Bibi Dong with a puzzled expression. Is this woman daft? Aoxing, having been sapped of desire due to the extreme cold of the far north, refrained from punishing her with the time-stop ability. Surely, she does not think I am too lazy to punish her? How amusing. Aoxing intended to activate the time-stop domain and create an avalanche alongside Bibi Dong. However, just as the stasis was about to manifest, he suddenly gazed into the distance. It was a black storm. Prior to entering the far north, Aoxing had thoroughly researched the area. According to soul masters who had ventured there, their greatest fear was not the myriad soul beasts with ice and snow abilities, but rather the natural disaster known as the Black Storm. Despite its ominous name, it is in fact a snow tornado. When it occurs, the entire sky is enveloped in blizzard conditions, rendering sunlight unable to penetrate, thus creating an illusion of night. Let us go. Aoxing transformed into his dragon form and swiftly pulled Qian Ringshu away in the opposite direction. Bibi Dong's expression shifted dramatically as she hurried to follow Aoxing. As the Pope of the Wuhuan Temple, she was acutely aware of the terrifying power of this natural disaster in the far north. With Aoxing possessing the ability to halt time, as long as she could keep pace with him, she would remain safe. Meanwhile, beneath the swirling snow and cloud cover, the Snow Emperor stood upon the frozen wasteland. Her gaze was as profound as the stars, enveloped in an air of suffocating chill. Observing from several thousand meters away, a dragon-like creature was fleeing from the black storm while clutching a woman. A hint of surprise flickered across her otherwise impassive visage. Why could this draconic being not sense the presence of its fellow soul beasts? Is it truly a malevolent dragon? As one of the oldest entities in the far north, the Snow Empress has also experienced the era of the malevolent dragons. However, during that time, she was in a deep slumber, preparing to transcend tribulations, and thus did not manifest before the eyes of the world. Nevertheless, she is acutely aware of the terror that malevolent dragons embody. Yet, this dragon appears to be in its juvenile stage. If it were to develop normally, it would take several decades at least to reach maturity. The expression of the Snow Empress reveals no alarm. Rather, her clear eyes shimmer with a radiant light, pondering something unknown. Meanwhile, Aoxing, relying on his own swiftness, gradually frees himself from the tumultuous black storm. Witnessing this scene, the Snow Empress gently unfurls her hands, and the surrounding snowflakes begin to swirl, as if heeding a mysterious summons. Emperor Han Tian, Snow Dance, Radiant Sun. A melodious yet icy whisper resonates across the icy expanse, akin to ice shards piercing the eardrum. Instantly, everything within a 10,000-meter radius is engulfed by a silvery cold current. The snowflakes cease their gentle descent and transform into sharp blades of ice, twirling and dancing in the air. The colors of the world are stripped away, leaving only a blinding whiteness. The sun's brilliance dims in this realm, as if even the sun retreats in the presence of such power. Within the domain of the Snow Empress, time seems to freeze and the pace of all things slows. Among the swirling snowflakes, glimmers of cold light emerge, resembling countless icy stars sparkling in the night sky. Each snowflake is a frozen blade, capable of slicing through the air and piercing eardrums. The Snow Empress's eyes gleam with an unusual brilliance. She can feel every breath of this domain. Every dance of the snowflakes is within her control. She embodies the spirit of ice and snow, wielding the forces of this realm. How unfortunate! The three kings of the far north hold a status akin to that of the Titan ape and the azure bull python in the starry forest. However, in contrast to the deceased Deming, the bond between the two remaining brothers Air Ming and Ao Xing, is far from harmonious, each possessing their own sphere of influence. Ao Xing never anticipated that due to the sudden blizzard, he and his companions would inadvertently trespass into the territory of the Snow Empress. In this domain, the Snow Empress is the supreme entity. Any intruder shall be consumed by the ancient ice, vanishing into oblivion. Her figure flickers amidst the swirling snowflakes, resembling an ethereal apparition, both beautiful and frigid, evoking a sense of dread in those who dare to gaze upon her. The realm of the Snow Empress is not merely a display of power, but also a manifestation of her will. Here, she is the law. She is the sovereign. The snowflakes continue to dance, yet they are no longer messengers of nature, but the sharpest weapons in the hands of the Snow Empress. Snow Empress, I mean no offense. Surely, it is unnecessary to resort to lethal force right from the outset. Ao Xing realizes that Qian Renxue is rendered immobile by the oppressive domain of the Snow Empress, with the temperature of her body plummeting rapidly. Beside her, Bibi Dong's eyes were filled with incredulity. Such an existence exists in the Doluo continent. It is all your fault for limiting my soul power to level 97. Had it been level 99, escaping from her grasp would have posed no difficulty. Now, we are indeed in peril. Bibi Dong mocked Ao Xing with her words, yet her heart was not truly anxious, for she understood that Ao Xing possessed the domain of time stop, and although her soul power was also at level 97, she could still utilize her soul skills, soul bones, and domain. Escaping was undoubtedly feasible. Upon hearing Bibi Dong's remarks, Ao Xing scoffed, saying, "Foolish woman, what are you complaining about? You must be unaware of the current situation. The Snow Empress is a being of 700,000 years of cultivation, here in the extreme northern lands. Her capabilities far surpass her cultivation level. What does it matter if you're level 99? Without attaining divinity, how could your two spider martial souls contend with her?" Chapter 77. The Predicament. Are we to be captured by the Snow Empress? The Ice Maiden? Bibi Dong rapidly scoured her mind for any information regarding such a soul beast, yet found none. The Ice Maiden, a being born of nature's design, is a creature of wisdom birthed by the heavens. In the entire Doluo continent, she is the sole representative. Naturally, you have never heard of her. Ao Xing's expression grew grave, and he was disinclined to engage in futile conversation with Bibi Dong. Meanwhile, the Snow Empress, concealed within the blizzard, exhibited a flicker of surprise upon realizing that the evil dragon was aware of her name. The far north was her domain. Having lived in solitude, devoid of the warmth that a parent could provide, and as the only Ice Maiden, she had reigned supreme in the extreme north, her existence largely unseen for countless centuries of cultivation. Human soul masters possessed scant knowledge of this unfamiliar territory. In her memory, the evil dragon had never ventured into the far north. After all, the environment here was exceedingly harsh, unless one was a soul beast related to ice. Lingering in this region would not only hinder one's cultivation, but also induce discomfort. Why does she know so much about my origins? A hint of curiosity flickered in the Snow Empress's cold gaze, only to vanish swiftly. With a mere thought, the power of her imperial cold snow dance intensified significantly. Within the domain enveloping Ao Xing and his companions, icy blades began to surge relentlessly toward them. Due to her low soul power, Qian Renxue could only withstand the onslaught for a brief period before her complexion turned deathly pale. Even with the manifestation of her angelic martial soul, she could not fend off the attacks from the Snow Empress's domain. In contrast, Bibi Dong and Ao Xing felt considerably less pressure. Noticing Qian Renxue's deteriorating condition, Ao Xing unfurled his wings, shielding her completely. During the previous defense against the Snow Empress's domain, he had observed that the initially razor-sharp snowflakes left no mark upon striking his cobalt diamond scales. Qian Renxue, largely concealed by Ao Xing's wings, felt a measure of relief. However, the surrounding temperature continued to plummet. Snow Empress, we mean no offense to your territory. Our presence in the far north is solely to seek the Titan Snow Demon Ape. Please retract your domain. After enduring for half an hour longer, Ao Xing recognized that maintaining this stalemate was futile prompting him to speak first. Yet, there was no response from his Snow Empress. Faced with this silence, Ao Xing activated his time-stopping domain, temporarily shielding Bibi Dong and Qian Rinxue from the Snow Empress's influence. If he did not act, it would become exceedingly troublesome once Bibi Dong and Qian Rinxue exhausted their soul power. Just as the stasis in time took hold, a glimmer of light flashed in the Snow Empress's eyes. She gazed in astonishment at the surreal sight of snowflakes suspended in mid-air, instantly realizing that this territory was entirely under the evil dragon's control. A power related to time is truly fascinating. Observing the two immobilized human soul masters within the stilled space, alongside the malevolent dragon, who occasionally stirred as if pondering something. A flicker of inspiration suddenly sparked within the heart of the Snow Empress. She spoke. You may restore the flow of time in that area. I have ceased my domain. However, after a prolonged wait, the malevolent dragon did not lift the temporal suspension. The curiosity that had once filled the Snow Empress gradually morphed into a tinge of irritation. It dawned on her that, given the time was halted in that space, everything within it, save for the dragon, was frozen. This also implied that sound could not penetrate. What to do? A sense of intrigue regarding this unique creature began to swell within her. Yet, due to the nature of the stilled space, communication remained elusive. Just as she was preparing to manifest, intending to appear at the periphery of the stilled realm to capture the dragon's attention, Ao Xing lifted the temporal halt. He was startled to find that the scene of heavy snowfall outside had abruptly vanished. You! An ethereal and melodious voice floated through the air. Ao Xing realized it was the Snow Empress conversing with him. I am the malevolent dragon. He spoke candidly, revealing, like you, I am a being birthed by the cosmos. Of course, I am formed from the malice of worldly creatures, while you are a product of the cold. There exists a distinction between us. Ao Xing understood that to bridge the gap between them swiftly, he must employ references from their past lives. Oh, I am your fellow townsman. My uncle's nephew is also a person. Oh dear, my surname is Zhang as well. We were one family 500 years ago. Often, barriers between individuals can be dismantled by such seemingly mundane exchanges. Furthermore, Ao Xing was aware that the Snow Empress had been devoid of any blood relations or friends since her inception. You are a malevolent dragon? Upon hearing Ao Xing's admission, the Snow Empress's voice was suddenly tinged with disdain. If that is the case, then you shall remain. Ao Xing was taken aback. The Snow Empress's words left him utterly bewildered. Yet from her tone, he could distinctly sense her enmity and wariness towards his existence. Thus, to remain meant, surely you observed that I possess the ability to still the surrounding space-time. To wish for my presence, you likely lack the means. The Snow Empress fell silent. After a pause, she spoke again. I indeed had no means just now, but now I do. In Ao Xing's perception, his ability to halt time was invincible. Even when ensnared in peril, he could rely on it to evade fatal attacks. No matter how formidable the Snow Empress, with her 700,000 years of cultivation, what did she possibly do? Lying is not a commendable trait, you know. Snow Empress, I shall take my leave. As Ao Xing reopened the realm of time suspension, he held Qian Rinxue in one hand and grasped Bibi Dong in the other, intent on departing from the area. However, just as he prepared to take flight, he suddenly found himself enveloped in a shroud of pristine white. The Snow Empress had manipulated the ice and snow, encircling the entire space beyond his time-stopped realm. Moreover, Ao Xing could sense the pure power imbued within the icy expanse. Should he attempt to force his way through, he would be ensnared by the frost-laden energies. I previously mentioned that I could not prevent your departure. But now, should you wish to leave this place, it is only possible with my consent. Otherwise, it is utterly impossible. These ice walls harbor an extraordinary chilling force. If you engage in a forceful clash, you will become imbued with the energy of frost. And once it reaches a critical threshold, you will be entirely encased in ice. Should you think I jest, you may certainly put it to the test. The voice of the Snow Empress remained unwavering. Yet Ao Xing understood that she spoke the truth. So what is your intention? Chapter 78. Reconciliation. Mutual assistance with the Snow Empress. There must be a reason for everything. Ao Xing found it hard to believe that the Snow Empress would intentionally trouble him out of mere boredom. After all, he was still a formidable dragon. Although he had yet to reach adulthood, his strength was undoubtedly formidable. Even under the constraints he imposed, Bibi Dong possessed a soul power of 97 levels. The Snow Empress had no need to harass them without cause. Unlike ordinary low-ranked soul beasts, she did not possess a rigid territorial instinct that compelled her to fight to the death upon intrusion. As a sentient being, every action taken by the Snow Empress was undoubtedly driven by purpose. You may stay here and accompany me for a century, and I shall allow you to leave. Absolutely not. Ao Xing rejected the Snow Empress's proposal without a moment's hesitation. At the same time, he began to piece together some insights. In the original narrative, during the era of the Peerless Tang sect, the Snow Empress had achieved a cultivation age of 700,000 years and was preparing to attempt a complementary balance of yin and yang, striving to break through the bottleneck of her cultivation and the might of heaven. However, this endeavor ultimately ended in failure. To begin the process of reshaping her human form, she used a 10,000-year-old snow lotus as a catalyst, sealing her essence within it, thus initiating her transformation. What the Snow Empress did not anticipate was that during her reconstruction, a powerful human would enter the core region of the far north and encounter her, seizing the opportunity to imprison her within the divine sealing platform. Therefore, the fact that the Snow Empress could employ her various soul techniques indicated that she had yet to fully transform into human form. From the period of Duluo continent to the era of the Peerless Tang sect, merely 10,000 years had passed. The Snow Empress had undoubtedly reached the bottleneck of 700,000 years prior to this and was preparing for a breakthrough. Thus, her proposal was highly likely related to her impending ascension. Yet, Ao Xing could not fathom the exact connection. In that case, you have lost your value. To prevent any information about me from leaking and disrupting my cultivation, you shall remain in the far north forever. The Snow Empress's voice suddenly turned grave. In an instant, the temperature in the atmosphere plummeted drastically. Ao Xing's gazi sharpened. He turned to Bibi Dong and said, "If you wish to avoid dying in old age in this icy wasteland, then hide again. I know you possess other means. If you can survive this ordeal, provided you accompany me to hunt a few 10,000-year soul beasts in the outer seas of Sea God Island, I guarantee your freedom. Furthermore, you shall absorb the soul rings of the 10,000-year soul beasts." Ao Xing's expression was serious, while Bibi Dong remained silent upon hearing his promise. After spending so many days in the company of this dragon, she understood that his assurances were as empty as the wind. At least the foul wind had scent, whereas the dragon's promises were utterly untrustworthy. However, Bibi Dong comprehended that they had indeed reached an exceedingly perilous juncture. Consequently, she ceased to hold back and directly employed her First Soul Ring's 8th soul skill, summoning a doppelganger, and subsequently transitioned into the soul-eating spider Empress Martial Spirit. Twin martial spirits, epitomizing ultimate malevolence. It was no wonder that a single human could ally with a malevolent dragon. The Snow Empress's tone betrayed her unreserved disdain. Meanwhile, Ao Xing finally pinpointed her location, guided by the sound of the Snow Empress's voice. In the heavens above, a pair of ice-blue eyes scrutinized the scene below. The swirling snowflakes, centered around those eyes, faintly outlined a figure reminiscent of a human. Ao Xing roared towards that direction, unleashing dragon flames as tempestuous winds ravaged the air. The Snow Empress felt the immense pressure of the overwhelming energy. However, she remained unperturbed. The icy gaze from those eyes flickered with a chilling light. Suddenly, a woman composed of ice and snow emerged amidst the frigid gusts, descending with the solemnity of a goddess of frost. The Snow Empress wielded the power of ice and snow, executing delicate and intricate gestures to unleash a nearly imperceptible shard of frost. The dragon flames extinguished instantaneously. Concurrently, countless ice crystals coalesced into a colossal ice sword, silently thrusting towards Ao Xing. The Imperial Sword, Ice Extreme Unrivaled? Ao Xing gasped in astonishment, fully aware of the devastating power of this trump card wielded by the Snow Empress. He immediately summoned his entire energy, converging it upon the scales adorning his exterior. Simultaneously, he struck down with his dragon claws, unleashing a torrent of strength akin to a colossal beast amidst the mountains and seas, aiming for the earth below. As a transmigrator who had completed 9 years of compulsory education, he understood that the deeper one descended, the higher the temperature became. If he could carve a tunnel, he would no longer be forced into a passive position against the Snow Empress's assault. Sensing the dragon's intentions, the Snow Empress conjured an ice spear, piercing towards Ao Xing's heart like a bolt of lightning. However, this strike was intercepted by Bibi Dong. "Hurry, I can hold her off." Bibi Dong, recognizing Ao Xing's fortes, transformed into a streak of black light and soared towards the sky. The Snow Empress was taken aback, for from this woman, whose soul power merely reached 97, she sensed an oppressive force akin to that of a limit Doloa. The Snow Empress quietly extended her hand, as a frigid aura enveloped the entire battlefield, forming a colossal ice and snow prison. Yet at the very moment of its formation, Bibi Dong unleashed the domain of slaughter, directing her fifth soul skill, eternal creation, towards the Snow Empress. Simultaneously, her third soul ring illuminated, summoning the Demon Pearl. A layer of dark green radiance spread from beneath Bibi Dong, as a swarm of dark green venomous spiders, each approximately half a meter in diameter, emerged from the ground. Upon witnessing these creatures' sudden appearance, the Snow Empress grimaced in disgust. In an instant, the icy energy between heaven and earth began to converge towards her. "Snow Empress, I believe there is no need for further conflict." Ao Xing soudainement interjected. "Are you not concerned that channeling such vast celestial energy may attract heavenly tribulation? I know you are attempting to break through the 70,000-year heavenly tribulation. I surmise that your intention in retaining the three of us is to prepare for a breakthrough, a pursuit of mutual benefit. Continuing this conflict would yield more losses than gains." Ao Xing's voice resonated as the energy in the heavens and the earth gradually dissipated. In the midst of the air, a solid figure began to emerge, a snow maiden with only eyes and devoid of any other facial features. "I require observation of human emotions, thus you must remain." Had you stated this earlier, there would have been no need for such turmoil. Ao Xing suddenly transformed into human form, acknowledging her nature as a being nurtured by the heavens and the sole embodiment of the Ice Snow Maiden. It is entirely natural not to comprehend the emotions among humans. The transformation of soul beasts into human form can occur in two ways. The first involves choosing to become human after 10,000 years, while the second requires reaching a high level of cultivation, followed by transcending the heavenly tribulation to successfully transform into human form, thus facilitating further breakthroughs. The Snow Empress represents the latter path. However, due to various reasons, she struggles to grasp human emotions, making her transformation fraught with significant challenges. Her desire to keep Ao Xing, Bibi Dong, and others is driven by the wish to comprehend human feelings through their interactions. Contemplating this, Ao Xing smiled subtly. "Observe them? Bibi Dong is my cherished one, and Qian Rengshu is entirely under my control. If the Snow Empress wishes to observe, she can only study those aspects. Very well, we shall remain." Ao Xing readily acquiesced to the Snow Empress, disregarding the astonished gaze of Bibi Dong. Chapter 79. If you wish to see, then behold. Why did Ao Xing choose to temporarily yield to the Snow Empress? The answer is quite simple. He was simply outmatched. In the first installment of Doluo Dalu, Tang San's father, Tang Hao, reached a mere level 95, and with Tang San's assistance, he managed to elevate to level 97. Moreover, formidable titled Doluos such as Sword Doluo, Poison Doluo, and Ghost Doluo, who initially appeared overwhelming, had soul power that peaked at level 96. Aside from the likes of Qian Daolu, Poseidon, and Tang Chun, those titans of the previous era, almost all title Doluos were capped at levels 95 or 96. However, in Doluo 2, the number of title Doluos not only multiplied, but also included many at levels 97 and 98, with a plethora of limit Doluos present. The advent of soul-guiding devices further exacerbated this imbalance in combat power. Yet, Even in the face of the unparalleled beasts like Tion, they struggled immensely. The Snow Empress, as a sole beast of 700,000 years, ranked second among ferocious beasts. Residing in the extreme north, her icy energy is virtually inexhaustible, her combat prowess arguably surpassing that of soul beasts aged 80 or 90,000 years. In the frigid north, beneath the shadows of a million-year-old soul beast, she stands as an invincible entity. Had the setting been the Stardow Forest, Ao Xing and Bibi Dong would undoubtedly have subdued her. There is even a possibility that Ao Xing could leverage his time-stopping ability in conjunction with Bibi Dong to vanquish her, thus fulfilling a second advancement task. However, to simply eliminate her would indeed be a lamentable loss. Observing the Snow Empress, formed by countless swirling snowflakes, a fleeting, imperceptible strangeness flickered beneath Ao Xing's gaze. The Snow Empress was currently at a crucial stage of transformation into human form. He needed to devise a strategy to earn her trust or find an opportunity to subdue her. For Ao Xing, any adversary with a corporeal form could be worn down and tormented through his time-stopping domain. However, against the Snow Empress, an intelligent being that, before her transformation, possessed a physical form that could effortlessly dissolve into snowflakes, he found himself at a loss. After all, dragons indulge in all things. Yet the Snow Empress always manifested in an ethereal and elusive form. To manipulate snowflakes was akin to controlling air itself, utterly ineffective against the Snow Empress. Thus, Ao Xing opted for a compromise. This decision also stemmed from his curiosity about the Snow Empress's intentions regarding him, Bibi Dong, and Qianren Xue. In his recollections, she was an exceedingly reclusive and dignified being, not one for frivolity. Meanwhile, Bibi Dong, despite her emotional naivety and some rather outrageous social conduct, recognized that Ao Xing, as a malevolent dragon, would never submit to a soul beast. His actions must harbor ulterior motives. Bibi Dong pondered silently, while Ao Xing suddenly cast a glance her way, the light revealing subtle, cryptic messages. What does this fellow wish to convey to me? Bibi Dong felt a sense of perplexity. She was acutely aware that Ao Xing was undoubtedly attempting to convey some form of information. The reason for her silence was to prevent the Snow Empress from discerning their communication, as she followed the silhouette of the ice goddess. Making her way toward the heart of the northernmost region, Bibi Dong's mind was awash with contemplation. It was not until half an hour had passed that the realization dawned upon her. The evil dragon must be urging me to covertly restore my soul power without revealing my true strength. Indeed, if I were to regain my level 99 capabilities, combined with the evil dragon's enigmatic time manipulation abilities, even in the frigid north, it would be conceivable to contend with the ice goddess who has existed for 700,000 years. Recalling the evil dragon's piercing gaze, Bibi Dong finally grasped the essence of the situation. You may as well consider me invisible. I shall adapt to the existence of an ordinary life here for a while. Contrary to Ao Xing's expectations, the core region of the northernmost territory was not a desolate expanse of icy desolation. Rather, it thrived with vitality. Although the predominant color remained white, an array of unfamiliar flora flourished amidst the frost. For instance, in a small valley within the core region, a spring gushed forth, astonishingly warm to the touch. Qianren Xue gently cupped her hands to gather the water, her eyes shimmering with delight. As they had entered the core layer of the northernmost region, the temperature had indeed dropped considerably compared to the outer realms. A gentle breath could even conjure a mist of ice. Yet, this modest spring remained unfrozen, truly remarkable. Meanwhile, Ao Xing's attention was captivated by the blooming snow lotus flowers nearby. The petals of these snow lotuses were as delicate as ice crystals, yet flourished profusely. Although he could not ascertain their exact name, Ao Xing was certain that they were treasures of great value. Thus, without hesitation, he plucked one. The previously vanished Snow Empress suddenly reappeared. Though her visage was obscured save for her eyes, it was evident that she was seething with indignation. What is the matter? This is an ice crystal snow lotus, she exclaimed, a bloom that appears once in a century. It possesses immense benefits for ice, attributes soul beasts, and soul masters. Yet for other beings, it is no different from an ordinary snow lotus. Such a plant requires at least half a year to mature. Why must you squander it? You never mentioned that. Ao Xing replied dismissively. If you wish to observe the nuances of human emotions, then do not flit in and out of existence. It creates considerable confusion for us. After all, if one is aware of being watched, they will inevitably resort to feigned behaviors to conceal their true feelings. As such, you cannot genuinely comprehend the authenticity of human emotions, and we shall struggle to adapt to our disguises. As Ao Xing's words lingered in the air, the Snow Empress vanished once more. However, the sudden flurry of snowflakes made it apparent that her mood was far from cheerful. Meanwhile, Ao Xing reveled in his silent triumph. Through repeated explorations, he had begun to unravel the Snow Empress's intentions. In the ensuing days, Ao Xing, Bai Dong, and Qianren Shui embarked upon a life of normalcy. They constructed an ice dwelling, engaged in the pursuit of cold-water fish beneath the icy layers, and foraged for edible moss. Their existence was devoid of worries. Naturally, the Snow Empress made her presence known the following day. Perturbed by the bonfire fueled by the fatty essence of soul beasts ignited by Ao Xing's dragon flame. However, a week later, Ao Xing completed the construction of his ice castle, and alongside Bai Dong and Qianren Shui, they had gathered sufficient soul beast pelts to fashion bedding and garments, leading to a sudden shift in their dynamic. When a humanoid Bai Dong clashed with the dragon form of Ao Xing, the Snow Empress was left astonished, her eyes wide with disbelief. Conversely, as the humanoid Qianren Shui intertwined with the humanoid Ao Xing, curiosity enveloped the Snow Empress. Yet, what she did not anticipate was that in the days that followed, Ao Xing would alternately indulge in the draconic nature with Bai Dong and Qianren Shui, neglecting all other pursuits. Chapter 80. 3 years, the descent of the Snow Empress. The transformation of the Snow Empress into a human, day by day, year by year. In the blink of an eye, 3 years have elapsed. Since her last appearance, the Snow Empress has been absent. During this time, Bibi Dong once rejected Ao Xing's intentions to escape, but Ao Xing thwarted her attempts. On the 1000th day of their survival in this icy realm, an extraordinary scene unfolded. The once flurrying snow-filled sky suddenly darkened with ominous clouds, accompanied by the ferocity of thunder and lightning. A black storm? He and Rengshu expressed surprise. Could there be a black storm even in the core region? Ao Xing, however, shook her head. This is not a black storm. It is the tribulation of the ice goddess, transforming into human form after 700,000 years. Her intention in keeping us here is to observe the emotions of different beings. You possess a divine-level martial soul, and Bibi Dong wields a twin martial soul. I am a fearsome dragon. You too, as humans, are among the most exceptional beings. As a fearsome dragon, I'm also one of the most powerful creatures in this world. The ice goddess, born of heaven and earth, has a simple emotional spectrum. Anger is anger, joy is joy, and often she remains utterly indifferent. To facilitate her transformation into human form and lessen the challenges involved, she must cultivate a wealth of emotions. Hence, she abruptly intervened to retain us. As Ao Xing elucidated, the form of the ice goddess began to materialize. Compared to 3 years prior, she had now taken on a semblance of human shape. Her once featureless visage now bore distinct and clear facial features. Meanwhile, the force of the tribulation raged against her like a furious deity, relentlessly bombarding her. The ice goddess, amidst the baptism of the tribulation, stood resolute, a crystalline embodiment of the essence of heaven and earth amidst the swirling snow. Her figure was both ethereal and majestic, adorned in a flowing white garment that danced in the wind, reminiscent of drifting snowflakes. Her long, white hair cascaded like a rushing waterfall, exuding an otherworldly grace. In the face of this tumult, the Snow Empress maintained a tranquil demeanor, her hands clasped in prayer, muttering incomprehensible incantations, while a faint, mysterious silver light enveloped her form. The power of frost, resisting the tribulation, The clash of these two energies shimmered and reverberated, fierce and awe-inspiring. Suddenly, Bibi Dong unleashed her martial soul's true form, transforming into a streak of black light, hurtling toward the Snow Empress. Witnessing this, Aoxing inwardly cursed the foolish woman and promptly activated a time stop, freezing Bibi Dong in place. Truly, she sought to launch a surprise attack at this moment. Could the Snow Empress not anticipate such a maneuver? The peril during the tribulation is such that even if you restore your strength to level 99, you cannot emerge unscathed. Without releasing the time stop, Aoxing observed the Snow Empress from a distance, noticing her softly reciting words that were indecipherable. It seems as though one is engaged in a dialogue with the heavens and the earth. The surrounding snowflakes begin to swirl, sublimating into delicate ice crystal butterflies that dance gracefully around her. The thunder of the heavenly tribulation appears to be softened by this pure force, gradually transforming into scattered starlight that gently falls upon her hair and hem. In that moment, the figure of the Ice Empress undergoes a miraculous transformation, shifting from ethereal to corporeal, from a fleeting snow shadow to a true woman. Her visage is strikingly beautiful, her eyes deep as an icy lake, and a faint, serene smile graces her lips. At this instant, the snowflakes and lightning around her freeze in place, before gently cascading down like blessings for her rebirth. The world seems to stand still, and the air is filled with the subtle fragrance of ice and snow. Naturally, this process lasted quite a while. According to Aoxing's estimation, it must have taken over half a month. During this time, as he maintained the realm of time stop, he could not idly wait for the Snow Empress to transform into a human without engaging in any activity. Thus, he could only take on a humanoid form and delve into research alongside the frozen Qianren Shui. However, as time passed, it became somewhat monotonous. Therefore, Aoxing reluctantly indulged in a novel experience of becoming a spider. Aside from the slight itch caused by the needle-like hairs on the spider's abdomen and tail, the experience was rather pleasant. Upon witnessing the Snow Empress take human form, Aoxing released the time stop. Bibi Dong lunged forward, only to find before her not the Ice Empress sitting placidly, but a woman with silver hair cascading down to her ankles. What is happening? Bibi Dong pondered, perplexed. The woman before her bore a resemblance to the Ice Empress, yet her features also shared similarities with Bibi Dong and even some aspects of Qianren Shui. For this reason, Bibi Dong abruptly altered the trajectory of her previously unleashed eternal creation and distanced herself from the woman. "Who are you?" Bibi Dong demanded. The Snow Empress smiled faintly, replying softly, "Did you not intend to ambush me during my heavenly tribulation? What? Now you do not recognize me. You are the Ice Empress." "No. Unless you successfully navigate the tribulation, you cannot transform into a human form." Bibi Dong furrowed her brow in confusion. As a seasoned hunter, she understood that a soul beast could only take human form through two means. How could the Ice Empress, one moment undergoing heavenly tribulation, suddenly become human the next? But then, she quickly realized, glancing at Aoxing. Do you truly believe she would be defenseless during her heavenly tribulation? If you dared to ambush her, she could unleash even greater power, attracting a more formidable heavenly tribulation, turning you into her mere tool beneath that tribulation. Moreover, the Ice Empress you see may not necessarily be the true Ice Empress. In this place, every snowflake could potentially be her. Bibi Dong's expression clearly conveyed disbelief at Aoxing's explanation, feeling that he was merely attempting to thwart her from ambushing the Ice Empress to acquire the 8th soul ring for her second martial soul. Just as she was about to voice her inquiries, she discovered that the Frost Goddess had mysteriously appeared before Aoxing. "You are truly mischievous," she remarked, deliberately engaging in such antics, while I strive to comprehend human emotions. Even during my tribulation, you employed the realm of time suspension to be by their side. Bibi Dong was astonished to observe a sudden transformation on the Frost Goddess's previously icy countenance, which now bore a captivating allure. What is happening? Although she had encountered the Snow Empress only a handful of times over the past 3 years, those instances had been marked by either an expressionless demeanor or a cold, distant tone in their exchanges. Yet now, Her demeanor and tone resembled that of a worldly woman. Such a stark contrast was impossible for Bai Bai Dong to overlook. Meanwhile, Ao Xing, having heard the Snow Empress's words and scrutinized her expression, could not help but subtly smile. He had wagered correctly. The reason the Snow Empress had chosen to retain him and Bai Bai Dong, as well as Qianren Shui, was to utilize them as specimens to study their emotions and human habits, thereby enriching her own emotional depth, which would ease the challenges of her transformation during the tribulation. His relentless efforts over the past 3 years, sacrificing sleep and comfort, were aimed at ensuring that the Snow Empress would only adopt the expressions of Bai Bai Dong and Qianren Shui during their interactions with the illusory dragon. Thus, when she ultimately took on human form, her character would resemble that of the once evil Huang Mei, akin to the fallen Kong Jin Long, Chapter 81, Subduing the Snow Empress. The fusion of ice and fire in the midst of winter's chill, the cold plum blossoms stand out, unique and unparalleled. The Snow Empress. Her name alone evokes an aura of aloofness and indifference. Yet now, in her human form, while still adorned in shades of white and blue, there is an enchanting allure in her eyes, and her lower eyelids resemble the delicate petals of a blossoming peach flower. A graceful smile graces her lips, enhancing her ethereal beauty. Seeing the Snow Empress in this light, Ao Xing could not suppress a sense of pride. When she unexpectedly suggested they remain in the far north for a century, he discerned that her intentions were shrouded in a deeper purpose. Through their conversations, he realized that this ancient being, with nearly 700,000 years of cultivation, exhibited an alarming simplicity in her emotions. Despite her profound wisdom, she revealed little beyond her customary coldness and occasional anger, leading Ao Xing to understand that the Snow Empress, as a sentient being, was not without flaws. Though she belonged to the realm of soul beasts, she lacked the emotional depth found in creatures like the Blue Silver Emperor or the Titan giant ape. Despite her superior cultivation, reflecting on the events from the second installment of Dolua Continent, where the Snow Empress had failed her tribulation, Ao Xing speculated that she sought to observe the daily lives of him, Qianren Shui, and Bibi Dong to gather and emulate human emotions, thereby enhancing her own sentience. This preparation would allow her to face her tribulation with greater composure. For a soul beast's successful transformation into human form requires not only formidable strength, but also profound comprehension of power, mental fortitude, mastery of laws, and understanding of humanity. In the original timeline, the Snow Empress had failed to transcend her tribulation. Yet now, she had successfully assumed human form, and not as a juvenile version of herself. However, due to Ao Xing's deliberate interactions with Bibi Dong and Qianren Shui, the Snow Empress's current demeanor reflected a divergence from her inherent aloofness, now imbued with a hint of seduction. Under Bibi Dong's astonished gaze, Ao Xing lifted the Snow Empress without resistance, her eyes glimmering with anticipation. He then led her into a nearby castle. The lecherous dragon, truly a lecherous dragon. All day long, it was nothing but those matters. Bibi Dong seethed with indignation. Meanwhile, Qianren Shui remained unperturbed, an attitude that Bibi Dong had grown accustomed to over the past 3 years. Even in her moments of folly, she had come to recognize the peculiarity in Qianren Shui's behavior. As the inheritor of the angelic martial spirit, Qianren Shui should have displayed pride and righteousness in the face of the wicked dragon. Yet, she obediently acquiesced to its whims, showing no signs of resistance in her actions. From these observations, Bibi Dong surmised that Qianren Shui must have fallen victim to some manipulation by the lecherous dragon. After all, it is said that the legendary evil dragon excels at ensnaring hearts and minds. It must pertain to a form of psychological control. Although my soul power is restricted, my mental fortitude remains formidable. The evil dragon cannot manipulate me through such means. However, Xiao Shui possesses merely the strength of a soul. Alas, 3 years have elapsed, and I wonder how the spirit hall has transformed in that time. A hint of sorrow appeared on Bibi Dong's face. Throughout these 3 years, despite being tormented day and night by the evil dragon, she has never ceased to contemplate how to escape this dreadful place. Yet, due to the dragon's ability to halt time, coupled with the fact that, despite their countless deep conversations, he still harbors suspicion towards her, Bibi Dong's attempts to flee have proven unsuccessful. Now, as she listens to the melodious voice of the Snow Empress within the icy chamber, Bibi Dong suddenly erupts with determination and flies off into the distance. Ao Xing had already surmised her intentions the moment she began to entertain thoughts of escape, and he chose not to intervene. The passage of these 3 years has allowed him to succeed in his schemes, corrupting the Snow Empress, yet it has also afforded Tang San a moment of respite. According to the timeline, Tang San should currently be undergoing the Sea God S9 trials, approximately halfway through the process. However, it remains uncertain how he will accept the Sea Goddess legacy after Bibi Dong has taken the Sea Goddess heart. As Ao Xing endeavors to melt the Snow Empress with the fiery illusory dragon, he contemplates future plans. 3 years is indeed a considerable duration. The Dolua continent is evolving in a manner that is becoming increasingly uncontrollable. Nevertheless, no matter how circumstances may shift, Bibi Dong, as the antagonist, will invariably stand opposed to Tang San's allies. Thus, it is imperative that she returns to the Spirit Hall to regain control. Otherwise, once Tang San completes the Sea God S9 trials and consolidates the various forces of the Dolua continent, the ensuing complications will be formidable. After all, a deity's power is not solely contingent upon the rank of their divine seat, but also upon the faith they garner. The longer Tang San remains on the path to divinity, the more his renown will disseminate across the entirety of the Dolua continent. Consequently, he will receive an inexhaustible wellspring of faith, leading to a staggering and transformative enhancement of his power. Of course, at this juncture, 3 years is far too short for Tang San to attain divinity. Ao Xing, on the other hand, plans to complete his secondary ascension task after ensnaring the Snow Empress. If Xiao Wu can be likened to a 100,000-year soul beast, then hunting another 100,000-year sea soul beast should suffice to fulfill his own mission. At that point, even if Tang San were to achieve divinity, he would be incapable of inflicting harm upon me. Furthermore, I, who can initiate a 3rd phase of evolution, shall directly attain the effect of immortality. As he embraced the Snow Empress, Ao Xing pondered deeply. Once he clarified his subsequent actions, he beckoned Qian Rinxue to enter the castle. The sudden arrival of another did not surprise the Snow Empress in the least. During the 3 years she secretly observed and prepared for the tribulation, the malevolent dragon engaged in numerous 1-on-2 battles. Oh! Ao Xing suddenly emitted a sound of discomfort. The Snow Empress, being the embodiment of icy beauty, remained frigid even in her human form. However, upon transforming into Qian Ruxu, she unexpectedly found herself enveloped in a long-awaited warmth. Under the relentless assault of ice and fire, Ao Xing found herself retreating step by step. How infuriating! Is it due to the continuous strain of 3 years? It seems that after today, a journey to the Sunset Forest in search of rare treasures is in order to restore her strength. Ao Xing also realized that despite being a gemstone dragon, her body had not achieved complete crystallization and thus did not possess the invulnerable quality she had hoped for. Nevertheless, that is a matter for another time. For now, she must devise a strategy to turn defense into offense. She cannot allow the two of them to continue this way. Chapter 82. The transformation of 3 years in the span of 3 years. The continent of Dolua has undergone significant changes. Half a year after Ao Xing, Qian Rinxue, and Bibi Dong ventured into the far north, news of the Pope of the Spirit Hall's disappearance was disseminated, though it remains unclear who leaked it. The entire continent was thrown into a state of shock. In response to this revelation, both the Tiando Empire and the Xinglao Empire promptly dispatched heavy troops to the borders adjacent to the Spirit Hall, ostensibly to maintain stability across Dolua and avert potential internal strife within the Spirit Hall. They planned to withdraw their troops upon the Pope Bibidong's return. Simultaneously, upon learning of the Pope's vanishing, the Haoyan sect gradually began to reintegrate with the secular world of Dolua. The sect master, Tang Xiao, a man of great wisdom, refrained from immediately re-establishing the sect as prominence. Instead, he sent out disciples intermittently. Consequently, in the past 2 years, It became increasingly common to witness elder figures emerging from the shadows in the Soul Beast Forest or within major cities, undertaking the noble task of righting wrongs and addressing injustices. Moreover, during perilous encounters faced by soul-hunting teams against formidable soul beasts, cloaked figures of extraordinary strength, wielding hammers as their spirit manifestation, would appear at critical moments, vanquishing the beasts and rescuing the soul masters. Notably, these champions of justice often remained anonymous, disappearing without a trace after their acts of valor, considering that the Haotian sect had been in seclusion for approximately 20 years. Soul Masters quickly discerned that this behavior was likely a prelude to a formal return. However, it is not unusual for title Dua level experts to seclude themselves for 6 months, a year, or even 2, especially given the circumstances surrounding the Pope Bibidong's disappearance, which was shrouded in mystery rather than peril. The situation was exacerbated by the power vacuum within the Spirit Hall, where a certain elder sought to usurp Bibidong's position and assume the role of temporary pope, leading to the leak of this information. This implies that Bibidong could return at any moment, leaving the Haotian sect cautious and reluctant to announce their resurgence. After all, should Bibidong return to the Spirit Hall unscathed, the Haotian sect, which had declared its seclusion due to events from 2 decades prior, could find itself facing renewed persecution from the Spirit Hall, potentially rendering years of preparation futile. In the Hall of Offerings, Chen Xuanji exhibited no urgency regarding Bibidong's disappearance. He understood that Bibidong was undergoing the divine trial of the Rakshasa god, although the assessments of the Rakshasa god would differ significantly from the Angelic 9 trials. Qian Daolu recognized that as the trial progressed into its latter stages, the time and effort required to complete the assessment would increase substantially. Thus, Bibidong's sudden absence for 3 years was a perfectly reasonable occurrence. Throughout history, many have devoted decades, even close to a century, in their pursuit to ascend from the 99th rank titled Dua to the divine. This was exemplified by Tang Chun, who met his demise at the hands of the very individual he once knew. His decades of disappearance were a consequence of the divine trials imposed by the Shura god, compelling him to remain ensnared within the city of slaughter. Thus, Qian Daolu did not reemerge into the public eye to reclaim his position as the Pope of the Spirit Hall. Instead, he dispatched his loyal subordinate, Golden Crocodile Dela, to vie for the papal position, seizing the opportunity to gradually undermine Bibidong's influence in her absence. After all, not long ago, he had eliminated both the Chrysanthemum Dela and the Ghost Dela, significantly diminishing the authority of his former father in the Spirit Hall. On Sea God Island, under the combined assault of the Sea Dragon Dela, Star Dela, Mermaid Dela, and the 7 Sacred Pillars, Tang San employed the Ghost Shadow Perplexing Track, evading strikes with the speed of lightning. In his grasp, the Haotian hammer transformed into an overwhelming force, whipping up a tempest that surged the ocean waves to great heights. The Sea Dragon Doluo launched a powerful strike, exuding an immense pressure. Yet, Tang San maintained a fluidity akin to a spirit cat, his eyes betraying an unwavering resolve. He was undergoing the 6th trial of the sea god, and upon its completion, he would attain a 20% affinity with the sea god. Suddenly, the Star Doluo unleashed supreme abilities, summoning colossal celestial bodies to suppress Tang San, while the Mermaid Doluo played an unfamiliar instrument, utilizing mental energy to disrupt Tang San's focus. With nimble footwork, Tang San navigated the battlefield effortlessly, his Haotian hammer striking like a tempest, each blow embodying catastrophic might, defying the assaults of the 7 titled Doluo. Sparks flew, and golden light illuminated the skies of Sea God Island, thick with an intense battle spirit. Tang San's figure darted through the fray like a solitary wolf, enduring the combined onslaught of the 7 Sacred Pillars for a considerable duration, showcasing unparalleled combat prowess beyond his rank. Despite the ferocity of the Sea Dragon Doluo, Star Doluo, and Mermaid Doluo's attacks, they could not defeat him. He stood resolutely upon Sea God Island, akin to an indomitable mountain. His aura surged higher, his hammer techniques growing increasingly formidable, each strike resonating with astonishing power. Ultimately, amidst the concerted efforts of the Sea Dragon Doluo, Star Delaw, and Mermaid Delaw. Tang Sen broke free from their encirclement. Third brother, you did it. Third brother, you are incredibly strong. Wow, little San is so formidable. It's simply monstrous. The entirety of the previous confrontation had been witnessed by Poseidon, the high priest of Sea God Island. As Tang San faced the onslaught of the 7 sacred pillars without faltering, enduring for a considerable time, the members of Shrek Academy regarded him as a monster. However, Poseidon, fully aware of the truth, felt no astonishment whatsoever. The strength exhibited by the 7 guardians of the sacred pillars fell short of even half of their usual prowess. The attacks they unleashed were merely their most commonplace soul skills or the fundamental techniques of their martial souls, lacking the engagement of particularly formidable abilities. All of this stemmed from the message conveyed by the sea god. Poseidon found herself perplexed about what qualities in Tang San had captured the sea god's attention. Although Tang San lacked the sea god's heart, the deity nonetheless permitted him to partake in the 9 trials of the sea god. Moreover, throughout Tang San's undertaking of these trials, the sea god consistently facilitated their progress by alleviating the difficulty of the assessments. Consequently, Tang San completed the 6 trials of the sea god in merely 2.5 years, experiencing a rapid enhancement of his abilities. His martial souls, Blue Silver Grass and Haotian Hammer, bore no inherent connection to the divine status of the sea god. However, a sudden spark of realization flickered in Poseidon's gaze as she contemplated the Haotian Hammer martial soul. She was reminded of an old acquaintance. Chapter 83. Slaying the Titan Snow Demon King. Do you know where the Titan Snow Demon King resides? Just as Ao Xing was about to depart from the far north, a thought struck him. Besides the Snow Empress, there were 2 other rulers of the far north. Naturally, the Ice Empress and the Snow Empress shared a close bond. Although they occasionally quarreled over trivial matters, their friendship remained intact. Hence, Ao Xing resolved to vanquish the Titan Snow Demon King before leaving the far north, sparing the Ice Empress for the time being. Upon hearing Ao Xing's words, the Snow Empress could not help but scoff. Do you truly believe that after some entanglement with me, you can rampage freely in the far north? That brute, Atai, may be reckless and irksome, yet he is the sovereign of this realm. I shall not allow you to bestow him upon your companion as a soul ring. Little Snow, no, Snow Empress. You seem to be mistaken, Ao Xing clarified. Even without your interference, I am capable of slaying the Titan Snow Demon King. After all, he is merely a soul beast that has just surpassed 200,000 years of age. Among ferocious beasts, he is not particularly formidable. The Order of the Far North can be maintained solely by the Ice Emperor Scorpion, while the Titan Snow Demon King possesses considerable strength within the Far North. Can he truly uphold the order here? You Ice and Snow-type soul beasts are akin to sea soul beasts in the ocean. Human soul masters must surpass you by several magnitudes to pose a threat to the order of the Far North soul beasts. In the entire world, apart from Little Snow's grandfather, the great offering of Sea God Island, and Bibi Dong, no one possesses the strength of a level 99 title Doloa. Thus, the Ice Emperor Scorpion alone is entirely capable of safeguarding the Far North. In fact, should I slay the Titan Snow Demon King, the region may experience unprecedented tranquility. These colossal, unruly creatures cannot maintain their composure. Ao Xing continued to articulate his reasoning to the Snow Empress. After listening, she fell silent. The words of the evil dragon held truth. The existence of the Titan Snow Demon King indeed risked plunging the Far North into chaos. This creature frequently wandered beyond his territory, instigating trouble in the domains of the Snow and Ice Empresses. Not long ago, he had even publicly declared his intention to make her his wife. Had the Titan Snow Demon King not yet taken action, the Snow Empress would have indeed contemplated teaching him a lesson. Do as you wish. After a moment of struggle, the Snow Empress conceded. Now that she had assumed human form, ordinary soul beasts were no longer her concern. Furthermore, her bond with the Titan Snow Demon King was not as profound as that with the Ice Empress. Thus, she felt no obligation to prevent the determined Ao Xing from slaying the Titan Snow Demon King. Consequently, after receiving her guidance, Ao Xing soared towards the northwest. The Titan clan was known for their imposing stature. The Titan Snow Demon King loomed high like a small mountain. It did not take long for Ao Xing to discover him. She had now transformed into human form. By all accounts, ordinary soul beasts were no longer of any concern to her. Furthermore, her connection with the Titan Snow Demon King lacked the profound bond she shared with the Ice Emperor. Thus, there was no necessity for Ao Xing to deter Tai Xiexin from vanquishing the Titan Snow Demon King. Consequently, after receiving her guidance, Ao Xing soared directly towards the northwest. The Titan clan members were all of considerable stature, and the Titan Snow Demon King was no exception, towering like a small mountain. It was not long before Ao Xing spotted him. Chapter 84. What is a god-level martial soul? Trash, do not come to provoke. The Titan Snow Demon King had completely lost its power to resist. Its thick fur was shattered by Ao Xing's assault, flesh and blood exposed to the air. Upon witnessing this scene, Qianren Shui furrowed her brow slightly, and without any hesitation, she materialized the angelic holy sword and launched an attack towards the chest cavity of the Titan Snow Demon King, where its heart could be seen pulsating. The concentrated radiance struck fiercely at the beating heart. Although the Titan Snow Demon King was a 200,000-year-old soul beast, its heart remained its most vulnerable and fatal organ. When Qianren Shui's attack landed, a violent surge of energy erupted, and a substantial pool of blood was instantly splattered, as if a red rain had fallen nearby. The Titan Snow Demon King's eyes gradually lost their luster. Shortly thereafter, a crimson soul ring slowly ascended, and drawing upon her previous experience in absorption, Qianren Shui calmly began to guide the soul ring toward herself. The process of absorbing the soul ring proceeded smoothly, requiring no assistance from Ao Xing's time-stop domain. This was significantly related to Qianren Shui's continuous enhancement of her cultivation over the past 3 years, despite having not absorbed a soul ring until now. Naturally, the Titan Snow Demon King was, after all, a 200,000-year-old soul beast. While the absorption process was straightforward, it still consumed a considerable amount of time. It took a full week for her to completely absorb the soul ring. Your soul power should have increased considerably, Ao Xing inquired. It seems to have risen by 6 levels, perhaps even more. Once I find the opportunity to stabilize my cultivation, I might reach level 87. Qianren Shui replied after sensing her progress. Over the span of 3 years, although she had not been training all day in this desolate extreme northern land, there was little else to occupy her time. Thus, whenever she had a moment to spare, she would sit down and cultivate. Coupled with the fact that the Titan Snow Demon King soul ring was a 200,000-year-old one, the absorption provided a substantial boost to her soul power. Consequently, Qianren Shui's soul power grew rapidly. Previously, her 7th soul ring absorbed a 100,000-year soul ring. However, due to the nature of her 7th soul skill being the true body of her martial soul, she was unable to possess 2 soul skills. Nevertheless, the strength of the angelic martial soul's true body was still 50% greater than that of an ordinary martial soul true body. As for the 8th soul ring, this time it granted me 2 soul skills. Without waiting for Ao Xing to inquire further, Qianren Shui began to explain. The first soul skill is called Icebound Expanse, and the second is known as the Light of Revelation. She then elaborated on the functions of both soul skills, Icebound Expanse, by waving her 6 angelic wings. She releases potent ice elements, rapidly cooling and freezing the surrounding area, creating a realm of ice and snow. This skill not only traps enemies within an extremely low-temperature frozen domain, rendering them immobile, but also protects Qianren Shui and her allies from external attacks. The duration depends on Qianren Shui's control of her soul power. It is akin to a domain-type soul skill, albeit requiring soul power support. Light of Revelation. This soul skill can only be utilized after activating the true body of the 6-winged angel martial soul. The true essence of the martial soul emanates a dazzling radiance, bestowing a baptism of holy light upon surrounding foes, inflicting substantial dual damage, both mental and physical. Simultaneously, the soul masters receiving this divine illumination, such as Qianren Shui, can enhance their combat prowess and defensive capabilities at will, while also gaining the ability to sense perilous attacks within the sanctified radius. Truly, it is an area of effect marvel, much to Ao Xing's admiration. Currently, the prevailing theoretical framework regarding martial souls in the Dolua continent still adheres to the paradigms established by Yu Shaojing. This framework categorizes martial souls into control, support, assault, and agility types, guiding the selection of soul bees for the acquisition of relevant soul rings to attain skills associated with their chosen categories. However, in Ao Xing's perspective, this theory is merely applicable to inferior martial souls. A genuinely formidable martial soul should encompass a synthesis of all capabilities, possessing not only immense explosive power, but also supportive attributes, capable of both single-target and area attacks, as well as inflicting physical and mental damage. This philosophy stands in stark contrast to the notions held by the four single-attribute families of the Haotian sect. The root of this divergence lies in the fact that these families overly fixate on the martial soul's prowess in a singular domain. Exceptional martial souls, such as the breaking soul gun and the sharp-tailed swallow, are indeed commendable. Yet there is no necessity for every soul ring skill to cater exclusively to their most pronounced characteristics. For instance, the breaking soul gun possesses formidable attack strength. However, should it acquire a soul ring that imparts a toxic or alternative attribute, it could further complicate matters for its adversaries after breaching their defenses. Likewise, the sharp-tailed swallow does not need to relentlessly pursue speed alone. Once the soul master of this martial soul attains their true essence, their flight velocity surpasses that of the vast majority of soul masters, including title de law and soul beasts alike. Hence, the 8th and even 9th soul rings could very well aspire towards offensive soul skills. Even if the martial soul itself is not inherently combat-oriented, the potency of the 8th and 9th soul skills can never be deemed weak. Of course, a significant reason for the four single-attribute families straying further down the path of extreme specialization is that their martial souls lack top-tier status. Take the breaking soul gun, which is undoubtedly an exceptional weapon martial soul. However, its nature as a gun constrains its methods of attack. In contrast, Qianrenshua's six-winged angel martial soul, as a divine-grade martial soul, amalgamates mental and physical prowess, close and ranged attacks, and both single-target and area effects, along with defensive enhancements. It epitomizes the quintessential hexagonal warrior, devoid of any weaknesses in all respects. The reason divine-grade martial souls earn their exalted title is precisely this. Tang San's Blue-Silver Emperor and Haotian Hammer are undeniably top-tier martial souls within the realm of Dolua, yet they remain merely that, top-tier martial souls. While their quality is high, their ultimate capabilities are singular in nature. To aspire to possess a martial soul akin to that of the six-winged angel is an endeavor both profound and unattainable. For even the fulsome enhancement of two martial souls cannot bridge such an inherent disparity in essence. It is not merely a matter of affixing the title of emperor to a humble weed and wielding a diminutive hammer, to effectuate transformation. One must comprehend that the six-winged angel martial soul, even when reduced to a four-winged or a two-winged form, endows its possessor the extraordinary potential to achieve innate full soul power or even surpass it. Xiaoxue, how many title Duluos do you believe you can contend with at present? Would you care for my assistance in seeking an opponent to hone your skills? A thought suddenly struck Aoxing. A few, if they are title Duluos below level 95, I perceive that facing several would pose no significant challenge. However, those exceeding level 95 would indeed present a degree of pressure. Chapter 85. The emergence of Bijia and the destruction of Haotian sect in the heart of the Star Do forest. The once serene Star Do lake now lay in ruins, ravaged by the fierce battle between Ao Xing and the heavenly blue bull python, as well as the titan giant ape. Yet from the depths of the lake, a powerful surge of life force began to flow, gradually transforming the murky waters into a crystalline clarity, reminiscent of a magnificent emerald gem embedded in the earth. The trees that had once been broken and fallen by the lake's edge now stood tall once more. At the center of the lake, a figure slowly emerged. Her eyes, mirroring the profound depths of the water, sparkled with the brilliance of emeralds, exuding a captivating allure. Her long eyelashes, akin to delicate butterfly wings, fluttered gently, adding an air of mystery and seduction. This figure possessed a gaze imbued with wisdom and depth, capable of perceiving the hearts of others, while also radiating a gentle warmth that soothed the weary souls of the world. An endless vitality emanated from her, spreading outward as she stood at the epicenter. She was Bijia, the matriarch of the Emerald Swan clan. Though her cultivation had only just surpassed 500,000 years, she had successfully transcended her tribulation and transformed into a human form, thanks to the faith of the soul beasts. Consequently, a compassionate yet unyielding determination was evident in her demeanor, infused with a resilient spirit. Her cheeks possessed soft contours, and her skin was as delicate and luminous as the finest porcelain. Her long, lush green hair cascaded freely, each strand seemingly imbued with the essence of nature's vitality. Clad in a flowing emerald gown that danced gracefully in the breeze, she resembled an ethereal sprite amid the verdant foliage, noble yet grounded in the warmth of humanity. A slender golden belt accentuated her waist, further highlighting her fair complexion and composed demeanor. The Red King, a three-headed crimson demon hound, could not help but swallow at the sight of the enchanting Bijia. However, despite his desire, he dared not entertain any improper thoughts. After all, Bijia was the beloved of Lord Emperor Tian, and the soul beast she had aided would vehemently oppose any such intentions. Despite possessing a formidable cultivation of 300,000 years, the Red King was acutely aware of the many soul beasts in the Star Doe forest that surpassed his power, including the tempestuous one Yao Wang and Xiangjun. If he were to harbor any inappropriate thoughts towards Lady Bijia, he would undoubtedly face dire consequences. According to Lord Emperor Tian's predictions, the auspicious beast, the three-eyed golden eye, was soon to be born. As Lord Emperor Tian was presently in a crucial period of seclusion, the Red King knew he could not afford to leave. The impulsive natures of Xiangjun and Yao Wang further complicated matters. Thus, once the three-eyed golden eye, a harbinger of destiny in the Star Doe forest, came into existence, it would be the Red King's duty to protect it. Understood, Lady Bijia, the Red King acknowledged, nodding fervently. A flicker of joy danced in his eyes at the thought of the auspicious beast's arrival, which heralded a flourishing future for both the Star Doe forest and the soul beasts residing within. In time, the cultivation of the soul beasts would yield bountiful rewards. It was indeed a splendid prospect. If it were not for Lord Emperor Tian's seclusion, the tragic demise of Deming and Erming might have been averted, a thought that filled the Red King with a sense of lament. Although the Tianqing Yolong and the Titan giant ape are relative newcomers, and both remain oblivious to the secrets beneath the Star Doe Lake, the Red King holds a certain fondness for these gentle 10,000-year-soul beasts. However, 3 years prior, with Emperor Tian in seclusion and various indications suggesting that humanity, traditionally at odds with soul beasts, had entered an era of fortune, potentially heralding the birth of a new deity, they, the ancient inhabitants of the Star Doe forest, refrained from intervening when a young evil dragon was slaying Deming and Erming. For the sake of the grand scheme concerning soul beasts, they had no choice but to endure the plight of the Titan giant ape and the Tianqing Yolong. As for the titled law, aside from the Spirit Hall, where else would one find the most? Undoubtedly, it would be the Haotian sect, lurking like a rat in the shadows. Setting aside the deceased Tang Chun and Tang Hao, the Haotian sect currently boasts 7 titled Dalua. Among them, the sect leader, Tang Xiao, stands at level 97, while the remaining 6 titled elders range between levels 91 and 95. According to Qian Renchue's assessment of her own abilities, Ao Xing believed that a visit to the Haotian sect would serve as an excellent opportunity for her to hone her skills. While Tang Xiao might pose a challenge, the other 6 elders would surely fall to her prowess in one-on-many confrontations. Thus, after departing from the extreme north, he did not hasten back to the Pearl Island or the vicinity of Sea God Island to hunt the 10,000-year evil tiger whale king or search for Xiao Wu, but instead made his way to the city of Tiando. He sought out Bai He and requested guidance to the Haotian sect. Initially hesitant, Bai He quickly recognized the folly of his reluctance upon witnessing Qian Rinxue display her two 10,000-year soul rings and soul power. Without further ado, he activated his martial soul, assuming the role of a guide. Admittedly, it seemed he intended to flaunt his speed, employing his full capabilities from the outset. Yet, Ao Xing saw through his intentions, and, accompanied by Qian Rinxue, effortlessly outpaced Bai He. This pace was just right. They maintained it as they approached the Haotian sect. Upon arrival, Bai He would have the choice to return to Tiando City or remain to witness the potential downfall of the Haotian sect. Ao Xing's nonchalant remarks left Bai He astonished. The prospect of the Haotian sect's destruction. Did they truly intend to bring about its demise? As the sun began its descent, casting a golden-red hue across the sky, the Haotian sect was bathed in the golden glow of the sunset, exuding an air of mystery. At this moment, Tang Xiao held a portrait of his sister, Tang Yuehua, his heart heavy with sorrow. 3 years ago, news of the evil dragon abducting the master of Yuxian reached the Haotian sect, igniting Tang Xiao's fury. He had intended to mobilize the entire Haotian sect to rescue his sister, yet was thwarted by the 6 elders who, though willing, were powerless to assist. Recently, whispers of the disappearance of the Spirit Hall's Pope Bibi Dong had emerged. Seizing the opportunity, Tang Xiao proposed that the Haotian sect re-establish contact with the secular world to better understand the situation on the continent, pondering the possibility of a return to prominence. After deliberation, the 6 elders consented to his proposal. Of course, Tang Xiao's pretense of understanding the current circumstances of the Doloa continent was but a fade. His true intention was to send someone in search of his sister, Tang Yuehua. However, over half a year had passed, and he still had not received any useful information. Alas, little Haozi was missing, and Yuehua's fate remained uncertain. As Tang Xiao sighed in sorrow, Ao Xing Bai He and Qian Rinxue arrived at the foot of the Haotian sect's mountain, gazing at the towering peaks, which appeared as if sculpted by knife and axe. Ao Xing was somewhat awestruck by the existence of such magnificent terrain on the Doloa continent. However, he did not linger in admiration and immediately took Qian Rinxue to soar towards the cliff-like mountain. They ascended rapidly, surrounded by steep cliffs and jagged rocks, some resembling swords pointing heavenward, while others resembled ferocious beasts lying in wait. The scenery was resplendent, yet, simultaneously, the winds within the valley began to intensify. Nevertheless, for Ao Xing, these posed no true hindrance. In a short while, he reached the summit, where the shadow of the sect emerged ethereally amidst the swirling mist. Chapter 86. The Arrival of Angels at the Haotian Sect. Who dares approach? Under the canopy of the roaring sky, have merely 20 years passed, and you fail to recognize the old man? As an elderly man and a young man and woman suddenly appeared before the Haotian sect, Tang Xiao furrowed his brow in contemplation. Yet, upon hearing the words of the white-bearded elder, it appeared that the two had some prior acquaintance. Soul Dolua. After sensing with his soul power, Tang Xiao suddenly chuckled. Is it you, the patriarch of the Min family, Bai He? Huh. The 4 great single-attribute clans have long since severed ties with the Haotian sect. What brings you here today? Is it due to the disappearance of the Pope of the Spirit Hall, or have you found it impossible to survive after parting ways with the Haotian sect? Tang Xiao's gaze was filled with triumph as he regarded Bai He, a sardonic smile playing on his lips. To him, the 4 great single-attribute clans had had no dealings with the Haotian sect for over 20 years. With the news of the Pope's disappearance from the Spirit Hall and the direct descendants of the Haotian sect re-emerging in the Doloa continent, Bai He had rushed to the Haotian sect. It was evident that this fellow had come seeking refuge due to the oppression faced from the Spirit Hall in recent years. Thus, his tone was far from courteous. It dripped with derision. As Tang Xiao's haughty demeanor and ungracious words landed, Bai He's once rosy complexion deepened in hue. Indeed, the Haotian sect was filled with individuals who looked down upon others. It was no wonder he was the brother of Tang Hao, cut from the same cloth. Asin Lei Su spoke, Genli Obsving Tang Xiao. Compared to the rat, his brother appeared significantly younger. Junior, this is not a place for you to speak. Tang Xiao unleashed his oppressive aura directly towards Aoxing. In his estimation, Aoxing and Qian Renxue were likely members of Baihe's clan, perhaps even his grandchildren. After all, it was quite uncommon for ordinary young soul masters to ascend to the heights of the Haoyin sect, unless they possessed the swift-tail, swallow martial spirit. It would be deemed acceptable. In response, Aoxing smirked, while Baihe, standing to the side, bore a strained expression. As for Qian Renxue, she could not suppress a chuckle. Tang Xiao then shifted his attention to this girl, whom he had overlooked until now. Observing Qian Renxue's countenance, he felt a sense of familiarity. He promptly activated his spiritual energy, intending to probe into Qian Renxue, but before he could make contact, Aoxing intervened. "You are not of the Bai clan. Who are you?" "Baihe, how dare you bring outsiders to the Haoyin sect? Do you comprehend your transgression?" Tang Xiao was both astonished and enraged. He was taken aback by the young man's ability to thwart his spiritual probe and infuriated that Baihe had brought outsiders into the Haoyin sect. After all, the Haoyin sect was still ostensibly in a state of seclusion. Even the Spirit Hall could only ascertain the general location of the Haoyin sect, unable to uncover the true entrance to its sanctum. As the leader of the Min clan, Baihe was once a servant of the Haoyin sect. However, he took it upon himself to bring outsiders to the Haoyin sect without their permission. "Tang Xiao, how can Xiao Xue and I be considered outsiders?" Your sister, Tang Yuehua, is now, in a sense, one of my concubines, is she not? In any case, I cannot be deemed an outsider." Aoxing smiled, revealing his pearly white teeth. Upon hearing the name Tang Yuehua, Tang Xiao was momentarily taken aback, only to be quickly consumed by rage. "Yuehua? Who are you? Where is Yuehua? What have you done to her?" Tang Xiao's face contorted in fury as he lunged towards Aoxing, intent on seizing his collar for answers. This young man actually dared to claim that his sister was his concubine. Truly, he must be courting death. Tang Xiao moved swiftly, but Aoxing was swifter still. Before Tang Xiao could even reach him, Aoxing suddenly appeared on the other side. He giggled. "Tang Yuehua is currently imprisoned on a remote island that you will never find. She is my captive. Only when I think of her does she deserve to share my bed." Aoxing taunted. "Of course, I not only know where your sister Tang Yuehua is, but I also know the whereabouts of your brother Tang Hao and your grandfather Tang Chen. Would you like to know? Beg me, if you plead. I might graciously tell you." Faced with Aoxing's provocation, Tang Xiao's expression darkened further. "You are truly incredibly ignorant. Today, even if Baihe were to plead for your life, I would not spare you." As he spoke, a small hammer appeared in Tang Xiao's right hand, and a powerful aura erupted from him. The elders who were in seclusion within the Haoyin sect opened their eyes in alarm. What is happening? Why is the sect master exuding such a formidable presence within the sect? Could it be that an external enemy is attacking? They were aware that the Haoyin sect had recently dispatched direct disciples to explore the situation on the Dolua continent. The sudden commotion led them to believe that the Spirit Hall had discovered the Haoyin sect's location and was making an assault. Thus, they rushed out of the sect in haste. However, they were taken aback to find that the one engaging in combat with Tang Xiao was not a title de law from the Spirit Hall, but rather a young man who appeared to be no more than 20 years old. Could that wretched Tang Hao have another son out there? One elder couldn't help but jest. After all, 3 years prior, a young man named Tang San had claimed to be Tang Hao's son, coming to the Haoyin sect to demand justice. In the end, upon discovering the multitude of title de law within the Haoyin sect, he quickly changed his tune, stating that he wished to return the soul bones his father Tang Hao owed to the Haoyin sect, thus absolving his father of any debt. Truly laughable. It is uncertain. Back in the day, that fellow could fall in love with a blade of grass, perhaps even a flower or a lizard. It is quite normal to be enamored with flora, but a lizard person is truly. The elders of the Haoyin sect were engaged in fervent discussion. However, they soon discerned that something was amiss. For, despite Tang Xiao's fervent assault on the young man, he had inflicted not a single scratch upon him. Moreover, it was evident that Tang Xiao was not concealing his strength. In an instant, the elders revealed their martial spirits, preparing to assist Tang Xiao. Yet at that moment, Qian Renxue intervened. "Your adversary is me. Martial spirit manifestation. Without further ado, the 8 soul rings of yellow, purple, black, and red shimmered into view. Simultaneously, the 7th soul ring radiated with crimson light. In the next heartbeat, a colossal 6-winged angelic silhouette, aglow with sanctified radiance, materialized behind Qian Renshua. She unfurled 3 pairs of wings, her form adorned in resplendent golden armor. An angelic martial spirit? Members of the Spirit Hall. The 6 elders were taken aback. They had never anticipated that the Spirit Hall would indeed set its sights on the Haoyin sect. Chapter 87. The greatest sect in the world, annihilated. Have you not eaten? Put in some effort. If you don't try harder, don't blame me. Ao Xing effortlessly dodged Tang Zhao's relentless assaults, continuously provoking him with taunts. As a level 97 titled Delua, Tang Xiao could scarcely endure such insolence. He summoned layers of soul skills upon his Haoyin hammer and struck fiercely towards Ao Xing. The diminutive hammer unleashed boundless power in its wake. Ao Xing faced a torrent of terrifying energy waves. To Tang Xiao, there was no escape. Yet, Ao Xing could not help but chuckle at the sight. Finally, this is getting interesting. A series of resplendent, gem-like shields materialized before him. The moment that the hammer collided with the shield, a deafening sound echoed. Neither side yielded in that instant. The hammer, imbued with a ferocious momentum, relentlessly battered